Chapter 1: The Big Scapegoat System. My name is Yang Fan, I'm 27 or 28 years old, graduated a few years ago, and with 30 just around the corner, I'm still a failure at achieving anything, a bona fide deadbeat. 4 years ago, my father passed away from a serious illness, and my mother remarried, starting a new family. After graduating from a third-rate university, I've been supporting myself ever since, living in this little 20-square-meter apartment in Bishu City, Dragon Nation of Blue Star. Right now, I'm scrolling through Douyin videos, watching a fresh-faced, pretty girl energetically dancing to Gokuraku Jodo on my phone. I'm completely absorbed, and can't help but sigh. I really envy those big brothers online. Deep down, I know no matter how lovely these live streamers are, they belong to others. They have nothing to do with a broke guy like me. I've never spent a dime on them. I've been freeloading all along. The female streamer named Princess Sasha's girly heart finished her dance performance and began interacting with her live audience. Hey everyone, Sasha is a dancing streamer. If you like Sasha, please give me a follow and join the fan club. She's a small streamer I just discovered today. There were only about a dozen people in her livestream room, and her follower count hasn't reached 10,000 yet. But you can tell she's working hard. She's been dancing non-stop for nearly an hour. So I casually gave her a follow. Unexpectedly, the streamer immediately responded with a smile, shouting, "Thank you Half-Life Wanderer for the follow. Thank you so much. Could Big Bro please join the fan club? It's just 10 cents. Please support Sasha." Ha! She called my name. That's right, Half-Life Wanderer is me. Hearing the eager tone in her voice, I couldn't help but glance at my gift balance, only to see a big fat zero. I chuckled wryly. Never topped up. Couldn't even afford a 1-cent fan badge. Even the spare doobie coins I snatched from lucky bags always got tossed right back into the stream. Joining the fan club means Shasha will see your chats immediately. All family members who love Shasha, please show some support. The beauty kept pushing for fan badges. After a brief hesitation, I figured why not, it's just pocket change anyway. So I linked my card, dropped a single yuan, and flipped around to join the fan club. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in my mind. The big fool system activated. From this moment forward, the host will become a big fool. Every time you spend money on someone of the opposite sex with a comprehensive appearance score of 80 or above, you will receive cashback. The source of the Great Fool system's cashback is absolutely safe, and you can use it with peace of mind. I froze for a moment, quickly scanning the room from my bed. Everything in the house was normal, there was no one there. I sank into complete bewilderment. System? Did I just get some kind of system? No way, is this really something straight out of a novel? I quickly sat up and shouted excitedly, "System! Brother System! Is that you?" Host calling the system. "It's your dear host here. Could you give me some response?" Yet no matter how I called out, there was no response. I began to doubt whether I had imagined it. Suddenly, a transparent data screen appeared before my eyes. Host, Yang Fan cashback level, 1 cashback ratio, 1:1, valid spending, 0.1 yen, available cashback, 0 yen, minimum 100 yen required for cashback. I was utterly thrilled and pinched my thigh hard. This isn't a dream, this isn't a dream. I'm going to be rich. God system, almighty system, thank you for choosing me. I thank your whole family. I was so excited that I was at a loss for words, and it took me a good while to calm down. Although I wasn't entirely clear about the system's specific functions, as a struggling web novel author, I knew that having a system was definitely a good thing. Moreover, the system claimed the funding source was secure, so it was probably a wealth god type of system. After checking for a while, I noticed there was no extra money in my bank card, WeChat, or Alipay. Thinking it over, I realized the cashback was likely triggered when spending on someone of the opposite sex with a score above 80. For now, it seemed to be a spend and return mechanism, no loss there. And once upgraded, I might even turn a profit. This way, I wouldn't be much different from the rich, and life would surely be more carefree. Once I had calmed down, it occurred to me that tipping a female livestreamer could trigger the cashback. So, I topped up another 120 yuan and gifted a virtual sports car worth 1,200 dubi. Shasha, who was chatting with her online friends, froze for a moment before shouting, "Thank you brother Shaya for the sports car. Big spender, bro." I ignored her and noticed the cashback column had changed to 120.1 yuan, silently whispering cashback to myself. Immediately after, I received a bank SMS, Construction Bank on May 19, 2023, at 21:30, your account ending with 571 received 120.10 yuan, balance 7,399.19 yuan. Holy shit, this is insane. I knew I was about to take off. My mind started racing with ideas. Tipping streamers for cashback would definitely be a fast way to make money. But then, the system's cold voice rang out again. As a certified sucker, the host cannot use any means to borrow money from others or ask for money. If you insist on doing such shameful things, the system will detach itself from the host. I was speechless. No matter how I called for the system before, there was no response. The moment I tried to use it to make money, it jumped out to threaten me. Since the system put it that way, I didn't dare let it slip away. So I directly topped up 6,000 yuan into my Douyin account. Time to play the role of a tycoon. Might as well go all out first and worry about the rest later. Chapter 2, Streamer, Sasha's Girly Heart. Whoa, thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for the 2 carnival gifts. Sasha has never received 2 carnivals in a row before. You're totally awesome, love you. Heartsuit. No screen recording. What a pity. But it's okay, let Sasha dance for you. Big brother, what kind of dance would you like to see? You can pick. The cute streamer Sasha, seeing me tossing 2 carnival gifts right after sending a sports car, got so excited she stood up and started throwing hearts like crazy. She knew she'd encountered a generous big spender. While marveling at her good luck, she prepared to captivate me with her talents. Someone in the chat commented, a whale actually came to the stream? Looks like Sasha's fortune is turning. So jealous, I want to donate too, but looking at my instant noodles, I suppressed the urge. Hurry up streamer, keep dancing, go on with that Gokuraku Jodo dance. I thought the earlier Gokuraku Jodo performance was fantastic, but I wanted to see how the system upgrade works, so I said, you've been dancing for an hour now, take a break and let's do some PK battles. After reading my message aloud, Sasha cheerfully replied, who knew brother Xiaoyao could be such a sweetheart? Thanks for your consideration brother, shall I go connect for the battle then? Go for it, guaranteed win. I wasn't just saying this casually. For small streamers like Sasha doing PK battles, most of the time just one rocket gift could seal the victory, let alone when I'm tossing out Huazi tier gifts. With brother Xiaoyao's assurance, Sasha feels confident now. After saying this, Sasha randomly connected via livestream to a young woman called Xiaolu who never gains weight. She looked quite pretty, though slightly older than Sasha, and was also a small-time streamer. Although her follower count and livestream audience numbers were slightly higher than Sasha's, the difference wasn't significant. As soon as they connected, Sasha said, hello, pretty lady, I'm a dance streamer. Hello streamer, I'm a beauty streamer, shall we do a PK? Alright, just make the punishment a bit lighter, my family doesn't have much to offer. Judging by Xiaolu's tone, she probably couldn't afford to send many gifts. Sasha turned to me and asked, bro Xiaoyao, why don't you decide the punishment? No need, just have fun. I didn't have time to think about punishments anyway. As soon as the 2 streamers connected and Xiaolu spoke, the system alerted me. Valid spending target detected. I knew the system's valid spending target had to be this Xiaolu can't gain weight, which meant the system rated her overall appearance above 80 points. You have to understand that the system rating completely disregards beauty filters. Without them, she's absolutely gorgeous. If gifting Sasha gets you cashback, then surely giving gifts to Xiaolu would work the same way. When Sasha spoke to me, her opponent overheard. Xiaolu laughed and said, so you've got a sugar daddy at home, huh? Isn't this just bullying? I'm done, haha. Yet she didn't actually disconnect the call. Sasha knew she was joking, so she said, let's make the punishment lighter, 20 squats for losing, and shout the opposing big brother is awesome with each squat. How about that? She wanted to keep me around as a generous visitor and give me some sense of participation. After all, I paid to play precisely for that emotional value. Little dear thought the punishment was no big deal and agreed. As soon as the PK started, I didn't hesitate and slapped 2 carnival gifts, instantly wiping out the opponent's health bar. 90132:453. The first one hit the double bonus for first-time gifts. Thank you for the carnival, brother Xiaoyao. Sasha shouted excitedly. The chat comments from viewers were mostly bland, except for the moderators, none of that brown-nosing behavior toward big spenders. Didn't the streamer say she'd log off once she made 200 for daily expenses? Guess she'll be taking a long break now? Rare to see Sasha this thrilled, finally getting the recognition she deserves. I'll send a hot air balloon to celebrate too. Sasha, enough said, I'll take charge of defending the tower. Damn, we even need to defend the tower? Impressive. Well then, I'll help guard it too. Ha ha ha. While they were chatting enthusiastically, the opposing streamer wasn't giving up either and pitifully pleaded, folks, there's definitely no way we can win against a big spender like this, but at least give me some dignity votes, won't you? The health bar's completely invisible. This is brutal. I redeemed my rewards after gifting 2 carnival gifts, so I didn't continue sending more. The opposing streamer was quite friendly, no need to go too hard on them. The PK battle ended with Sasha winning by a landslide. Xiaolu began her punishment. Each time she squatted down, she had to shout, brother Xiaoyao is awesome. After completing 10 squats and returning to the screen, she froze for a second before screaming, thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for the carnival gifts. Brother Xiaoyao is awesome. Xiaolu sends you hearts. I've never received such a huge medical bill before. This is absolutely insane. Brother Xiaoyao, you're welcome to come hang out at Xiaolu's place sometime. Xiaolu sings like a goddamn pro. The moment she said this, her live stream room viewers immediately started roasting her. You sing well? Do you have some serious misconceptions about yourself? You call that singing? I remember donating 5 hot air balloons just to make you shut up. You should just stick to being a pretty vase. Singing really isn't your forte. If you dare assault my ears again, I'll unfollow you. Sing again and I'll unfollow. Dearface didn't dare mention singing again after seeing these unfollow threats. She was just an ordinary college student with no particular talents. Even when she encountered generous viewers, she couldn't retain them. Her only advantage was being pretty, relying on beauty filters to boost her livestream viewership. It troubled her greatly. Still, she sent me a private message. I returned to Sasha's livestream and ended the call under Little Dear's envious gaze. Before Sasha could speak, 2 more carnivals floated across the screen. Thank you, my bro free spirit. Bro free spirit is so generous. May you marry 10,000 wives. Hearing this blessing, I was speechless. This little beauty must have gotten overly excited. Sasha was genuinely excited. In just a few dozen minutes, I'd showered her with 6 carnival gifts plus a sports car, totaling over 18,000 renminbi in value. As an independent streamer without a talent agency, she'd pocket more than 9,000 renminbi. Today's earnings already surpassed her entire last month's income. She undoubtedly assumed I'd keep gifting her in the future and was determined to secure my patronage. Yet I'd left all her private messages unread. Too embarrassed to acknowledge it during the live stream, she could only make half-hearted small talk with her viewers. Boom! Boom! 2 more carnival animations exploded across the screen. Truthfully, I was experimenting with how to level up the system. Without explicit instructions, I guessed progression might be tied to spending, so I kept recharging, gifting carnivals, collecting rebates, then recharging again. By now I'd spent over 80,000 yuan, launching Sasha to the hourly rankings. Her viewer count surged past 1,000 for the first time. In her eyes, I must have registered as an absolute whale by this point. The water friends started discussing. Could this carefree brother be a guild account? Are you stupid? Sasha hasn't even joined any guild. Which guild account would gift her? With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy nice things for your parents? Why give it to streamers? Rich people can't possibly be lacking women. How do you know they don't take care of their parents? And besides, gifting doesn't necessarily mean they have intentions with the streamer. Look at those big spenders who gift millions to top streamers. Do you think they're doing it just for that? That makes sense. With a few million, I could play thousands of them. The world of the rich is beyond our comprehension. At this moment, Sasha spoke up. Stop making wild guesses, folks. The streamer hasn't joined any guild, and no one has approached them for promotions or ads. Brother Xiaoyao is a real big spender. Shouldn't that streamer hurry up and cling to the golden opportunity? When luck strikes, you grab it, not waste it. I did the math. Brother Xiaoyao spent over 80,000 yuan on virtual gifts. The streamer must have pocketed at least 40,000 of that, right? This income is absolutely insane. Damn, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Do live streamers really make this much money? That's almost half a year's salary for me in just one day. Tomorrow is May 20th, Lover's Day in China. Is Brother Xiaoyao dropping so many gifts because you want the streamer to spend it with you? Another pretty girl getting snatched up by the rich? I'm so jealous. That's not my plan for now. Sasha is from Tianfu province, technically neighbors, but still not exactly close to me. Then I had Sasha go play a few PK rounds, not running into any big streamers, and each match was settled with just 2 carnival gifts. But oddly enough, after those PK battles ended, the opposing streamers didn't receive the medical fees I was supposed to give. Both Sasha and the live chat audience quietly speculated, could it be that I had taken a liking to that dear who can't get fat girl from earlier? Can't deny it, she really was a beauty. I also wish I could extravagantly use carnival gifts as medical fees every time, but reality is too harsh. The streamers I encountered later seemed decent, but the system didn't give any prompts, meaning they didn't reach 80 points. Male streamers weren't even worth considering. I'm not foolish enough to throw money at them. So far today, I've spent over 100,000, yet my system level hasn't budged at all. Whatever, I'll figure it out slowly. I typed in the livestream chat, Sasha, dance Gokuraku Jodo. Sasha replied, sure, Brother Xiaoyao. She now pays special attention to my words, immediately turning on the music and starting to dance. I could tell she was mentally pushing herself to perform well, dancing with utmost seriousness. In the past, when I encountered a beauty of this caliber, I wouldn't have dared to entertain any thoughts. I knew my place. But now, with the system, I've set my sights on this beauty. After the dance ended, I said, I'm leaving. I'll come see you tomorrow. Oh, is Brother Xiaoyao leaving already? Take care, big bro, and don't forget to check your DMs. Come see Sasha tomorrow. Sasha's livestream starts tomorrow at 7 p.m. Sasha couldn't really ask me to stay, understandable, since this was my first time in her stream and I'd already thrown down so much cash. She knew better than to get greedy. Besides, I told her I'd be back tomorrow, and that clearly made her happy. She even openly told me on stream to check my inbox. I sent an okay and left the livestream. Lying in bed, I marveled at how extravagant I'd been today, just watching a livestream and casually dropping over 100 grand. Still, the feeling of having beauties fawn over me was pretty damn satisfying. Later, I remembered the private messages and was shocked to find over 30 of them, mostly from strangers. I skimmed through the ones from Sasa and Xiaolu, which were all words of gratitude and flattery, along with requests to add them on WeChat. I went ahead and added both of them, but ignored the rest from unknown senders. I usually don't like posting on my social media feed, and even with the visible for 1 month setting, it's still empty. Just as I added her, Shasha instantly accepted the verification, and a message came almost immediately. Bro Xiaoyao, thank you so much for gifting me so much today. I'm not good with words, but I'm really grateful. Seeing she sent a message while obviously still live streaming reminded me of rumors about greasy middle-aged men hired to chat with viewers for streamers on their behalf. So I replied, aren't you streaming right now? Could this be DD Chit Chat service? After a while she replied, ha ha ha, how could that be? Streamers always have at least 2 phones, I'm replying to you secretly while live streaming. I replied, then focus on your stream, we can talk when you're free. Later I lay on the bed, thinking about the system. Being a big sucker doesn't seem so bad after all. Thinking about it, I unknowingly drifted off to sleep, a smile lingering on my lips even in my dreams. The next day, I woke up naturally early in the morning. Picking up my fully charged phone to check the time, I noticed several messages and a money transfer waiting for me. They were from Shasha and Xiaolu last night. The first thing I saw was the 20,000 yuan transferred by Shasha. Surprised, I skimmed through her messages. Asterisk bro Xiaoyao, I'm off stream, so happy. Asterisk bro Xiaoyao, are you asleep yet? Asterisk. Then came the midnight transfer, right at 12 o'clock sharp, along with the message, happy holidays, free and easy brother, love you. Although Shasha knew brother Xiaoyao didn't mind such things, this was still her little way of showing blessings, so brother Xiaoyao must accept it, okay? Transferring 20,000 requires filling in the recipient's full name, and my WeChat nickname is already my real name. I secretly admired how clever and meticulous this young girl was. I transferred the money to my bank card, and the capital increased a lot, more than 27,000 yuan, and my favorability towards Sasha, the little girl, also increased a lot. Yesterday I only gifted her around 100,000, and she generously sent me 20,000 in return, which made me reconsider my view of the streaming industry. It's not all about taking without giving. The money I gifted yesterday was the system's, but today's 20,000 is genuinely mine. Not only did I experience the thrill of being a high roller, but I also made a profit. Though I know what Sasha is after by doing this, I don't mind. In fact, I've decided to gift that girl a bit more today. I don't dare hint for her to keep transferring money to me. I really cherish this system and don't want to cross any red lines. I simply replied, blessings received. Wu Shasha got up very early today. After encountering this generous tycoon, me, who showered her with money yesterday, she was slightly euphoric, waking up groggily several times during the night and becoming completely sleepless at dawn. Hearing her phone vibrate, she bolted upright whoosh and immediately grabbed her device. Seeing it was my message, though just a few words, she still broke into a smile because I'd accepted her money transfer. Originally not in great financial shape, she'd actually agonized last night over whether to transfer 5,200 or 20,000 yuan. She didn't hesitate to spend 5,200, though it felt a bit inadequate, but parting with 20,000 made her wince. She even consulted her best friend. Her best friend said, someone showered you with so much in just one livestream, and there's a long road ahead, you've got to seize the opportunity. For big spenders like that, 20,000 yuan is nothing. They might not even accept it, but you should hope they do. As long as they receive your blessing, a big spender like that won't let you down. Wu Shasha thought her friend made a good point, gritted her teeth, and made the transfer. Now that she saw I actually accepted the money, she was overjoyed and sent a message, Bro Xiaoyao, you woke up this early? After sending the message, she waited for a long time without receiving a reply and pouted at the screen. It wasn't that I didn't see the message, I just didn't want to respond. I thought to myself, back when I used to reply instantly to others like a desperate simp, it never ended well for me. Now that my status has changed, how could I possibly go back to being a simp? If anyone's doing the simping, it should be others simping for me. After washing up, it occurred to me that today kinda counts as Valentine's Day. Maybe I should find someone of the opposite sex to spend it with. It's been a while since I broke up with my ex-girlfriend. We split because I was poor, she kept comparing me to her best friend's boyfriend, and my pride couldn't take it. We had plenty of fights over it. Later, she went traveling to another province for a while, and when she came back, she dumped me. I suspect I got cheated on, but none of that matters anymore. Right now, I'm just thinking about who to spend today with, go out and have some fun while mooching a nice meal. The thing is, I don't have many female friends to begin with, most are wives or girlfriends of my buddies, and the 2 or 3 who are single don't meet the looks standard. I can't exactly spend my own savings to celebrate the holiday, can I? Suddenly my eyes lit up when I spotted a public account for a companionship app I'd previously discovered on Douyin. You could pay women to accompany you shopping, dining, watching movies, or drinking, clubbing, and karaoke, all charged by the hour. After placing an order, they'd accompany you like a girlfriend, but with no overly intimate contact allowed, advertised as strictly platonic. Though given the app's marketing descriptions, whose authenticity I can't verify, who knows, maybe with sufficient payment, things might not stay so green. I looked at the photos and basic profiles of ladies above, realizing there were plenty of beauties among them. Finding someone above an 80-point threshold shouldn't be too difficult. At the time, I thought it was quite interesting, so I followed this software. But later, I found out the pricing wasn't cheap at all, really not worth it, so I never ended up clicking it. Now I'm no longer the same person as before, so I figured I'd give it a try. As soon as I clicked in, there were all sorts of glamorous lifestyle photos of beautiful women. My interest was instantly piqued, and I began carefully browsing through them. In the end, I chose someone with the nickname Ruerue. First impressions were quite good. I then browsed through her other photos and a video. She's truly impressive, just based on these details, she's undoubtedly a stunner. As long as the real person doesn't differ much, she'd easily score above 80. Her basic info shows she's 19 years old, 168 centimeters tall, and weighs 52 kilograms. Not bad at all. Though I'm nearly a decade older than her, I don't mind the age gap. I glanced at the price list. Aside from online gaming, shopping and meals were the cheapest at $198 per hour, while drinking and karaoke cost $398 hourly. I only booked 1 hour for dinner and 1 hour for shopping, totaling 2 hours. The order was quickly accepted. Though today is Valentine's Day, few people are booking their services. Not many know about this app, and Bishu City is barely a second-tier city, low incomes, high costs, with few affluent residents. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan already puts you above 80% of the city's population. This kind of purely platonic service isn't cheap either. How many would actually book it? They might as well go for a foot massage or a club. That's why these workers are relatively idle. Most are part-time students. They take orders when they come, and study when they don't. I kept a close eye on that damn system, ready to cancel the order at any moment until I saw the cashback, which finally let me breathe a sigh of relief. This meant the other person's overall looks had scored above 80. If there hadn't been any cashback, I would have had to cancel immediately, or my money would have gone down the drain. Without hesitation, I changed into a full Adidas tracksuit and headed out to get a haircut. I don't own high-end designer clothes, but I can afford brands like Adidas and Nike, so I bought a few pieces over time. Once everything was ready, I took a taxi to the meetup spot, the entrance of Lixing Mall. As soon as I got out of the car, the system's notification pinged, valid spending target detected. View information? I watched as a stunningly beautiful, fashionably dressed woman walked past me. Glancing at the man she was clinging to, I couldn't help but feel exasperated. Chapter 5, JK Girl Gu Weijia. Sure, she was good looking, but was I really supposed to walk up and offer to spend money on her? The guy next to her would probably beat me to a pulp. Out of curiosity, when the system unusually prompted whether to view the information this time, I silently thought view in my mind. Name, Li Na. Age, 27. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Overall appearance, 81. Number, 77. Intimacy, 0, not acquainted with the host. Rewards can be obtained when reaching certain intimacy levels. 77? She must be new to this business, or perhaps she's had quite a few boyfriends. Forget it, I won't bother about her anymore. Being able to see others' status gives me a strong sense of security. It's nice that there are rewards for higher intimacy levels, but I wonder what those rewards could be. This system is really something. We're near the downtown shopping district, there must be plenty of beauties scoring over 80 here. Is it going to alert me every time I encounter one? And with no way to communicate with the system, this is really frustrating. I shook my head and walked toward the main entrance of Lixing Mall. From a distance, I spotted a girl standing on the steps by the entrance, waiting for someone. Her tall figure and pure yet sexy outfit were too eye-catching. I noticed her at once. As I approached, I saw her jet-black hair, jade-like skin, and expressive eyes. Her oval face was lightly made up, and her dazed expression exuded an aura of innocence. She wore a JK uniform, a white short-sleeved shirt with a red tie on top, and a burgundy-plaid miniskirt below, paired with brown loafers and black thigh-high socks. Her straight, pale, slender legs were utterly captivating, drawing lingering glances from many male passers-by. I thought to myself, money well spent, you get what you pay for. Totally worth it. The system prompted again, valid consumption target detected. View information? Yes. Name, Gu Weijia. Age, 19. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 87. Figure score, 98. Intimacy level, 0. Such a fine catch has actually been sullied by 2 bastards already. Whatever, she's still decent, I won't hold it against her. I calmly walked up to the girl and asked, "Are you Ruerue?" The girl glanced at me. Gu Weijia's affection -10. I was completely baffled. I'm not bad looking, after all. It must be because I look older that the affection dropped, I consoled myself. The girl smiled politely and said, yes, for the next 2 hours, how would you like me to address you? I reserve the right to decline anything too outrageous. Not bad service. Affection deduction aside, her attitude's quite good. By outrageous, she probably means stuff like daddy or master. I'm quite a bit older than you, I said. Just call me big brother. Gu Weijia visibly relaxed. Okay, brother, shall we go eat first now? There's a nice Western restaurant nearby, let's go. Gu Weijia was momentarily startled. After all, I was the one paying, and yet I was taking her someplace expensive, but she didn't refuse. The people around us seemed puzzled, some even thought they should try bravely hitting on the beauty. Meanwhile, though Gu Weijia didn't have a great impression of me, she still chatted with me with a smile. Soon we entered the Western restaurant. Welcome, this way please for the two of you. Guided by the waiter, we took our seats. Because of the system, I didn't dare order, but said calmly, order whatever you want, get plenty, and just order my portion too while you're at it. After speaking I pretended to fiddle with my phone. Looking at the menu, Gu Weijie was surprised, then thought perhaps I wanted to experience the service of having my girlfriend order for me, and so she relaxed. Alright, big bro. She simply ordered steak, salad, and dessert, 2 portions of each, all mid to low priced, then told me she was done. I quickly stopped her. That's not enough, order more. Waiter, go explain the foie gras and caviar to her. I mean, seriously, I was here to freeload a lavish meal. There was no way what she'd ordered would suffice. Though I knew she was trying to save me money, whether out of professional ethics or kindness, I wasn't sure. I couldn't help but feel my fondness for her grow a little more. Gu Weijie stared at me with wide eyes, her face full of surprise. I smiled and said, I know you're trying to save money for me, but I can afford this little expense. Order whatever you'd like. I refuse to believe 2 people can spend over 27,000 without ordering alcohol. If they don't exceed that, it's just a drop in the bucket. Gu Weijie muttered to herself, is this guy trying to hit on me or what? This isn't my first time taking on this kind of companion gaming job. Previous customers would all fall over themselves to impress me after meeting me, but most were just all talk. I've genuinely never encountered anyone as extravagant as this kid before. I know perfectly well that most people who hire us as gaming companions are basically those stuck in the middle. The genuinely poor can't afford to spend this money, while the truly wealthy have beauties surrounding them. Why would they need to hire fake gaming companions? So don't be fooled by our smiling faces when serving customers. Truth is, we're all mentally criticizing these people and fundamentally look down on them for hiring gaming companions. Unless they're exceptionally handsome, how could we possibly have any respect for them? But Yang Fan's attitude just now left me utterly baffled. Could he be trying to keep up appearances and play the wealthy patron in front of me? This thought actually piqued my interest, making my smile grow even sweeter. Alright then, brother, shall I order some more? Go ahead. I deliberately picked the most expensive dishes, even replacing some of what we'd previously ordered. After reviewing my selections with satisfaction, I said, brother, I've finished choosing, would you like to check? Yang Fan shook his head and said, no need. Waiter, serve it as ordered. The server acknowledged before asking, would you two like to order any wine? We have several excellent red wines here. Seeing Yang Fan's generous manner, she wanted to upsell for commission. Before Yang Fan could respond, I turned to him and said, big bro, I don't drink. Should I order a bottle if you'd like some? No need. After the server left, we chatted intermittently until the dishes arrived one after another in short order. I just said don't mention it and started eating without ceremony. Of course I wouldn't hesitate. It was my first time enjoying such a lavish feast, and there was no need to pretend to be reserved now. Half an hour later, after we had polished off most of the food on the table, I got up to pay the bill. As I glanced at the total 8,266, Gu Weijie, who had followed me, silently wondered if she had ordered too extravagantly. But I swiped my card without batting an eye. My paying for the meal move must have looked quite dashing, because I immediately heard the system prompt, Gu Weijie's affection plus 10. I froze for a moment. Had the previously lowered favorability been restored? I chuckled inwardly, thinking she really was a gold digger after all. Not that I minded. Putting on a nonchalant air, I said to Gu Weijie, let's go. Shopping time. We turned quite a few heads as we walked, though that had little to do with me. Still, it fed my vanity all the same. Soon, we entered the upscale Lixing department store. Seeing the LV boutique, I suggested, let's go in and take a look. Gu Weijie stuck out her tongue without saying a word and obediently followed me inside. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. May I ask what you're looking for, sir and madam? I'd be happy to make some recommendations. The sales associate smiled politely. Stores like these have strict training. You'd rarely encounter staff looking down on customers or mocking them. With limited funds in my account, I didn't dare act too boldly. We'll just browse the bags first. Of course, right this way please, she responded. I glanced at the prices of the bags and breathed a sigh of relief. Most ranged between 6,000 to 30,000, and I could afford the majority of them. These must be the regular models, the expensive ones aren't displayed in this section. Just then, I noticed Gu Ruijie's eyes glued to a particular bag, sparkling with excitement. How could I not understand this situation? I checked the price tag, 23,000. Not bad, not bad. I walked up behind her and asked softly, do you like it? Gu Ruijie turned around with a sweet smile. This bag is so beautiful, but it's just too expensive. I said directly to the salesperson, we'll take this bag, please make the bill. As soon as I said this, both Gu Ruijie and the salesperson froze in surprise. Purchasing without even looking at the bag? However, the salesperson quickly broke into a smile. Certainly, sir. Gu Ruijie asked in confusion, brother, are you buying the bag as a gift for someone? I smiled faintly and replied, it's for you. Don't you like it? Ha! Gu Ruijie widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. For me? I quickly went to pay with the clerk. I had to swipe my card, otherwise I wouldn't get the cash back and wouldn't have money left to buy anything else. All while leaving Gu Ruijie standing there utterly baffled. Returning with the bag, I handed it to her. Now it belongs to you. The pretty girl accepted the bag in a daze, probably still in shock. She's definitely thinking, is this guy really giving it to me? He must be trying to hit on me, right? But seeing how generously I spend money and how effortlessly I swipe my card, she probably figures I'm loaded and might just barely qualify for her? Pfft, what am I thinking? She's clearly just adding me to her roster as a high-quality backup. System notification, Gu Ruijie's intimacy level +10. Gu Ruijie feigned awkwardness, pushing the bag toward me. Brother, how could I possibly accept something so expensive? Take it back. I rolled my eyes internally. If our intimacy level hadn't just increased by 10 points, I might have believed him. What's given cannot be taken back. If you don't want it, just throw it away. There goes my cash back if I take it back. I'm not that stupid. Gu Ruijie exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of just throw it away if you don't want it nonsense is this? This costs over 20,000. I then asked the salesperson to bring out another bag priced over 20,000, saying to Gu Ruijie, I think this bag is nice too. You could alternate between them. Do you like how it looks? Gu Ruijie was surely thinking, is he really buying another one for me? Of course she liked it, but she still said, big brother, one is enough already. Please don't spend so much. I replied nonchalantly, it's not that much money. We're here to spend today, don't ruin the holiday mood. Then he turned to the clerk and said, write it up. The clerk swallowed hard in secret. Here was something others didn't even want, yet it was being forced upon them anyway. She gazed at Gu Ruijie with undisguised envy. System notification affection level with Ruijie Gu +5. Ruijie Gu says no with her mouth, but her affection level tells the truth. She must be grumbling inside. Just because I'm spending money doesn't mean it should all be on her. After that, I took her to other shops to buy clothes and cosmetics. I initially wanted to purchase jewelry too, but Gu Ruijie absolutely refused to go. She was genuinely shocked. We had already spent over 100,000 yuan and couldn't bring herself to accept anything more. If it weren't for the fact that I seemed perfectly normal in every other way, she probably would have thought I had lost my mind. The entire time, I didn't buy a single thing for myself, it was all for her. But she had to admit, getting showered with money probably felt pretty good. After these 2 hours together, Gu Ruijie's attitude had changed quite a bit, and the intimacy level reached 33. I noticed the intimacy level was rising slowly and almost stagnating. It seems this girl, though materialistic, still has her principles and isn't completely a gold digger. So I said, alright then, let's stop shopping. Chapter 7. I'm not that kind of person. Seeing Yang Fan agree not to go shopping, Gu Ruijie's face lit up with a smile. Brother, let me put these things back home first, then I'd like to treat you to a meal, okay? Yang Fan had only ordered 2 hours of companionship service, and the time limit had long passed, but the girl never mentioned it. Noticing they were both carrying numerous bags and it would really be inconvenient, he agreed to her suggestion. While waiting for the car, the girl asked curiously, Big brother, didn't you drive here? She was now completely certain that Yang Fan was genuinely wealthy. It wouldn't have surprised her if he owned a luxury car, yet here they were waiting for a ride-hailing service. Yang Fan shrugged in response. I don't have a driver's license yet. I'll consider buying a car later. A car? With just over 20 grand, I'm supposed to buy a fucking minivan? Driving that thing would be so embarrassing. No way I'm buying it. Gu Ruijie suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The two soon arrived at an ordinary residential area near the University of Finance and Economics. After getting out of the car, Gu Ruijie said somewhat sheepishly, Brother, the place I'm renting is right here. There's too much stuff, could you help me with it? Let's go. Yang Fan had no objections and immediately picked stuff up as he walked ahead. The 2-bedroom apartment looked quite nice, especially the girls' room. It was cozy and tidy, clearly belonging to someone who took pride in cleanliness. That made sense. If the room had been messy, she probably would have been too embarrassed to invite me in. Gu Ruijie put down her things in high spirits and said cheerfully, Brother, you rest for a bit first, let me get you a glass of water. After a moment, Yang Fan sat on the bed holding a water cup and asked, "Are you studying at the Finance and Economics University nearby?" Gu Ruijie sat down right next to him. "That's right, I'm a freshman here. Didn't want to live in the dorms, so my best friend and I rented this place together. Are college students really this free? Still finding time for part-time jobs. University life offers plenty of freedom. I not only work part-time as an offline companion, but also model on the side." Yang Fan set his gaze on the girl, scrutinizing her carefully. That figure would indeed be perfect for modeling. Gu Ruijie noticed Yang Fan's slightly aggressive gaze, but far from feeling embarrassed, she secretly felt delighted. "Thank you for the compliment, big brother. What kind of modeling do you do?" "I take pretty much everything available, but usually we only get hired for KTV and bar openings, or events like that. Places rarely want part-time models for things like car shows." "Pretty competitive, huh? Tell me about it." "Sometimes we don't get a single job assignment for months, but it's fine, just a side gig for some extra pocket money anyway. I'm not picky, hee. Yang Fan nodded understandingly. Still a student, after all, making money definitely wasn't the main priority. "And what do you do for work, big bro?" Gu Ruijie was very curious about what Yang Fan did for a living. How could a man who had just met her spend over 100,000 without even blinking? Before today, she wouldn't have believed such people existed. Even most rich second-generation heirs wouldn't spend freely unless they saw clear returns, treating money as something to show off rather than something to spend on girls. But this man spent lavishly without hesitation, definitely a high-quality prospect. "Me, I'm in investments. You think I'd tell you I'm a failed web novelist? Big brother must have quite the investment portfolio, right? Not bad. Anyway, the money's definitely endless, it just keeps growing the more I spend." Hiss. Gu Ruijie gasped aloud hearing this tone. Damn, look at how hard he's trying to show off. She was 100% convinced that Yang Fan was wealthy, but when it came to the claim that his money was inexhaustible and even multiplied the more he spent, she thought he was full of hot air. Gu Ruijie's affection level, -2. But considering he was probably just showing off, she thought it harmless and even played along, giving him an adoring look. When Yang Fan noticed the stars in the girl's eyes and heard the notification of the affection level dropping by 2 points, he could only internally curse, "What the hell? God knows if he's telling the truth. With that damn system cheating him, even though he only has about 20,000 bucks, the money keeps coming back as fast as he spends it, truly an endless supply. And once his level increases and the cashback ratio goes up, wouldn't that mean the more he spends, the richer he gets? Now that's just unfair." Though he thought this way, he merely offered a faint smile on the surface. "I know you don't believe it, but that doesn't matter." The girl quickly shook her head after hearing this. "It's not that I don't believe. I'm sure what Big Brother says is true, I'm just amazed at how incredible you are." She said it with words, but in her heart she thought, as a fairy maiden, my money isn't even spent enough yet. As long as I budget carefully, it'll always suffice. But Yang Fan genuinely had money, and she didn't want to leave a bad impression on him, deciding to just go along with everything without hesitation. Yang Fan didn't dwell on such matters with her either. "We've rested enough, shall we go grab something to eat?" "Sure, big bro. There's a hot pot place nearby that's pretty good. Want me to take you there? Who eats hot pot during festivals? Let's go for a proper feast." Seeing the girl's conflicted expression, he instantly understood what was going on. "Let's go, my treat. Did you really think I'd let you pay?" Though he knew the right approach was to make girls invest in him too. But he wasn't looking for a wife, why bother with mind games? Just throw money at it, simple and brutal. Why bother with hot pot when you can get a free gourmet meal? The girl, seeing she couldn't persuade him, reluctantly agreed. After spending several thousand yuan on a luxurious seafood feast, the two were strolling down the street. At this point, Gu Ruijie had already taken the initiative to hold Yang Fan's hand, behaving like a couple, giving him just a little taste of sweetness. If not for seeing the intimacy level stuck at 39, one might truly think the girl had developed feelings for him. At this moment, the girl asked softly, "Brother, where are we going now?" Yang Fan smiled playfully. "Feeling a bit tired, let's head to the hotel." Gu Ruijie trembled slightly as she understood his implication. She wasn't that naive, what a man and woman would do alone in a hotel was obvious to anyone. Yet she felt hesitant, not because she disliked Yang Fan or prized her so-called purity too much, mainly because everything seemed to be moving too fast between them, and she feared he might not cherish what came too easily. You must keep them hooked, that's the most advantageous move. What's out of reach is always the most coveted. Even now, all she had in mind was to keep Yang Fan, this premium catch in her pond, on the line without any intention of giving herself away. So she stopped in her tracks, pouted her lips, and feigned indignation as she questioned him. "Brother, what kind of person do you take me for? Am I really that frivolous in your eyes?" Yang Fan was momentarily stunned, turning his head in surprise to look at the other person. The intimacy level hadn't budged, he couldn't quite tell whether she was playing hard to get or genuinely refusing. If I wanted something casual, why wouldn't I just go to a club and pick up young models? Even Gu Weijie had to admit there was truth in those words when they were spoken. With over 100,000, you could hire quite a few young models, right? Gu Weijie's affection +1. Chapter 8, The Little Fairy Who Wants to Play the Field. Although Yang Fan's words increased Gu Weijie's affection, but she had made up her mind not to let him win so easily, so she huffed indignantly. Then Big Brother shouldn't have taken me to a hotel. After all, we just met today, and I'm not mentally prepared yet. Besides, shouldn't Big Brother pursue me properly first? I really long for a sweet romance too. I'm chasing your sister's leg like hell. Isn't it sweet to throw money at it? Who would bother chasing after that? Though mentally grumbling, Yang Fan could tell the other person genuinely wanted to refuse. There wouldn't be any free meals today. This attitude of theirs was probably meant to keep him on the hook. His mentality had shifted after becoming that big fool, so he wasn't about to indulge them. He spoke up bluntly. Alright, I'll walk you to the car. Gu Weijie was taken aback by this, studying the other person's expression but finding nothing unusual, just a calm demeanor. Then she spoke up to ask, Are you angry, brother? I just... Yang Fan shook his head, cutting her off. Nothing like that. Alright, let's hail a cab. Gu Weijie could tell he genuinely intended for her to leave, evidently angry but unwilling to admit it. Yet she didn't mind. She was confident sunshine would follow the storm once his temper cooled, especially since they'd already exchanged WeChat contacts. After seeing Gu Weijie off into her car, Yang Fan also hailed a taxi home. His phone rang while he was still in the car. Brother, I'm home. Yang Fan muted the notifications and couldn't be bothered to respond. He needed to set the right attitude to prevent the girl from getting too confident. Gu Weijie returned home beaming with joy, spreading out the luxury items she'd purchased earlier across her bed to admire them one by one, her smile never fading. After trying on 2 outfits, she noticed her phone remained silent. Checking it, she confirmed Yang Fan still hadn't replied to her message. After some thought, she sent another text. Brother, why aren't you replying to me? Please don't be mad anymore, okay? She waited for a long time but still no response, thinking to herself, perhaps he didn't notice his phone. She didn't believe Yang Fan would truly ignore a fairy like her. She had given him the chance, and he would surely cherish it. With that, she stopped worrying about the phone and went back to admiring her luxury goods. Almost an hour passed before she picked up the phone again, only to find there was still no reply. Her heart sank with a sudden dread. Has it really been this long without checking the phone? Could she be intentionally ignoring the messages? Gu Weijie's intimacy-1. Just then, a voice sounded outside her room door. What's our little Rue up to? It was Gu Weijie's best friend and roommate who had returned, a pretty girl with a single ponytail. Before Gu Weijie could turn her head to reply, she heard a shrill scream. Ah, an LV bag, Chanel gift set, and all these cosmetics. Little Rue, did you rob a department store? My best friend rushed in surprised and started picking up the luxury items on the bed to examine them. Gu Weijie couldn't help but laugh when she saw her best friend's astonished expression. Shanshan, why are you back so early? It's a holiday today, how could your boyfriend bear to let you come back? TSK. Don't change the subject. Out with it, what did you do today? How come you have so many luxury goods? None of your business. What? Little Rue dares to talk back? I'll tickle you to death. Her best friend Shanshan pounced on Gu Weijie and started tickling her mercilessly. Ah, stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, okay? Afterwards, Gu Weijie recounted to her best friend how she had come to know Yang Fan. Her friend listened in wide-eyed disbelief, and the first question out of her mouth was filled with skepticism. Are you sure he isn't crazy? Absolutely not. That would be truly unbelievable. By the way, why don't you introduce me to such a great uncle too? Gu Weijie's eyes flashed with dangerous light as she looked at her best friend. Not a chance, you already have a boyfriend. Shanshan replied nonchalantly. How can he compare to an uncle with unlimited spending power? Since you don't want him anyway, just pass him to me, keep the benefits within the family as they say. Who said I don't want him? Then why are you stringing him along? You think he's like those young boys you know? A man with that kind of money wouldn't lack for women? Money spent is money spent, does it have to be spent on you specifically? Faced with her best friend's rapid-fire questions, Gu Weijie immediately fell into silence. Am I truly wrong? But how could a little fairy ever be wrong? Shanshan, seeing her lost in thought, didn't press any further. She tossed out a parting remark, think it over carefully. If you really don't want it, I'm ready to take it off your hands. Then she left the room. After resting for a while at home, Yang Fan opened Douyin and found that Shasha and Xiaolu were both live streaming. He entered Shasha's live broadcast room. Welcome, my brother Xiaoyao. Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for coming to see Shasha. He had barely stepped inside when Shasha, who was chatting with her fellow streamers, spotted him and immediately cheered. At least this girl has got some sense. Surprisingly, the legal loli had twin tails today, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt with a cat pattern, pink fabric hot pants, and her signature look, mismatched white thigh-highs, one long, one short. One might describe it as both innocent and seductive. Yang Fan smiled and directly topped up 27,000, then sent out 9 carnivals in quick succession, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the 9 carnivals. Come on, everyone, flood the screen with Brother Xiaoyao is the GOAT. The viewers started chatting among themselves. Only Brother Xiaoyao can pull this off, coming in and dropping 9 carnivals right away to keep Xia happy. Another day envying the wealthy. Adventure Xiaoyao. Speaking of which, Brother Xiaoyao, aren't you celebrating the holiday? You actually came to watch the live stream. Brother Xiaoyao is clearly here to spend the holiday with Xia, isn't he? Endless carnival gifts as Valentine's presents, how does that sound? Honestly, this is more captivating than any other gift. The streamer audience was chatting when suddenly 9 carnival gifts exploded on the screen, instantly catapulting Xia to the hourly rankings. Yang Fan had come specifically to shower gifts on that girl today, partly as reciprocation, but mainly because he wanted to investigate why his VIP level hadn't increased yet. He'd been suspecting it was simply because he hadn't spent enough. Just as he sent another 9 carnivals and finished recharging before gifting, Xia's voice suddenly interrupted. Brother Xiaoyao, a streamer is connecting with me, should I answer? Go ahead. With a flicker of the screen, an incredibly sexy female streamer appeared on the other side. Her eyes, lined with makeup, looked alluring, accentuated by a beauty mark near her eye. She wore an off-shoulder top, revealing black straps on her shoulders. The light-colored, sheer fabric of her outfit was slightly transparent, and her ample bust was prominently displayed. Because she was too close to the screen, it was hard to see what she was wearing on the lower half of her body. Wow, it's a beautiful girl. Hello there, pretty girl. The streamer, whose name was Ali, was the first to greet. Valid spending target detected. You can always trust the system's judgment. This is undoubtedly a beauty scoring over 80 points. Xia replied as well. Hello, you're very beautiful too. Especially your eyes, they're truly captivating. Thanks for the compliment. I noticed your big brother looks impressive, so I came over to get acquainted. Shall we play a match? Sure. Should we set some penalties? Chapter 9, The Charming Ari. The penalties they set were quite light, clearly indicating these opponents just came for fun while making friendly introductions. When both girls muted their mics to campaign for votes simultaneously, it became Yang Fan's time to perform. He just realized the other party was a slightly bigger streamer, whose follower count and live viewership numbers exceeded Xia's by more than just a small margin. Half-Life Wanderer, send Carnival *2. Half-Life Wanderer, send Carnival *9. Sasha's livestream was instantly flooded with the dazzling effects of the Carnival's gift. During Yang Fan's top-up session, the opposing livestream also saw a flurry of gifts popping up, but they still fell far short of the score he had racked up, so he held off on making another move, intending to wait for the opponent to close the gap a bit. But after waiting several minutes with no progress from the other side, Yang Fan grew puzzled. The other party initiated the connection themselves, they must have some strength, so why isn't their vote count moving? It wasn't until the PK was almost over that their health bar suddenly skyrocketed. Only then did he realize they were trying to steal the tower at the last moment. After throwing 9 more carnivals in quick succession, he completely suppressed them. Still, he silently recited withdraw in his mind and sped up his recharge operations. Once topped up, he noticed the other side hadn't caught up. This round's votes couldn't be cast in time as the clock ran out. 5421323812447. Although he won the PK battle, Yang Fan also realized his limitation. He couldn't sustain consecutive gifting sprees. Against opponents launching surprise attacks with overwhelming firepower, his maximum capacity of 27,000 per round simply couldn't keep pace. As Ali stood up, Yang Fan noticed for the first time that she was wearing a dark red miniskirt on her lower body, revealing long, straight, snow-white legs that were quite alluring. Why the long legs again? That's an excellent question. On Douyin/Douyin, there's a leg lengthening filter, so regardless of whether these female streamers actually have long legs or not, they'll definitely appear to have mile-long limbs. Here, you'll have a hard time finding any female streamer with short legs, that's for sure. Just as Ali returned to the screen and was about to exchange some polite words with Xia, she suddenly spotted the Carnival special effect. Banshur Xiaoyao, sent Carnival *2. Half-Life Carefree, sent 9 Carnival gifts. Yang Fan didn't hold back either. As soon as the punishment ended, he immediately jumped to the opposite live stream room and sent 9 Carnival gifts. Ali froze for a moment before bursting with excitement. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for sending 9 Carnival gifts. This couldn't be medical fees, could it? I've never seen such expensive medical fees before. Thanks again to my brother Xiaoyao. Feel free to drop by my livestream anytime you're free, Brother Xiaoyao. I'm a dance streamer too. Faced with the beauty's continuous thanks and invitations, Yang Fan felt pretty damn good inside. It's mainly because this streamer scored over 80, tipping her doesn't cost me anything out of pocket, so there's zero pressure. As for whether it was medical expenses, does that really matter? Sasha felt a slight twinge of jealousy seeing her big bro shower another streamer with 9 luxurious carnival gifts. That streamer was undeniably alluring, enough to trigger an instinctive sense of threat in her. But she also understood big bro's spending habits were his own business. Trying to tie him down was impossible. Push too hard and she might upset him, making the whole situation counterproductive. After all, big bro spent money to buy happiness. So even if she felt jealous, she dared not show it, knowing that working harder to please big brother was the only way to go. As for meeting big brother offline, she hadn't considered it, at least not for now. What if he turned out to be a pot-bellied guy with a receding hairline, or some shriveled old man? The thought alone made her wonder if she even liked money that much after all. Since elder brother hasn't mentioned this matter, it's best to delay it as long as possible. Shortly after returning to Shasha's livestream, Young Fan proceeded to spam 9 carnival gifts in rapid succession. This move made Shasha secretly relieved. It seemed brother Free and Easy still favored her most as his cherished streamer. Judging by today's gifting speed, the number of sound waves would far surpass yesterday's count. This proved that her little holiday greeting tactic had gained the big brother's approval, and she couldn't help feeling a bit excited. After finishing this round, Young Fan wanted to see how this twin-tailed legal loli would dance, so he typed, "Dance for me." Since the big brother had spoken, Sasha naturally had no objections. "Alright, brother Xiaoyao, what kind of dance would you like to see? Jump wherever you want." Then Sasha turned on the music and began swaying her body. Though it was just casual movement, it was still quite alluring. Holy shit, Sasha's twin tails dancing is seriously something else. As a lolicon, I can't help but marvel at this. I'm typing with both hands to show my innocence. I'm done for now, guys, carry on. This twisted move is killing me. Not just the regular viewers, even Young Fan, whose nouveau riche mentality had kicked in, couldn't tear his eyes away. The speed of sending gifts wasn't slow either, with 9 carnivals, a gift type, being thrown onto the screen at regular intervals. Fortunately, everyone had their visual effects turned off. After all, who needs special effects when there's a beautiful girl dancing? Time flew by swiftly. Yang Fan had already spent over 100,000 here, keeping Shasha consistently on the hourly rankings and attracting many new visitors. Yet, his Fool level still hadn't increased. Where exactly does the problem lie? Is consumption not meeting the mark yet? Or do we need to raise favorability with multiple potential partners? Preparing to investigate further, he informed Shasha, "Keep up the good stream, I'm gonna look around." "Alright brother Xiaoyao, take care, and come visit often." Shasha understood this meant he wanted to check out other livestream rooms, but she didn't feel the slightest jealousy. After all, the big spender had already dropped over 100 grand in her room today, leaving her absolutely thrilled beyond words. Her attitude was clear, the patron could do whatever he pleased, just as long as he didn't forget about her, that alone would be contentment enough. After exiting Shasha's livestream, Yang Fan noticed many of the anchors he followed were online, including Xiaolu Chibu Pang, who was system verified for CASHBACK, and the recently viewed Ali. He decided to visit these two beauty streams first for some fun. Ali was currently in a PK battle with an unfamiliar female streamer, whose appearance was equally stunning, almost on par with Ali, each possessing their own unique charm. Ali could be heard shouting excitedly, "Folks, let's push hard together. The gap isn't big anymore, just one carnival gift could turn the tide." Any big brothers out there with reserves left to give Ali a boost? You wouldn't want to see Ali get soaked from chugging cola, would you? Start showering those small gifts. Any passing big brothers willing to lend a hand? Pretty please. Right at that moment, Yang Fan, who had been watching from outside for a while, entered the livestream. Chapter 10, Dance Streamer, Train Shake. Yang Fan entered without Ali noticing, as she was still shouting enthusiastically. "There's not much time left, Ali is begging you. Really don't want to drink cola, as punishment. Getting wet will definitely earn me a warning, might even get banned. Is there any generous brother passing by who can save Ali?" Ali froze the moment she finished shouting, paused for a second, then let out a scream. "Ah, thank you my brother Xiaoyao for the carnival gift. Ha ha ha." With brother Xiaoyao's appearance, Ali instantly feels like she's got her mojo back, because she suddenly saw carnival special effects floating across the screen, and not just one. When she saw the ID name on the screen, she couldn't help but let out an excited scream. Yang Fan had originally intended to shower the opposing side with gifts to see Ari get drenched, but unfortunately, the opposing female streamer didn't meet the mark. Ari never expected that the top supporter from another female streamer's audience would parachute in to save the day for her. After all, inviting brother Xiaoyao to visit her livestream back then was just polite small talk. Yet not long after, he actually showed up and even helped her clinch victory ahead of schedule. He'd already gifted her 9 carnival celebrations before, and now came another 9. If she still couldn't tell brother Xiaoyao was interested in her after all this, she might as well quit being a streamer after all these months. so her mind began to whirl with possibilities. It's in the bag, it's in the bag. Brother Xiaoyao is truly Ari's savior. Ari loves you, moi, hearts. And big thanks to all the other precious ones who voted, love you all. The current vote count stood at 353,691 to 92,587. With little time remaining, victory was all but secured. The viewers in the live stream started cracking jokes. Ali is amazing. She went out for a PK battle and ended up poaching the opponent's top supporters to vote for her insane skills. Or was it her chanting some magic spell just now, beckoning passing big spenders to lend a hand? Gotta hand it to her, our Ali's allure truly is next level. Isn't this that crazy overpowered guy we ran into before? I blew all my stockpile on tower stealing during that PK match, so I'm completely tapped out for these two fights now. Tell me about it. Worst part is we didn't even succeed in stealing the tower. At Wandering Free, welcome bro. Let me tell you, Ali's dances are absolutely fire, guaranteed you won't wanna leave once you see them. Wandering Free? Oh really? Well now I've gotta see this for myself. At this moment, the female streamer across had already admitted defeat and picked up a bottle of Coke to chug. Immersive translate. Ari was overjoyed. Originally, this should have been her punishment. Later, the female streamer across went to change clothes, but Ari never hung up. After waiting for a while, she noticed that Brother Xiaoyao didn't seem inclined to send hospitality gifts to the other side. Instead, he stayed in her livestream chatting with viewers about her dancing. Of course she wouldn't mention anything about medical fees to Brother Xiaoyao, she wasn't stupid. Moreover, she seemed to have realized that Xiaoyao didn't make a habit of spending large amounts on medical bills randomly, but rather chose people specifically. This discovery delighted her immensely, especially remembering how she'd received a full 9 carnival gifts after losing their last fight. Didn't this mean she was somewhat special? You absolutely must keep Brother Xiaoyao happy. If you can manage to win him over as your guardian brother, that would be even better. What she didn't know was that it wasn't that young fan didn't want to pay the medical fees for the other side, it was completely because the system wouldn't let him. Don't be fooled, though the other parties' looks seem comparable to Ali's, that's only on the surface. The truth is, once they turn off the beauty filters and effects, they don't even score an 80. It kind of feels like deception. I wonder what that elder brother will think after seeing the real face. Ali cut off the connection, glanced at the fans chatting passionately, and then asked, Brother Xiaoyao, do you want to see Ali dance? Upon hearing this, young fan didn't hesitate for a second, he immediately sent out 9 carnival gifts, a type of high-value virtual gift, and typed just one single character in response. Jump! Hiss! Ali gasped at the sight. This big brother was truly bold and charismatic. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the 9 carnivals. Since Brother Xiaoyao wants to see it, Ali will definitely dance. But may I ask what dance you'd like to see? As soon as Ali finished speaking, the screen below began flooding with messages. Train shake. Train shake. Got a train shake. Ah woo. I'm just here to watch Ali do the train shake. I've got my moves ready, let's train shake. Tissues are prepped, waiting for Ali's train shake. Train shake +1. Train shake plus 10,086. Yang Fan had originally wanted to play Gokuraku Jodo, but seeing all his fellow streamers unanimously calling for the train shake, he became intrigued. Gotta go with the crowd's choice, train shake it is. Ali saw Young Fan's floating comment and thought to herself, great, another one corrupted. Although this dance was kinda something, she wasn't actually opposed to it. It happened to be one of her signature moves. Using this to keep Big Bro interested might significantly boost her chances. Alright then, since everyone wants to see the train shake, just give me a moment, I'll go change outfits. Yang Fan was amazed, thinking to himself how professional this was. Different costumes prepared for different dances, now that's what you call dedication. He waited with bated breath for quite some time. When Ari reappeared, she certainly didn't disappoint. She was wearing a set of extremely fitting and sexy dance attire that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. This Ari is really something. Her appearance was naturally that of an enchantingly beautiful woman, but now clad in this seductive outfit, it stirred an unusual feeling in Yang Fan's heart. Ali stepped back after turning on the music, slightly distancing herself from the screen so everyone could see the full picture. Moments later, she flashed a charming smile before naturally swaying her body to the rhythm of the music. Throughout, she struck alluring poses and paired them with tantalizing expressions that perfectly matched her face. Yang Fan instantly felt a soul-stirring allure. It's a bit too sexy. I couldn't help but think inwardly, no wonder everyone wants to see the train shake, this is downright addictive. You can't really blame him after all, he's only had the system for 2 days, and his mindset hasn't fully shifted from being immortal yet. Soon, the song came to an end. Yang Fan had already started sending out carnival gifts, slapping them onto the screen one after another with a pa-pa-pa sound. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. It seems Brother Xiaoyao really enjoyed Ali's dance. If you like it, feel free to visit often. Ali has many other dance moves that are just as good. That was great. Do another one of your specialties? After saying this, Young Fan sent several more carnival gifts in quick succession. Ali was overjoyed at the sight. This is truly someone spending money like water, throwing carnival gifts without hesitation. Chapter 11, Little Deer is actually quite lovely too. After dancing a few more routines, Ali then started to take a break. Yang Fan watched with great interest and casually gave away several carnival gifts before leaving. Although both Ali and Shasha are dance streamers, they are quite different. Shasha embodies the pure desire aesthetic and excels particularly in otaku-style dances from anime culture. Ali, on the other hand, represents the sexy style, with girl group dances and hot performances being her strongest suits. Each has her own unique style, or as Yang Fan puts it, he likes them all. He even considered that if there ever came an opportunity, he might have the two exchange notes, each learning dances the other specializes in. That would probably be quite exciting. Having stayed here for quite some time now and having spent about 100 grand, he finally spoke up. I'm going out for a walk. Ali, who was chatting, was about to say something when he noticed the other person had already left the livestream room. After a moment of speechlessness, he continued broadcasting. When Yang Fan came out and saw that Shasha had already signed off, but Xiaolu was still live, he thought about how pretty this girl was and decided to enter her stream. Xiaolu, who had been half-heartedly responding to viewers' questions, immediately lit up with joy when she noticed him entering the livestream. Welcome, brother Xiaoyao, to Little Deer's live streaming room. However, the response she got was, Half-Life Free Wanderer, send Carnival *2. Half-Life Carefreeness send Carnival *9. Thank you brother Carefree for the carnival. Brother Carefree is awesome. Deer kept thanking excitedly, even bowing repeatedly. She was about to end the live stream but instantly regained her energy. She, who relied solely on her good looks without any talents, kept streaming but saw little progress. She envied Shasha, even Ali. Yang Fan continuously spammed the screen while gifting Carnival, so she saw it too. Today, these two female streamers took turns topping the hourly rankings, which was how she recognized Ali. She was overjoyed when brother Xiaoyao added her on WeChat yesterday, but then reality hit hard. He never responded to her messages. It also occurred to him that he probably hadn't attracted this older brother, perhaps adding his WeChat was just out of politeness. She had an excellent opinion of herself, believing her actual looks surpassed those of the two streaming girls. During her live streams, she used minimal beauty filters. Having been a natural beauty since childhood, she was extremely confident about her face and figure. Sadly, her downfall was her lack of any real talent worth showing off. Sometimes she even resented beauty filters. If no one used them, she believed she'd still be quite competitive. But now with everyone using beauty filters, suddenly we're all pretty girls, leaving only sheer talent to compete. Isn't that just bullying? What she never expected was brother Xiaoyao suddenly appearing in her livestream and gifting so many carnivals, which naturally made her visibly thrilled. Little Deer had vibrantly expressive eyes and distinctly sculpted features, truly a beauty. The flaw lay in her overly conventional outfit, hardly revealing by any standard. Yang Fan was somewhat speechless when he saw Xiaolu, who was also at the level of a beauty but whose appeal was left in the dust by Ali and Shasha, while other talented hosts were pushing boundaries by showing shoulders, legs, and belly buttons. What's the deal with you, a looks-based host, dressing so conservatively? This way, it's hard to attract casual visitors, let alone catch the eye of big spenders. But though he complained inwardly, he had no intention of pointing it out to Xiaolu. Because such a female streamer is truly a breath of fresh air, you can't exactly force her to tread the line of suggestive content, can you? Besides, she's most likely aware of all this but simply refuses to follow the crowd. After all, there are about 100 people in her livestream. You can't tell me none of the regular viewers have brought this up before. Yang Fan shook his head before sending out several more carnivals, virtual gifts, then typed while watching Xiaolu bow repeatedly in thanks. Alright, enough with the thanks, just keep streaming. From her bow, you could tell she still had a killer figure. The deer's expression darkened upon hearing this. What kind of outrageous nonsense was this? Ha ha ha, Little Deer got rejected by Big Brother. You'd better sit still and be a pretty vase. If you keep flattering him like this, you'll end up driving him away. Xiaolu, let's get back to the earlier question. What if the person who lights up your gallery every week is a recently divorced middle-aged man? Would you still want that kind of boyfriend? What's the point of lighting up galleries? Why settle for scraps? Brother Xiaoyao just sent over a dozen carnivals. Isn't that 10 times better than lighting up galleries? See, Xiaolu, a boyfriend who meets your requirements just appeared, didn't he? The little deer got somewhat embarrassed by the netizens and shouted loudly. I'm warning you all to watch your mouths. If you scare away my brother Xiaoyao later, you can't afford the consequences. I'll seriously fight you guys. My taekwondo skills are no joke. Yang Fan froze when he heard this, glanced at the netizens' comments, and then asked, what's going on? At Half-Life Wanderer brother Xiaoyao, before you arrived, we were asking the little deer what kind of boyfriend she wanted. She said she wanted someone who'd come every week to light up all her exhibition halls. At Bunchy Xiaoyao, why don't you just fulfill Xiaolu's wish? After some calculations, I can tell our Xiaolu genuinely wants to fall in love. That's right, that's right. Aside from being a bad singer, our Xiaolu was actually quite beautiful. Seeing her fans getting carried away, Xiaolu grew a bit flustered. Enough already. I can take you teasing me, but don't you dare tease Xiaoyao. Do you know how hard it is to get a big spender in my stream? Ugh, this bunch of fans is truly impossible to manage. Dear, you actually look down on me? I'm going to unfollow you. Dear dares to talk back to us? If we don't unfollow her, she won't know our power. Unfollow, unfollow, this time we must unfollow. Dear has broken my heart. We were clearly trying to help you, and you actually look down on us? Nothing more to say, let's start an unfollow wave. Seeing the barrage of comments saying they were going to unfollow, little dear instantly deflated and quickly flashed an appeasing smile. Don't be rash, my lovelies, don't be rash. Let's talk this out, we're practically family here, why unfollow? It's not worth it, really, not worth it. After little dear's continuous reassurances, the viewers haughtily agreed to forgive her just this once. With the crisis averted, little dear slumped back in her chair, looking absolutely drained of all will to live. Yang Fan thought this livestream was quite entertaining, no wonder Xiaolu had managed to gather a loyal following. Then he tossed 2 more carnival gifts onto the screen. The previously despondent Xiaolu shot up from her chair with a jolt, but before she could even express her gratitude, Yang Fan sent a message. No more thanking me, or I'll unfollow. The deer froze mid-motion, staring dumbfounded at the words Brother Xiaoyao had typed on screen. This couldn't possibly be Brother Xiaoyao's tone? Had he really blended in with those Baozi fangirls so quickly? After repeatedly verifying it was indeed their boss speaking beyond doubt, the deer collapsed back into the chair again, not from utter despair this time, but from questioning life itself. After staying in the live stream for quite a while longer, Yang Fan finally left, having gifted Xiaolu over 100,000 yuan in total, making the young girl utterly ecstatic. What mattered most was that Yang Fan wouldn't let her thank him, forcing her to hold it in. Now that he was gone, Xiaolu immediately started bouncing and dancing around the livestream, overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 12, Morning Benefits. After leaving Xiaolu's livestream, Yang Fan glanced at Ali's private message and added her on V. The other party instantly accepted and quickly sent a message. Ali must have been off air and playing with her phone, hence the speedy reply. Xiaoyao Gu, you finally added Ali, pouts. Just saw this dot. Brother Xiaoyao went to such expense today, I wonder what Ali can do to serve you. Yang Fan was momentarily stunned by these words, thinking to himself, is this beauty so easy to handle? Anything at all, followed by a lecherous emoji. Ali could tell the other person misunderstood at a glance, and a dark line instantly appeared on his face. Do I look like such an easy person to you? But she didn't want to offend Yang Fan, so she cut straight to the point. Humph, you bad man. What Ali wants to ask is, Brother Xiaoyao, are you a merchant? Looking for Ali to promote products or advertise something? Yang Fan finally realized that was what the other party meant. No wonder Ali not only had over 1 million followers but also consistently drew a good audience in her live streams, positioning her as an upper mid-tier streamer. This was entirely different from minor streamers like Xia and Xiaolu, so her considerations naturally differed as well. Facing a big spender like Yang Fan, who had suddenly gifted over 100,000 after just exchanging a few sentences, it was only natural for her to suspect he might be a sales agent, game promoter, or advertiser. So I was getting ready to ask clearly. Having figured it out, Yang Fan replied, I'm not selling anything. Seeing this message, Ali felt a surge of joy in his heart. Selling nothing meant it was all about nostalgia, and this time he'd truly encountered a big spender. It's mainly because you're so generous, Brother Xiaoyao, that Ali couldn't help overthinking and got a bit flustered. Please don't blame little Ali, okay? Pretty please. No trouble at all, just spare change. Don't worry about it. Ali was in remarkably high spirits now, the fatigue from her earlier dancing sessions completely vanishing as she eagerly prepared to charm Yang Fan. Yet after sending 2 more messages without receiving any reply, she felt rather like punching thin air. She had no choice but to send a message. Has Brother Xiaoyao gone to bed already? Then Ali should head to bed early too. Good night. Yang Fan hadn't actually gone to sleep, he was gaming. He wasn't in the habit of replying to messages mid-game anyway, and since it wasn't anything important, just casual chat, he couldn't be bothered to respond. For the next couple of days, he didn't go out wandering. He mostly stayed home during the day, typing away at his writing. Since he was still figuring out how to upgrade the system, he spent his evenings browsing the beauty live streams on Douyin, tossing gifts around generously, of course. Gradually, he gained some fame on Douyin as well. He frequently pushed his trio of past favorites to the hourly rankings, making both streamers and viewers aware of this big spending tycoon. Don't think Yang Fan's nightly spending of hundreds of thousands was insignificant. In reality, his spending power ranked among the very top on the entire Douyin platform. Many who have accumulated more points than him did so simply by playing for an excessively long time. And most of these accounts are either guild-owned, merchant accounts, or even fake products from those who've already gone into so souls behind bars. There aren't many genuine big spenders like him who have actually earned this much legitimately, so it's no surprise he's gained some fame. The reason he's been writing these past few days is that he hasn't yet figured out how to level up, so manuscript fees still seem quite important to him. Though it's just a few thousand yuan a month, it can steadily build up some cashback capital, right? Unfortunately, he realized within just 2 days that he'd been overthinking it. His mindset had changed too much. He simply couldn't focus on writing. The stuff he produced those 2 days was a complete mess, even he couldn't bear to read it. He had no choice but to give up on that plan. On the 3rd day after waking up, he picked up his phone as usual and noticed an unread message. Opening it casually, he saw it was from Xiaolu. Among the 3 girls, Xiaolu, despite being the one he interacted with the least, actually enjoyed chatting with him the most. Even when he didn't reply, she occasionally shared bits of her daily life with him. It was as if she didn't mind whether or not she got a response. Image.jpg. Picture.jpg. Hey Xiao, I made this breakfast myself. Looks delicious, doesn't it? I told you my cooking skills are top-notch, but you didn't believe me. Humph. Young Fan looked at the food in the picture and had to admit it looked pretty good enough to actually make him feel a bit hungry. But instead of acknowledging it, he slipped into his usual teasing mode. What's so interesting about breakfast photos? If you were sending private ones, I'm sure they'd look much tastier. Ugh, pervert. As he was getting dressed to start his day, he heard his phone ring. It turned out to be a video call from Xiaolu. This left him somewhat puzzled. He decisively hung up and then asked, "What? Having a fit? No private photos here, but I've got a private little deer for you, want to see?" Yang Fan was rendered speechless by these words, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity about what tricks this little miss was up to. "But I just woke up and must look terrible right now," so I replied. "Wait a sec." After getting up and washing up, he checked in the mirror. Yesterday's hairstyle still looked neat. Not bad, pretty handsome. So after a quick touch-up, he video called back immediately. Soon, a beautiful woman appeared on the screen. To his surprise, Xiaolu, wearing light makeup, looked almost identical to how she appeared during her live streams. Could it be that this girl wasn't using any beauty filters or enhancements during her streams? Indeed, one might not trust the system's integrity, but its taste in beauty could always be relied upon. Her looks were definitely on par with Gu Weijie, whom he had met before. Not only was he surprised, but the girl on the other side of the video, Xiaolu, was also taken aback. So this is what brother Xiaoyao looks like. Seems pretty young. A drop of sweat rolled down Yang Fan's forehead as he carefully examined Xiaolu, who was wearing a white t-shirt, and teased. "Where's the secretive deer? Call her out for me. Ha ha ha, isn't it right in front of you? After all the trust one placed in you, you actually played me?" The little deer stopped smiling upon hearing this and pretended to look shy as she spoke. "No, I didn't. I just put on a t-shirt, isn't that private enough?" Hiss. Yang Fan's eyes instantly lit up at these words. The implication was clearly that she wasn't wearing anything below the waist. This girl really knows how to play. Hey, then could you at least hold your phone further away? "I won't." "Alright, you've seen my little secret now. I'm hanging up. You dare?" Thud. Holy shit. The damn girl actually hung up after saying that, leaving Yang Fan internally cursing like crazy. Truth be told, when Xiaolu initiated the video call, he suspected she might be setting him up, and the moment the connection went through, he'd confirmed it. The other person probably wanted to see what he looked like. He understood the purpose behind this. The girl must have been considering meeting him in person. He hadn't requested a meetup, but since she was taking the initiative to visit, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Besides, it's not like he was hideous. Why would he be afraid of a video call? So she walked right into the trap herself. Chapter 13, The Chance Encounter at the Bus Stop. On the other end, Little Deer hung up the phone feeling rather cheerful. Although brother Xiaoyao was quite ordinary looking, compared to pot-bellied middle-aged men, doddering old codgers, or men with receding hairlines, he was infinitely better. Although every girl dreams of a tall, rich, and handsome man, such men are quite rare. Demand far exceeds supply. At the very least, brother Xiaoyao checks the most important box, wealth. Just like young Master Wang once said, "Do I need to be handsome? Do I really?" In Xiaolu's opinion, people like young Master Wang come with their own filter. As long as they're not ugly, the more you look, the more handsome they seem. Coincidentally, brother Xiaoyao falls into this category. Now, when recalling his appearance and adding that filter to it, TSK, suddenly feeling like he's barely worthy of me after all, and it's not like I necessarily have to get involved with him anyway. Yang Fan wasn't wrong. Xiaolu did indeed have plans to meet him offline. Xiaolu's reasoning was simple. Although brother Xiaoyao had been visiting her livestream to shower her with gifts these past few days, she certainly wasn't the only one. There were at least 3 women receiving far more than her. And what's worse, she was actually getting the least gifts out of all of them. She knew very well that compared to the other 2 online, she had no advantage whatsoever. Her most competitive edge was offline because she was undeniably beautiful. Using your weaknesses to compete against others' strengths is not the act of a wise person. So she planned to meet in person, putting her strengths on full display, using her looks to compensate for her lack of talent. She admitted that after the past few days of seeing brother Xiaoyao's lavish spending, her mindset had changed. She was no longer that little dear who only thought about making some pocket money every day. So she was very afraid of brother Xiaoyao leaving and thus wanted to solidify their relationship. Her journey of self-discovery has been highly motivated. Immersive Translate. Yang Fan broke into a smile when he saw the message from Xiaolu. Brother Xiaoyao, I feel like going out to relax. Do you have any good suggestions? The hint couldn't be more obvious. There was no way Yang Fan would choose any other place. He'd have to pay for round-trip airfare out of his own pocket. With his current limited funds, that would be completely impractical. But he didn't say it outright. How should I know what you want to play? Summer's here and it's so hot. I remember you're from Bishu City, right, Xiaoyao? Right. You wanna come visit me? It's indeed a great place for traveling. Since I'm unfamiliar with the area, brother Xiaoyao, would you take me around to explore? Of course. That's wonderful. With you as my living map, brother Xiaoyao, I don't even need to make travel plans. I'll head over this weekend. Thus, the two silently agreed on the date for their offline meetup with mutual understanding. Yang Fan never expected Xiaolu would be the first live streaming hostess to take the initiative and visit him in person. He had always thought Xia had a higher chance. But so far, the other two hostesses are still holding back. Clearly, these streamers aren't as easy to win over as one might imagine. Though he's in no hurry, after all, sending virtual gifts doesn't cost him anything personally. At least he's already managed to lure one down with his lavish spending. Thinking of the dear's delicate and charming little appearance, he couldn't help but feel quite expectant. Having realized he was in no mood to write at all, he picked another offline gaming companion who looked quite attractive and booked her for 2 hours. But after waiting for a while without seeing any cashback from the system, he quickly cancelled the order. Clearly, he had fallen victim to deceptive photos. He started selecting again, and surprisingly picked 2 more that were still just photo traps, leaving him speechless. Fortunately, the cashback was successful with the 3rd selection. Although the 3rd one was indeed pretty, judging solely by the photos, she actually seemed slightly inferior to the previous ones, which was quite baffling. It seems that even at this price range, few companions can score above 80 points. Since he'd already found both a celebratory feast and a tool to alleviate boredom, Yang Fan headed straight out the door. Just as he reached the roadside to hail a cab, an extraordinarily pleasant voice reached his ears. What are you doing? The nervous tremor in the voice compelled him to turn instinctively toward its source. The voice came from a young woman standing at the nearby bus stop. She looked to be in her early 20s, dressed in black suit pants, a white blouse, and a pair of high heels, likely her work attire. Her face was etched with terror as she crossed her arms and took 2 small steps backward. Standing before her was a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man with messy hair and a very short stature. The man remained silent, staring fixedly at the young woman. Whichever direction she moved, he would follow a couple of steps, which thoroughly frightened her. The platform was nearly empty, with only a young man paying attention, his face etched with hesitation. His inner struggle seemed complex, wanting to step in and intervene but lacking the courage to do so. Yang Fan noticed that the middle-aged man was short in stature and didn't appear particularly strong. He immediately felt certain that, even if a fight broke out, this guy wouldn't stand a chance against him, and frankly, he doubted it would come to blows at all. So he walked over. Detected valid consumption target. View information? The sudden system sound left Yang Fan momentarily stunned. Damn, I was just trying to do a good deed here. For now, he ignored it and stepped directly in front of the girl, blocking her path while glaring straight at the middle-aged man. Absurdly, the guy completely disregarded him. When Yang Fan blocked his view, he simply sidestepped a few paces to get a fresh angle on the girl. Why does this guy seem a few screws loose? Yang Fan wasn't about to put up with this either, immediately shouting at him. What are you staring at that young girl for? Can't you see you're scaring her? Move aside. Yet the middle-aged man merely glanced at him without responding, continuing to shift his feet while casting lecherous looks behind Yang Fan with a creepy smile plastered on his face, showing disturbingly persistent behavior. Yang Fan was now certain something was seriously wrong with this man's mental state. No normal person would act like this. He took 2 steps forward, pointing at the middle-aged man and roared angrily. Get lost, can't you understand? Then he turned to the frightened girl and said, don't be afraid, he won't dare to act recklessly with me here. Get on the car when it arrives, I'll hold him back. The little girl said with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, he's so terrifying. No worries. Yang Fan immediately turned around, glaring at the middle-aged man with vigilance, blocking his path no matter how he tried to move. If you don't get lost right now, I swear I'll beat the crap out of you. But the other party remained unmoved. Helpless, he couldn't actually hit them, so he could only take out his phone and dial 110 right in front of them. Mainly because he feared that letting such a person roam around freely might lead to something bad happening. Yet the other person was surprisingly bold. Even hearing Yang Fan call the police didn't make them leave. Fortunately, the bus the girl was waiting for arrived before long. "Hey mister, my bus is here, I'm running late for work." "Thank you so much, really." She immediately jogged to board the bus. The middle-aged man tried to follow, but Yang Fan grabbed his collar, yanked him back, and shoved him twice. Chapter 14, Yang Fan's being rather nasty. The girl stood by the window after boarding the bus, keeping an eye on Yang Fan while waving and saying her goodbyes. The middle-aged man, seeing the bus drive away, merely shot Yang Fan a displeased glance and prepared to leave. But Yang Fan had no intention of letting the man walk away so easily. He then followed the middle-aged man the whole time, though nothing too extreme happened during the pursuit. When the police arrived, he explained what had happened and suggested the man might be mentally ill, recommending they give him a checkup. Later, the middle-aged man was taken away by the police, and that was basically the end of the matter. This is a true story that happened to the author. Though it was long ago, it remains unforgettable. The girl was genuinely beautiful. Unfortunately, no contact information was exchanged. I plan to continue this story in the book. When Yang Fan arrived at the meeting spot by taxi, the accompanying lady was already waiting at the restaurant entrance. This is a young woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a white baseball cap, black athletic shorts paired with a pink t-shirt, and white sneakers, radiating a casual vibe. Her legs are well proportioned, resembling a wine glass shape with a distinct contrast between her thighs and calves, likely due to a love for exercise. While placing the order, Yang Fan learned her basic details: nickname 11, age 21, height 163 centimeters, weight 46 kilograms. Valid consumption target detected. View details? Take a look. For those perfectionists out there, don't worry, this is just one of the female characters. There won't be any shortage of more to come. Name, Chen Si. Age, 21. Height 163. Weight 46. Overall appearance 85.97. Status, normal. Intimacy, 0. Code name 3. Although Yang Fan had already confirmed she was the one he was meeting, he still stepped forward to ask, "Are you 11? The girl nodded with a warm smile and, after sizing him up, asked, "What's your name, cutie?" Just as Yang Fan was about to answer, the system's voice sounded. Chen Si's affinity-15. My fucking hell. Not only did history repeat itself, but it dropped 5 more points than before, making Yang Fan seriously question these girls' aesthetic standards. Watching the girl's increasingly sweet smile made him doubt his very existence, his forehead instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Indeed, as Zhang Wuji's mother said, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deception. This is clearly a perfect example of smiling on the surface while cursing inside. Whatever, don't be angry, don't be angry. No need to let a mere tool affect my mood. Just call me Little Big Bro, it's nice. Alright then, as long as Little Big Bro is happy with it. Shall we go eat now? Let's go in. Yang Fan then walked straight toward the upscale restaurant next to them. Chen Si froze at the sight. Although they had agreed to meet at the restaurant's entrance, and she had wondered if they'd be dining there, she still couldn't quite believe it. This is because the restaurant is quite famous, a 2-Michelin-starred Chinese eatery known for its exorbitant prices. She had always wanted to try it but had never been there before. Not that she couldn't afford it. With some saving, she could manage one meal, but she simply couldn't bring herself to splurge. Now, seeing Yang Fan heading inside, she was utterly surprised, yet also felt a little thrill of excitement. No way, could my luck really be this good? She quickly composed herself and quickened her pace to catch up with Yang Fan. After hesitating for a moment, she walked side by side with him and asked curiously, "Handsome guy, are we really gonna eat here?" "Yes." Yang Fan was somewhat surprised as the girl moved closer to him. But recalling that -15 intimacy level made him speechless. The girl smiled after getting her answer. "I've heard this place is really good. Always wanted to try it but it's too expensive." After speaking, she stuck out her tongue cutely. "Then let's feast to our heart's content later. Order the most expensive dishes, don't hold back on my account." For Yang Fan, inviting her out as a companion primarily served as an excuse to indulge in a lavish meal together. Naturally, he didn't want her to restrain herself. Chen Si noticed his tactful implication about footing the bill. Moreover, according to their companion contract, clients choose dining locations and are responsible for payments during these outings, so she didn't have any psychological pressure. However, there was another rule in their line of work: they couldn't take advantage of clients. So while ordering, she didn't go all out and asked Yang Fan's opinion for each item. Yang Fan was somewhat displeased by this and had to emphasize again that they should order something more expensive before they could finally proceed with the meal. Chen Si was secretly amazed by this client's generosity, but seeing how calmly he was savoring the food, she soon joined in as well. Half an hour later. "Good afternoon, sir and madam. Your total comes to 7,368. How would you like to pay?" Yang Fan directly took out his bank card and handed it to the cashier. "Swipe the card. Chen Si intimacy +15. Yang Fan heard the system notification right after paying the bill. His rating had actually jumped by 15 points. Not bad. Chen Si had to admit that a man looked really handsome when picking up the tab. Her first impression of him hadn't been great, mainly because he seemed too ordinary, with nothing particularly striking, and was quite a bit older than her. But after just one meal together, she found her opinion shifting. Though they hadn't talked much during dinner, she could tell he was a decent guy. So my impression of the other person improved significantly. At least they've got the advantage of being generous. After they went out together, Chen Si asked, "Hey handsome, I checked your order details. Are we going shopping next?" Big brother, are you looking to buy something special or would you rather visit parks or scenic spots? Can we also visit parks and scenic areas? Chen Si said with a smile. Of course you can. Although the app doesn't categorize them so specifically, the shopping option includes all open public spaces. You can visit any of them. So that's how it was. This indeed makes things seem much less monotonous. Yang Fan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you guys offer any hidden services that aren't listed on the app?" That's right. After holding back for so long, he finally wanted to make a deal. Chen Si looked at him teasingly upon hearing this, feigning ignorance. "What kind of service are you talking about, handsome?" "Well, it's the kind of service that isn't exactly green." Chen Si's affection -10. Damn it. Yang Fan couldn't help but mentally roll his eyes when he saw the decrease in intimacy points, yet paradoxically, his fondness for the girl grew considerably. Come to think of it, that makes sense. Her number was 3 after all, though slightly lower than Gu Weijia's, and she really didn't seem like the type to be involved in that kind of business. Sure enough, Chen Si shook her head with a smile. "I can't speak for others, but as for me, I offer completely clean, purely platonic gaming companionship." Yang Fan figured that since the favorability had dropped into the negatives again anyway, he might as well tease her a little and let her experience the magic of money. He extended 2 fingers and said, 20,000. Chen Si was bewildered by the remark. After a moment's thought, I suddenly grasped their meaning, and my smile froze instantly. My expression shifted repeatedly before I finally spoke with solemnity. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not that kind of person." Chen Si's affinity -5. 40,000. "If you agree, I'll transfer the money immediately." Hiss. Chapter 15, Feelings are fragile when money's involved. Chen Si gasped sharply upon hearing the number, her mind reeling with shock. 40,000. Despite her usual self-respect, she felt something wavering within her heart. "I really want to refuse outright right now, turn around and leave, returning the money for my order. But my mind is in chaos. A voice keeps reminding me that's 40,000 yuan. Are you really sure you don't want it?" She took a deep breath and looked at Yang Fan with a bitter smile. "Big brother, please stop joking with me, okay? With 40,000 yuan, what kind of girl couldn't you get at nightclubs or private clubs?" Yang Fan said disdainfully. "I'm not interested in that kind of trash, and I'm not joking either. If you agree, I'll transfer the money right now. How about 60,000? Another price increase? Is this man the devil incarnate? Is this the rhythm of playing me to death?" The other party really didn't seem to be joking. At this price, Chen Si had to admit shamefully that she was tempted. Should she just treat it as having a dream? It was just one night anyway, no one would ever know if she didn't tell, right? She never would have thought that she could be worth so much in a man's heart. She even felt a little cherished. Chen Si's intimacy +10. Now her mind grew even more chaotic, tangled with conflict, and her breathing quickened slightly. She didn't know whether to agree or not. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and spoke as if possessed by some supernatural force. I have a boyfriend. Please don't do this." Yet her words came out stammering and broken. And after speaking, she instantly deflated like a pierced balloon, feeling as if all her courage had been expended at once. The most frightening thing was that she regretted saying it almost immediately, even feeling slightly on the verge of tears. Yang Fan secretly mocked the situation. If it weren't for the increased intimacy, I'd really think this little money wouldn't sway her. Suddenly, this girl struck him as rather amusing, clearly moved, yet capable of mercilessly refusing. He felt like teasing her further. "So, it's a matter of adding more money?" Chen Si was stunned upon hearing this and quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. I. Yang Fan saw the girl stammering for a long time without getting to the point, so he asked calmly, "Does your boyfriend know you're doing offline companion gaming?" Chen Si nodded numbly. "Is this for real? This guy's got some nerve. To actually let his gorgeous girlfriend go out with another man." Seeing Yang Fan's incredulous look, Chen Si hurried to explain. He believes in me. I only take jobs for meals and shopping, never bars or KTVs. Believe your sister's leg." Yang Fan shook his head helplessly. "I don't think your boyfriend loves you. A man who truly loves you wouldn't let you accompany other men, even if it's just for meals and shopping. And yet you could resist the temptation of money for his sake. That's rare, but reality is cruel. He's not worth it." This wasn't Yang Fan trying to steal her away by saying so. He genuinely believed it in his heart. Chen Si didn't refute upon hearing this, her expression turning somewhat bitter. What if I told you he was the one who persuaded me to become a companion gamer? Would that make him seem even less worthy to you? Holy shit! I bet he even asks you for money, doesn't he? Chen Si silently nodded without speaking. Yang Fan was speechless. This guy was clearly a total scumbag, wasn't he? You're not just a regular love-struck fool, you've got terminal love-struck cancer. The girl burst out laughing at those words. Chen Si's affection points +3. Yang Fan despised pretty boys like him. We're both impoverished losers through and through, so how come when I can only dream of wooing a stunning beauty, you not only succeed but even swindle money out of her? Damn it! Suddenly my thoughts are stuck. Though he knew perfectly well that throwing more money at it would definitely make the girl agree, after all, the lethality of money as a weapon is too overwhelming. Only those whose wealth has already become mere numbers can truly claim not to care about money. But now he changed his approach, simply saying nonchalantly, I'm not planning to buy non-green services anymore. Instead, I'm prepared to spend 60,000 to make you break up with this animal. What do you think? Ha? Chen Si was completely baffled now, her face full of question marks. What? You still want to keep this pretty boy like he's some treasure? Chen Si was still kicking herself for turning down the 60,000 yuan deal in a moment of unclear thinking, when suddenly she felt like she'd reclaimed what was lost. It was such a pleasant surprise, she asked in disbelief. Are you serious? Of course, add me on WeChat first. Just after adding each other on WeChat, she unexpectedly received a 20,000 yuan transfer from him, both astonishing and baffling. Astonishing because he actually sent the money, baffling because it was only 20,000. Noticing the girl staring at him in stunned silence, Yang Fan chuckled awkwardly. What are you waiting for? Accept it. There's only a little over 20,000 left in the card. If you don't accept this transfer, I can't send you another one. Oh, I see. The girl accepted the money. Shortly after, she saw another 20,000 come through, and this cycle repeated until the transfer had occurred 3 times in total. Staring at these numbers, the girl thought to herself, is this his way of confessing? Then why didn't he send 52,000? Chen Si's intimacy +10. Then she looked at Yang Fan and said, really, all I need to do is break up with him? Yes, but if you take the money and don't follow through, you might want to think about the consequences. Chen Si was completely baffled by what this man was thinking. Spending 60,000 yuan just to make her break up with her boyfriend? This seems absolutely absurd no matter how you think about it. Perhaps the other person was waiting for her to become single again so they could pursue her? That must be it, right? Although this guy isn't particularly tall or handsome. Ugh, what am I even thinking? Truth be told, none of her friends or close girlfriends had a favorable opinion of her boyfriend. They'd told her several times, which had long since planted seeds of doubt in her heart. As someone with a love-struck mind, after 2 failed relationships, she treasured this third one dearly and kept brainwashing herself daily. Even when her boyfriend did something wrong, she would make up excuses for him to convince herself. Now that someone was offering money to tempt her into ending the relationship, and it was an exceptionally tempting offer at that, she surprisingly saw things clearly. So right in front of Yang Fan, she called her boyfriend and decisively dumped him, then proceeded to delete and block all means of contact. Her boyfriend was left utterly bewildered. Indeed, a woman can be utterly ruthless when she's determined. Clearly, she had no intention of fooling Yang Fan. Someone who'd toss out 60,000 for a stranger to do such a thing wasn't to be trifled with. Since she chose money, she might as well go all out. Yang Fan nodded in satisfaction, thinking, the next person who tells me love is priceless is getting smacked with the power of cold, hard cash. Isn't it obvious this comes with a price? And for some people, the price isn't even high. Now that Yang Fan had his thoughts clear and his mind at ease, he spoke with remarkable generosity. Let's go. You look pitiful after your breakup. I'll take you shopping at the mall. Today's expenses are on me. Chen Si rolled her eyes at his words. Who's to blame for my breakup? But she felt much lighter in her heart, quickening her steps to catch up with Yang Fan. They took a taxi to Li Xing Boutique and went on a wild shopping spree, spending a total of over 200,000 yuan. The girl kept exclaiming, no more. Stop buying. She was startled by Yang Fan's shopping style. He bought a huge pile in no time at all, and everything was for her. In the end, I was practically dragged along by the other party to buy a platinum necklace. The girl couldn't help but complain internally. Dude, your way of chasing girls is way too rough. Yet she had to admit that shopping absolutely trumps any sweet nothings. Chapter 16 Gu Ruijia's Inner Turmoil. Chen Si affection +5. Chen Si affection +3. Chen Si affection +3. Chen Si affection +1. Watching the girl's rising intimacy level, Yang Fan was thoroughly enjoying himself. After buying the necklace, Chen Si started clamoring again. Big bro, stop buying. We really can't carry anymore. The jewelry store clerk overheard this and looked at the couple's hands filled with numerous designer shopping bags. With a face full of admiration, he sighed to Chen Si. Miss, your boyfriend treats you so well. The girl was stunned but, surprisingly, didn't argue back. She merely offered a polite smile. After the two left, Young Fan felt it was about time too. So he turned to the girl and said half-jokingly, "How can you not buy? How else will shopping sprees soothe your broken heart?" Hearing this, the girl looked utterly exasperated. "I'm actually not heartbroken, I dumped him, not the other way around. Do I even qualify for heartbreak? Do I?" She had initially thought she'd be trapped in emotional turmoil for a while, but after Yang Fan accompanied her on all these shopping sprees, she genuinely didn't feel much distress anymore. She had almost forgotten she'd just broken up, unless the other person brought it up. A question involuntarily arose in her mind: could I have the makings of a heartbreaker? Especially when she noticed the envious looks from the sales clerks, she felt her vanity was immensely gratified. At that moment, Yang Fan gazed at her with ill intent. "Then don't buy it, unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless you give me a kiss," the girl said speechlessly. "What kind of twisted logic is that? I tried to help you save money, and this is how you repay kindness with betrayal?" Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent expression, "Do you need my help? Stinky man." Chen Xi's affection +2. She found herself inexplicably developing feelings for this man. She understood his intentions perfectly. Unless he was trying to pursue her, only a fool would spend so much on her, even going so far as paying a hefty sum to make her break up with someone else. Unbelievable. But jumping straight from one relationship to another was something she couldn't reconcile with her conscience. Besides, wouldn't doing so make that jerk think she was an easy woman? "After all, we've known each other for less than half a day." For some reason, she said softly, "Can you give me some time?" Her voice was quiet, but her tone was sincere. Yang Fan had originally intended to just tease her a little, but seeing the situation, he decided not to push further. "I'm tired from walking. Let's go. I'll take you home." Chen Xi's affection +1. The girl's affection level has now reached 40. At her core, she's somewhat materialistic, but at least she has principles. Along the way, Yang Fan learned that the girl was a local, the type who sometimes stayed in the dorm and sometimes went home. She definitely wasn't going back to the apartment rented by her ex-boyfriend, nor did she plan to retrieve the few belongings left there, so she headed straight home. Knowing she had returned to her parents' place, Yang Fan asked puzzledly, "You suddenly brought so many things back, how will you explain it to your parents? They're both at work during this time, so I can just take it straight to my room. They'll find out eventually, won't they?" "We'll see when we find out. I'm not worried, so why should you be?" "That makes sense." By this point, Chen Xi had started laughing. "If worst comes to worst, just tell them these were all gifts from some fool who treats money like dirt." Yang Fan rolled his eyes instantly. Chen Xi's home was an ordinary apartment in a typical residential complex. With no one inside, she quickly put her belongings away and promptly whisked Yang Fan out the door. Outside the complex, Chen Xi asked boldly, "What do you want for dinner?" "Pick anything, my treat." Yang Fan couldn't help but find her amusing. "What's the matter? Does having a couple coins jingling in your pocket make you itch to spend them?" Chen Xi remained completely unruffled by his remark. "You've already spent so much today, what's wrong with me treating you to a meal? Though of course I'll be paying with the money you just gave me, haha. It's just a bit of money, I made it back long ago. Keep your money for small expenses. With me here, why would you need to spend yours?" Chen Xi affinity +1. The girl suddenly felt having such a troublesome man by her side seemed quite nice. Then she curiously asked, "You're saying you made it all back? Counting the money you gave me, you must have spent over 200 grand today, all earned back?" "Of course. Do you think making tens of thousands per minute is a joke?" "Hiss, rich bastard." Yang Fan's eyes widened at the comment. "I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that." The girl playfully stuck out her tongue. "Rich big brother." After enjoying another lavish meal together, Yang Fan saw her off into a car before hailing a taxi home himself. After returning home, he sighed inwardly. Several days had passed since obtaining the system, yet he still hadn't truly caught any prey. Well, who could blame him when his standards had risen so much? As the saying goes, good dishes aren't afraid of being served late. Especially with little dear making her sudden appearance this weekend. This time, he was sure to finally feast. Gu Ruijia's intimacy +5. What was going on? Yang Fan, who had been lost in various emotions, was momentarily stunned when the system suddenly announced an increase in intimacy level. He hadn't interacted with the girl for several days. Though occasional notifications about her decreasing intimacy levels would pop up, he figured she was stuck in overthinking and chose to leave her be. But today's sudden intimacy boost genuinely surprised him. Inside a room of a residential building in a neighborhood, Gu Ruijia sat on the bed, staring blankly at her phone, which displayed Yang Fan's V. These past few days, she hadn't been in good spirits. At first, she was waiting for Yang Fan to contact her, thinking that as long as he reached out, she would complain about him ignoring her messages. If he sincerely apologized, she would generously forgive him. However, after waiting for 2 days and seeing no sign of him trying to contact her, she began to panic. She recalled her close friend's words, a wealthy man like him would never lack women. Money spent on one woman could just as easily be spent on another. The thought of Yang Fan possibly whining, dining, and buying luxury bags for another woman right now made it impossible for her to stay calm. She even faintly felt a twinge of heartache. She thought she should take action, so she deliberately posted a carefully crafted message on her social media. First, she wrote, "Suddenly feel the urge to fall in love." Below it, she paired with a gorgeous selfie. The next day, she received numerous likes and comments, yet she couldn't feel happy. Because this moment was posted specifically for that certain person to see, but there was no reaction from them whatsoever. Then came another post about being sick, where the little fairy expressed how awful she felt and needed comfort, but still gained nothing in response. Plenty of cheap concern from other simps piled on instead, one she couldn't even be bothered to reply to, brushing them off completely. Chapter 17. My cat can do hip-hop. Could it be that the other person was completely unwilling to engage with her anymore because of what happened last time? Gu Ruijie now deeply regretted it, thinking about all the good things about them, their generosity, those luxury designer bags. She felt she didn't want to lose them just like that. The mere thought of letting this golden turtle slip away to benefit other women made her want to slap herself hard across the face. Yesterday, she couldn't hold back anymore and took the initiative to soften her stance, reaching out again to say she missed him a little, but still received no reply. She admitted she was somewhat afraid that after missing Yang Fan, she might never encounter another man who's both so wealthy and so generous toward her. After struggling internally for a while, she began typing on her phone with a determined expression. "Brother, please don't ignore me, okay? You ignoring me these past few days has made me feel really awful. Whether in class, eating, or sleeping, your image keeps appearing in my mind. I think I might be starting to like you." After sending this lengthy message, Gu Ruijie looked at her phone expectantly. She felt she'd been so blatant it was practically a confession. He'd definitely reply, right? After all, she was this beautiful, a little fairy practically delivered to his doorstep. What man could possibly resist? But the sting of rejection came swiftly. After waiting a full half hour, the typing notification never appeared in the chat box. Gritting her teeth, she pressed the video call button. When Yang Fan saw the message from Gu Ruijie, he knew the girl had softened her stance, but he felt the timing wasn't quite right yet and decided to keep her waiting a while longer. Seeing the little lass resorting to outright confessions of affection meant this delicious meal was practically already in the bag. Never in a hurry to begin with, he now felt even less inclined to rush. Unexpectedly, seeing that he wasn't responding, the other party actually initiated a video call directly. After hesitating briefly, he still answered it. As the video connected, the young girl immediately felt a surge of joy and sweetly called out, "Brother." Yet Yang Fan spoke with an expressionless face. If someone consistently ignores your messages, it means they don't want to reply without exception. Don't you get it? And now you're video calling? Do you want me to delete you? Gu Ruijie, who had been in high spirits, felt a surge of anger when faced with Yang Fan's cold indifference and hurtful words. But not wanting to pour oil on the fire, she quickly reined in her emotions and suppressed her rage. Then, overwhelmed by a sense of unfairness, she spoke in a pitiful, pleading tone. "Big brother, are you still angry? I didn't mean to reject you that day, it just felt too sudden. Now I've figured things out. Will you forgive me? I wouldn't get angry over a woman refusing that sort of thing. That'd be despicable. Then why have you been ignoring me? Isn't it perfectly normal not to want to talk to someone who's planning to keep me as a backup option?" Boom! This sentence shocked Gu Ruijie deeply. Had she actually been seen through by him? But she couldn't possibly admit to such a thing. Quickly adjusting her mindset, she resumed her pitiful little act. I really didn't. Brother, where are you? Can I come explain to you in person?" She knew that since the other person had started suspecting her of playing the field, no amount of explaining would help. She could only pull out her trump card, home delivery. Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at this. Little did they know, I'm someone who brings my own fish pond to the table. Did they really think they could string me along? As if I'd agree. Faced with their proactive approach of home delivery, he felt there was hardly any reason to refuse. Having been single for a long time, it's impossible to say he didn't have those kinds of needs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have impulsively considered making a deal with Chen Si before. Is this what they call when one door closes, another opens? Since the other party was being so proactive, he decided to be direct. After a moment's thought, he spoke. "Wait for me at the Kempinski." The Kempinski is a 5-star hotel. Yang Fan might as well have spelled it out. Gu Ruijie couldn't help feeling a thrill at his words. "Ha! And here I thought you could resist this fairy's charms." Sure enough, men are all big pig's feet. Now she wondered if she had given in too soon. Feeling somewhat regretful, she should have held her ground a little longer. But since things had come to this, she still wore a shy expression. Sure, well, I can head out right now." "Go ahead, I'll be there in half an hour." After hanging up the video call, Yang Fan hummed a cheerful tune as he headed out again. Half an hour later, he arrived at the destination. He saw Gu Ruijie standing sideways in front of him, still dressed in JK uniform today, but different from the last time. A dark red plaid shirt paired with a skinny tie, a short black skirt with black thigh-high socks, and brown leather shoes completed the look. She carried an LV bag. Standing there gracefully, she was strikingly eye-catching. Though the girl had her fair share of cunning thoughts, no one could deny she was a natural-born clothes hanger. This outfit made her shine brilliantly. Chapter 18 Reunion with Gu Ruijie. But Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry to approach, because standing before Gu Ruijie was a handsome young man about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a bright, sunny style, talking to her. As I got closer, I realized it was just someone trying to strike up a conversation. "Miss, I really mean no harm. I noticed you over there for quite a while and thought you were very beautiful, so I gathered the courage to come over and introduce myself." Gu Ruijie just shook her head and politely declined. "Sorry, but I don't add strangers on WeChat." In the past, she might have been interested in getting to know him. It would have just meant adding another fish to her pond. But now that she considered herself a changed person, she no longer had much interest in merely good-looking guys. After all, she already had no shortage of handsome simps orbiting around her. She said, "Handsome guys stand no chance against the rich." After meeting Yang Fan, she suddenly felt some disdain for those so-called handsome men who looked good but were actually dirt poor. The guy in front of her dressed quite stylishly, but she could tell at a glance that everything came from cheap Taobao brands. How could such trash even qualify to enter her dating pool? In your dreams. Not to mention she came here today with a purpose, waiting for someone with important matters weighing on her mind. Where would she find the spare time to entertain this person? As expected, the rich guy still attracts the fairy maiden more, but the guy clearly wasn't ready to give up. I'm not a bad person. I'm just a resident nearby. How about this? There's a milk tea shop over there with really good flavors. Can I treat you to a cup? Gu Ruijie rolled her eyes inwardly. Who would want to drink your lousy milk tea? Though inwardly exasperated, she remained perfectly polite on the surface. Really, there's no need. With that, she prepared to step aside, determined to put some distance between herself and this annoying fly. Turning around, I suddenly saw Yang Fan smiling nearby, and my heart skipped a beat. With lingering fear, I thought, thank goodness. What if I had impulsively given V to that guy just now? That would have been a disaster. Yang Fan walked over and said directly, "Little girl, my cat can do hip-hop. Want to come see it?" Gu Ruijie was taken aback for a moment, but quickly caught on. She responded with a sweet smile. "Really? That's so amazing, I absolutely have to see it. Then let's go." Yang Fan finished speaking and walked forward, with Gu Ruijie enthusiastically wrapping both arms around one of his. The guy who had just failed to hit on her wore an expression that clearly said, "What the actual fuck? Ever heard of first come, first served?" But it only took him a moment to snap out of his dazed state because he saw the two walking straight into a hotel. Damn it! What kind of hip-hop dancing cat is this? They're clearly a couple. But just thinking about that beauty's appearance moments ago, and then imagining her entering a hotel with some utterly forgettable average-looking guy, his heart began to ache faintly. He couldn't help wondering to himself, what the hell is wrong with society? Why do stunning women always end up with these ugly old men? How are fresh young hunks like me supposed to handle this? Yang Fan didn't care what the guy thought as he led Gu Ruijie into the Kempinski lobby. After a brief exchange with the front desk, he used the girl's ID to book the presidential suite. As Bishu City had only recently been upgraded to a second-tier city, the presidential suite here wasn't overly expensive, less than 10,000 yuan, so he indulged in lavish spending without hesitation. The front desk staff were long accustomed to seeing couples check in together, but they still gave the pair an extra glance upon hearing the presidential suite request. The two quickly received their room key, and a hotel attendant escorted them upstairs. To Yang Fan's surprise, the attendant was quite beautiful, seemingly not much less attractive than Gu Ruijie, yet it didn't trigger the system. Was there a discrepancy between his aesthetic standards and the system's, or was the attendant's makeup so skillful that it artificially enhanced her appearance from below 80 points to over 80? He believed the latter was more likely. There was absolutely no way he'd admit to having questionable taste. Glancing at Gu Ruijie's makeup beside me, though I couldn't quite pinpoint why, the first impression made her cosmetic skills seem somewhat amateurish. I thought perhaps the young lady could spend her free time learning more about makeup. Wouldn't she eventually be able to achieve a 90-point look? Once inside the suite, the young girl looked around curiously, her face filled with astonishment. I'd only ever heard of presidential suites. This is my first time seeing one in person. Wasn't this Yang Fan's first time seeing it too? But he didn't want to appear as unsophisticated as the young girl had. Walking over to the fridge, he grabbed a bottle of Perrier and started drinking, then sat on the bed looking at the figure pacing around the suite as he spoke. What's so interesting to check out? Come here. Oh. Gu Ruijie responded and then, somewhat bashfully, walked over to sit beside him. In that moment, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. This made Yang Fan's heart somewhat restless. In contrast, the girl was far more natural. gently leaning into his embrace and gazing up at him with her beautiful, slightly seductive eyes, as if anticipating something. Though Yang Fan had never indulged in luxuries, he wasn't so naive as to be clueless about what to do in such a situation. Yet, despite knowing what to do, he felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. After all, though the system had given him confidence, and pretending had been manageable before, old habits, like his habitual timidity, weren't so easily cast aside. Fortunately, Gu Ruijie was quite brave, closing her eyes on her own initiative to offer a kiss and getting entangled with Yang Fan. At this moment, Yang Fan was in a deeply suppressed mood, with negative emotions continuously surging up, his rationality gradually diminishing as he grew increasingly aggressive. Gu Ruijie showed no fear whatsoever, having long been mentally prepared. Thus, during their entanglement, she cooperated fully, swaying gracefully, and even being more proactive than Yang Fan. Moreover, her small hands set traps for little Yang, one loop after another that left him utterly defenseless. At this point, Yang Fan's last shred of reason completely vanished, his autumn-like gaze growing increasingly greedy. Soon, both decided to bare their hearts and began attending to serious matters. Chapter 19, Tier 2 Cashback Card. Time flew by swiftly, and soon 40 minutes had passed. By then, Yang Fan was leaning against the headboard playing with his phone, while the girl resting on his shoulder unconsciously pursed her lips at the sight. Her mind raced. Done it. She'd finally hooked this big fish for good, hadn't she? Yang Fan held her gently and said casually, "I don't care if there are fish in your pond or how many there are, it must be dismantled immediately. I don't want my woman entangled with other men, understand? Of course, you can refuse if you want." Gu Ruijie rolled her eyes inwardly. Only a fool would refuse. The pond was just full of low-quality fish anyway, what people commonly called poor losers. Letting them go was no great loss. She'd never had anything substantial with those fish anyway. Keeping them around was just for the thrill of being pursued and collecting occasional holiday gifts and money transfers. Now that I've landed a sugar daddy, I'm no longer the person I used to be. Why would I still care about those measly little transfers? With her looks, even if something unexpected happened with Yang Fan in the future, she could easily rebuild her fish pond if she wanted to keep options open. Having figured things out, she declared matter-of-factly, "Now that I have you, dear, I'll never entertain other suitors. I'll delete all those guys who still have ideas about me right away." The girl just jumped into action without any hesitation, not even bothering to notify anyone as she kept deleting. Watching from the side, Yang Fan's face was covered in black lines. Wow, this girl sure has a lot of fish to fry. After deleting for a good while, Gu Ruijie carefully checked everything to make sure it was all gone before turning to Yang Fan with an embarrassed look and saying, "These are all just simps. I barely pay them any attention and never let them take advantage of me at all. You have to believe me, big brother." Yang Fan figured this statement was credible enough after all. While the sheer number of fish in this girl's pond might be staggering, their quality was undeniably high, hitting a solid 98 points, so he nodded in agreement. "I've said it before, I didn't mind when you didn't know me in the past. I know my brother values the present and the future. Thank you for your trust, brother. I won't let you down." Affection +1. Reached 60, obtained a level 2 cashback card. 1. Can be used for level 2 cashback, 10 times. Ha! Hearing the system's voice, Yang Fan froze for a moment. So that's how it is. This is really important for accumulating funds. Thinking about how the second-tier cashback could only be used 10 times, he cursed inwardly. Why was his system so stingy? Weren't the protagonists in novels instantly gifted with luxury cars and mansions upon getting a god-tier wealth system, reaching the pinnacle of life? But then he glanced at the sweetly smiling little beauty in his arms and realized this cozy little life wasn't so bad after all. After all, before acquiring the system, a stunning beauty like the school belle standing before him was something he wouldn't even dare to fantasize about, let alone one who was nearly a decade younger than him. So the big fool system was actually quite sweet. With benefits like this, why ask for more? As long as he found a way to accumulate substantial capital, reaching the peak of life was still within his grasp. He silently commanded, "Use the level 2 cashback card." Successful use. Host, Yang Fan. Cashback level, 2, 10 times. Cashback ratio 1 to 1.1, 1 to 1 before the first 10 uses. Final settlement after completion. Staring at this format, Yang Fan suddenly fell deep into thought. Could it be that this damn system was never meant to be upgradable in the first place? Is temporary upgrading only possible through high-level cashback cards? That possibility certainly exists, but more research time is needed to be sure. Moreover, the cashback rate for this second-tier card is a pitiful 1 minute and 1.1 second, with the additional stipulation that rewards are only settled collectively after 10 uses. Isn't that just doubling your principal at most after using it 10 times? Damn it! This system is being stingy to the extreme. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Take it slow. Now that I know how to get cashback cards, capital will eventually grow abundant. But clearly this damn system is trying to make me a playboy with these operations. though it actually plays right into his hands. Having endless money under specific conditions, wouldn't it be a waste of this strange encounter if he doesn't make full use of it? Then it occurred to him that since it was counted by the number of times, he couldn't just spam gifts on Douyin. Most likely, one carnival would just count as one instance. The safest method would be to directly transfer the money, so he turned his gaze to Gu Ruijie, who was lost in thought in her arms. Wasn't there a ready-made option right here? Gu Ruijie also noticed Yang Fan looking at her and immediately tilted her head up with a sweet smile, asking, "Brother, do I look pretty?" Chapter 20, Starting to Splash the Cash. Yang Fan found Gu Ruijie's vain little act amusing. "I've thought of a little game, want to play?" the little beauty asked with some confusion. "What kind of game? If Big Brother wants to play, I'll definitely play with you." It had to be said, this little girl had her own ways of getting along with him. At the very least, her obedient attitude could put him in a good mood. After a brief moment of consideration, Yang Fan spoke. "I'll make requests of you, and if you do well, there'll be rewards." Gu Ruijie's eyes immediately lit up at this, but then she rolled them thoughtfully. "Actually, Big Brother doesn't need to give rewards." Yang Fan internally scoffed at her words. Nice try. He didn't want to dwell on this matter. The current priority was to transfer money 10 times consecutively to the other party. Doing it once was fine, but transferring over 20,000 10 separate times, wouldn't that look suspicious? "I'm just giving you some pocket money. Don't you want it? You're the best, Big Brother." Yang Fan then whispered something into the girl's ear. Gu Ruijie was baffled after hearing it, but she didn't refuse. Gritting her teeth, she agreed. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan directly transferred 27,000 to the girl. Gu Ruijie stared blankly at the notification of the 27,000 deposit in her bank card, her surprise overflowing in mere moments. He's truly a generous big spender. She earned 27,000 in just 10 minutes? What could be easier money than this? After collecting payments several times in succession, Gu Ruijie was utterly delighted. One might say her mind was completely free of distractions, filled with nothing but thoughts of making money. She took it extremely seriously. Thus, the 10-tier secondary cashback task was successfully completed. The principal has reached just over 52,000. This is because the reward amount Yang Fan gives each time varies, but fortunately the average per task exceeds 25,000. Though the little beauty was exhausted, her gaze was filled with anticipation as she looked at him. Such damnable ambition was utterly captivating. Yang Fan smiled with satisfaction. "Alright, that's enough for today." Though Gu Ruijie felt a bit regretful hearing this, she had already earned over 200,000 yuan in just over an hour, which left her quite satisfied. Having never received such a large sum before, she now felt immense gratitude toward this man. The little girl's intimacy level had long since risen to 66, but subsequent missions didn't increase it further. Yang Fan knew very well that the higher the number, the harder it would be to increase. Glancing at the time and seeing it wasn't too late, he directly opened Douyin. Noticing that the 3 female streamers he often sent gifts to were still online, he hesitated briefly before decisively entering Xiaolu's livestream. "Welcome back, Brother Xiaoyao. I thought you weren't watching the stream tonight." Yang Fan directly topped up 50,000 yuan at once. Half-Life Wanderer sent Carnival *2. Immersive Translate. Half a lifetime of leisure sent Carnival *17. Pop 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 pop, 17 carnivals were sent out in rapid succession. Thank you Brother Xiaoyao for the carnivals. Brother Xiaoyao is awesome. Sending love. Hearing the female voice from Yang Fan's phone, Gu Ruijie beside him curiously adjusted her position to look over. Her eyes instantly widened because she saw that after Yang Fan recharged 50,000, he relentlessly spammed carnivals and emptied his balance in one go. This level of extravagance completely shattered her worldview. After watching Yang Fan spend lavishly 3 times in a row, she began to feel somewhat uncomfortable inside. "I worked my ass off for over an hour, doing whatever was asked, and only earned a little over 200 grand. And this live streaming girl got so many rewards just by buttering up some brother without lifting a finger?" Although she doesn't stream herself, she still has some understanding of Douyin's live broadcasts. At the very least, she knows that one carnival gift costs 3,000 yuan, and understands that Yang Fan's level 52 account absolutely belongs to a major spender who has tipped generously. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Big bro, do you enjoy watching live streams?" "Not bad, I watch it occasionally. What do you think about me going into live streaming? Could I make it work?" Yang Fan looked at her curiously and asked after a moment, "What, are you jealous?" Gu Ruijie really wanted to say yes, seeing him throw money wildly at a female streamer, pretending it didn't hurt would be a lie. After all, I am his woman. But she didn't dare say it. What if Yang Fan thought she was being childish and stopped doting on her? Not at all. "Brother, you've already been so nice to me." Yang Fan gave a quiet chuckle. The live streaming industry is like 1,000 troops trying to cross a single log bridge. Take this broadcaster I'm watching now, she's good looking, right? But if I don't make donations, her monthly income would only be around several thousand to maybe 10,000 yuan. Do you think my woman would ever need to do live streaming? Chapter 21. The cheapest place to see national treasures. Gu Ruijie responded with a sweet, honeyed laugh. Big brother doesn't want me to stream, so I won't go then. With this lovely girl by his side today, young Fan didn't spend much time gifting streamers. She'd just gotten together with him, no need to upset her too much. Then he headed over to Ali and Shasha's live broadcasts. After sending one round of gifts to each, he logged off. The next day, when he woke up, the little beauty was already awake, staring at him with wide-eyed innocence right beside him. Upon noticing he was awake, she hastily closed her eyes like a child covering her ears to steal a bell. He found it quite amusing and said teasingly, "Stop pretending, are you still shy around me?" The little girl pouted. "You're such a mean big brother." Here we omit 10,000 words. After finishing breakfast and getting ready for the day, he had originally planned to take the girl out for some fancy spending, but surprisingly, she said she'd rather go for a walk in the park with him. Such a simple request should naturally be fulfilled. So they paid a 10 yuan entrance fee and went to see the pandas along with many other animals, of course. They wandered around until noon, strolling toward the temple and the park. They were heading there for vegetarian lunch. This park is quite famous in Bishu City, almost a must-visit attraction. After all, it's the only place in the country where you can see giant pandas, the national treasures, for just 5 yuan. As young Fan approached the temple, he noticed a very peculiar person. It was a middle-aged man in tattered clothing with disheveled hair, currently kneeling before the stone steps at the foot of a hillside to worship at the temple. Several resounding kowtows, even passers-by could see the devotion in this vagrant-dressed man's actions. After finishing his prostrations, the man walked over to sit upright at the stone steps, completely indifferent to the gazes of others. Just then, young Fan overheard the cleaning lady nearby murmuring, "That strange man's been coming here for several days now. He kowtows toward the temple multiple times daily, clearly a devout Buddhist, yet he never enters the temple. Most peculiar." Another elder sister chimed in as well. "Just yesterday I saw him fighting monkeys for food. Probably a madman. Better keep our distance." A lunatic? Should we call the police? It'd be bad if he hurts someone. He hasn't done anything wrong, why involve the police? They wouldn't arrest a homeless person anyway. Best not meddle in others' business. Yang Fan took a few more glances at the homeless man but didn't linger to hear the women's gossip, proceeding to lead his girlfriend into the temple. They turned heads everywhere they went, even passing monks couldn't resist stealing extra looks at Gu Ruijie. Taking such a stunning companion on an outing undoubtedly brought immense face to the man. After all, people always say you can gauge a man's success first by the woman standing beside him. If his woman is young, beautiful, and exudes elegance, this man must undoubtedly be a successful one. A man who is 2 to 3 years older than his wife is considered average, 5 to 6 years older marks him as exceptional, while those surpassing a decade are extraordinary men. A man decades older than his wife is inevitably someone who has achieved fame and prominence. Thus, young Fan can barely be counted among those extraordinary men. Next came looking at the vehicle and wardrobe. While they were burning incense for the god of wealth, young Fan noticed Gu Ruijie murmuring something with her eyes closed. After she stood up, he curiously asked, "What wish did you just make?" So fervently. The little beauty shyly glanced at him. I wished for your investments to go smoothly, for you to make a fortune." Yang Fan listened but somehow felt he couldn't quite believe it. He looked at her with suspicious eyes. "Bullshit." The young beauty was utterly speechless, nearly choking on his words. She said with slight dissatisfaction, "It's true. If Big Brother strikes it rich, I'll benefit too. I don't know how to do anything. Even if I wished to get rich myself, it wouldn't come true, right?" Yang Fan found himself torn between laughter and exasperation after hearing this. Since when did this silly girl possess such self-awareness? The little beauty saw his obviously disbelieving expression and pounced on him defiantly, flailing her arms. "Bad brother, am I really so untrustworthy in your heart?" Yang Fan gave her bottom a sharp smack with his hand. All right, I believe you. Ah, there are so many people here, how could you hit me there?" While playfully fighting, they ended up bowing to all the remaining Buddha statues. Though it might have been slightly disrespectful to these deities, their bows at each statue were absolutely sincere when performed. Later they queued for vegetarian temple food. Yang Fan directly bought 3 portions. After getting the dishes packed, he lifted the bags and said to the beauty beside him, "Let's eat outside." Though puzzled about why they'd need to go out when there were seats available, the girl obediently agreed when Yang Fan suggested it. Understood. The two then walked out of the temple, heading straight for the stone steps where they'd seen the homeless man earlier. The young beauty now understood why Yang Fan had bought an extra portion of vegetarian meal, and nervously tugged at his clothes as she spoke. "Brother, the cleaning auntie just said that man's mentally ill. Isn't it dangerous to approach him like this?" Yang Fan turned his head and gave her a sideways glance as he spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Crazy people don't worship Buddha every day. Oh. Since her brother had put it that way, she had no choice but to follow obediently, though she still felt somewhat afraid. After all, none of the other tourists dared to approach those steps. Yang Fan had only casually listened to the homeless man's story earlier, but he immediately sensed this was someone whose life must be full of stories. No madman could persistently worship Buddha every single day. He figured lending a helping hand couldn't hurt, it was just a boxed meal after all. As he approached, the peculiar odor emanating from the man became noticeable. Wearing thick, filthy clothes in the height of summer made it impossible not to reek. Yang Fan didn't pay it much mind, but the young beauty beside him wrinkled her nose in disgust, appearing utterly revolted. The vagrant fixed his bleary eyes on him, perhaps wondering why someone would come and sit beside him. Yang Fan then took out a box of vegetarian food from his bag and handed it over. This is for you. It's vegetarian food I just bought from the temple. Upon hearing this, the vagrant's eyes lit up slightly, yet his body remained motionless. He simply stared at Yang Fan without uttering a word. Yang Fan didn't mind when the other party declined to take it, simply placing the meal box beside where they were sitting, then walked over to another stone step and took out 2 more boxes of vegetarian meals. He handed one box to Gu Weiji and said, "Let's eat here. The view isn't bad." The young beauty still felt somewhat uneasy about the homeless man, but seeing Yang Fan already seated and ready to eat gave her a considerable sense of security. When the two were halfway through their meal, they suddenly noticed the homeless man on the other side had already picked up the vegetarian meal placed beside him and started eating. The way he ate could only be described as wolfing it down. Yang Fan and his companion hadn't even finished their half box of food when the homeless man had already polished off an entire box clean. The man tossed the empty box into a nearby trash bin, then walked straight toward the two of them. Chapter 22 The Outlaw? Gu Weijie was extraordinarily tense seeing the tramp approach them, even stopping her meal, and whispered to Yang Fan, "Brother, he's coming, he's coming." Yang Fan turned his head and glared at her, saying helplessly, "I'm not blind. Why are you so nervous? I already told you he's not crazy, and isn't I still here?" The cute girl stuck out her tongue sheepishly upon hearing this, realizing herself that she might have been a little overly nervous. Perhaps because the man looked so disheveled, dirty and smelly, she had prematurely assumed he must be crazy. The homeless man walked straight up to Yang Fan and stared directly at him. Yang Fan merely shrugged with indifference. "Have you eaten your fill? If not, there's plenty more." The vagrant's eyes flashed with a complicated expression before he began to speak. "Brother, do you have any enemies? Or perhaps, has anyone ever wronged you?" Holy shit! The homeless man's voice was hoarse, but the meaning behind his words sent chills down Yang Fan's spine. The tone sounded like some outlaw. Not the Zhang San kind, mind you, but more like the old Emo type. As a law-abiding citizen, he was more than a little freaked out by this homeless guy. He quickly waved his hands and said, "Bro, it's not that serious, really not. When you're away from home, everyone faces tough times. I just helped out casually, and besides, I don't have any enemies." To say he had offended many people was probably true, but none he felt deserved being called an enemy. He now felt that if he actually had any enemies, they might do something reckless, probably wanting to use his last bit of dignity to repay himself. But it's just a single meal, was this really necessary? The homeless man fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded gently and was about to return to his spot. Yang Fan asked curiously, "Do you believe in Buddhism? Just seeking peace of mind. Do you have a phone?" Lu Lang froze momentarily, then shook his head. "Brother, do I look like someone who owns a phone? Sold it long ago to buy booze." That response inexplicably moved Yang Fan. He felt deeply respected by the stranger's words. He didn't carry cash and had intended to transfer some money to help the man out. Never expected to hear "traded my phone for liquor," which left him speechless. Gu Weijie, listening nearby, understood Yang Fan's intent and whispered a suggestion. "I've got cash, big brother." Yang Fan gave her an approving glance before tilting his head toward the homeless man's direction. The meaning was obvious. The pretty girl understandingly took out all the cash from her bag and said sheepishly, "It's only 800 yuan. Should I go withdraw some more?" Yang Fan hadn't even spoken yet when the homeless man spoke first. "Young man, you don't need to give me money. There's nothing you need me to do for you either. If I weren't truly starving to the point of desperation, I wouldn't. If you ever need me in the future, you can come find me here." Hearing this, Yang Fan replied with a smile. "If you're saying that, then all the more reason you should take the money. If you were to starve to death, wouldn't I have no one to turn to if I encountered trouble in the future?" He cracked a joke, but the homeless man didn't take the bait, continuing to refuse the money offered by the pretty girl before walking straight back to the steps where he had been sitting. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't insist on giving him the money. The man clearly had strong pride. Nor did he pry into the stranger's past, merely finishing his meal quietly. Then he stood up and spoke to the homeless man. "Take care now. Hope to see you here again next time." With that, he left with the pretty young woman. The vagabond's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, his expression shifting through several emotions before settling into something complex. On the way down the mountain, the pretty girl asked Yang Fan, "Brother, that uncle couldn't be some kind of killer like in TV dramas, could he? The way he talks is really scary." Yang Fan laughed when he heard this. "What killer? Don't talk nonsense. Let's just say he's a man with a past. Hey, whatever, he's just a passerby. Maybe we'll never cross paths again." Seeing him say this, the pretty girl nodded and instantly dropped the topic, smiling as she spoke. "Big brother, I want to go watch a movie." Of course Yang Fan would satisfy such a small request. After taking her to see a movie and treating her to a grand dinner in the evening, he then sent her home, and told her that he had some things to handle over the next few days, and would contact her when he was free. This made the pretty girl seem somewhat reluctant, but she also understood that a man this wealthy surely had important business to attend to. She needed to act mature and sensible, winning his favor while ideally making this golden goose fall for her. So she didn't complain, simply reminding Yang Fan to reach out when he was done. What she didn't know was that Yang Fan so-called being busy these days was actually because Shelu was coming tomorrow. If the pretty girl knew the real reason, one wonders what she would think. After they parted ways, he took a taxi home. Just as he got out of the car, he heard the system's voice ring out. "Valid consumption target detected. View information?" Ha! He looked around and noticed a beautiful woman buying fruit not far from him. When he got a clear look at her face, it immediately made him laugh. Because he knew this woman. She was the girlfriend of one of his friends. His friend comes from a privileged family background, a so-called second-generation dismantler with 4 properties and 2 storefronts under his name. He found himself an incredibly beautiful girlfriend, making Yang Fan and his other friends green with envy for quite some time. However, the friend himself isn't much of a go-getter at work, just coasting through life, a classic case of relying on his parents' wealth. As the friend put it, "Why bother working when I can just live off rental income? It pays better than most jobs anyway." View. Name, Joe Wonwon. Age, 28. Overall appearance score, 80. Height, 156 centimeters. Weight 45. Purity 9-1. Condition menstruation, mild pain. Intimacy 3-3. Yang Fan curiously checked the other person's information, only to discover that this girl who had previously made him envious and jealous barely met the standard in overall attractiveness. She wasn't even as good-looking as his placeholder contacts. His mood instantly improved considerably. Although they'd known each other for 2 or 3 years, their interactions had definitely been limited. An intimacy level of 33 probably meant they were just ordinary friends. As for her purity rating, that was none of his business. He actually got along quite well with her boyfriend. At this moment, the other person also spotted him and waved in greeting. "Yang Fan, where are you coming back from? Come have some fruit." He walked over with a smile. "Where's your husband? He went drinking with his colleagues. Why didn't you go along? Those kinds of gatherings are too boring. Didn't feel like going. By the way, what do you think about what we discussed last time? Last time's matter?" Yang Fan tried to recall, but before he could remember anything, the other person continued speaking. "It's about introducing you to a potential girlfriend. I can tell you didn't take it seriously at all. She's already agreed to meet you." Only then did it dawn on him. The other person had indeed mentioned this matter before, and he'd been quite interested at the time. But after obtaining the big sucker system later, he'd completely forgotten about such things while blissfully enjoying his single life. Chapter 23: The Sorrow of a Simp. Yang Fan asked half-jokingly, "Is she good-looking? If she can't compare to you, I'm not interested at all." Someone who couldn't measure up to her wouldn't even meet the minimum standard, with no chance of cashback. He naturally had zero interest. Joe Wonwon laughed upon hearing this. "You're being picky? How many people are naturally beautiful like me? My friend is really nice. She graduated from university a few years ago and is now preparing for graduate school on her own." She, "No, thanks. I'm already in a relationship, so there's no need to worry about me." Gao Wonwon was surprised to hear this. "You stay home writing web novels every day. How could you possibly need any girls?" "I do go out occasionally too. I just got back from hanging out." "Alright, bring your girlfriend out to meet us sometime." "Okay." Elsewhere, Gu Ruijia walked into her neighborhood in high spirits, lost in her own thoughts, her face unconsciously breaking into a smile. Just as she was nearing her apartment building, a stylishly dressed young man with neat blonde hair stepped out from behind a flower bed, blocking her path. "Why did you suddenly delete me on WeChat, and block my number?" The pretty girl was startled upon seeing who had arrived, then indifferently uttered a sentence. "No particular reason. Just felt like deleting you, that's all." The handsome guy who had come to confront her looked bewildered by her response. "There must be a reason? You were fine just a couple days ago. What's really going on with you?" The petite beauty said impatiently. "When someone deletes all your contact info, isn't the implication obvious enough? It means your very presence has become disruptive to them." Seeing her attitude, the boy realized this wasn't just a mood swing begging to be coaxed. She seemed genuinely serious. This feeling left him somewhat at a loss, so he changed his attitude and asked cautiously, "Did I do something wrong? Just tell me, and I'll fix it, alright?" Seeing him so spineless, Gu Ruijie felt a twinge of contempt, but recalling how decent he'd been to her before, she sighed and replied, "Perhaps your only mistake was to fall for me. You should go find someone who's suited for you, don't waste your time on me anymore." The boy immediately looked heartbroken upon hearing this. After a long silence, just as he was about to speak, the girl continued, "If you don't want me to dislike you, stop waiting outside my house from now on." With these words, the girl turned to leave. The boy trembled all over upon seeing this, his voice filled with agitation as he raised it in protest. "What exactly did I do wrong? When you fell ill a few days ago, I saw your social media post and immediately took leave from work without a second thought, traveled over an hour by car to bring you medicine. When you were feeling down, I racked my brains to cheer you up. You said you needed time to warm up, so I never pressured you, giving you all the space you needed. On your birthday, I took out a loan to buy you the latest phone as a gift. It cost 2 or 3 months of my salary. I survived on instant noodles for nearly a month afterward. You're leaving my world without saying anything now. How could you be so cruel? How could you hurt someone who loves you like this? What exactly did I do wrong?" As he spoke further, the boy became somewhat hysterical, almost roaring by the end. Hearing this, Gu Ruijie also stopped in her tracks, her pretty face showing anger as she turned around and shouted, "Did I ask you to do any of these things? Did I ask you to bring me medicine when I was sick? Are there no pharmacies near my home, or can't I order delivery? Can't I take care of myself without you? Did I ever ask you to buy me a phone? I said I didn't want it, but you insisted on giving it to me, and when I told you to take it back, you refused. Do you have any idea how ridiculous I felt carrying 2 identical phones that day? Why are you yelling at me? You're just patting yourself on the back. Why should I have to pay for your self-indulgent gesture?" The boy felt as if a knife had pierced his heart upon hearing those hurtful words, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Gu Ruijie was somewhat angry. Taking a deep breath to calm herself as much as possible, she then said, "What's a grown man doing sniveling like that? It just makes me think even less of you. That phone you gave me, I turned around and sold it. I'll pay you back the full price. Scan the QR code, and those 200 yuan transfers plus the 521, I'm sending those back too. Please don't bother me anymore, got it?" Things had come to this point, and logically, they should have ended here, but the boy still refused to give up, tears streaming down his face as he spoke. "I really, truly like you. I can't bring myself to give up on you. Stop. Cut the act with your lingering affection, will you? Quit wallowing in self-indulgence. The more you do this, the more it disgusts me. Seeing you like this only makes me glad I made the right choice. One-sided love is pointless. I don't like you, got it? I've said all there is to say. I don't want to waste any more words on you." Faced with Gu Ruijie's relentless emotional blows, the boy finally couldn't take it anymore, and chose to leave. Gu Ruijie returned home with a gloomy face and couldn't help but mutter, "What rotten luck." At that moment, her roommate walked over with an amused expression and asked, "What's wrong? Did that handsome guy downstairs upset our little Ruirue? I told you before not to casually give out our home address to strangers." Gu Ruijie asked speechlessly, "Did you see it?" Shanshan rolled her eyes upon hearing this. "You're shouting so loudly, it's not like I'm deaf. Hard not to hear you." Yang Fan, who had just returned home, was completely unaware of what had happened on Gu Ruijie's side. At that moment, he was leaning against the bed, holding his phone and opening Douyin. Although Xiao Lu was coming over tomorrow, she was still live streaming as usual today. While joking with her fans, she suddenly saw a carnival gift float across her screen. After a brief moment of shock, she excitedly screamed, "Welcome home, my brother Xiao Yao. Thank you for the carnival combo, brother Xiao Yao." These past few days, Xiao Lu's earnings have been skyrocketing like a rocket, making her much happier and filling her daily live streams with boundless energy. All this was thanks to Yang Fan, who helped her directly escape poverty and become wealthy, leaving all her girlfriends who knew she had encountered a generous big brother utterly envious. Earning in just a few days what others might not achieve in years has led some of her girlfriends to start asking her for live streaming advice. After all, who wouldn't want to strike it rich overnight? Banksia Xiaoyao, keep streaming, don't mind me. I'll just bump you up the hourly rankings before heading out for a stroll. Xiaoyao bro is unstoppable. Love you. Squad, flood the chat with Xiaoyao bro is unstoppable. She didn't even acknowledge Yang Fan's mention of going out for a stroll. She knew there were 2 other vixens waiting for his favor, as their 3 live streaming rooms had become his must-visit spots whenever he went online. The difference was that he used to visit her room last but now came first. Why this change occurred, the girl understood crystal clearly in her heart. Moreover, she was certain he'd never met those 2 vixens offline, giving her a significant advantage in this regard. With her looks and figure, she was sure to enchant him tomorrow. Success would be effortlessly within her grasp. Chapter 24 Yang Fan loves Gokuraku Jodo. Meanwhile, in Shasha's live stream room, netizens were teasing her relentlessly. Sha, brother Xiaoyao is online. but he's spamming carnival gifts in Xiaolu's livestream right now. Looks like you've been banished to the cold palace by your sugar daddy. Bro, Xiaoyao hasn't stopped by your stream first these past 2 days when coming online. Getting ready to ditch you, huh? Ha ha ha. I remember this little dear only got to know brother Xiaoyao when she was PK&G with our Sha, right? This streamer girl sure has her ways. Let me make a wild guess, brother Xiaoyao suffers from the common male ailment. He loves the new and loathes the old. Superficial. How dare you call a divine tycoon's behavior loving the new and loathing the old? That's called spreading his blessings equally. Seeing her viewers discussing the sugar daddy, Shasha felt a twinge of jealousy despite their words, but she quickly intervened to stop them. Brother Xiaoyao has already doted on Shasha enough. I know how to be content, he isn't just my big brother, after all. Of course, he's free to tip whoever he pleases. As long as he's having fun, that's all that matters. I trust brother Xiaoyao will come home later. Sure enough, shortly after she finished speaking, carnival special effects began floating across the screen, and her excited shouts echoed through the livestream. Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for the carnival. Folks, look, isn't brother Xiaoyao back home? Half a lifetime of carefree roaming, off to Sukhabati we go. Speak of the devil, Xiaoyao is still head over heels for Sasa's paradise. Look how excited Sasa is, Xiaoyao turns out to be her true love. I feel like all those sports cars I gifted were just a waste. Xiaoyao wants to ask, can 10 carnival gifts crush your lousy sports car? If not, I'll just keep gifting. Sasa turned on the music at that moment and said, a paradise beyond to brother Xiaoyao, with deepest gratitude for your generous affection. The twin-tailed lowly in white stockings leapt up as she finished speaking. It must be said this delicate beauty's performance of such dance is truly never tedious. Yang Fan couldn't help mentally giving her likes every time he watched her performance. I've been here for quite a while now, going to send out a few more carnival gifts before leaving. Right now in Ali's livestream, there's a big spender showering her with carnival gifts. This big spender goes by the name Zaya Honkin, laughing at the mortal world. Thank you brother Honchin for the carnivals. Sending hearts. This brother Honchin just joined her livestream today and has already gifted several carnivals after watching her perform 2 dances. Clearly a generous big spender, which made Ali incredibly happy. Xiao Honchin typed in the chat. I noticed we're from the same city, let's add each other on WeChat first. How about I treat you to late night snacks after your stream ends? Ali frowned upon hearing this. The other party's intentions were all too apparent, immediately dampening her good mood. She'd encountered this sort of situation many times before, after all, most men were cut from the same cloth. But others at least had the decency to arrange private meetings. This guy actually went and said it straight out during the live stream. Is this really something that should be discussed in a live broadcast? Isn't this just making things difficult for yourself? After silently cursing moron in his mind, he said with a smile, forget about late night snacks. Ali isn't in the habit of eating supper. If brother Honchin doesn't mind, how about Ali treats you to a meal another day? She clearly implied that adding her on WeChat was fine, but late-night meetings were off the table. As for the so-called meal another day, that was just polite talk. When exactly was another day? Would that day ever come? Even she didn't know. Thinking he could woo her with just a few carnival gifts? What a joke. But she didn't want to offend him outright either. Planning to squeeze more gifts out of him first, she decided to add his WeChat contact. They could talk about the rest later. Who could have guessed Xiao Honchin wasn't about to quit while ahead, still pursuing this topic? Not enough? Bam! Bam! 2 more carnival gifts went flying out. Ali was nearly cursing in her heart, yet had to keep smiling gratefully. Just as she tried to explain, her fans began roasting her in the comments. At Red Dust Laugher TSK. Thinking you can date our Ali by gifting a few carnival shows? You think your money's worth US dollars? Even if it were USD, it still wouldn't be enough. At Red Dust Laugher bragging about spending 20 to 30k? Don't even mention others, even I've spent more than you. What are you trying to prove here? At Red Dust Laugher bro, stop acting high and mighty with those spare coins of yours. Getting cocky over this? Thinking you can date our Ali? Do our Ali look like she's never seen the world? I despise this type of people, thinking they can sleep with streamers by throwing some money around. Go turn the corner to a brothel, that's more your speed. Brother Xiaoyao has spent hundreds of thousands without putting on airs like you, kid. If you've got the skills, being cocky is called swagger, but without the chops, it's just plain stupid. Ali didn't dare to offend the boss, but the online viewers wouldn't put up with him, no matter what. If they couldn't stand it, they'd speak their minds first and think later. Faced with the mockery from his fellow streamers, Xiao Honchin was absolutely furious inside. He often scours Douyin for local prey, and when he takes a liking to a female streamer, he doesn't hold back, typically throwing anywhere from a few thousand to tens of thousands in gifts. Then he'd flirt a bit, arrange a meetup, and so on. Of course, he never gifted the top streamers. He knew that amount of money wouldn't even make a dent for them, so the success rate isn't that low after all. But he never expected to come across such an enthralling dance streamer today. Over 20,000 spent just to tease her. only to be bombarded by so many people defending her. Spending so much money only to still get treated poorly, who could possibly put up with that? The displeased typing commented. Little Master's always conducted himself this way. What? Judging by how aggressively you're talking, none of you must be short on cash, right? Then why don't you try taking my top spot on the leaderboard first? Little Master isn't as fake as you lot. If you had no interest in the streamer, why'd you camp in the live stream all day, laying eggs? If you've got the guts, come duel me with gifts. Anyone can talk big. If you can't snatch my top spot, then shut your traps for Little Master. Most of the viewers really were just talking tough. Even the one who'd previously boasted about gifting more than Xiao Hongqian was no exception. He did indeed spend more than the other party, quite a bit more, actually, but that wasn't all spent in one go. He had been protecting Ali for a long time, often spending a little here and there, and over time it added up to tens of thousands. But letting him snatch the top spot now would be downright infuriating, especially since Xia Hongqian wasn't even done throwing tickets yet. If he made a move but ended up losing, that would be truly embarrassing, so he hesitated visibly. The two big spenders aren't around right now, one hasn't logged in, while the other has just been showering gifts in another livestream. He'd even considered running over to Shasha's stream to summon Brother Xiaoyao, just to put this arrogant guy in his place. Ali was reading the chat comments, well aware of her own fans' spending limits. Seeing the livestream was nearly turning into an argument, which was the last thing she wanted. She was gathering her thoughts to smooth things over. Suddenly, he glimpsed, Banshur Xiaoyao had arrived. Ali froze for a moment before spotting the carnival effects flashing across the screen. Chapter 25, 17 is an auspicious number. Banshur Xiaoyao, send carnival *2. A lifetime of ease, sends 17 carnival gifts. When Ali saw this combo of carnival gifts, she completely forgot she was about to shut down the livestream due to the chaos, shouting excitedly. Thank you to my brother Xiaoyao for sending 17 carnivals. The water friends couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Talk about instant karma coming right up. At Half-Life Wanderer bro Wanderer, your timing couldn't be better. Someone's actually picking on our Ali right now. Ha ha ha, bro Wanderer's here to serve some humble pie. Nobody does it better than him. Add laughing mortal hey. What's up with you there? Your top donor spot just got snatched. Don't chicken out now, go take it back. At Smiling Mortals come on, your rival spammer is here. Let the music play on and the dancing continue. At Smiling Mortals go Pikachu. If you can outspam Brother Xiaoyao, not only will I apologize to you, but I'll call you Grandpa every time we meet from now on, ha? After Yang Fan's daily routine of spamming carnival gifts, he saw the barrage from his fellow stream viewers and several tags directed at him, leaving him utterly confused. He asked, brothers, what's going on? Someone immediately began explaining it to him. It took him quite a while to fully grasp the origin of the matter. He didn't feel qualified to judge this method of wooing girls by showering them with virtual gifts. In fact, it seemed perfectly normal to him. Truth be told, he was far from being a principled or noble-hearted gentleman and leaned more toward this very approach himself. The only real difference, if he had to name one, was probably that he was more willing to spend money. After all, the system was footing the bill. Right away, a mischievous viewer who loved stirring the pot commented in the chat. At Xiao Hongqian, big bro, let's see your performance. In a beautifully decorated duplex apartment in West Lake City, a nearly 30-year-old guy with tousled blonde hair was leaning back on the sofa, frowning at his phone screen. He was Xiao Hongqian on Douyin. His real name was Wang Feng. As a somewhat wealthy second-generation heir, he had his own idol, a top-tier rich heir in the country who was particularly enamored with internet celebrities. So he shares the same hobby as his idol. Both have a thing for female internet celebrities. The difference is, he has a fickle personality that quickly grows tired of the new, so most of his flings are short-lived flurries. Today, he surprisingly came across a live stream hostess who genuinely caught his fancy. Unable to resist, he tried his usual tactic of flashing cash to woo her, only to be shot down. He had intended to clap back at the chat trolls mocking him, but who knew an actual big spender would show up? What an absurdly unlucky coincidence. Sure, he's got some money, but he's no fool. He wouldn't recklessly compete in a gift-giving war with someone else, especially when throwing money around might not even get him what he wants. After all, this carefree for half a lifetime was clearly a top patron in the livestream room. Even if he chose to engage in a direct competition, regardless of the outcome, it was practically impossible for him to enjoy the company of the beauty with just a small sum of money. Thus, he reckoned it wasn't worth it. Instead of wasting money here, he might as well use it to find a new target. To this live stream room, he was merely a passerby, just testing the waters. Now that he realized the waters were a bit too deep, he could simply switch to someone else. Meanwhile, Ali secretly prayed that these two top patrons would compete for the top spot by showering her with gifts, because in the end, she would be the one to reap the benefits. But things wouldn't develop in the direction she hoped. Xiao Hongqian was already about to leave, but before going, he couldn't resist leaving one last nasty remark. He typed out a message. Sorry, but I don't make a habit of bot farming with guild elves. Before Yang Fan even got a chance to read his message, a flood of comments from viewers started rolling across the screen. Oh, so when you can't win, you just call them a guild alt? Bro, are you for real? Brother Xiaoyao isn't just showering gifts on Ali alone, there's also Shasha and Xiaolu. That guy practically drops hundreds of thousands daily on Douyin's female streamers without expecting anything in return. Ever seen a guild account like that? At Xiahonkan, I used to respect you as a real man. What's this? Anyone who spends more than you must be a guild account? By now, Ali had realized Xiahonkan probably wouldn't make impulsive purchases, but she still wanted to make one last attempt. Pouting sweetly, she said, neither Brother Xiaoyao nor Brother Hongshan are guild accounts. They're both Ali's cherished big brothers, and Ali is so grateful for their generous support. Chapter 26 The VTuber. Yet by this time Xiao Hongshan had already left the stream, completely missing Ari's words. When no response came after a long while, she finally belatedly realized the situation. Just then, a level 60 whale named VirtueBearsall began gifting 2 carnival gifts in Ari's stream and tagged Yangfan with a message. At Half-Life Wanderer, thanks, Wanderer bro, for supporting our Ari. Yangfan didn't pay any attention or even respond. Not until Ali sent him a private message did he realize that this virtue bearing was the boss of Ali's guild. But Yangfan had no interest in these guild operators, so after casually exchanging a few words, he sent a floating screen message saying, Half-Life Free-Spirited, Ali, let's do the train dance. Ha ha ha, as expected, Free-Spirited brother is here to give us a treat. Ali's almost developed the bad habit of not doing the train shake unless Xiaoyao's around. This won't do, gotta break it. Been holding back all day, finally time for the train shake? Tissues standing by. Go ahead and shake, Ali. Holy shit, Ali hasn't even started shaking yet, just seeing the words train shake finished me off. You guys carry on. What's this train shaking all about? Coincidentally, the livestream chat was now flooded with viewers who'd been drawn in by the earlier battle for top contributor. Ali also realized this was the perfect moment to pull out all the stops to keep the audience engaged, so she cooed in a flirtatious tone. Brother Xiaoyao wants to see Ali do the train dance? Of course, no problem, Ali will go change clothes right now. Yangfan stayed in Ali's livestream for nearly an hour before leaving. He originally planned to return to Xiaolu's livestream to check in, but right then he received a message from her. Brother Xiaoyao, I'm logging off now. Going to bed early today since we're meeting tomorrow, feeling quite excited. Sasha was also offline, so he casually browsed through videos. During this time, Douyin thoughtfully recommended many live-streaming female hosts to him, but unfortunately, none triggered the system notification. Until he came across a female host named Is. Valid spending target detected. Yang Fan recognized that strikingly beautiful face at once. She was the internet celebrity who had suddenly gone viral. The reason for her skyrocketing fame? A top-tier billionaire's son failed to woo her. Now that's just bizarre. The streamer was undeniably gorgeous, but Yang Fan suspected she was just a publicity stunt orchestrated by that spoiled heir. His interest in her was lukewarm at best. But they couldn't resist him throwing gifts around like they were free, so he was ready to go in and shower some cash. The female streamer was currently chatting sharply with her viewers. Hunan, you say? Want me to recite my ID number for you? Where was it done? My boobs are fake, 368D. What ability do I have? It's precisely because I have none. If I had any ability, would I be sitting here doing live streams? You're more capable than I am. No talents? Isn't playing music for you considered a talent? Don't be too picky. Is that your real hair? No, it's rented. Are you a woman? No, I'm a transvestite. Cry for you? If you die right now, I'll cry immediately. Seeing this mature beauty seriously answering fans' questions, Yang Fan swiftly sent 17 carnival gifts in response. The beauty was stunned for a moment but only responded coolly with a single sentence. Thank you, wanderer of half a lifetime. He then continued calmly answering the fans' questions. This was Yang Fan's first time encountering a live streamer like her. Perhaps this was the persona she had crafted. It was precisely this unyielding attitude towards money that had attracted so many fans to adore her. Yang Fan didn't mind either. Without saying a word, he sent another round of carnival gifts in the livestream, sparking the audience's curiosity. How come Half-Life Freedom keeps spamming carnival gifts non-stop? Could this be Principal Wang's alt account? Highly possible. I've been seeing him sending carnival gift notifications to different female streamers these past few days. At Half-Life Freedom Principal Wang? Don't just send gifts without chatting. Come, let's have a conversation? Ha ha ha, Brother Freedom isn't Principal Wang. I recognized him from a small streamer's channel several days ago. The audience didn't know, but the beautiful streamer understood perfectly well, as she spoke. He's not the one. Stop assuming every person gifting carnivals is that man. Before long, Yang Fan had already gifted nearly 100,000 yuan worth of carnivals before stopping. Yet this beautiful streamer showed little reaction throughout, merely offering a token expression of gratitude. Then he also felt it wasn't very interesting and left. But after exiting the live stream, he received a private message from that person. Opening it, he saw only a string of English letters and numbers, nothing else. This was probably their WeChat ID. Looks like tossing out that 100,000 yuan hadn't left the other person completely unaffected after all. After adding on V, the other person sent a thank you message. It's fine, you're the most composed live streamer I've ever seen. Composed? Maybe it's because I'm shy around strangers. I'm live right now, talk later. The conversation ended after just one exchange. But from these words, Yang Fan still sensed something. Afraid of strangers? Wasn't this hinting that he should visit more often and become a regular? As the saying goes, first time strangers, second time friends. Quite cunning. Yang Fan shook his head and continued scrolling through videos, seeking amusement on Douyin. After scrolling for quite a while, he finally heard the system notification again. Valid consumption target detected. The livestream is named Demo Twins, featuring two girls dressed in distinctly anime-style outfits who appear quite young. One is a girl with an exceptionally pure appearance, dressed in a maid outfit from a certain island nation, with silver white hair, cat ears on her head, and a small tail fluttering behind her. Her slender pale legs are slightly thin, clad in white ankle socks as she bounces energetically on an acupressure mat. Her expressions shift constantly, with every bounce, her brows furrow noticeably, clearly because her little feet ache from the mat's pressure points. This outfit is unmistakably that of a two-dimensional cat ear girl. The other girl looks quite similar to the cat ear girl but is dressed in a flowing crimson hanfu made of lightweight gauze, with large areas of skin exposed at the shoulders, back, and navel. Her long legs are similarly uncovered, and she's barefoot. This hardly seems like proper hanfu attire. The hanfu beauty watches the cat ear girl writhing in pain nearby, covering her mouth as she giggles. The cat-eared girl hopped about while pleading pitifully. Please stop spamming the hearts, family. Send some roses so I can try the acupressure mat too. I can't take it anymore. Her pitiful little appearance was truly heartbreaking to see. This wasn't an act. Anyone who's tried an acupressure mat knows just how refreshing it feels to bounce on one. This streamer really doesn't hold back against themselves. Chapter 27, The Twin Ahogis. Yet the chat, seeing the girl's pitiful expression, showed no mercy. A flood of heart emoji combos appeared while they typed. No way, let's drive one of them crazy first. Haha, that's right, let's drive the younger sister crazy first, then move on to the elder sister. I'm just here to see Dum Dum cry. Come on fam, give it your all. Yeah, Dum Dum looks the cutest when she's teased to tears. Hey you bullies, stop picking on our Dum Dum all the time. Mama's so bored on the sidelines she started cracking sunflower seeds. Holy shit, they're actually going at it? These sisters probably don't get along well normally. Mama, don't get cocky. After we make Dai cry, you're next. Get ready to face the storm. Give it some energy. Stop just watching Dai bouncing around. Someone send a sports car to take control of the scene and make Dai dance on the acupressure mat. After watching for a while, Yang Fan finally understood what kind of live stream this was. So it was about giving gifts to punish the streamer. The older sister is called Mao Mao, and the younger one is called Dai Dai. No wonder the account name is Dai Dao Twins, lit. Silly hair twins. Spamming little hearts plays the music representing the younger sister, forcing her to keep standing on the acupressure mat, while other gifts make her jump in place. Roses trigger the older sister's music, but only if the hearts stop or the number of roses surpasses the hearts during that music segment, after which it switches to the older sister's track. Those who send lavish gifts can take control of the scene. For instance, a sports car grants 2 minutes of control. During this time, they can make the designated streamer dance on acupressure mats, do squats, jump continuously, or even roll around. A carnival can keep the audience engaged for half an hour. These two sisters must be new streamers, with not many followers, yet surprisingly, the number of viewers in their livestream is significantly higher than the combined audience of Shasha and Xiaolu's streams. It seems you guys are really into this kind of vibe. It must be said that the two sisters are quite good at live streaming. At this moment, Dai Dai was already shouting with a tearful voice. Elders, Dai Dai really can't go on anymore. Which kind-hearted brother could save Dai Dai? Half-Life Free Spirit, send Carnival *2. Half-Life of Freedom, send 17 carnivals. Seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, Yang Fan instantly responded by slapping out a whopping 17 carnival gifts, literally smashing the music to a halt. When the music stopped, the dazed and bouncing Dai Dai's face lit up with delight. Before she could comprehend the situation, she heard her sister, who had been glued to her phone screen, let out a scream. Ah, thank you, Brother Ban Shi Xiao Yao, for sending the carnival. Big bro, you can control, Con. When Mao Mao saw that Yang Fan had sent 17 carnivals in a row, the word stuck in her throat, leaving her speechless. The carnival, a rare sight on ordinary days, had arrived today, 17 of them in one go. This should have been great news, but the thought of 17 carnival events requiring 8.5 hours of stage management suddenly hit hard. Are they asking the two sisters to endure an entire night of acupressure mats? Ridiculous. Mao Mao instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Daze didn't realize it yet and quickly hobbled off the acupressure mat, seizing the chance to rest her little feet while continuously murmuring words of gratitude. "Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for saving Dazed. A million thanks." Then, upon seeing the comments from her online friends in the livestream chat, her eyes widened in shock, leaving her face utterly blank. The viewers, noticing the expressions of Mao Mao and Dazed, began flooding the chat with frantic messages. We're doomed, a big spender just entered the livestream. These two sisters are definitely going to get wrecked. 17 carnival gifts, controlling the stream for 8.5 hours straight. Ha ha ha, is this going to be an all-nighter of acupressure mat torture? Why do I find this so hilarious? These sisters' feet are going to be completely ruined. The rich folks sure know how to play. They immediately took control for 8 hours straight. I'd imagined this scenario as soon as I saw the rules, but didn't expect it to happen so fast. Let's see how these two sisters handle it. Ha ha ha. Dai snapped out of her daze, her expression shifting rapidly before finally bursting into loud sobs with a wah. Seems like she got scared. Woo woo. No more. Dai won't play anymore. Who can endure 8.5 hours of this? Woo woo. Mao Mao was faring slightly better and began asking cautiously. Brother Xiaoyao, you've been grinding way too much. We really can't handle hours of punishment continuously. See, can we do installments? Yang Fan hadn't intended to be this brutal in the first place. He'd only spun so much because it happened to complete one full cycle, so he casually gave it another round. So he typed on the floating screen. No need to finish it all. You sisters just have to dance Gokuraku Jodo on the acupressure mat for 10 minutes together. Then Dai can rest while Mao Mao keeps jumping until she cries. That'll mark the end of the punishment. Whoosh. Seeing his message, the two sisters secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Dai stopped crying and immediately bowed deeply toward the screen. Thank you, brother Xiaoyao. Thank you for being kind to Dai. Dai will dance Gokuraku Jodo for you right now. The livestream chat erupted with excitement. That's the generosity of a big spender for you, dropping 17 carnival gifts just for such a light punishment. Adventure Xiaoyao, bro, you're too soft. If you don't know how to set punishments, leave it to me. This is way too lenient. Jumping straight to crying, how about that? Ha ha ha, that's the confidence. Keep jumping until you cry. That's how you finish. Pretty clever play. Mao Mao wasn't fazed by Yang Fan's punishment. It was relatively mild. Since they started this live stream, tears had become commonplace for them. Today's incident also served as a wake-up call for her. What if some big spender actually made them endure hours of punishment? That really was unbearable. So she decided to wait until today's session ended to properly revise the rules, adding provisions for how often to take breaks and the duration of rest periods. The reason she hadn't perfected the rules earlier was she genuinely never expected anyone to grind so hard. Thank you, brother Xiaoyao, for caring about us sisters. I'll go put on the music right away. Yang Fan said nothing but immediately sent 17 more carnival gifts in return. This sent both sisters into uncontrollable excitement. They realized they'd encountered a true luxury tycoon. This was absolutely an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. What attracts streamers the most, you ask? That must be the big spender brother. With his support, there's no broadcast that can't take off. The most direct way to secure platform support is to participate in various campaigns. But who will help with that? The answer is obvious. Then, Yang Fan occasionally tossed out 1 or 2 carnival gifts to liven things up, successfully making Mao Mao cry from the acupressure mat challenge. Dai hugged her for a long while to comfort her before she finally calmed down, sniffling as she spoke. Brother Xiaoyao, have we completed our punishment? Yang Fan typed across the screen. I actually think Dummy looks cuter when crying. You should end the livestream early and get some rest. Next time I'll come specifically to watch Dummy cry. Chapter 28, Encountering a Beauty at the Airport. The two sisters were pleasantly surprised when they saw his floating screen message. This meant the generous tipper would return, and when he did, there would surely be no shortage of gifts. After Yang Fan exited, he added both sisters on WeChat. As it was already late, he went to take a shower and prepare for bed. Inside an adorably decorated, girly little room, the freshly off-stream Mao Mao and Dai wore radiant smiles on their faces. Dai was counting something on her fingers when she suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Mao Mao, we made so much money today. Quick, calculate how much we'll get from brother Xiaoyao's generous tipping. Mao Mao, dressed in hanfu, found her younger sister utterly hopeless. But equally excited, she too pulled out her phone and began calculating. The answer came in just a matter of moments. After double-checking the figures in disbelief, she finally spoke up. It seems like there could be over 70,000. Upon hearing this, Dai let out an excited shriek on the spot. Wow, over 70,000? Ha 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 ha, this is amazing. I never thought we'd earn so much money. I'm gonna buy tons and tons of delicious food, and loads of pretty clothes. Immediately, the two sisters hugged each other, jumping up and down in pure joy. But Mao Mao quickly regained her composure. Brother Xiaoyao is a real big spender. We absolutely must maintain this relationship well. Quick, check if he's added us on WeChat yet. Dai Dai snapped out of it and hurriedly took out his phone to check. He added me, he really did. But, what should I message him? Mao Mao shrugged helplessly. This is my first time encountering this kind of big brother. I've got zero experience. What should I do? What should I do? Maybe I should go search on Baidu? Mao Mao looked at the nervous Dai Dai with amusement. Is that really necessary? First, let's properly thank our big brother, that's definitely a must. Dai Dai nodded, agreeing that her sister made perfect sense. But when she picked up her phone to type, she kept writing and deleting, rewriting and erasing, never quite satisfied with how she phrased her words. Meanwhile, Mao Mao had already sent her message. Yang Fan, who had just stepped out of the shower, saw that the two sisters had already added him and noticed Mao Mao's message. Thanks for the tip, brother Xiaoyao. You really went out of your way today. No worries, I had a great time too. As long as brother Xiaoyao's happy, welcome to drop by anytime. Sure, how about your younger sister? Already asleep? No, she's struggling with how to message you. Is she really that shy? She's not shy at all, usually a total free spirit, but when it's something important to her, she gets terrible decision paralysis. Finally, Dum Dum's message came through. Hey there, Xiaoyao. Thank you so much for your kindness. Dai Dai has never received so many gifts before and truly doesn't know how to express gratitude. How about you give Dai Dai your address, and Dai Dai can send you some delicious treats. Yang Fan was somewhat speechless reading Dai Dai's long-winded message. So ordering takeout for me is the gratitude method you came up with? Still, he felt rather pleased inside and decided to tease the other person. What if I don't like what you order? Then tell me what you want to eat. That way I won't order the wrong thing. How insincere. If I knew what I wanted, wouldn't I just order it myself? After sending this message, he noticed the typing indicator in the chat box flickering endlessly, but no reply came through. He knew right away the girl was overthinking things again. 2 minutes later. How about I buy some rabbit heads and mail them to you tomorrow? They're really delicious, you know. Why do you always want to feed me? Wouldn't it be wonderful to have endless delicious food? Brother Xiaoyao, don't you like that? Yang Fan looked at his phone and couldn't help but smile. I can see it now, you little foodie. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what my sister says about me too. No need to bother, just focus on your live streaming. You'll earn even more money in the future. Really? That's amazing. From now on, I can buy whatever I want, endless delicious food, beautiful clothes that I'll never wear out. Dummy is so happy. Yang Fan genuinely couldn't understand what the girl was so excited about. Hadn't they not earned this money yet? Alright, I'm going to sleep. You should rest early too. Okay, good night, brother Xiaoyao. The next day, Yang Fan got up, freshened up casually, and went out to wash his hair. Noticing it was about time, he hailed a cab and headed to the airport. After waiting idly at the airport entrance for several minutes without receiving any message from Xiaolu, he figured her flight probably hadn't landed yet. Just as he was buried in his phone, he suddenly heard the system's voice ring out. Valid consumption target detected. View information? Looking up, he saw two girls with excellent figures walking toward him. Both wore sunglasses, making their exact facial features unclear. But his first impression was, beauties. Check it out. Name Gong Jing. Age, 26. Height 174. Weight, 55. Overall appearance, 89. Number, 87. Intimacy, 0. Holy shit. 13? What a shame about this girl. She was the most beautiful woman he'd encountered since getting the big sucker system, her overall attractiveness nearly hitting 90. Too bad the number was a whopping 13. But he was still somewhat interested in this beauty with an overall attractiveness score of 89, wanting to see what she looked like without her sunglasses. It's just for fun, she probably wouldn't mind. However, having never approached a stunning stranger before, he didn't know how to start the conversation. Fortunately, after obtaining the system, he was filled with boldness, and the resulting side effect was sky-high confidence. Just a random thought, and he came up with a way to strike up a conversation. Seeing the beauties about to walk away, he didn't think too much about it, figuring rejection wouldn't cost him anything. So he jogged a few steps to catch up, calling out, Gong Jing. Sure enough, the two beautiful women walking ahead instantly turned around. The slightly taller one examined him curiously for a moment before asking, Who are you? Clearly, she was the one the system had hinted at. She wore her hair in a bun, her face was petite, and she had on a long black top that completely covered her hips, hiding her pants from view. This made it impossible to tell if she was wearing any pants at all. What caught Yang Fan's eye, however, were her long legs clad in patterned black stockings. These legs were noticeably longer than Gu Weijia's, simply the kind you could play with for years. A pair of black ankle boots made her appear taller than she actually was. Yang Fan paused briefly when questioned, then replied quite naturally, Let's add each other on WeChat. Gong Jing had been trying hard to recall, but realized she truly had no memory of this person, so she replied bluntly, No, did you stop me for something? Affection points -10 for Gong Jing. What the fuck? Chapter 29, the live streamer arrives. Yang Fan hadn't expected this outcome even after calling out the other person's name. Wasn't this girl the least bit curious? She straight up refused to acknowledge their acquaintance. What he didn't know was that Gong Jing prided herself on having a decent memory. If this had been some high-quality man, she would never have completely forgotten someone she'd once met. Since she had no impression of him whatsoever, there were only two possibilities: either he'd somehow learned her name and was hitting on her, or, second, perhaps she had met him before, but he was simply not memorable enough to leave any impression on her. In that case, what was the point of getting acquainted? Moreover, the man was average-looking, dressed plainly, utterly unremarkable, so she had zero interest in him and outright refused to engage. Yang Fan, noticing her disinterest, shrugged and spoke plainly. No worries. Then he turned around and left. Gong Jing intimacy -5. Gong Jing was speechless, and their intimacy level dropped yet again. Walking away, Yang Fan overheard another girl behind him whisper with laughter. Jingjing is truly enchanting. She always manages to attract attention wherever she goes. Just then, Yang Fan's phone began to ring. Checking it, he saw a message from Xiaolu. The girl had finally arrived and was now heading out of the airport. 5 minutes later, a strikingly beautiful young woman, dressed in youthful and vibrant clothing, emerged from the airport pulling a small suitcase. She looked around and spotted Yang Fan immediately, walking straight toward him. Valid consumption target detected. View information? View info. Name, Lu Xiaolu. Age 22. Height 164. Weight 50. Overall appearance 86. 97. Status normal. Affinity 29. Another 3. Yang Fan was somewhat satisfied with Little Deer's rating, but the abysmally low intimacy level left him utterly speechless. After all, he'd spent at least 300 to 500 grand on this girl. How could the intimacy only be at 29? The girl walked up to him with a smile and said, Bro Xiaoyao, have you been waiting long? Yang Fan smiled and nodded. Yeah, I've been waiting over 10 minutes. How are you going to make it up to me? Come on. I'll treat brother Xiaoyao to a grand feast. Little Deer immediately took his arm as she spoke, being quite familiar and not the least bit shy. Yang Fan certainly wouldn't refuse such intimate gestures from her. After all, she was a stunning beauty. The two walked toward the taxi stand outside the airport. A few minutes later, the two beauties they'd encountered earlier were standing by the parking lot entrance, apparently waiting for someone. Jingjing, look, isn't that the guy who just tried to chat you up? Gong Jing looked in the direction her friend was pointing and happened to see Yang Fan and Xiaolu walking over arm in arm, their closeness evident from a distance. When the two got a clear look at Xiaolu's appearance, her friend was somewhat shocked. My god, that guy's girlfriend is so beautiful, yet he still tried to hit on you? Ugh, what a scumbag. Seriously, how low has the bar sunk for scumbags these days? Gong Jing fully agreed with her friend's assessment. It was baffling how even a thoroughly unremarkable guy could pull such shady moves nowadays. The most surprising thing was that he actually managed to find a girlfriend who was almost as good as her. Originally, whether he was a scumbag or not had nothing to do with her, but the thought of him having a girlfriend while still trying to mess with her made her feel annoyed. Gong Jing's affection -10. Her eyes darted around as she plotted to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. So she lifted her long legs and walked in the direction of Yang Fan and his companion. Sigh, Jingjing, where are you going? Gong Jing merely waved behind her back without stopping or answering. Faced with the sudden drop in intimacy, Yang Fan didn't pay it any mind. He was busy chatting with Xiaolu at the moment. But seeing that gorgeous high-scoring beauty approaching him just now, he felt somewhat puzzled. Yet after giving it some thought, he decided it must be a coincidence. She was probably just heading in his direction anyway. To his surprise, Gong Jing stopped not far in front of him, removed her sunglasses to reveal large smiling eyes, and spoke up. Handsome, didn't you just want my contact info? Do you still want it now? Gong Jing's idea was simple, to expose his scumbag behavior right in front of his girlfriend and see how he would explain himself. To her surprise, this scumbag had no intention of explaining at all. Instead, he flashed a smile. After being slightly stunned by her beauty when she removed her sunglasses, Yang Fan straightforwardly took out his phone and said with a laugh, Scan me. Gong Jing was left bewildered by his actions. She glanced at Xiaolu and noticed the beauty showed no particular reaction, merely looking curiously between her and that detestable scumbag. What was going on? She simply refused to believe it. She actually took out her phone and scanned Yang Fan's code, smoothly adding him on WeChat. Then she stole another look at Xiaolu, only to find her lightly furrow her brows before quickly smoothing her expression, maintaining perfect composure. No way? Your boyfriend adds other girls' WeChat right in front of you, and you don't even have the slightest extreme reaction? Yang Fan was initially puzzled as to why this beautiful woman, who had been quite indifferent earlier, would now voluntarily give him her contact information. But from the occasional way she glanced at the phone, he could more or less guess the truth. Yet he wouldn't voice it outright. Then I'll be leaving first. Contact me on V. With that, he walked away with the fawn, leaving Gong Jing utterly bewildered in the wind. Her friend, who had witnessed the entire scene from not too far away, pondered for a long while before finally approaching and saying, Jingjing, do you think it's possible that the beauty isn't actually that guy's girlfriend at all, but maybe a younger sister or something? We might have misunderstood the whole situation. Gong Jing thought about it and agreed it was possible, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to be so unfazed. She hadn't even spoken when she heard her friend's teasing remark again. Even if she's your sister, she definitely can't be your blood sister, you two look completely different. Hearing her friend say this, she couldn't help but laugh. Why not just ask and find out? After saying that, she playfully shook her phone and sent a text to Yang Fan. What's your relationship with that girl just now? Yang Fan had just gotten into the car when he noticed Gong Jing's message, which surprised him a little. Feeling there was nothing to hide, he replied, no relationship, just a female streamer I watch often. Gong Jing was even more confused after seeing the message. Would this kind of beautiful streamer really make a surprise visit to Pan Jun, and be this intimate with him? She knew a thing or two about the live streaming industry, she even had friends who worked as streamers. What's usually the scenario when a female streamer makes a surprise visit? It must be for the top donor, right? Even if not the number one, at least a top 3 supporter. That they'd visit some poor loser, she'd never believe that even if beaten to death. After some thought, she realized she might have genuinely misunderstood the situation. Luckily, I hadn't deleted their WeChat contact just now and had asked an extra question instead. Chapter 30, Xiaolu gets a little annoying. Xiaolu witnessed everything that had happened earlier, but she had a very clear understanding of her relationship with brother Xiao Yao, so she didn't ask any questions, nor did she throw jealous tantrums over it. Seeing Yang Fan sending messages in the car, she even teased him. No wonder your brother Xiao Yao. Even I was captivated by that beauty just now. Damn that charm of yours, TSK. Yang Fan put down his phone upon hearing this, wrapping an arm around Xiao Lu's shoulders with a laugh. I think our little dear here is far prettier than her. This wasn't just empty praise, while their overall looks might be comparable, the difference in purity was undeniable. A clean and neat beauty always attracts men more, though of course, you have to be beautiful in the first place. The deer rolled her lively eyes with disdain. Pretty words, do you think I believe them? Why wouldn't you? Don't you have any confidence in yourself? Humph, so I'm right beside you, and all you care about is chatting with others? I've already put my phone down, haven't I? An hour later, the two arrived at the 5-star hotel and booked a presidential suite for Xiaolu, then placed the luggage inside. The deer inquired, where are you planning to take me, brother Xiao Yao? Yang Fan smirked mischievously as he wrapped his arms around the other and whispered in their ear. We woke up too early today. How about, we rest here for a while first? The implication in his words was obvious. How could Xiao Lu possibly not understand? Lu Xiaolu's affinity-2. Damn. You were the one who parachuted in on your own initiative, didn't you prepare for this scenario? The affinity was already low to begin with, and now it drops so easily. The deer-like girl lifted her head from his shoulder and gave him a smiling glance. Brother Xiao Yao, don't rush, I've been feeling unwell these past couple days. As she finished speaking, she was carefully observing Yang Fan's expression. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly at her words. Just what was this little minx implying? If he hadn't discovered while checking Gao Wenwen's information yesterday that a woman's period would also show up in the status column, he might have truly been fooled. But he didn't point it out. Instead, after releasing her, he asked nonchalantly, if that's the case, why did you still choose to come today? Xiaolu was about to embrace him again when he gently pushed her away, pouting with a face full of grievance. Brother Xiao Yao, don't be angry. I just couldn't help wanting to see you. I came here to play with you, and all you're thinking about is that stupid business? The main purpose of Little Deer's visit was to use her beauty to captivate him, ideally turning him into one of her simps, someone who would support her streaming career from now on, showering her with virtual gifts in abundance. In the end, what she truly valued was his money. There was no real emotional connection between the two. It wouldn't be impossible to go along with what the other party wanted. She was prepared for such situations, but that would only be a last resort. How could she easily give herself away? So when faced with Yang Fan's blunt words, she first used the legitimate excuse of feeling unwell as a shield, testing whether maintaining this ambiguous relationship might help solidify their connection. Seeing that she had practically delivered herself to his doorstep yet still refused to make a decisive move, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. But then again, he thought, she was still far better than the other two streamers who hadn't shown any initiative in this regard. The silly part is, you're already the top dog parachuting in, why bother with all those convoluted schemes? Is that really necessary? What could have been a major bonus gets ruined when you have to go and create drawbacks for yourself. He wasn't about to play any ambiguous games with them. True sportsmen keep their minds open. So he said with a smile, you've seen me now, forget about having fun. I've got things to do. Since you're already here, make your own travel plans and go back after a few days. With that, he turned to leave through the door. Little deer froze in shock. How could they not realize they'd messed up badly? This guy is actually a straight guy full of dirty thoughts, can't he take it slow? So impatient. It's not like she completely rejected him either, didn't she say she wasn't feeling well? She probably even convinced herself with that excuse, unaware that Yang Fan could see right through her condition. That's why she still felt a little aggrieved. But she wasn't about to let Yang Fan leave so easily, he was clearly angry. She quickly caught up and grabbed his sleeve. Brother Xiaoyao, don't go. Yanked to a stop, Yang Fan had no choice but to turn back and look at her. Something else? The girl's face turned slightly red as she whispered something rather embarrassed into his ear. Clearly, she knew she'd overplayed her hand and was trying to make amends. She genuinely hadn't expected him to actually walk away from a beauty like her, even starting to doubt her own allure. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then merely shook his head. No need. She finished speaking and tried to pull her hand away, but the other person tightened their grip and refused to let go. She said in a somewhat coquettish tone, counting the days, it'll all be over in a couple of days. Can't brother Xiaoyao endure just a little longer for my sake? She had come this time to strengthen their relationship and didn't want her sudden appearance to backfire. Faced with losing control of the situation, she had no choice but to reluctantly compromise. Yang Fan felt this sounded somewhat reasonable after hearing it. Unfortunately, this girl's closeness level with him was low, so rewards could only be obtained through gradual cultivation. The good thing though, low closeness doesn't imply anything. It only affects the rewards. Immersive translate. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd done this earlier? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaolu took it over with a displeased expression on her face. Are you satisfied now? I need to touch up my makeup. Humph. You bad man. Yang Fan smiled as he stood up and gently embraced her. After you finish fixing your makeup, I'll take you out for a stroll, and we can do some shopping along the way. The girl rolled her eyes at him and said with an unmistakably tsundere tone, at least you know what's good for you. Half an hour later, they headed straight for the mall. This was practically every girl's favorite place, especially when accompanied by someone like Yang Fan, who never lacked money and was always willing to splurge. It was bound to be a joyous shopping spree. Thus, the mall had practically become a must-visit spot for his romantic conquests. Once inside, Xiaolu didn't hold back either, bagging plenty of luxury items. Lu Xiaolu's affinity +5. As the two walked towards Chow Tai Fook, Yang Fan's footsteps suddenly paused, because he saw a familiar face, his ex-girlfriend, Li Zhilan. At that moment, she was selecting earrings at the counter with a man who appeared to be in his 30s. Chapter 31, Running into an Ex-Girlfriend. She also spotted Yang Fan and his companion approaching. Her eyes first lingered on Xiaolu with disbelief, then swept over the bags they were carrying before revealing an astonished expression. How is this possible? Then her gaze turned rather complicated. She never imagined she'd meet her ex-boyfriend again under such circumstances. To her surprise, he was accompanied by a young, strikingly beautiful girl, one she couldn't help but admit was gorgeous, who'd purchased so many luxury items. She simply couldn't make sense of the situation. With a melancholic glance at the bespectacled man beside her, she felt as though she'd lost something intangible. The bespectacled man also noticed her unusual behavior and asked curiously, "Darling, what's wrong?" She shook her head. "It's nothing." She immediately lowered her head and continued selecting items, pretending not to know Yang Fan. Yang Fan initially considered switching to another store, but then thought it would appear too deliberate and beneath him, it's better to remain natural. He was trying to hide it decently, but the little doe beside him had already caught on. After glancing in Li Zhilan's direction for a moment, she turned to look at Yang Fan and said with a beaming smile, "Honey, you bought me so many things today, I want to get you a gift too. Let's go pick something out over there." She deliberately raised her voice just enough to ensure Li Zhilan could hear. Sure enough, her words immediately drew the attention of those around her. Even the bespectacled man was stunned by her figure and looks. After shooting Yang Fan a jealous glance, she curled her lips disdainfully and thought to herself, "Damn, another beauty wasted on a pile of cow dung." Only Li Zhilan gave a casual glance before pretending to continue browsing items, though her heart was churning with mixed emotions. How had this guy managed to prosper so much in just a few months? I feel like I've missed out on so much. Yang Fan noticed that Xiaolu deliberately called him hubby and pointed out that he was buying things for her, realizing that this little minx had probably figured it out. Sometimes she's quite clever, and other times quite dense. Since Xiaolu was playing along so well, he naturally wouldn't say anything more. Great, but one condition. What condition? You pick, I'll pay. Keep your money for yourself. The deer froze for a moment, then broke into a smile. My husband is the best. Seeing potential customers, the shop assistant quickly came over to greet them. Xiaolu then helped him pick out a necklace priced at over 30,000 yuan. He didn't particularly care either way. The system most likely wouldn't allow him to sell it for cash. Wearing it occasionally as an accessory would be just fine. After swiping the card, he said to the shop assistant, "Show her some women's necklaces and bracelets." The salesperson was overjoyed. They had just completed a sale worth over 30,000, and now the customer wanted to buy more. They hurriedly greeted her with enthusiasm. Of course, handsome. Miss, take a look at this. Xiao Lu didn't hold back and started browsing on her own. On the other side, although Li Jilan was picking out earrings, her mind was completely elsewhere. Her thoughts were in turmoil, continuously looping through her head. How is this possible? How is this possible? The others around them finally understood why someone as ordinary looking as Yang Fan had such a stunning female companion. It was all about the power of money. Indeed, this so-called true love stuff is nothing but bullshit. After swiping another 40,000, Yang Fan said dotingly to Xiaolu, "Let's go. See what else we can shop for." Xiaolu looked at the bags in her hands, her little face scrunched up in distress. "Darling, we already have so much stuff. Maybe we should call it a day. Let's take these back first and come shopping another day." Yang Fan nodded in agreement. "Alright then, we'll come back next time." With that, he led the girl out of Chow Tai Fook. Li Jilan lifted her gaze to watch their departing figures, her expression caught between wanting to speak yet holding back, eventually dissolving into a sigh. The two walked out of the mall, and Xiaolu asked eagerly like she was presenting a treasure. "So, Xiaoyaogu, how did I do? Not bad, right?" Yang Fan chuckled. "You did great. How could you tell?" He, a woman's intuition is never wrong. I could tell at first glance that girl was looking at you the wrong way, so I figured she must be your admirer. That's why I casually helped shoo away the flies for you." "Admirer? With judgment like that, you dare brag about a woman's intuition?" But he chose not to voice it. "Go ahead and be a simp, then." To be fair, it's understandable why Xiaolu would misinterpret things. In her eyes, Yang Fan was a high-rolling tycoon who splashed cash without hesitation. How could he possibly be interested in some plain-looking woman? So it never even crossed her mind that this could be an ex-girlfriend situation. She simply assumed the woman was someone who'd hopelessly pined after bro Xiaoyao, only to be rejected by him, just another pathetic simp. By the time they returned to their hotel, both felt thoroughly exhausted from their outing. Neither could muster the energy to go out for dinner, so they settled for room service instead. After dinner, the two started playing games until evening, when Xiaolu spoke up. "Brother Xiaoyao, I'm going to start streaming now." Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead. I'll drop by your stream later." Then he lay on the bed, spending most of his time watching Xiaolu's livestream on his Douyin account, naturally not skimping on gifts. It could be said this was the most he'd ever gifted Xiaolu in recent times. The girl was overjoyed inside, shouting internally. Her efforts had truly paid off, more like a small investment with massive returns. This round was pure profit. While scrolling through his phone, Yang Fan suddenly received a message. Surprisingly, it was from Gong Jing. "What are you doing?" "Watching a live stream." In a luxury apartment, Gong Jing lay lazily on the sofa, dressed in light, summery attire. Her curvaceous figure was as tantalizing as a ripe honey peach, enough to set anyone's pulse racing. Fortunately, there were no men present, otherwise, it would have been quite the stimulating sight. While texting a friend, she noticed Yang Fan's WeChat message. It occurred to her that since this guy had added her, they'd only exchanged a few casual words before he stopped talking. Then it occurred to me that at this very moment, he was probably with that female streamer doing those intimate things. So, almost as if possessed, I sent him a message, never imagining he'd actually reply. "You really enjoy watching live streams that much?" "Not really, but they are quite entertaining." "Are you that legendary top contributor I keep hearing about?" Yeah, I guess so." That wasn't entirely wrong. He was indeed the undisputed top contributor in several live stream rooms he frequented. Gong Jing's eyes sparkled when the man admitted it, thinking to herself, exactly what I thought. I almost misjudged him. Gong Jing's affection +5. No wonder there are rumors that some wealthy people prefer to keep a low profile. It seems to be true now. "You're so low-key." Yang Fan inwardly complained. "Damn it, it's not like I want to be low-key either. But what can I do when circumstances don't permit?" Just as he was about to reply, he saw the other person send over a photo. Curious, he took a look. Chanel perfume, collector's edition, 200 milliliters, priced at $33.58. He froze for a moment upon seeing the photo. The question mark had just been sent when he noticed the other party had recalled the image. "Sent to the wrong person. Meant to send to my bestie for advice. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at the message. Guess if I believe that? He was wondering what this guy meant by that. Chapter 32, First Encounter with Gong Jing. After much deliberation, I concluded there were two possible explanations. First, she might be hinting that she wants this, to see my reaction. But since we're not that close, would she really try to milk me using tactics for desperate admirers already? Doing so would make her seem rather foolish. Second possibility, did she genuinely send it to the wrong person? Yet Gong Jing, who had been aloof all day, was now actively initiating conversation and replying instantly, completely unlike her daytime demeanor. All these signs, her low level of purity and the increased affection upon hearing that I was the top tipper, strongly suggested she was likely a gold digger. Yang Fan snorted inwardly. He wasn't afraid of gold diggers, after all, he wasn't paying for it either way. So he decided to test her. He transferred 35,000 yuan directly and added a message along with it. Buy 10 bottles if you like it. Gong Jing couldn't stay calm upon seeing the 35,000 yuan transfer. Her little scheme was originally meant to hint to Yang Fan that she liked the perfume, but if he actually sent the money over, she'd refund it immediately. And putting on an act of not being a gold digger to win over the other party's favor. Refunding 3,000 yuan was no big deal to her, this amount meant little, and it was absolutely worth it to trade for some goodwill from the other party. But that bastard didn't play by the script and straight up transferred 35,000, telling her to buy 10 bottles. What, does he plan to drink them all? This made her a bit conflicted, but after thinking it over, after all, this was a wealthy guy who could casually transfer 35,000 yuan to a girl he'd just met. Her heart swelled with joy in an instant, feeling even more that she couldn't accept this money. So he simply returned it and replied, "What did you transfer money to me for? Ha, confiscated? Just keep it when I send it to you. It's just perfume. If you like it, buy it. It's not like we can't afford it." Gong Jing was left speechless by this. "Your tone makes it sound like I'm your girlfriend. What makes you so sure about us? Enough already. If I like something, I'll buy it myself. It's just perfume. It's not like I can't afford it either. Forget it then, I'll go donate to a streamer instead. Holy shit. Are you Satan or something? Was it really necessary to show me this message? Don't tell me you're trying to hit on me?" She admitted to feeling quite annoyed now, especially when thinking about how the over 30,000 yuan meant for her would soon be tipped to a live streaming hostess. How could she not be frustrated? I feel like cursing, Yang Fan found it somewhat amusing, as if you truly didn't care about such a small sum of money. What's wrong, nothing, I'm going to take a shower. Gong Jing realized she wasn't sure how to respond either. Since she had already chosen to win his favor, it wasn't exactly suitable to backtrack now, was it? But as long as she handled this wealthy man properly, the rewards in the future would be far greater. Once she sorted out her thoughts, her frustration vanished instantly. Well versed in the art of keeping someone hooked, she happily went to take her shower. Who would have thought that even after she finished showering, she discovered the other person had not replied to her message at all, let alone cared whether she was angry. Straight guy. She didn't bother responding anyway, there would be plenty of time for that later. Yang Fan was watching Ollie dance when he heard movement and noticed the deer approaching. Not streaming anymore? The girl nodded with a smile. Ended early today. Came to keep you company so you wouldn't be bored. Keep you company my ass. How can I keep you company during your special time? I was just about to leave. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu looked utterly confused. Where are you going? Yang Fan replied matter-of-factly. Where I'm going is none of your business. It's unbearable having a beauty sleeping beside me that I can't touch. I'll come back tomorrow. Hearing this, the girl wouldn't have it. She immediately climbed onto the bed and grabbed hold of him. You can't leave. I can do like before. She had just received Yang Fan's generous tips and was envisioning her wonderful future. It wouldn't do to really let her golden goose walk away. Yang Fan gazed at the other person's tempting demeanor and adorable petite lips, feeling that this didn't seem so bad after all. He said with a mischievous grin, "Then it all depends on how you perform. Humph, you bad man. Look at me." The little deer raised its head in confusion upon hearing his words, its face full of question marks. Immersive translate. The next day, Yang Fan woke up to find the young woman beside him already awake, lying there playing with her phone. Seeing he was awake, she complained. "You big sleepyhead, I was about to starve to death waiting for you." Already feeling alert in certain ways this morning, Yang Fan felt his heart flutter at her coquettish demeanor. With ill intent, he spoke. "Hungry? If you're hungry, then eat." Having said that, he went to embrace the deer's body, causing it to struggle. I won't eat this, I won't." Gulp. Half an hour later, he took the pouting little deer, who was clearly dissatisfied and throwing a minor tantrum, out for a lavish meal before barely managing to earn her forgiveness. They then visited an ancient town, sampling numerous local delicacies along the way and even dressing up in ethnic minority costumes for some photos. It wasn't until they returned to the hotel that evening that the girl quietly shared something with him. "Brother Xiaoyao, my special period is over now." Yang Fan wasn't surprised in the least, this girl had never even entered her special period to begin with. One lie had led to a whole string of others just to cover it up. Then again, because of this, he'd gotten to enjoy certain benefits ahead of schedule. Call it a happy accident. What he didn't know was that the girl had made up her mind simply because she was tired of keeping up the act. Just as he was about to make a move, the girl giggled and ran away. "Not now, I gotta stream first. Be good, go play by yourself and wait for me." The hell does she mean, play by yourself? Yang Fan could only helplessly scroll through Douyin afterward. After lavishing several more rounds of gifts in Lu Xiaolu's livestream, I finally got to enjoy some meat in the evening as I'd hoped. The girl started a concert that night. Immersive translate. Nearly an hour of singing and dancing finally came to an end, exhausting her completely. Lu Xiaolu's intimacy level +5. She leaned lightly against Yang Fan and asked softly, "Free and easy big brother, does this mean I'm your girlfriend now?" Yang Fan froze upon hearing this, checking the girl's intimacy level of only 46, not even reaching 60. "What kind of sentimental game are you playing with me here? Don't get ahead of yourself. My heart has already shattered into many pieces. Be good now, let's not talk about feelings. Perform well and maybe you can earn a tiny fragment." There's no helping it. While the law doesn't restrict how many women you can have, it does stipulate that you can only legally marry one. He reckoned that after acquiring the big loser system, marriage was off the table entirely. Lu Xiaolu's affection +2. Ha! Before he could process why the intimacy level had increased, he heard Xiaolu speak. "I understand, someone like you must be looking for a match of equal social standing, otherwise, you'd never get past your family." She had imagined him as some wealthy young master from a prominent family. Chapter 33, Reunion with Phone Muting. Yang Fan said nonchalantly, "I don't plan to get married." Xiaolu was somewhat puzzled, then laughed. "Looking for lovers but not a wife?" Yang Fan shook his head. "Or you could say, I'm just looking for a wife without getting a marriage certificate." Ugh, what a scumbag. Xiaolu laughed and scolded, then shifted her head's position against him, but didn't decrease their intimacy level. As for what was going on in her mind, he had no way of knowing. Perhaps because of those words, he later took the girl out to sample many local delicacies and visited a few lesser-known attractions. After a whole day of fun, her enthusiasm toward him remained undiminished, but the level of intimacy stubbornly refused to increase. He had hoped to quickly reach 60 points to get the second-tier cashback card, but judging by how things were going, it didn't seem so simple. After giving it some thought, he realized the issue probably stemmed from their conversation that morning. Learning from this experience, he secretly swore, when intimacy hasn't developed enough with girls, he shouldn't so casually shatter their fantasies about marrying him. As for Xiaolu, he could only give her time to think things through. If she came around, all would be happiness. If not, neither would lose much. During that evening's live stream, Xiaolu noticed him sending her over 100,000 yuan as usual, though he seemed somewhat distracted. On one hand, she thought being someone's mistress wasn't bad at all, it could elevate her family's standard of living by several levels. On the other hand, she felt unwilling, being so beautiful yet destined to just be a lover. For now, she decided to take things step by step. Who knows, maybe she'd meet someone even more outstanding who'd love her more. But she'd never let Yang Fan know these thoughts. In fact, after ending her live stream, she became even more enthusiastic toward him than yesterday, taking far more initiative. The Fawn stayed here playing for 2 more days, yet intimacy only rose by 2 points, barely surpassing 50. By now, the Fawn was already preparing to leave, having booked her flight ticket yesterday. She hugged Yang Fan, burying her head in his chest as she spoke. "Brother Xiaoyao, I'm heading back now. Next time, let's travel somewhere else together, okay?" Yang Fan gently stroked her silky long hair. "Good. If you want to be my woman, you can't flirt with other guys when we go back, or our relationship ends here." Lu Xiaolu's intimacy +1. Humph. She paused for a moment before whispering, "I understand." The dear has left after spending 4 days together, during which the two were practically inseparable every moment. After several nights of revelry, he planned to take a good rest for the day. After seeing the dear off, he took a taxi straight home from the airport. As the car traveled along the road, passing by the bus stop near his home, he spotted a familiar figure. Ha! It was the girl he had helped at the bus station before. She had just gotten off a bus and was walking along the road carrying a small bag. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Driver, stop at the intersection up ahead." The driver drove a bit further before gradually bringing the vehicle to a stop. After paying and getting out of the car, he felt a bit tangled inside. Wondering, if I take the initiative to strike up a conversation, wouldn't it seem too obvious that I'm interested? Then he decided to just stand at the intersection to create a chance encounter, better to let her recognize him first. Anyway, judging by the direction she was heading, this was her only way through. So he stood by the roadside, pretending to fiddle with his phone, waiting for the girl to slowly approach. Valid consumption object detected. View details? Understood. Last time he forgot to check until the girl had already left. By then, it was too late. Name, Phone Muting. Age, 23. Height 165. Weight 50. Overall appearance 9099. Status, normal. Intimacy, 25. The number is 1. 90 points for looks? Such a high score surprised him, and what was even more unexpected was that this girl's intimacy level with him had actually reached 25. To think he had only done her a small favor, it showed just how badly she must have been frightened by that maniac back then, hence her deep impression of him. Phone Muting had just gotten off work and was planning to visit her grandmother's place to spend some time with her. As she walked along the road, she suddenly spotted a vaguely familiar figure up ahead at the intersection. Walking and thinking, it wasn't until getting closer that she suddenly remembered who the person might be, but without seeing their face properly she couldn't be sure. So she quickly hastened her steps, came up to them, and said excitedly, "Big bro, is it really you?" Only then did Young Fan turn his head to take a proper look at the other person. First, a delicately featured, pretty face came into view, adorned with subtle makeup. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, her hair styled in a bun just like that day. She wore a pale blue short sundress paired with strappy high heels, revealing slender, milky white legs. If Young Fan's first impression of her in professional attire had been astonishment and efficiency, today she exuded pure, ethereal beauty. Though from Young Fan's perspective, he couldn't pinpoint how her overall looks surpassed Gong Jing and Gu Weijie. Each seemed to possess their own unique charm. Gong Jing's plus points are her larger-than-average bust and the sexy black stockings. Being tall is a minor bonus at best. Gu Weijie wins with her unmistakable youthfulness and delicate charm. Combined with the seductive JK uniform, that pure schoolgirl aura is something Young Fan truly finds hard to resist. Phone Muting dresses rather ordinarily, relying entirely on her natural beauty and figure. Perhaps if she dressed up like the other two, her obvious advantages would become more apparent. After all, the system's judgment is undoubtedly better than his own. Young Fan silently pondered. Seeing the other person staring at her in a daze, Phone Muting asked with some amusement, "Still can't remember? Want me to give you a hint?" Young Fan smiled. "How could that be? My memory isn't that bad. We meet again." "Yes, we meet again. Let me properly introduce myself. I'm Phone Muting. Thank you for your help last time, big brother." Young Fan. Yang as in the tree wood and easy, Fan as in ordinary. Last time was just a small favor, nothing more. What was just a small favor for you meant a lot to me. Let's exchange contact information. I'll treat you to dinner someday. There was no reason to refuse. Wasn't this exactly what he'd gotten off the bus early and engineered this chance encounter for? After successfully adding each other on WeChat, the beautiful woman asked, "Brother Yang, do you live nearby?" "Yep, what about you?" "Yeah, my grandma lives here. I come by occasionally to keep her company." Since they happened to be going the same way for now, the two walked together chatting amiably. Yang Fan began scheming to gather information about the other party. "That day I noticed you were wearing what looked like professional attire. What do you do for work?" The woman appeared quite poised and unbothered as she spoke. "I sell cosmetics at the mall." "The shop owner?" "Not at all. I'm just an employee." "That way you could even make it big and strong enough to become the boss lady." "Which mall?" "I'll drop by to support your business when I get the chance." The beauty hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, knowing the other party meant well. Besides, being a young person, the likelihood of needing to purchase such items was still quite high. He could become his own potential client, he mused. "I'm at the Chanel counter in Hunter International. Brother Yang, if you need anything, feel free to reach out. I'll do my best to get you a discount." "No problem." As requested by the esteemed readers, here's an occasional ranking of female characters at the end of the chapter. First, let me clarify, this isn't filler content. The main story's word count remains unchanged. 1. White Stocking School Beauty, Wushasha, Gokuraku Jodo / Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. 2. Debut Streamer, Lu Xiaolu, First Airdrop. 3. JK Beauty, Gu Weijie, First Gaming Companion. 4. Train Dance Queen, Ali, Yet to Appear. 5. Department Store Clerk, Phone Muting, Meted Bus Stop. 6. Lovestruck Brain, Chen Si, Accompanying Player PT2. 7. China Southern Airlines Stewardess, Gong Jing, Airport Encounter. 8. Twin Sisters, The Ahog Duo, Unseen. Chapter 34, The Gaming Streamer Pikachu. They hadn't walked together long before their paths diverged, forcing Yang Fan to bid farewell to the beautiful woman. Fortunately, they'd already exchanged contact information and he'd gathered quite a bit of intel. Returning home, he took out his phone and saw messages from Gong Jing and Gu Weijie. "Gu Weijie, brother, I miss you. When will you be done with work? Meeting up with you tomorrow or the day after. Gong Jing, arrived in the capital. Will bring you local specialties when I return. Gong Jing works as a flight attendant for China Southern Airlines. No wonder I ran into her at the airport earlier. She was on this flight to the capital. When I checked her social media feed a few days ago, all the recent posts were check-ins at high-end venues and photos of exquisite meals, along with selfies." I didn't scroll further down. It was during their occasional chats that they learned about each other's professions. "What are the local specialties in the capital? Fermented bean juice? I can't get used to that stuff. Then he opened Douyin, and the first thing he saw was the algorithm recommending a livestream featuring an unfamiliar beauty. Valid consumption target detected. What a coincidence. After spending this time on Douyin, he came to understand one truth: there truly aren't many real beauties on this platform. Even several top-tier influencers who appeared exceptionally beautiful didn't score above 80 points. They all relied on beauty filters and leg lengthening effects. Fake beauties were simply everywhere. That's why when he logged in today and immediately encountered a streamer flagged by the system, it felt like an incredible coincidence. The streamer, named Pikachu, had a sweet appearance and a charming smile, currently chattering away with her live audience. Did you all see that last game today? When I draw the knight card, I become the paladin. I couldn't even be bothered to stab those little wolf pups except the wolf beauty, no exaggeration. Just tell me, wasn't it because I took out the wolf beauty that the good guys won? Didn't I carry them to victory? This is what you call a desperate comeback. Welcome, brother Bungshi Xiaoyao. Yang Fan was taken aback the moment he stepped in. Wow, this gorgeous streamer's channel had over 6,000 visitors, quite a crowd already. After listening for a while, he recognized it was a werewolf, a social deduction game, streamer who had just finished an offline competition not long ago and was now analyzing the game and chatting with fans. Although he didn't play werewolf much because he was somewhat bad at it, that didn't hinder him at all from sending gifts to the beauty. Half-Life Wanderer sent a carnival, a luxury virtual gift. The beauty paused her chattering lips when she saw the carnival special effects on screen, then said in a rather flat tone, "Thank you, brother Bungshi, for the carnival." Then she placed both hands on her head, forming a heart shape with her arms, and was about to continue chatting. Bungshi Xiaoyao sent carnival *2. Thank you, brother Bungshi, for yet another carnival. Half-Life Freebird sent carnival *3. Half-Life Freebird sent carnival *4. Half-Life Freebird sent carnival *5. Wow. Thank you brother Half-Life for the 5, no, 6, 7, 8. Thank you brother Half-Life for so many carnivals. She was expressing gratitude when she noticed the carnival gifts hadn't stopped coming. The other party kept sending them, with special effects flooding the screen one after another. After shouting out, she was even more shocked, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands while staring wide-eyed. Banshur Xiaoyao, send carnival *17. Yang Fan didn't stop until he'd sent all 17. Not only was the girl excited, but even the online audience got worked up too. Holy shit. Damn, that's insane. How many is that now? 17 grand gifts. Looks like we've got a big spender here. Boss is insane. Damn strong. Isn't this brother Xiaoyao? You actually came to grace Lightning with your presence today. Lightning, quick, hug his thigh. What kind of nouveau riche? Brother Xiaoyao is the real deal, a true tycoon. As the live chat exploded with fans spamming insane, it was clear many recognized him. He'd already made quite a name for himself. Pikachu mostly streamed during offline tournaments, so she wasn't familiar with Yang Fan, this newly minted tycoon. But that didn't dampen her excitement one bit. She quickly caught on that she should address him as Brother Xiaoyao rather than Brother Bungshi, and smoothly switched over without missing a beat. Thanks for the food, Bro Xiaoyao. Bro Xiaoyao is awesome. Let's go PK. As soon as this message flashed across the screen, the chat quickly started spamming Bro Xiaoyao wants you to go PK. The streamer definitely wasn't going to miss this opportunity. Got it, I'm on my way. I've been itching to teach that Canon guy a lesson. Soon she connected with a male streamer, who smiled and said, Little Lightning, what did I do to you? The beauty shook her fist with a fierce yet adorable glare and said, Smash you. The male streamer's grin widened even more. Smash me? Looks like you haven't lost enough yet? Enough talk. If you lose, my previous punishment gets cancelled, and instead, you'll have to respectfully call me Sister Lightning every time you see me. You dare? Hey, looks like you've got connections at home? A lot of people here are saying you've got a big shot backing you. Coming or not, just say the word. And what if you lose? Go on. If you lose, you bring me midnight snacks after every match. Let's do this. They were all regular offline tournament participants, practically permanent fixtures, so the penalties weren't set too severe. Yang Fan didn't mind either. Once the two reconnected for another PK battle, he directly spammed 17 carnival gifts in rapid succession, bang 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 bang, instantly crushing the opponent's health bar to 0. The male streamer's eyes widened when he saw the health bar, his mouth running non-stop though muted so Yang Fan couldn't hear a word. But it's definitely vote solicitation. Sure enough, the opponent's health bar was steadily climbing back up, with clearly many people casting votes their way. Fortunately, Yang Fan also had quite a few netizen allies following suit with votes, securely maintaining the advantage. Pikachu, someone shouted. Brothers, although we currently have the upper hand, we must not let our guard down. The opponents are really strong, I've never beaten them before. Since Brother Xiaoyao is here today, let me win a match. Lend me a hand, brothers with votes. Half-Life Xiaoyao, send Carnival *2. Half-Life Wanderer sends out 17 carnivals. Right after the beauty finished shouting, she saw Yang Fan unleash another 17 carnivals, swish 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 pushing the opponent's hard-earned health bar far back again, instantly covering her mouth with both hands in excitement. Bro Wanderer, you're too OP. Ha ha ha, we're gonna win for sure. Thank you, my dear Wanderer. Brothers can relax, this game is in the bag. No matter how fierce the opponents are, could they possibly be fiercer than your brother Xiaoyao? I'm not bragging, we don't even need to defend our towers. Even if I gift them a few carnivals, they still wouldn't be able to catch up. Yet no sooner had she finished speaking. Half-Life Xiaoyao, send Carnival *2. Banksia Xiaoyao, gifted 17 carnivals. Chapter 35, The Triumphant Little Lightning. Suddenly, Yang Fan fired off another round of carnivals. Holy shit, brother Xiaoyao is insane. This is gonna be a total massacre against that bumpkin over there. Ha ha ha. The beauty was so excited she didn't even call him Big Shot anymore, just straight up bumpkin. The stream chat was going wild too, with nothing but insane and 2OP spamming the screen. Although the PK wasn't over yet, the votes from the other side had basically stopped moving. Towards the end, staring at the scoreboard showing 1,783,964 versus 619,857, the male host gave up. They didn't even reach a fraction of the opponent's score. This tower couldn't be stolen. Helplessly unmuting his mic, he said, "Little Lightning, you've got such a powerhouse of a supporter over there. That was brutal. 1.7 million votes? Can't we just keep this fun and friendly? Ha ha ha, who needs you to tell us how awesome our Xiaoyao is? What's with calling me Little Lightning? Don't you know what paying your gambling debts means? Sister Lightning rocks. Happy now? Good little firecracker, you better call me sister every time you see me from now on. Want another round? Giving you a chance to get revenge. Never mind, I'm not in the right conditions today. I'll get my revenge another day. Go find Xingqing if you wanna play." Then the two hung up, and Pikachu asked in the livestream, "Bro Xiaoyao, are we playing again?" Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, "Harder." Alright, Sister Lightning finally gets to hold her head high for once. Then she connected with another female streamer named Xingqing, who also looked very beautiful, but no system notification appeared. As soon as the connection was established, Xingqing spoke up. "Little Lightning, just finished hammering Brother Cannon and now you're coming for me?" Pikachu didn't expect her to know about the incident so quickly. It was probably the viewers who went to her stream and spilled the details after the previous PK ended. Her face couldn't contain her spreading smile. "What hammer nonsense? Nothing of the sort. I just came to challenge Xingqing to a PK match, that's all." "Ha, you think I'll buy that? Must feel bold having Big Brother backing you. Out with it then, what's the penalty? Let's be clear up front, if it's too harsh I'm not playing. You're clearly coming prepared. Hey now, do I seem that type? The penalty's light as a firecracker. If you lose, you call me sis whenever we meet. If I lose, not only will I call you sis, I'll bring you midnight snacks before every competition deal. Pretty fair, eh?" It was clear that this beauty, having witnessed Young Fan's extravagance, was now getting carried away. "Fine, accepted. Reconnect." Though Cyan clearly knew her chances of winning were slim, she still accepted, simply because they often played matches together and had a good relationship. She knew Pikachu had a generous big brother visiting today. She also hoped her friend could get more attention from this big spender and have a fuller meal. It must be said her heart is in the right place. Many fake friends would likely have jealousy as their first reaction in such situations. As the PK battle just began, Yang Fan, as usual, sent out 17 virtual gifts of Carnival. The beautiful livestream host played music, flashing heart gestures while shouting excitedly, "Long live Brother Xiaoyao! So amazing, so amazing! I love you to death." The firepower from the opposite side was noticeably weaker, even worse than that male streamer's home just now. This was expected. That male streamer had many fans because he excelled at playing werewolf, and the number of people in his livestream room far exceeded the combined viewers of these two girls. Just as Yang Fan was about to launch the second round, he noticed the other side hadn't caught up yet. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to hold back his firepower. "Sick, I'm throwing in too. Bahaha, the enemy's health bar isn't moving at all. Let me throw in a rocket too." With Brother Xiaoyao making moves, seems like we don't even need to cast votes anymore. I'll just toss a few little hearts to hype things up. Brother Xiaoyao is absolutely going wild, spamming carnivals 17 at a time. Dude must have a gold mine at home. Guess 17 must be Brother Xiaoyao's lucky number? Yang Fan stopped, but his unseen influence had already mobilized his audience. Gifts kept pouring in non-stop, making it impossible for the other side to catch up. So the opposing side switched on their mics directly. Xingqing said with a bitter laugh, "Your big boss just threw out an insane number right off the bat. How am I supposed to compete with that?" Pikachu suddenly burst into laughter. "Are you admitting defeat?" "Yes, my lightning sister, I concede. Ha 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 ha." Hearing the surrender, Yang Fan casually activated another round. Half-Life Wanderer sent 3 carnivals. Half-Life Wanderer sends 17 carnivals. The two female streamers froze at the sight. Xingqing then reacted pitifully and said, "Seems surrendering was wise, your big bro is way too fierce. Is this considered corpse abuse?" Though Pikachu didn't fully understand either, he still explained, "Impossible. Brother Xiaoyao only used it precisely because you surrendered. That move was originally saved to prevent you from backdooring. Qingqing was left speechless. Your elder brother really thinks highly of me, leaving 500,000 votes to prevent me from stealing the tower? Brother Xiaoyao, please stop, I can't steal the tower, really can't. After hanging up, Pikachu never mentioned the PK battle again. Those 2 rounds had already filled her to the brim. Judging by Brother Xiaoyao's extravagant gestures, she firmly believed he could contribute much more. But she knew better than to be insatiable, lest she leave a bad impression on the big spender. As long as we take good care of the big brother, won't there be plenty of chances to eat well in the future? Slow and steady wins the race. After playing around in the live stream for a while, Young Fan switched to Xiaolu's stream to see her. Of course, he couldn't skip the essential step of showering her with gifts. When Pikachu saw the barrage of messages announcing the carnivals he was gifting, they thought to themselves, had they been too impulsive? They'd underestimated the generosity of the rich. This guy was insanely lavish. In another stream, the clueless sisters playing on acupressure mats also spotted the carnival notifications from Young Fan during their breaks, their hearts filled with envy. Since Young Fan last went to paint for them, he never went back. The sisters also felt embarrassed to initiate contact, afraid of leaving a bad impression. Though they've been streaming exhaustively these days, small gifts have been pouring in non-stop, and the earnings have been decent. The only regret is they've never witnessed a carnival gift. Daida was bouncing on acupressure mats while Mao Mao, holding her phone, responded to messages from fans when she suddenly noticed. Level 53 Banshur Xiaoyao has arrived. Immediately cried out in delighted surprise. Ah, welcome Brother Xiaoyao. Then the screen lit up with the carnival special effects. Half a Life of Freedom sends Carnival *2. Half a Life of Freedom sends Carnival *17. This was Young Fan's daily routine. He'd start with a round of gift spamming the moment he entered. While still wincing in pain and hopping around, Dudai involuntarily stopped upon hearing his sister's call. Chapter 36, Always Bullied Dudai. Dudai asked with pleasant surprise. Mao Mao, is it Brother Xiaoyao? Mao Mao looked very happy after receiving 17 virtual carnivals, nodding with a smile. Yes, you can come down now. Brother Xiaoyao is taking over. Dai excitedly stepped off the acupressure mat and shouted loudly. Welcome, Brother Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao, save me. They're all bullying me. At this moment, the water friends started frequently tagging Yang Fan. At Half-Life Free Spirit bro free spirit, let Dai keep going. She's been bouncing for ages, she'll definitely go crazy soon. At Half-Life Free Spirit bro free spirit, make Dai roll endlessly on the acupressure mat. It'll definitely be more thrilling than bouncing. At Half-Life Free Spirit bro free spirit, just like last time, make the 2 sisters dance to Extreme Paradise until they cry. It'll definitely have a unique flavor. What's going on? You all know this big spender? Executing the Paradise on Earth dance on acupressure mats? Now that's something I can get behind. Ha, rich folks sure know how to have fun. Holy shit, 17 carnival gifts right off the bat. With that kind of cash, you could have gotten yourself some fresh young models at a high-end club. Brother Xiaoyao must be out of his mind. At this point, Yang Fan started typing as well. Why are you bullying our Dudai again? Play some nightclub bangers, let Mao Mao go dance, and give Dudai a break. Dudai jumped for joy when she saw him typing a message. Yay! Brother Xiaoyao is the best. I knew you'd always look out for Dudai. She paused mid-sentence, then pointed menacingly at the acupressure mat with a fierce pout. Mao Mao, get dancing. I'll pick the music. She suddenly felt her guardian angel had arrived. Now she feared nothing and no one. Little Mao's face fell in frustration. Last time, Brother Xiaoyao had shielded Dudu, and now history was repeating itself. Today, she was surely doomed. But the thought of raking in so many carnival gifts made her feel a little giddy inside. As the boom 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 of the music kicked in, she had no choice but to step onto the acupressure mat and start bouncing rhythmically to the beat. Her current mood could perfectly illustrate what it means to be suffering yet happy all at once. Dai, meanwhile, sat next to Young Fan cracking sunflower seeds while lamenting her woes, putting on a pitiful tone as she spoke. Brother Xiaoyao, you have no idea, since you've been gone, they've all been ganging up on me. Mao Mao even said they wouldn't let me rest unless they made me cry. As she rambled on, the little girl suddenly pouted, even stopping her snack munching, looking as if she might burst into tears at any moment, an utterly endearing sight. Bunchy Xiaoyao, then why didn't you message me so I could come save you? Can we? You can complain to me, and if I have time, I'll help you deal with Mao Mao. Ah, that's great. Heart you. Alright, I'm handing the authority over to you. You can punish Mao Mao however you want, and don't stop until you make him cry. Dai thanked him again upon hearing this, then turned to look at Mao Mao, who was dancing wildly, with a mischievous little devil grin. First let you have 10 minutes of fun, then 20 minutes of continuous rolling, and we'll figure out the rest. Mao Mao spun her hands in a floral gesture while glaring fiercely at Dummy, speaking through gritted teeth. Dummy, you'd better think carefully. You act all high and mighty when Brother Free's around, but Brother Free won't be coming every day. Upon hearing this, Dummy's mouth quivered again. Brother Xiaoyao, she's threatening me. Tattling was something this little rascal learned quickly. Young Fan couldn't help but laugh at her pitiful expression. Don't worry, I'll visit often. If Mao Mao dares to bully you with her livestream followers again, you can give her double payback when I'm here. Dai Dai instantly brightened up, looking at Mao Mao with a proud and teasing expression. Come at me then, let's hurt each other. With Brother Xiaoyao here, why would I be scared of you? Though Mao Mao wore a pained expression on his face, inwardly he was utterly delighted. Her earlier remark had been a test to gauge Brother Xiaoyao's attitude, and his clear response indicated he'd be visiting frequently from now on. It's absolutely a great thing, no doubt about it. There's no way she wouldn't be happy about this. Given how generously the other party tipped during the stream, even if she had to endure some hardship, what would that little suffering matter compared to receiving so many carnival gifts? Since they chose to broadcast live in this manner, they had long been mentally prepared to endure such hardships. Though the two sisters were still young, they had learned through constant exposure that money was hard to earn and life was tough. Yang Fan amused himself in their live stream for quite a while before leaving after tossing out another 17 carnivals. By then, he was already starting to feel somewhat exhausted, likely from overexerting himself these past few days. So he set aside his phone and went to bed early. The next day, when he woke up, he noticed several unread messages on his phone, and one particular action from someone made him smile. That person was the first female streamer he had rewarded after obtaining the system, Shasha, the girl's heart. It turned out that at midnight the previous night, Shasha had transferred 61,000 yuan to him with a message attached. Happy Children's Day to Brother Xiaoyao. They say men remain boys at heart until death, so I hope Brother Xiaoyao has smooth sailing on this holiday and stays happy every day. This legal lowly's move was quite to his liking. What he currently lacked most was precisely startup capital, and now it had been delivered to him. Truth be told, it was obvious the other party had sent it because their last transaction during 520 Romantic Network Valentine's Day, when they transferred money with blessings, had yielded returns far beyond expectations. So she finally waited for another holiday to come, and of course, she had to continue showing her feelings. Because from her perspective, Young Fan was satisfied with her attitude and goodwill. Never in a million years would he realize that what he actually valued was the pocket money she transferred. So whenever there was a holiday that fit Young Fan, it became her day to shine. Even if it didn't quite fit, she would find a way to make it fit. For this, she deliberately came up with the saying a man remains a boy at heart until death to rhyme with Children's Day, quite thoughtful indeed. What more needs to be said? Only a fool would refuse money that so perfectly follows the system's rules. The sentiment is received. After accepting the payment, his principal had now surpassed 110,000 yuan. Overjoyed, he took the time to check the information of others. Unfortunately, none of the others had Shasha's level of awareness. Among them were girls who sent him holiday greetings, but none made any transfers. Gu Weijie even outright expressed her wish to spend Children's Day with him. Perhaps they all subconsciously believed Young Fan wouldn't lack such small amounts, sparing themselves the embarrassment. The main issue was he couldn't say anything, not even dare to hint, afraid the big sucker system might deem him unworthy of being a sucker. If it decided to leave because of that, who could he even complain to? Then he thought about it, since he had nothing better to do anyway, he might as well go out for a stroll. Besides, enjoying a big meal required company, so he sent a message to Gu Weijie saying, let's grab a meal. Okay, brother, I'll put on makeup right away. Wait for me just a bit, it won't take long. It's already noon, and you haven't put on makeup yet? Hee. I wasn't sure if you'd be free today, big brother, so I didn't really plan to go out. Then hurry up. Chapter 37, Triple Cashback Card. Gu Weijie was delighted when she received Young Fan's message in her rented apartment. She quickly got up and sat down at the dressing table, applying her makeup with great care. Just then, her best friend and roommate Shanshan walked to the doorway and asked curiously, "Oh, did you know there's an event today?" Gu Weijie froze at the words. What event? You didn't know? Then why did you suddenly put on makeup? The girl gave Shanshan a strange look and said matter-of-factly, my rich big brother invited me to dinner, of course I'd put on makeup. Are you going out? Duh. Shanshan hesitated for a moment. Didn't Yuan Yuanjia take on a festive commercial performance at a KTV a few days ago? She just called me saying they're short-handed last minute and wants both of us to go. Can you make it back this afternoon? Gu Weijie immediately gave her a speechless look upon hearing this. What events would I take now? Do I lack those measly peanuts? From now on, I won't accept any events or offline gaming sessions. Nothing's more important than accompanying my rich big brother. Shanshan couldn't help but feel envious when she heard this, rolling her eyes in response. Little Rui, you're getting carried away. Fine, I'll help you turn them down. She also knew that the other person had recently latched onto a wealthy patron, effortlessly acquiring a pile of luxury goods and 200,000 to 300,000 in pocket money. While she couldn't help but feel envious and jealous, she could still understand the choice the other person had made. If it were her, she wouldn't bother with these meager scraps either. She might even boldly declare, even a dog wouldn't take this kind of gig. But she simply didn't have that kind of luck. Working as a KTV model, each gig earned her a few hundred yuan. She wished she could do it every day. Gu Weijia burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, I feel like I'm floating away too. Without further interruption, Shanshan left her alone and retreated to her own room to start applying makeup as well. Immersive translate. On the other hand, Yang Fan had to wait quite a while before receiving the message that Gu Weijia was ready to head out. He booked a rideshare and headed towards that same 2 Michelin-starred Chinese restaurant where he'd previously dined with Chen Si. Having enjoyed the flavors last time, he decided to make this return visit. Gu Weijia lived closer to the restaurant, so by the time he arrived, she was already waiting at the entrance. When she spotted him, the beautiful young woman sprinted over and threw her arms around him in an affectionate embrace. "Big brother, I missed you." Although Yang Fan wasn't sure how much truth there was in those words, hearing them certainly felt pleasant. Noticing the young beauty had deliberately worn JK uniform in a different color today, with her long legs clad in white thigh-highs, a slight variation from her usual style. It seemed after realizing he liked seeing her in JK outfits, this girl had purposely bought several different colors and styles to alternate between, just to please him. I must admit there's quite a bit of playful calculation involved. Smack! With a sharp sound, Yang Fan's palm landed on the little girl's perky bottom beneath her short skirt. The young girl immediately protested. "Ah, bad brother, you hit me there again." After saying that, she even pinched him twice. He immediately felt a slight sting. Putting on an exaggerated face, he said, "Ouch, that hurts, hurts. Ha!" His act of feigning pain scared the little beauty into quickly letting go of his hand, changing her pinch into a soft rub. With some nervousness, she said, "Big brother, did I hurt you? I didn't mean to. Let me rub it for you." Yang Fan then grabbed the girl's small hand and said with a smile, "Just kidding, come on, let's go eat." With that said, he took her hand and walked toward the restaurant entrance. The few passers-by who had been watching them immediately wore expressions of exasperation. A chubby guy in his 20s, who had been secretly admiring Gu Weijia for quite some time, couldn't help but grumble. "Ugh, I was just quietly enjoying the sight of a beauty when suddenly bam, I get force-fed dog food without warning. How unexpected." Not just him, some passers-by also had dark expressions on their faces. "Damn it, I was just passing by looking for a place to grab a bite, and now I feel stuffed just from all this PDA. Throwing PDA everywhere, how uncivilized. Shit, now I know why I lost out. Turns out they're having Michelin 2-star lunches while I'm stuck with fucking noodles. I'm so jealous. I need to work hard and make money so I can find a girl like her too." Yang Fan and Gu Weijia, who had already entered the restaurant and started ordering, were completely unaware that they had unintentionally fed many passers-by with their public displays of affection. Now, the young beauty knew full well that her wealthy brother wasn't short on cash, so she didn't hesitate to order expensive dishes like she did during their first meal together. Without a second thought, she simply ordered whatever she fancied, not even glancing at the prices. After ordering, he deliberately asked again, "Brother, it's a holiday today. Should we order a bottle of red wine to celebrate?" Yang Fan looked puzzled upon hearing this. "Didn't you say you don't drink?" The girl's face flushed slightly. "I can actually drink a little, but I don't have much tolerance." Though she said this, what she really thought was, "Back when we first met, you were just a complete stranger to me. Why would I drink with you? Is it really necessary?" Of course, since she didn't want to drink, she simply used the excuse of not being able to hold her liquor. She hadn't expected him to have such a good memory. Yang Fan didn't mind such trivial matters. "Then let's order a bottle." "Okay." After all the dishes were served, Gu Weijia took out her phone, activated the camera mode, and asked with a playful smile, "Big brother, I accidentally got you in the shot just now. Do you mind? If you do, I'll delete it." Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, wondering if this little girl wanted to announce their relationship on social media to show her stance. Not that he particularly minded, he just wouldn't make any announcements himself. "No worries." The little girl instantly cheered up at his words. Then I'm posting it on social media now. Post whatever you want. It's not like I've got anything to hide." Gu Weijia's intimacy level +1. Gu Weijia, already conquered, affection reaches 70, rewarded with a level 3 cashback card, one-time use, which grants level 3 cashback, 5 times. Holy shit? Yang Fan never expected that simply agreeing to let the girl post on her social media would suddenly push her intimacy level past major threshold of 70, earning him the reward of a level 3 cashback card. Name, Gu Weijia. Age, 19. Height, 168. Weight, 50. Overall appearance, 87, 97. Status, normal. Intimacy level, 70, they're somewhat reliant on you, your confession has a high chance of success. The intimacy label left him somewhat speechless. What the hell kinda high success rate for confessions is this? It seems the system's comments are somewhat formal, not based on my actual relationship with the other person. That's not bad, quite fair and balanced. If that's the case, does it mean that as long as the girls reach a high enough intimacy level, they won't leave even if they know I'm seeing multiple people? I suppose that's a reasonable interpretation, right? His heart skipped a beat when he noticed Gu Weijie's purity level had dropped slightly. Fortunately, he suddenly remembered that he was the one who had asked for it to be lowered. That could have been awkward. Chapter 38, Gu Weijie's changing mindset. Yang Fan had already figured out how to use the cashback card and realized now wasn't the right time. If he paid for these things now, it would count as one cashback transaction, which would be quite a loss. So I decided to keep it for now. Meanwhile, Gu Weijie was already happily posting on her social media feed photos of delicious food, interior shots of the restaurant, a side profile picture of Yang Fan, along with her own gorgeous selfie, all combined into one social media post. The caption was simple: "Thank you, big brother, for treating me to this feast, heartsuit heartsuit heartsuit." Yang Fan had to admit he was wrong, such simple copywriting definitely didn't count as an official announcement. But he didn't mind, as it spared him from the girl later insisting he make a matching announcement, which would require lengthy excuses to refuse and might even lower their closeness level. This works out fine. When the bill came after their meal, the total exceeded 37,000 yuan, making the girl secretly gasp. Though she'd mentally prepared herself, she still felt slightly awed by her own ordering skills. Actually, it was that bottle of wine that was expensive, costing over 20,000 outright. The slightly tipsy girl had flushed cheeks, clinging tightly to his arm along the way, becoming even more affectionate toward him. The continuous friction of her soft curves against his arm sparked some wandering thoughts in his mind. After strolling for a while and feeling the food had settled, Yang Fan finally spoke up to ask, "Where do you want to go next?" The girl replied obediently, "As long as I'm with you, anywhere is fine." Hearing her say this, he smiled. "After all, it's the holidays, let's go shopping." The girl instantly perked up at those words. "Great idea. It's not far from Hunter International, so why don't we go check it out?" Yang Fan froze at these words. Hunter International? Hearing this name immediately made him think of phone muting. That breathtakingly beautiful girl should be selling cosmetics in this mall right now, shouldn't she? He even suddenly felt an impulse to go see her. But he knew now wasn't the time. After all, Gu Weijie was still with him. He didn't really want phone muting to see him shopping with another beautiful woman. So Hunter International was definitely out of the question now. He then said, "Let's go to China World Shopping Mall. Since you only have an LV bag, I'll get you a Hermes as a holiday gift." Hiss. Gu Weijie's affection +1. The girl's eyes sparkled when she heard Yang Fan was going to buy her a Hermes bag. Overwhelmed with excitement, she let out a joyful scream. "Ah, big brother, I love you so much." Without a second thought for their public setting, she immediately threw herself into his arms, embracing him tightly, and pressed her light pink lips against his in a passionate kiss. She immediately closed her eyes, slightly parted her sweet lips, and extended her nimble, fragrant tongue for Yang Fan to suckle, acting with surprising initiative. As expected, no girl could resist discussing shopping, cosmetics, or handbags, even when she already had plenty. You could tell just by the excited look on the girl's face how thrilled she was. The scene once again left many passers-by with expressions of befuddled astonishment. If I remember correctly, today is Children's Day, not Valentine's Day, right? Isn't this corrupting the kids? The older folks were inwardly sighing. Young people these days are so bold. Back in my day, just holding my wife's hand got me beaten up by her elder brother and his crew. Sigh, too much bitter history to recount. The two arrived at the Hermes boutique in Beijing's China World Trade Center. Gu Weijie browsed around endlessly, examining one item then another. The salesgirl was giving her all sorts of introductions and recommendations on the side. But in the end, she found herself torn between two handbags with strikingly different styles. It was clear she couldn't bear to part with either. She wanted them both, so she felt utterly conflicted. This was naturally the moment for Yang Fan to step in and make the decision for her. He glanced at the prices and noticed these two bags, one priced over 80,000, the other over 70,000, didn't differ significantly. So he patted the little girl's head and said, "What's there to hesitate about? Why not just buy both?" Hearing this, the little girl felt a warmth in her heart, but she shook her head and pointed at the 70,000 yuan one. "Brother, I'll just take this one. One is enough. I can't carry around too many bags anyway, hee hee." Yang Fan could clearly tell the girl wanted both. As for her claim about not being able to carry them all, that was utter nonsense. When have women ever complained about having too many bags? Even if they don't carry them, just displaying them at home as decorations or collectibles can keep them happy for ages. This girl was really meticulous about maintaining her image while also subtly earning brownie points with him. But he didn't expose it, instead saying to the salesperson, "Ring it up, WeChat Pay." Seeing the successful transaction, the salesperson immediately beamed with delight. "Very well, sir. This way, please." After he paid at the cashier using WeChat and received the cashback, he softly spoke to the salesperson again. "Add that 80,000 won to the bill too. Go write it up." The The sales clerk froze in astonishment, then flushed with excitement. After stealing a glance at Gu Weijie standing not far away, they lowered their voice and responded, "Right away, sir. I'll get it done immediately." When the second transaction was completed successfully and the salesperson handed 2 bags to Gu Weijie, the girl was still a bit dazed. It wasn't until the salesperson said in an envious tone, "Miss, your boyfriend is so good to you. He bought both bags so you wouldn't have to choose between them." Only then did the girl understand the reason, and her heart instantly felt as sweet as if she'd eaten honey. Gu Weijie's affection +1. She found herself inadvertently moved by Yang Fan's actions time and again. Her heart whispered, "Brother truly treats me so well." Unbeknownst to her, as their intimacy continued growing, her true feelings toward Yang Fan were gradually shifting. What began as an attraction to his wealth alone had now transformed into genuine affection for the man himself. After all, she's just a 19-year-old girl, so it's easier for her to be moved. At this moment, Yang Fan walked over, put his arm around her, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Gu Weijie gave a sweet smile. "Nothing much, thank you, brother. You don't need to be so polite with me. Come on, let's explore more places together." Yang Fan was about to put his arm around the girl when she suddenly said, "Brother, wait a moment." She then gently slipped away, walked over to the salesgirl, whispered something in her ear, and the salesgirl nodded before leaving. This left Yang Fan somewhat puzzled. He walked over and asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to buy?" Gu Weijie smiled and nodded. Big brother will find out soon." About a minute later, the shop assistant returned with a piece of clothing and a pair of pants, asking, "Miss, is this the set you were talking about?" Gu Weijie acknowledged with a sound. "That's right." She then turned to Yang Fan, "Brother, when I first saw this outfit, I knew you'd look incredibly stylish in it. I want to buy it for you as a holiday gift. What's your size? Or would you like to try it on first?" She knew that wealthy people usually didn't bother trying on clothes when shopping, they'd simply state their sizes, hence her question. Chapter 39, Beautiful Encounters in Succession. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh hearing this. This girl actually wanted to buy him clothes? It seems these are some changes that occur when intimacy increases. It wasn't something he'd asked her to buy, so he could definitely accept it. Wearing Hermes would be much more upscale than his current Adidas with Nike combo. He could just transfer the money to the girl later anyway when using the level 3 cashback card. Direct transfer was always the most cost-effective option. So he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. "No need to try them on, your taste is always trustworthy." Then he stated his size. He expected Gu Weijie to rush off to pay, but he guessed wrong. The girl happily headed to the men's shoe section and picked out another pair for him. Only then did she contentedly go to checkout, spending over 50,000 of her own money. Since the money was already paid, he immediately changed into the new outfit, abandoning the previous Adidas Nike mix he had been wearing. The salesperson thought to herself, "This couple exchanges expensive gifts even on Children's Day, is this how rich people express love?" Gu Weijie looked him up and down before saying with a smile, "Brother looks so handsome." Yang Fan could only helplessly rub his nose. While clothes make the man and saddle makes the horse, he clearly knew the girl's "you look so handsome" was definitely exaggerated. Still, she was quite generous with him. Her entire fortune was probably just the 200,000 plus he'd given her last time, so spending over 50,000 without hesitation to buy him clothes was already quite something. Though he suspected she knew perfectly well she wouldn't lose out in the end, he was still happy to score a free Hermes outfit. Afterwards, they wandered around some more. While waiting for her outside the restroom, his phone suddenly rang. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from his friend Chen Feng. Hey, brother Fan, come sing at my place tonight. My treat, there's a bunch of girls too." This friend of his liked to tease him, always calling him Brother Fan as a joke. After years of it becoming a habit, the nickname just stuck. Chen Feng worked as an event planner at a KTV, specializing in marketing strategies and organizing activities, so they occasionally get invited to play for free. In the past, when Yang Fan heard about gatherings for karaoke or drinks, especially with a bunch of girls around, he'd head over as fast as possible. It's only natural, if you want to get out of single life, you have to meet women first, right? Though he'd sung and drunk with some of his friends' female acquaintances before, it always ended with either him not fancying them or them not fancying him. Still, he never tired of meeting new ones. You've got to meet first to have a chance. But now he's not really interested in that anymore. After all, he's got a little beauty following him around. He's not exactly lacking. So he declined. "Never mind, maybe next time." "Ha?" Chen Feng found this rather unbelievable upon hearing it and asked skeptically, "Is that really you? Damn it, can't you recognize my voice? If it's really you, why are you pulling my leg? It's been forever, come out for drinks. See Jia's coming too. The girls are secondary today, and none of you guys has a shot with them anyway." Hearing this response actually piqued Yang Fan's interest a bit. "Why are none of us in the running?" "Ha, the company's hosting an event today, and all the attendees are models. I had to arrange a room for them as a temporary lounge, so I went all out with a VIP suite. Figured I'd invite you guys along too. Already checked with them, and they don't mind. Wouldn't you call this abusing company resources? Hey, it's the only bit of authority I've got left. Why save it when you can use it? So that's settled then. 8 tonight, okay. Beep. Chen Feng hung up the phone after finishing his sentence. Damn. I haven't even agreed to it yet, damn it. Then Yang Fan thought to himself that it really had been a while since he last saw them, and plus, among their so-called models, there should be at least some scoring over 80, right? It wouldn't hurt to meet a few more potential contacts. After all, snagging some cashback cards could help build up capital. With that in mind, he decided to make the trip. As for Gu Ruijie, he figured it was best not to bring her along. What kind of absurd logic would it be to take one girl out while trying to pick up others? Just the thought alone was ridiculous. Then he left the mall with Gu Ruijie after watching a movie. After dinner, he told the girl, I have something to do tonight, you go back first. Hearing this, the girl froze for a moment but didn't say much, only asking, Brother, will you finish work today? Should I wait for you at the hotel? Damn, isn't this straight up seduction? Looking at Gu Ruijie's charming and delicate little appearance, I felt tempted to give in, but he's definitely going to drink a lot today, so he absolutely won't be performing well in that department later. Anyway, there's plenty of time with the girl, no need to rush right now. I can't say for sure when this will wrap up. Let's plan to meet tomorrow or the day after. Okay, then be safe, Gidge. Yang Fan pressed his lips against the girl's mouth, then spoke. Take care of yourself too. After seeing the girl off into the car, he glanced at his watch. It was already the agreed upon time of 8 o'clock. He hailed a taxi and headed toward the designated KTV. By the time he got out of the car, he was already late. Just as he was about to enter, he heard the system's voice. Valid consumption target detected. View information? Ha! He looked around and noticed an attractive girl shopping at the neighboring convenience store. Though her features were unclear, there weren't any other eye-catching people nearby. It had to be her. View. Name, Lin Shiyuan. Age, 23. Height, 166. Weight, 52. Overall appearance, 83. 91. Status, normal. Intimacy level, 0. The statistics are quite impressive, but a score of 9 seems a bit high. At that moment, the girl walked out of the store. Only then did Jiang Fan get a clear look at her features, shoulder-length golden hair flowing freely, and eyes that weren't particularly large but shone with remarkable brightness. Her makeup was quite heavy, with a smoky eye look. She wore a black cropped vest on top and a black short skirt, paired with high-heeled sandals. Noticing Yang Fan staring at her, she frowned slightly in displeasure before turning her head away and picking up her phone to make a call. Lin Shiyuan affection -5. Damn it! Yang Fan initially thought about going over to strike up a conversation, but then he remembered he was already late. Better not. So he averted his gaze and stopped sizing her up, then went into the store to buy a few bags of snacks to bring upstairs. When he came out, the girl from earlier was standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for someone. He didn't pay her any mind and headed straight into the KTV building, where he began waiting for the elevator. Soon after, he received another system notification. Valid consumption target detected. View details? There really are quite a few beauties here. Another one has appeared. View it. Name Su Shan. Age 19. Height 171. Weight 53. Overall appearance, 85. 96. Status, normal. Intimacy, 0. This girl is really nice. Overall even better than the last one, younger and taller too. Chapter 40, The Doll-Faced Beauty, Su Shan. Just as he finished reading the girl's profile, he heard 2 female voices chatting. Damn girl, how come you're later than me? It's just traffic anyway. I did my makeup beforehand, so no big deal. Yang Fan then looked toward the direction of the voice and saw 2 girls approaching from around the corner. Ha! To his surprise, one of them turned out to be the blonde girl he'd met outside earlier. The other girl had black hair tied in a single ponytail, exceptionally tall yet with an adorably doll-like face. She was dressed in the same style as the blonde, except her midriff-bearing tank top was white, paired with the same black sheer miniskirt and high-heeled sandals. However, due to her height, her legs were noticeably longer than the blonde's. This figure, combined with her adorable doll-like face, created a striking contrast in beauty. The only pity was that her chest wasn't particularly ample. Perhaps this was where she lost points, otherwise she wouldn't have scored only 85. Overall, she indeed outshone the blonde. Yang Fan had his answer. This must be the second beauty he had looked up earlier. He just hadn't expected both of them to be here taking the elevator at the same time. He wondered to himself, could they be the models Chen Feng mentioned, the ones here for the event? Honestly, it really was possible. But he didn't bother to ask, knowing he'd find out soon enough. Few people were waiting for the elevator, so the 2 beauties clearly noticed Yang Fan observing them. Yet they paid no mind. They'd encountered this scenario far too many times before. Lin Shiyuan's response was to treat him as heir, after one fleeting glance, her gaze never wandered his way again. Su Shan, on the other hand, appeared rather composed when their eyes met. Not only did she avoid neither shying away nor lowering her gaze, but she also casually sized him up. Shortly after, though, she grew somewhat puzzled. Why does he feel oddly familiar? And one more thing, Hermes shoes? Real or high-quality replica? Since the logos on the clothes and pants weren't prominent, the girl only noticed the shoes. Right then, the elevator arrived, so she averted her gaze and entered with Lin Shiyuan. Inside the elevator, she kept pondering why that man had seemed familiar, but couldn't recall it at that moment. The elevator arrived at the KTV, and Yang Fan, standing at the front, stepped out and said to the greeter at the entrance, "Excuse me, room number 888. Certainly, handsome, right this way." The two beauties following behind paused for a moment upon hearing this, then quickly followed Yang Fan and the greeter in the same direction. Yang Fan didn't pay attention to what was behind him. When he reached the private room entrance, he thanked the greeter and pushed the door open. The room already held quite a few people, 4 men and 4 women in total. Strangely though, all 4 women were seated at the far left, some applying makeup, others playing with their phones. A bottle of alcohol sat untouched on their table. The 4 men had gathered at the far right. Their table held several open bottles along with glasses filled with liquor and dice shakers, clearly already drinking merrily. As the door opened, everyone turned to look. The women silently resumed their activities upon seeing a stranger, while from the men's side, Chen Feng raised his hand in greeting and shouted loudly, "Brother Fan, over here." His other friend Si Jiat immediately stood up and came towards him, but before reaching him, the door opened again. 2 stunning beauties entered one after another. Si Jia was instantly dazzled, his gaze locking onto the figures behind Yang Fan. The 2 women ignored them completely. After glancing around the room, they smiled and walked over to their own group of girlfriends. Si Jia finally withdrew his gaze and smiled. "Yang Fan, long time no see. Come on, let's go get a drink." As a result, the dull-faced beauty named Su Shan paused mid-step upon hearing Yang Fan's name, turning her head with a look of surprise. However, Yang Fan, who had already gone to the far right with his friends to drink, didn't notice. At this moment, Si Jia was introducing the other 2 men, both colleagues from his construction site. Though Yang Fan was meeting them for the first time, it didn't seem to matter. According to Si Jia, both of them were connected types, one a subcontractor boss, the other the nephew of some higher-up. His purpose in bringing them along for drinks was all too obvious. As drinks began flowing on their end, over on the other side, a visibly preoccupied Su Shan pulled out her phone to gaze at a photo in someone's social media feed. That was a Michelin restaurant check-in post her best friend Gu Weijia shared on her Moments today, where there was a man's profile in one of the photos. She turned her head to glance at Yang Fan, who was drinking, and her eyes instantly lit up. Apart from the different outfit, she was completely certain he was the man in that photo. What a coincidence! She knew exactly who this man was, undoubtedly the wealthy older brother her bestie had been talking about. The kind who splurges on luxury goods and hands out generous allowances like candy. All this time, she couldn't help but envy her best friend. Their looks were equally matched, so why hadn't she been as fortunate in life? Compared to him, her own boyfriend, handsome but otherwise worthless, was proof of the saying, comparisons are odious. But she wanted piles of luxury goods too. She wanted a hefty allowance just like that. We're all beautiful women, students from the same school, and pretty much alike in other aspects, so how can there be such a huge difference in luck? She must be discontented deep down. But today, she actually ran into her best friend's wealthy man without either of them knowing. Could this be fate's doing? At this moment, she found herself torn between conflicting thoughts. She wanted to seduce him, yet felt uneasy about stealing her best friend's man. The possibility of failing to seduce him never even crossed her mind, for she believed most men were inclined to stray. Those who don't stray either face partners lacking allure, or possess desires without the courage to act. There are only very few of that kind whom she'd praise as true gentlemen. After hesitating for quite a while, she finally concluded that if she missed this opportunity, there might never be another. As the saying goes, everyone for themselves and the devil takes the hindmost. At worst, she could secretly establish a relationship with this man, just not let her best friend know about it. As for that so-called boyfriend of hers, nonsense, that guy was clearly an ex-boyfriend. With that thought, she suddenly saw the light. Yang Fan, who was drinking and chatting with friends, had no idea that a woman was emotionally exhausting herself over him. Just then, Si Jia whispered, "Chen Feng, go call those models over to join the fun." Chen Feng chuckled. "I've arranged to get the person in for you. The rest depends on your skills, I can't manage everything, you know." Si Jia grew anxious. "You didn't even introduce us, how are we supposed to address them?" He obviously wanted to get to know these girls but was too shy to approach them, hoping his friends could help. Chapter 41, Su Shan's Thoughts. Chen Feng, however, wasn't about to indulge him and spread his hands helplessly. "I only know their team leader, not any of the others. How am I supposed to introduce you?" At this moment, a friend brought by Si Jia spoke up. "Damn, If you wanna hit on her, isn't it simple? Let's grab some drinks and go toast them first, then find a chance to strike up a conversation later. Easy. He was a guy who looked a few years younger than them, named Zhang Jian, the nephew of one of CJIA's construction site supervisors. Clearly someone who frequented bars and clubs often, hence coming up with this pick-up approach. CJIA rolled his eyes upon hearing this. How about you go first and set an example for us? Let's play rock paper scissors, and whoever loses goes. Zhang Jian was clearly all talk too, actually feeling somewhat embarrassed, which was why he made this suggestion. Everyone had no better suggestions, so they all expressed their approval. At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly heard the system's alert tone. Su Shan's intimacy level plus 20. What happened? He noticed that the sweet-faced beauty had suddenly increased her intimacy level with him by 20 points, which left him utterly puzzled. The added numbers already seem like a lot. I don't think I did anything just now. Was just here drinking and chatting with friends. Curious, he turned to look at the girl's side and noticed Su Shan spacing out, lost in thought. This is really strange. But to say he wasn't interested in such a beauty, that'd be pure bullshit. After a moment's thought, he made his decision. He said, "Look at you lot. I'll go." All the guys looked at him in confusion as they watched him pour a drink and walk straight toward the group of girls. Holy shit. Since when did Fan become such a legend? Fan's got balls. The girls noticed a guy approaching them with a drink in hand. Aside from Su Shan, they all secretly felt a bit disdainful, but none of them showed it. Lin Shiyuan's intimacy-2. The boys were also seriously watching the situation here. Yang Fan stood smiling on the opposite side of the table, speaking to Su Shan, who was looking at him in surprise. Little beauty, shall we get acquainted? Lin Shiyuan, sitting next to Su Shan, almost burst out laughing upon seeing this. Being quite familiar with Su Shan, she had interacted with her frequently. Despite this dead girl's young age and her innocent, doll-like face, she was actually a certified appearance worshipper and a severe materialism addict. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she had the highest standards among these girls when it came to judging others. This ordinary-looking Pan King actually mistook that utterly deceptive face of hers as belonging to some kind-hearted girl, thinking she'd be easy to approach. It's just ridiculous. How could Pan King nowadays lack even the most basic self-awareness? Most of the other girls shared this sentiment, mentally sneering at Young Fan's behavior. One might even say they looked down on him completely. But very soon, they were shocked. Su Shan was utterly surprised and delighted that Yang Fan had actually taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. Talk about looking everywhere for something only to find it effortlessly just when she needed it most. She had been racking her brains over how to approach him without seeming too obvious, and then this happened right before her eyes. It was as if luck had simply fallen into her lap. The smile could no longer be contained, instantly spreading across her delicate face as she stood up and spoke. Great! As soon as she finished speaking, she moved to open the beer. Holy shit! Faced with this reaction from the girl, not only were those guys stunned, but even the other 5 girls were completely bewildered. This was completely different from how they imagined the story would unfold. What's going on? Did this girl take the wrong pills today? But Lin Shiyuan reacted quickly and immediately spoke up. Stupid girl, we've got work later, how can you drink now? Su Shan didn't take it seriously when she heard this. Sister Yuan, having one drink won't hurt. Work? Who do you take me for, a fool? Moreover, given my alcohol tolerance, drinking this little wouldn't hinder matters at all. Lin Shiyuan found this response utterly baffling, but she knew it would be inappropriate to press further. She wondered what trick this person might have up their sleeve. Su Shan poured the wine and clinked glasses with Yang Fan. My name is Su Shan. What should I call you, handsome? Yang Fan. They both drained their glasses in one go. Then Su Shan said playfully, I heard everyone seems to call you Fan Yi. Should I call you that too? That was them joking with me. Add AV? Great. After just these brief exchanges, the two smoothly swapped contact information, leaving everyone else utterly dumbfounded. The boys were utterly consumed by regret. She was the most stunning and alluring girl among the 6. It's this easy to get her contact? Damn, even I could do that. They immediately lost their composure. Zhang Jian directly poured himself a drink and started walking over, clearly trying to emulate Yang Fan's approach. His target was obvious since the most attractive girl already got picked up. Naturally he'd go for the second best now. So he stood next to Yang Fan, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile at Lin Shiyuan across from him. Excuse me, miss, may I get to know you? Yet the other person merely glanced at him indifferently. Got work, can't drink. Zhang Jian's smile instantly froze on his face. Didn't that beauty just drink with that guy? Is she not working? But he didn't give up and continued with a smiling face. Then let's hang out together after you finish work. Can I add your WeChat? No. Damn it. This treatment was completely different from the guy next to him. I must have picked the wrong person to approach, but switching targets now would be totally awkward. Am I totally screwed? Yang Fan noticed Zhang Jian standing awkwardly by his side, clutching his wineglass, unsure how to proceed. He picked up the bottle from the table, poured himself a drink, and then clinked his glass against the other man's. Let's have a toast. Okay. After finishing his drink and seeing that he still wasn't willing to leave, Young Fan couldn't be bothered with him anymore and turned to Su Shan. Wanna sing? Su Shan obliged without hesitation, stepping forward immediately. Great. Should we pick a duet and sing together? You choose the song. Let me see if I know it. Yang Fan's singing was passable, not particularly good, but not unpleasant either, so he had no reservations. The others, seeing these two about to start a duet, were instantly filled with questions. Wasn't this moving a bit too fast? Love at first sight? But this guy isn't even handsome. What does she see in him? Yang Fan couldn't care less about what others were thinking. He and the girl picked Who Understands the Wanderer's Heart and started singing it together. The girl had a lovely voice and sang quite well, leaving him clearly playing second fiddle. But it didn't matter, singing wasn't the important part. It was just a bridge for the two to become familiar with each other. Chapter 42, Confounded Young Fan. As the song ended, sparse applause could be heard. Yang Fan led the girl back to the guy's side to sit and chat, while Zhang Jian, who had been given the cold shoulder, resorted to some dubious tactics. He walked over with a glass of wine to where Yang Fan and the other were, speaking directly to Su Shan. Beautiful, you sing so well. Here, a fan toasts you. Su Shan was blunt in her reply. Sorry, but I only drink with him. With that, she turned to look at Young Fan sitting beside her, playfully blinking her eyes. Even Yang Fan was slightly surprised by her words, but he didn't feel repelled, on the contrary, he was quite pleased. Zhang Jian instantly wore an expression that screamed what the hell. Just moments ago, he had thought this beautiful woman would be easygoing. He had planned to leverage his status as the nephew of a leader to compete for her attention, but it seemed he had misunderstood something entirely. For a moment, I couldn't figure out exactly where I went wrong. The previous girl was like this, and now this girl is the same. No matter how you look at it, I'm at least taller and better looking than the guy next to you, right? These girls must have terrible taste, they can't recognize quality when they see it. Time passed. Not long after, all the girls stood up, and Lin Shiyuan turned to us and spoke. Damn girl, you're leaving. Su Shan knew it was time to work. She leaned her head close to Young Fan's ear, her breath as fragrant as orchids as she spoke. I'm going down to perform. Do you want to come watch? Catching the scent emanating from the girl, Yang Fan felt intoxicated. He had already learned from the conversation earlier that these girls were just going downstairs to walk the runway and then interact with customers through some small games. The whole event would be over in just 2 hours. He didn't find it particularly interesting, but still said, I'll go down and take a look later. The girl didn't seem to mind. Alright then, I'll keep you company for drinks when I finish work. Chen Feng left with the girls, leaving only the 4 men behind. Si Jia asked curiously, You're not going? I'll go later. Damn, you're good. I still can't figure out how you managed to charm that model. Truth be told, even Yang Fan himself was completely baffled. Don't dwell on this, come on, let's drink. The 4 of them drank back and forth in the private room, and before they knew it, over an hour had passed when Zhang Jian spoke up. They're almost done, aren't you going down? The girls will be heading home soon. Yang Fan wasn't particularly concerned about whether Su Shan went home or not, but since he had promised to go down earlier, he said, I'll go take a look, are you coming with me? The injured Zhang Jian said, Hey, what would we do down there? Might as well keep drinking here. When Young Fan reached the first floor, 6 girls wearing matching outfits were standing on stage with a host holding a microphone. A large crowd had gathered below, all customers of this KTV. After the host chattered on for a while, the girls started strutting down the stage with catwalk gaits, their postures bewitchingly graceful, clearly demonstrating some professional training. He stared listlessly for quite a while. At last, it was over. Many men eagerly approached the models, only to be rejected one by one. There were quite a few people gathered around them, but fortunately, KTV staff maintained order, and the customers remained sensible, with no excessive behavior occurring. He just walked away with a look of regret after being rejected. When the girls came out, Lin Shiyuan spotted Young Fan not far away and asked Su Shan in confusion. Damn girl, are you really not coming with us? Su Shan nodded in response. Sister Yuan, you all go back first, I'll stay and play for a while. It's fine. What evil spirit possessed you today? Did you know that guy before? No, I didn't. Lin Shiyuan was momentarily speechless. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Su Shan merely smiled in response. I can't talk anymore, he's coming over. With that, she walked toward Young Fan and enthusiastically linked arms with him. Lin Shiyuan couldn't help but question her life when she saw how intimate the two looked together. Since when did this girl become so indiscriminate with her tastes? Just then, another model with her hair in a bun walked up to her and said, She's definitely not being impulsive. Didn't you notice the man was wearing your mesh shoes? Ha, there's such a thing? She really hadn't noticed that, why would she randomly look at someone else's shoes anyway? Now she seemed to understand a little why Su Shan had acted like a completely different person today. Suddenly, she found it somewhat amusing. It's just a pair of Hermes shoes, the ordinary ones cost around 10,000 at most. Is this girl stupid? It's a mutual affair between them. Fair enough, let's go. Yang Fan brought the girl back to the private room where the guys were still drinking. Zhang Jian casually asked a question. Where are the others? Yang Fan spread his hands. They've all left. Ah, alright then. Yang Fan and his companion didn't join them, instead opening drinks and drinking on their own at another spot. The others immediately recognized they were fostering intimacy between themselves, and thus didn't disturb them. As they chatted and drank together, they grew increasingly close, their bodies practically pressed against each other. The girl showed no aversion to this physical closeness with him, even holding his hand to help navigate. Yang Fan stole a glance at the girl beside him who acted as if nothing had happened, and anger burned inside him. He glanced at the guys busy drinking and saw that no one was paying them any attention. When he looked back at the girl's delicate face, though she was forcing composure, her bewitching, half-lidded eyes betrayed her. Then the girl calmly stood up and straddled him sideways, her slender arms looping around his neck as her body gradually melted against his, soft and boneless. Noticing Su Shan's apparent concern for his current state, she then whispered something crystal clear into his ear. Yang Fan, visibly intrigued, gave the girl a pat before heading toward the private room's entrance. The girl wordlessly trailed behind him, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Chapter 43, Spreading the Wealth, Sharing Prosperity. In the hotel room, Yang Fan held Su Shan with a refreshed expression, asking softly, "Why? What do you mean why?" Yang Fan teased with a smile. "Don't tell me it was love at first sight for you." He knew perfectly well that Su Shan wasn't the type to fool around casually. After all, the numbers weren't that high, but the fact that this had actually happened today still left him somewhat puzzled. Even if she were the type to fool around, why would she choose me? What does she see in me? Does she see that I'm old enough? This couldn't help but strike Yang Fan as somewhat unbelievable. At this moment, Su Shan deliberately asked in a wrong tone. "What? Are you trying to deny responsibility after getting everything you wanted?" Yang Fan responded rather amusedly. "That's not exactly it, just feeling a bit puzzled." Su Shan casually flicked her silky hair with an air of indifference. "Why are you overthinking it? I just want to ask, are you happy today?" "Oh, that sounds quite delightful." No wonder he's unhappy, such a tender young beauty was something he'd never dared to dream of before. Not only did she let him indulge in his youthful vigor to the fullest, but she also accompanied him in experiencing thrills he'd never known before. She also helped him discover the ultimate use of a KTV bathroom. Recalling Su Shan's seductive charm at that moment, he felt himself getting excited all over again. Just then, Su Shan cooed flirtatiously. "So that settles it, doesn't it? If you're happy, why overthink things?" Although Su Shan knew it would be hard to keep her status as Gu Ruijia's best friend a secret forever, she wasn't ready to come clean just yet. For now, she planned to focus on winning Yang Fan over. Once this man grew fond of her and became accustomed to her presence, everything else would fall into place. It wasn't that she wanted to steal Yang Fan away from her best friend, she honestly didn't mind sharing him. Even if she had to remain a hidden hunter lurking in the shadows, that would be fine with her. What she feared was that Yang Fan, upon finding out, might cut ties with her completely and refuse any further intimacy, a blow she wasn't prepared to take. After all, she had already invested without gaining any substantial benefits yet, and she certainly didn't want to lose everything. So for now, she wouldn't reveal the truth, just taking it one step at a time. While lying in bed resting, Yang Fan thought it over and realized it was time to use the Tier 3 cashback card to accumulate principal, grow stronger, and achieve greater success. Host, Yang Fan. Cashback level, 3, 5 times. Cashback ratio, 1 minute and 1.4 seconds. He started messaging girls one by one to ask for their bank card numbers, planning to spread favors equally. The girls reacted differently. Dai Dai and Mao Mao, the two sisters, had just finished their livestream not long ago and were having supper together. Although it was a bit strange to receive his message asking for her bank card number, she didn't ask further and simply sent it over. Shortly after, Dai Dai received a text notification that 100,000 yuan had been transferred into her account. "Ah, Mao Mao, look, look." Seeing her sister's sudden excitement, Mao Mao leaned her head over to take a look. Hiss. After clearly seeing the message, she gasped in shock. Then her own phone rang. After a blank moment in her head, she stammered. I also received it. Ha, why do you think Brother Xiaoya would transfer so much money to us? Let me ask." She immediately messaged Yang Fan. "Brother Xiaoya, there's an extra 100,000 yuan in mine and my sister's account, could you have transferred it by mistake?" "No mistake, happy holidays." "Ugh, bro Xiaoya, Dai Dai and I are no longer kids. So what? Keep it, go buy yourselves something you like." Mao Mao looked at Dai Dai incredulously and exclaimed in surprise. "Brother Xiaoya said it's a Children's Day red envelope for us." Dai Dai was also stunned, this was way too generous, right? Yang Fan asked for the girl's bank card numbers because he would be getting many high-level cashback cards in the future. Transferring directly to their cards would be convenient. Not only would the cashback be faster, but it would also be harder for them to refuse. Of course, Gu Ruijie also transferred hers. Having personally experienced Yang Fan's extravagance many times before, she wasn't particularly surprised, just sweetly thanking him. The dear didn't transfer any money, as he usually frequented her livestream to send gifts, so there was no need for a special money transfer. When it was flight attendant Gong Jing's turn, she curiously asked a few questions before handing over her account number. After all, sharing a bank account number wasn't really a big deal. Upon receiving the transfer notification, her mind went completely blank. Wait, you actually transferred money into it? Happy Children's Day! Gong Jing's affection +5. After seeing this message, warmth flowed through her heart involuntarily, pounding thump thump thump. Is this guy afraid I might refund any transfer, so he specifically asked for my bank account number? This is absolutely a sincere intention to give me money for my own use. But he's such a scumbag. Are you trying to hit on me? Though Gong Jing clearly understood the other party's motives, she couldn't help but voice the question. Surprisingly, there was no reply even after waiting for half a day. Damn! What the hell is wrong with this guy? At this moment, there was only this girl beside her left. The girl was resting against his chest. Yang Fan nudged her and said, "Send me your bank card number." The girl froze at these words. His heart instantly surged with wild joy. She immediately guessed the other party wanted to transfer money to her. Why else would they ask for her bank details? Could her investment really be yielding returns so quickly? How wonderful! Yet she still raised her head in feigned confusion as she asked, "Why do you need my card number? Just send it over. You're not afraid I'll withdraw your money, are you?" The girl pouted her lips slightly. Without the card and PIN, there's no way anyone could withdraw anything. She got off the bed to fetch her purse, pulling out a bank card and handing it to Yang Fan. Her breathing involuntarily quickened the moment she saw the 100,000 yuan transfer notification on her phone. Yang Fan reached out and embraced her, whispering in her ear, "Happy holidays, intimacy with Su Shan +5. The girl suddenly felt deeply moved, instantly realizing all her previous efforts had been utterly worthwhile. The next day, when Yang Fan woke up, he found the space beside him empty. The girl had already vanished. But there was a message left on the phone. "I have classes today, so I won't be keeping you company. Don't miss me too much." He shook his head and didn't reply. The current capital had already reached over 310,000, and the progress wasn't slow. After getting up and washing up, he went out to find something to eat. Without any girls around, he just ate casually and didn't go for a big meal. Chapter 44, Mall Incident. Hunter International Mall. At the Chanel Cosmetics counter, Feng Yuting, a stunning woman in professional attire, was recommending products to customers. Many passers-by of the opposite sex nearby were unconsciously stealing glances at her. "Sir, lipsticks come in many shades. If you're unsure which color she would prefer, I'd suggest buying this gift set with the 3 most versatile shades." A middle-aged man nearing 40 stood nearby, listening as Feng Yuting explained in detail. His thoughts, however, had already drifted elsewhere. He declared boldly after hearing this, "It's doable. Tell you what, recommend me another cosmetic set that young girls like you commonly use. Money is no object." Feng Yuting was delighted to hear this and promptly launched into her recommendations. But after presenting several options that failed to satisfy him, she inquired, "How old is the person you're giving this to?" "It's for my sister. She's around 24 or 25. Maybe you could ask your sister for her opinion? It'd be easier to recommend something if we had a specific target in mind." The middle-aged man shook his head hearing this. "I just wanted to give her a surprise. How could I possibly ask her directly?" Feng Yuting then spent quite some time negotiating with the customer, but still failed to close the deal. At that moment, an unexpected remark from the other party made her hesitate. "How about this? Give me your contact info, and I'll go back home to take photos of the cosmetics my younger sister usually uses. Could you recommend something based on those? After all, I don't know much about these things." The man's intentions were becoming quite obvious. He wanted to add her on WeChat. She'd encountered this kind of situation plenty of times before. But then again, what if it helped close the deal? After wavering a moment, she still gave him her contact. Little did she know, barely minutes after he left, her phone pinged with his message. "I'll take that most expensive gift set you just recommended." Feng Yuting was visibly delighted by this. "That's wonderful, sir. When would you like to come by? I'll prepare the packaging for you first." "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. Please go ahead, sir. I'll take it, and I'll give it to you. Plus, I'll give you 20,000 a month as pocket money." Do you understand what I'm saying? How could Feng Yuting not understand? Isn't this just trying to maintain her as a mistress? Clearly, the other party wasn't here to buy cosmetics from the start. Asking for recommendations was just a ploy to find out what kind of cosmetics she liked, a tactic to curry favor by catering to her preferences. using order forms, cosmetics, and money as bait to tempt her. Imagining the man's pot-bellied figure, she rolled her eyes in disgust. Finding the whole situation unbearable, she decisively deleted his WeChat contact. Sigh. It fell through again. Who would have thought the other party wouldn't give up easily? Coming back a few minutes later, she initially wanted to ignore him, but the guy had such thick skin that he simply planted himself beside her and refused to leave. Seeing Phone Yuding's indifferent attitude, the man couldn't help but cut straight to the chase. I genuinely like you very much. I was completely captivated from the first moment I saw you. If you feel the money isn't enough, I can add more, and you can state any conditions, everything is negotiable. Originally, he had intended to discuss such matters privately, but unexpectedly, the other party deleted him without hesitation. Now, he had no choice but to speak openly. Phone Yuding, however, showed no interest whatsoever and flatly refused. Sir, if you're not here to buy anything, please leave. Don't be impatient. 30,000. I'll give you 30,000 every month. Just think about how little salary you earn working here. If you just follow me, I guarantee you won't regret it. Phone Yuding's colleagues had already started paying attention to this side. This made her quite angry, but she couldn't exactly throw a tantrum. She was currently agonizing over how to chase the other party away. A male voice spoke up at this moment. TSK, TSK, TSK. You think you can keep a beauty with just 30,000 yuan? Uncle, if such good deals exist, introduce them to me, I'd keep 10 for myself. Phone Yuding turned her head and looked at the newcomer with delighted surprise. Brother Yang, what brings you here? Just passing by and thought I'd drop in to see you. That's right, the visitor was none other than Yang Fan. Having just finished lunch with nothing much to do, he'd hailed a cab to check on the girl. Little did he expect to witness that very scene upon arrival. Damn it! This guy wants to keep the woman he fancies as his mistress? 3 grand? You must be dreaming. So he interrupted with displeasure. Hearing his words, the middle-aged man instantly grew upset. Who are you calling uncle? Looking for trouble? Yang Fan glanced at him dismissively. Look at that beer belly and receding hairline, you're past 40, aren't I? I call you uncle out of politeness. What's the problem? You want to throw hands with me? Don't say I didn't warn you. You sure those old bones can take a beating? The middle-aged man pointed a trembling finger at him, too afraid to actually throw a punch. You listen here, young man, don't go asking for trouble. You'll only bring harm upon yourself. Yang Fan deliberately took a few steps forward and mocked. Come on, keep pointing. The moment you lay a finger on me, I'll use so-called self-defense or mutual combat to send you to the hospital for a few months. Believe it or not? Hearing this, the man immediately lowered his hand and dared not continue pointing fingers. He genuinely feared this young man might resort to violence. After all, youth are often prone to impulsiveness. He, who fancied himself fine porcelain, had no desire to clash with mere earthenware. By now they had drawn considerable attention, and one of Phone Yuding's colleagues came over to inquire. I'm the store manager here. What's going on? Noticing the growing crowd, Yang Fan deliberately raised his voice as he spoke. That shameless old creep is acting like a ruffian here, pestering my friend relentlessly, insisting on being her sugar daddy, as if having a few bucks makes him something special. The onlookers began murmuring among themselves when they heard what was happening. Holy crap, what a disgrace. If you're desperate for women, go pay for it at a massage parlor. This is a shopping mall, for crying out loud. Look at his age, he's practically as old as that girl's parents and still has the nerve. This guy must have a family. Expose him. Let his wife and kids see what kind of dirty things he's been up to. Record this, record it, must expose this bastard. I'll post it on Douyin in a bit. Ha, my man, impressive. You're capturing life's beautiful moments every second. At this moment, the middle-aged man was frightened and exclaimed loudly. I didn't. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. No recording allowed. I'll sue you for violating my portrait rights. I'm taking legal action against you. At this moment, the store manager said, our store has surveillance cameras. Everything that happened here must have been recorded. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Can you make me a copy of the recording just now? I'll go ahead and violate his portrait rights. Let him sue me if he wants. No. The middle-aged man panicked instantly. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a straightforward mistress arrangement would spiral into such a mess. These people actually intended to expose him online. How fucking shameless is that? He wasn't afraid of much else, but if his wife ever found out about this, there'd be hell to pay. His achievements in business today are all thanks to the support of his brother-in-law. There's absolutely no way he wouldn't fear his wife. Chapter 45. Phone Yuding is shocked. It was precisely because the man's wife was fat, ugly, and always treated him like a demon that he sought comfort outside marriage by keeping a mistress to soothe his wounded soul. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Phone Yuding, he had been hopelessly captivated, leading to the current situation. Now hearing someone threaten to upload his recording online, how could he possibly let that happen? Do you even understand the law? You can't do this without my permission. Stop filming. Damn it, everyone stop filming right now. Then the middle-aged man turned to glare at Young Fan angrily and roared, "You dare post me online without permission? Just wait for the lawsuit. You'll be seeing a court summons soon." Then he pointed at the onlookers again. "And you too. Whoever violates my portrait rights I'll sue. Let's see how much money you have to pay." He knew people nowadays loved uploading everything they encountered on Douyin. What if this video accidentally went viral and completely ruined someone? He had no choice but to start threatening Yang Fan and the bystanders. Yang Fan rubbed his ears with his hand. "I'll wait for you. How dare you strut around here acting all high and mighty? You've got some nerve. If I were you, I'd run while I still could. Damn. If running away actually worked right now, I would have fucking bolted ages ago. Do you really need to tell me that?" He noticed the crowd gathering thicker by the minute, with many people asking what had happened. Realizing there was no advantage in staying, he covered his face with his hand and scurried off. Though she left seething with hatred for Yang Fan, she didn't even dare mutter a single harsh word, afraid it might get recorded along with everything else. Yang Fan thanked the surrounding crowd, who dispersed grumbling once they realized there was no more spectacle to watch. At that moment, he turned to Feng Yuding behind him and asked with a smile, "Are you okay?" Feng Yuding's affection +5. The girl shook her head. "You've helped me again. Just shooing away some flies, no big deal. I'd be happy to help whenever this happens again." The manager breathed a sigh of relief now that the matter was resolved. "Ting Ting, you entertain your friend. Just don't delay your work." With those words, she prepared to leave since many from the gathered crowd had started browsing in the shop, and she needed to attend to them. Feng Yuding's face immediately broke into a smile. "Brother Yang, I still have work to do. How about you? Are you going to wander around or?" "I wasn't planning to keep you from work. Come on, recommend me some cosmetics, quickly," the girl asked in surprise after hearing this. "You want to go shopping? I can't buy it?" "No, just a bit surprised. Are you buying it for your girlfriend?" "No, it's for a friend." The girl immediately gave me a knowing look but didn't pry further, thinking, he must be buying it for a girl he likes. Then she earnestly started recommending products to him. But Yang Fan wasn't satisfied with her suggestions and said straightforwardly, No, these are too cheap. They'd be embarrassing to give as gifts." The salesgirl was stunned. These were Chanel cosmetics after all. "You think it's too cheap?" Although what she recommended were all comparatively cost-effective options, they still cost several thousand yuan per set. Brother Yang, what's your ideal price range? Just recommend whatever you think is best without considering the price. I know you're trying to save me money, but there's really no need." Alright, shall I put together a set for you then? You pick everything. Get some of each product, and for lipsticks, I want all the shades, choose only the best. Without realizing it, Yang Fan once again radiated that unmistakable air of a spendthrift fool. The girl was left utterly speechless by his antics, but she still carefully selected items to introduce to him. Yang Fan repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. "No need for introductions, just give me whatever you think is best. I trust you." In the end, the girl put together a complete yet expensive set of cosmetics for him. The price came out to 63,800. "That cheap? Are you sure you configured it with the best components?" The girl was secretly amazed. "That's considered cheap? If you hadn't insisted on the highest end specs, I could never have priced it this high." He nodded firmly. "It's absolutely the best." The girl will be thrilled when she receives this gift. "Trust me. Can we add more?" Adding more would just make it repetitive. "There's no need." "Alright, swipe the card, then wrap everything up." "Nice." The girl finally breathed a sigh of relief and took Yang Fan to the front desk to swipe his card. After that, she began to understand his spending power. She then happily ran back to her workstation with the items to prepare the gift boxes. The store manager walked over, looking astonished, and whispered in surprise, You recommended all these to your friend? Wow, you really went all out." Even just looking at these items made her mouth water. Normally, she would only grit her teeth and buy one or two when payday came around. Many weren't even items she'd purchase herself, as there were more cost-effective alternatives available. Yet this girl had gone ahead and shamelessly recommended them all to her friend, and unbelievably, the friend was actually willing to buy them. This sales tactic is impressive. Feng Yuding said a little embarrassedly. It was his own choice to pick these. I tried suggesting cheaper options, but he wouldn't take them. "No need to explain. I understand. The girl saw the shop owner putting on a know-it-all act and instantly felt mentally exhausted, too tired to bother explaining. After packing the cosmetics into 2 large gift boxes, the girl brought Yang Fan over to inspect them. "Brother Yang, do you think these packaged gift boxes are acceptable? We really don't have any bigger boxes than this." Yang Fan nodded in agreement. "Perfect. As long as you like them. It's no use me liking it. The person you're giving it to has to like it." At this moment, Yang Fan laughed. "It's for you, wrap it however you like." "Ha?" The girl was instantly dumbfounded, her eyes widening with a look that plainly said, "You've got to be kidding me." Asked incredulously, "For me? Of course. This can't be. How could this possibly be for me? Not only her, but even the shop manager and another colleague nearby were stunned. Yang Fan looked as if it were the most natural thing in the world. They were meant for you from the start. Did I not mention they were a gift for a friend? Unless, you're not my friend? Chapter 46, The Girl Codenamed Zero. By now, the realization dawned on her. Yang Fan wasn't teasing. These cosmetics truly were meant as a gift. Though her heart stirred with longing, she shook her head resolutely. No, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Who was it that just said any young woman would be overjoyed to receive such gifts? So you were deceiving me all along? Feng Yuding found herself at a loss for words to explain. She did say that, but she never imagined these were meant for her. Yang Fan shrugged and continued when he saw her hesitating to speak. Anyway, the money's already been paid. If you don't accept them, they'll just have to be returned. Feng Yuding was speechless. So after picking them up for so long, you're telling me to send them back? The main point was that the other party wasn't trying to mess with her. They said if she didn't accept it, they'd just return it. She wanted to make one last attempt. Brother Yang, you could give it to someone else. Yang Fan shook his head. How could I give something meant for you to someone else? Besides, there's no one else to give it to. Feng Yuding's affection +2. Yang Fan was secretly pleased when he noticed the girl's closeness level had increased. After wrestling with it for a while, Feng Yuding finally spoke up. I really can't accept this. If you don't take it back, I'll have no choice but to process a refund for you. Are you sure your store manager won't kill you for doing this? Yang Fan finished while grinning and giving a meaningful tilt of his chin toward where their store manager was standing. The girl glanced in her manager's direction and sure enough, saw him looking at her with an expression that clearly said, what an idiot. Oh, stop obsessing over it. Pocket change like this means nothing to me. Since you're my friend, just relax and accept it. The girl hesitated. These were all cosmetics she had meticulously selected, chosen to match her dream aesthetic. How could she possibly not like them? But as the saying goes, never take a reward without merit. She knew deep down that Yang Fan probably had feelings for her and was trying to win her over. If she couldn't see that, she'd have to be a fool. As for what the other person said about friends or whatever, it was complete bullshit. She didn't believe a single word of it. The tricky part was that she simply didn't think of the other person that way at all. To her, they truly were just a friend. Yet she couldn't outright ask, afraid that if the other person admitted anything, she wouldn't know how to react, making things awkward for everyone. Yang Fan could clearly tell how much the other person liked those cosmetics but hesitated to accept them, leaving them tangled in a knot of indecision. But this didn't trouble him at all. He quickly thought of a solution. That solution was simply to leave without warning. I've got things to do, so I'll be off now. Bye-bye. With those words, he departed without a moment's hesitation. Hey, Brother Yang, wait. The girl quickly called out to stop him when she saw him turn to leave. Unfortunately, instead of slowing down, he quickened his pace upon hearing her voice and soon disappeared around the corner. Feng Yuding stamped her foot in frustration, then stared blankly at the cosmetics in front of her. Just then, the shop manager approached and, seeing her like this, tried to console her. Silly, it's obvious he's determined to give it to you, so just accept it. It's not like you asked for it yourself, nor did you promise him anything. It won't leave a bad impression on him. Feng Yuding gave the shop owner a speechless look. Nana, I'm not worried about any bad impression. Don't you understand? I've only known him for a few days, and this is just our third meeting. How can I accept something so valuable from him? Nana burst out laughing. Don't you realize how beautiful you are? I wouldn't be surprised if someone fell for you after just one meeting, let alone the third time. To be honest, he's quite decent and generous towards you, but I don't have those kinds of feelings for him. Sister Na said somewhat cryptically at this moment. Trust me, you will. Feelings develop over time. Anyway, you're not allowed to return the gifts. As someone who had been through it all, she fully understood the power of money. Wielding it as a weapon was guaranteed to be unstoppable. Not to mention young girls, even a married woman like her couldn't resist. Hearing the shop owner say the items were non-refundable, Feng Yuding covered her forehead with her hand, feeling a headache coming on. Yang Fan was strolling around outside after leaving the mall, clearly in a good mood. The cashback had already been credited to him, so even if the other party really returned those cosmetics, he wouldn't lose anything. But up until now, the merchant still hadn't refunded the money. As he wandered near an office building, pondering which useful acquaintance to invite for dinner, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Valid consumption target detected. View information? There are indeed many beautiful women on the street. He glanced around and spotted a stunning woman emerging from an office building nearby. Her long hair shone wine red under the sunlight, with large eyes and delicate features. Her fair complexion seemed utterly unaffected by the sunbeams. She wore summery attire, a snug orange crop top that bared her shoulders and midriff, paired with black hot pants. Her right leg sported a short orange terry sock while the left wore knee-high black and white striped socks, all complemented by crisp white sneakers. She definitely looks the part, pretty sure this is the girl. Check it out. Name, Li Wei. Age, 21. Height, 166. Weight, 49. Overall appearance 86. 100. Status normal. Intimacy, 0. Holy shit. 100? So this beauty's number is 0 then. For the first time, Yang Fan was truly dumbfounded. Other than that, there was truly nothing particularly outstanding about her, nothing that made her superior to those mere tools he controlled. But this girl was the genuine article. She was the first of her kind he'd ever encountered. For him, the temptation was undeniably powerful. At this age, being 21 and still a beauty, it's almost unbelievable to say it out loud. He knew the system wouldn't lie, there was no way he wouldn't be tempted by such a prize catch. So he moved closer to strike up a conversation, stepping to her side and saying, "Hello there, miss. Would you happen to know where I can buy flowers nearby? I'd like to get a bouquet to give you." The beauty was clearly taken aback. Li Wei's intimacy minus 50. How could it decrease this much? Is my pickup line really that rubbish? He knew the intimacy would decrease, it had practically become the norm when meeting beauties for the first time, and he was largely accustomed to it. But he truly hadn't expected the drop to be this steep. What terrible thing have I done to deserve this? At this point, he had already given up hope and was about to turn away, but the beautiful woman spoke. 500 to add my WeChat. What the hell? So primitive and straightforward. Yet it posed no difficulty for him whatsoever. So he nodded in agreement. Alright, transfer it once added. Ha! The beauty was clearly taken by surprise. Chapter 47, Second-Hand Luxury Store. Li Wei had already driven away many strangers trying to hit on her using this method. There were indeed some who genuinely prepared to transfer the money, just very few, and without exception, they all ended up losing 500 yuan, because she would always find other ways to dissuade them afterward. At this moment, she cast a somewhat suspicious glance at Yang Fan, then immediately gave him her WeChat contact. Without hesitation, Yang Fan sent over 500 yuan right after adding her, smiling as he asked, "Let's grab some drinks or dinner sometime. How much should I transfer?" 5,000. The beauty casually threw out a not insignificant figure. She just couldn't believe this man would actually transfer the money. Since most people weigh pros and cons, what kind of oddball would send 5,000 yuan to a complete stranger? Yet Yang Fan agreed without the slightest hesitation. "Tell me your name." "You know, for a 5,000 yuan transfer, I can't exactly send it to one known recipient." The beauty sized him up with a scrutinizing gaze, her eyes treating him like some kind of rare species. Thinking to myself, is this guy crazy? Is he really going to transfer the money? But complaints aside, she still said her name. Li Wei. Yang Fan immediately transferred 5,000 over, with a note stating it was a voluntary gift. "Let's go. We'll grab a coffee up ahead." He was well aware this beauty named Li Wei wasn't the type to engage in monetary transactions. After all, her 100% purity score was right there for all to see. Now this was getting interesting. What he didn't know was that the beauty had already mentally labeled him as a naive rich fool, some bizarre specimen of humanity. Since the money was already taken, Li Wei didn't refuse and followed him to the cafe. She resolved in her mind to just go through the motions and find an opportunity to scare him off after finishing their drinks, a free 5,500 in her pocket. One could only say Li Wei felt she'd gained, but Yang Fan would never lose. Seated across from each other in the cafe, Yang Fan initiated the conversation. "I just saw you coming out of that building, do you work there?" The pretty girl didn't ignore him. "No, I'm here learning dance." No wonder this girl radiates both a sexy and sporty vibe. "Oh, so you're a dancer, that explains your great figure. What style of dance do you study?" "I mainly study street dance." "Ha, that sounds great. Street dance requires high physical flexibility, so you should be able to handle many difficult moves with ease." My mind instantly wandered into reverie, conjuring up many joyful thoughts. Li Wei's intimacy -2. Li Wei immediately furrowed her brows upon seeing this. "What's wrong with me learning street dance?" "Nothing, I was just a bit surprised. In my impression, street dance seems quite difficult. Why is this girl so quick to lose affection?" Li Wei responded indifferently. "Just okay." Yang Fan then tried to engage her with other topics, but Li Wei only gave half-hearted replies. It was clear she wasn't in high spirits. The two stayed in the cafe for nearly an hour, yet not only did Li Wei's closeness not increase at all, it actually dropped by 2 points. This was beyond frustrating. "Let's go. Let's find a place to eat." Li Wei didn't agree immediately, but instead said, "I'm not hungry yet. How about we go take a look around first?" As soon as Yang Fan heard her say this, he roughly guessed what she was up to, but frankly, he couldn't care less. "Sure, where do you want to go?" Seeing him agree, Li Wei instantly dropped her previous lack of enthusiasm and broke into a smile. "There's a shop with really nice stuff that I love browsing through. Come with me." Clearly, she had already figured out how to tactfully dissuade Yang Fan. Yang Fan didn't say much more and simply went out with Li Wei to hail a taxi. More than 10 minutes later, The two entered a fairly large store with excellent decor, its shelves filled with luxury goods of various brands, most of which were handbags. Sure enough, bags are a woman's greatest love. A beautiful woman stood behind the counter and immediately came forward upon seeing a customer enter. "Welcome to Fashion Collection. Do you have any particular treasures you'd love to take home today, sir or madam?" Li Wei was already growing impatient by this point. "Show me some handbags, any brand will do." "Alright, we've recently acquired 2 new models from this year. The orange one is particularly nice, madam might want to take a closer look." "Right this way, please," Li Wei said to Yang Fan with evident interest. "Come on, let's go take a look." After hearing the salesperson's words, how could Yang Fan not realize this was a second-hand luxury goods store? No wonder there are so many brands for everything. He didn't say much about it. The girl soon came over holding the 2 handbags the sales clerk had recommended and asked Yang Fan for his opinion. "I think both of these bags are really pretty and suit me well. This one is super versatile and goes with everything. That one would match my black dress perfectly, what do you think?" "I think, if it weren't for the cashback from spending money on you, I'd immediately think screw you, isn't this obviously trying to get me to buy it for you?" But being the designated fool, he had the magnanimity of a true patsy, so he nodded with a smile and said, It suits you perfectly. Then I'll take these 2. 110,000 is quite reasonable. They'd probably cost around 150,000 in a boutique store." "Oh, and this one is really pretty too, so adorable." As she was talking, the girl took a liking to a very small bag nearby. Yang Fan took a look, the bag was only slightly bigger than his fist. What on earth could fit in this thing? At that moment, the girl quickly grabbed her bag and came over to ask him. "This one's only a little over 20,000. So cute, let's buy it too." "Not bad." Li Wei sneered inwardly at the remark, but maintained a composed expression as she replied. "Then I'll take these 3, thank you." "Thanks a bunch, sis." Yang Fan really couldn't figure it out if it weren't for his big sucker system, who would actually buy all this for a girl they just met. "What, is your little thank you really that valuable?" So Yang Fan decided to tease her, putting on an innocent face as he asked, "Why thank me? You're not expecting me to pay for you, are you?" Li Wei wasn't the least bit embarrassed upon hearing this. Instead, she responded with shameless audacity. "Aren't you trying to pursue me? What's wrong? Can't even spare 100,000 for me?" Though inwardly she thought, done playing nice? Seeing how foolishly you've been transferring money to me, I'll stop taking advantage. Better back off while you still can. Who would have thought Yang Fan would say nonchalantly, "A mere 100,000 or so, hardly something to begrudge. But shouldn't you give me a reason to buy it?" This girl had quite the attitude, speaking as if 100 grand was beneath her notice. Whether she could actually produce that amount remained to be seen. Seeing he still wanted to press the matter, Li Wei put on an air of utter reasonableness and said, "If you buy this for me, I'll definitely consider being your girlfriend." This really puts her gold-digging nature on full display. Any sane man, even if he fancied her, should wake up and walk away after this, right? Yang Fan rubbed his nose and said with utter speechlessness, "I don't recall ever saying I wanted you as my girlfriend." Li Wei gave him a polite smile upon seeing this. "Then I must have misunderstood." She then turned to the sales assistant and said, "Miss, I'm sorry for the trouble, but could you please put it back for me?" Logically speaking, their encounter should have ended there, but Yang Fan never played by the rules. He immediately spoke up to stop her. "Wait, I never said I wouldn't buy it. I just wanted you to give me a reason to." This completely threw Li Wei off balance, leaving her baffled as she asked, "What kind of reason do you want? A bag in exchange for a kiss isn't too much to ask, is it?" Li Wei hadn't expected this to be Yang Fan's reason for buying her a bag, leaving her momentarily stunned. Was such a request unreasonable? Truth be told, it really wasn't. After all, it was just a kiss, something that could trade for a bag worth over 100,000 yuan. Yet, Li Wei didn't believe Yang Fan would actually buy it for her. She assumed he just wanted to keep pestering her without spending such a hefty sum on a bag. Left with no choice, he resorted to this method. As long as she refused this condition, Yang Fan would have a legitimate reason not to waste that kind of money. At least he wasn't completely brainless. Chapter 48, The Puzzling Li Wei. Although Li Wei had reached the point of disgust toward Yang Fan, she didn't believe this man would actually buy it for her. After all, no one in their right mind would do something so absurd. Anyone with half a brain could tell from her previous behavior that she's just a gold digger looking to cash in. Yet you still spent over 100 grand buying her a bag? What's the point? So she agreed without hesitation, chuckling as she said, "Sure, as long as you pay up, I'll give you those 3 kisses right away." While inwardly thinking, "Keep pretending, you refused the out I gave you, so now I'm taking it back." Yet she didn't realize that for Yang Fan, this was essentially getting 3 kisses from her for free, so why hesitate? He immediately handed the card to the salesperson and said, "Charge it." Li Wei was stunned at the sight, thinking in disbelief, is he actually serious? She was completely dumbfounded. Even the salesperson beside them was stunned by Yang Fan's maneuver. mainly because Yang Fan had seemed quite clear-headed earlier, seeing through that gold digger. Why would he suddenly turn foolish again? But, a kiss for a bag? Why don't I ever come across such good deals? I can kiss you into bankruptcy, believe it or not, either that or keep kissing you till the end of time. Not just kissing, if you want to do something else, I'll go along unconditionally. Why don't you consider me? But however the salesperson might feel, business was still business and this was a hefty commission, so they rushed to prepare the paperwork. After swiping the card, the sales clerk subtly flirted with Yang Fan and said in a gentle voice, "Sir, why not apply for a membership card? Just leave your phone number. Your purchase this time has earned you quite a few points. The more you accumulate, the more you can redeem later." Yang Fan had already guessed that she was likely using this as an excuse to get his phone number. Although the salesgirl looked decent, objectively she didn't even score 80 points by his standards. Showing no interest whatsoever, he simply pointed at Li Wei instead. "Let her handle it. I usually don't come here." Li Wei stood there dumbfounded as she took the 3 bags Yang Fan handed to her, immediately sinking into confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? She had been absolutely certain Yang Fan wouldn't buy anything, yet now he'd even paid already. How utterly baffling was this? Heaven knows she only intended to scare Yang Fan away this way to pocket the 5,500 without paying. How on earth did I accidentally spend over 100,000 like that? If such a thing hadn't actually happened to her, she would never have believed it. Just as Li Wei was deep in thought, Yang Fan's voice came through. "What are you thinking about? Let's go." Okay. Li Wei followed Yang Fan out the door with a heavy heart. After a long while, she couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Are you really just giving me all these bags like this?" Yang Fan responded nonchalantly, "It's already in your hands, isn't it? But what do you mean by that's how you talk to me? Don't forget you exchanged 3 kisses for this. By the way, didn't you say you'd fulfill it immediately?" As he spoke, he looked at Li Wei with mischievous intent and reached out to take her hand. To his surprise, she reacted strongly. The moment his fingers brushed against hers, she visibly startled, quickly withdrawing her hand and taking 2 steps back. She glared at him warily and demanded, "What are you doing?" The sound drew curious glances from passers-by, their looks towards Yang Fan far from friendly. Yang Fan inwardly cursed a blue streak. Why so dramatic? People will think I wronged you. Trying to renege on your word? Only then did Li Wei notice their audience and sheepishly stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "Serves you right. Who told you to suddenly get handsy?" Then she remembered her earlier promise and sighed internally. Do I really have to kiss him? Maybe I should just return his bag? But this guy really is something else, the first person I've met who'd go to such lengths to pester me endlessly. Why do I kinda feel touched by this? Li Wei's mind was in turmoil. Part of her regretted acting rashly, while another part couldn't help thinking, you actually went this far, repeatedly shattering all her expectations. His lips unconsciously muttered in a whisper, "This is the middle of the street." Yang Fan glared at her. "You were the one who said immediate payment, you never specified the location." "Not out on the street, anyway. Find somewhere with no people around." Li Wei didn't know what emotion had driven her to say those words. Maybe she couldn't bear to bully a man who was willing to go this far for her, or perhaps she felt that agreeing to a kiss wasn't something completely unacceptable after all. She harbored some peculiar feelings toward a fool like Yang Fan. 20 minutes later, the two entered a private room at a restaurant. Just after ordering and the waiter left, Yang Fan got up to lock the door. "Is this okay now?" Seeing this, Li Wei blushed deeply. After her expression shifted several times, she stood up and closed her eyes. "Hurry up!" There was a hint of heroic martyrdom about it. Li Wei intimacy level -1. Li Wei intimacy level -1. Li Wei intimacy level -1. Holy shit! What the hell is this? We haven't even kissed yet. Why do you keep lowering the intimacy level? 1 minute later. You jerk! As soon as Yang Fan released her, the girl furiously raised her little fists and began hitting him. Thud! Thud! Have you lost your mind? Yang Fan quickly pulled her into his arms again, but she showed no intention of stopping. In desperation, she sank her teeth into his shoulder. Holy shit! The sudden pain made him grimace. Are you a puppy or something? Li Wei's affection +5. Ha! This abrupt affection increase notification left Yang Fan utterly bewildered. He stopped what he was doing and looked at the girl with confusion. The girl was biting her lower lip, glaring at him with a mix of embarrassment and anger. This little display was somewhat enticing. Noticing his stare, the girl spoke coldly. Make way. Then he returned to his seat by himself. Li Wei's intimacy level +1. What happened? Yang Fan felt a bit puzzled. From the first moment he met this girl, her intimacy level hadn't increased at all, not even after buying her a bag worth tens of thousands had made any difference. Now the intimacy level suddenly increased? Chapter 49, No way. Yang Fan went to open the private room door. Alright, let's eat. Seeing this, the girl immediately sighed in relief and silently returned to her seat. After dinner, Li Wei clearly didn't want to stay with Yang Fan any longer. Dead set on leaving, she hailed a taxi without even saying goodbye. Yang Fan watched the car drive away and thought, this girl is odd. I'll keep observing her in the future. Anyway, with inexhaustible money at his disposal, he truly didn't believe he couldn't win her over. After all, she was a rare natural beauty he'd encountered. He remained quite interested. If he didn't make his move, would he just leave her for someone else? Sorry, he's not that generous. Though his demands in that aspect aren't excessive, it's simply because societal norms are what they are, hence his standards aren't set particularly high. But now that he's encountered a beauty with 100% purity, there's no reason to let her go easily. In his heart, Li Wei still smelled sweeter than those girls who'd already been plucked by others. Yang Fan then checked the closeness levels of his tools. Gu Weijia had the highest rating. Though the girl was well behaved, her score had barely moved after surpassing 70. He understood it well enough, the higher the closeness number, the harder it was to increase. There was no hope of squeezing more benefits out of her in the short term, so he shifted his focus to Chen Si. This girl was a local of Bishu City and a bit of a naive romantic. Her closeness was nearing 60, making her the perfect target for snagging a level 2 cashback card first, so she immediately video called. Chen Si had been feeling quite depressed lately. Ever since Yang Fan persuaded her to break up with her boyfriend last time, her ex had been pestering her multiple times. He often waited for her at the school gate begging for reconciliation. Not having entirely forgotten about him, she nearly softened. Fortunately, thoughts of Yang Fan kept my heart from wavering each time. I wanted to see Yang Fan, yet felt unprepared, afraid of being misunderstood. That hesitation had been tormenting me. Everything changed last night when I unexpectedly received both a 100,000 yuan transfer from him and Children's Day blessings. Only then did I realize he'd never stopped caring. Touched despite myself, I subtly hinted that he should invite me to dinner. Little did she expect that the other person wouldn't give her a clear response, merely replying okay before ghosting her. This left her somewhat resentful, feeling that she'd taken the initiative while the other party remained aloof. Who do you think you are? If you're going to ignore me, then I don't want to deal with you either. Humph. She was out jogging when she suddenly received Yang Fan's video call request, instantly putting her in a pleasant mood. She initially thought she'd let him wait as punishment, but hearing the incessant ringtone, her hand betrayed her thoughts by instinctively hitting the answer button. Humph, what do you want? Yang Fan looked at the beautiful woman in the video wiping sweat with a towel and asked in confusion. Did someone eat gunpowder? Who dared to mess with our little love-struck girl? Chen Si heard this and retorted with clear dissatisfaction. Pa, you're the love-struck one. Your whole family is love-struck. Get to the point or I'm hanging up. Yang Fan felt a surge of amusement. Oh, seems like you're mad at me? What did I do to upset you? Not at all, don't flatter yourself. What's got you sweating like this? None of your business? Can't you talk properly? No. Wanna hang out? Nice. Chen Si affinity +1. The girl's sudden change in demeanor almost gave him whiplash, leaving him completely bewildered and even doubting whether he'd heard correctly. Chen Si burst into laughter when she saw his utterly confused expression. What are you spacing out for? Name the place. Do you drink? Wanna grab a seat at the bar? Chen Si hesitated upon hearing the invitation. She usually didn't frequent such places, but considering this was Yang Fan's first time asking her out, she didn't want to refuse. Deal. Alright, I'll pick you up. No need, just tell me the location. I'll go home to shower and change clothes first. After agreeing to meet at a lounge bar near the girl's place in 1 hour, they ended the call. Yang Fan had just finished his meal and decided to take a short walk before hailing a cab. When he arrived at the bar entrance, the girl was already waiting there. Dressed in an Argentina national football jersey paired with sneakers, she radiated vibrant youthful energy. Yang Fan froze in momentary confusion. Didn't we agree to meet at the bar? In this? Who cares, as long as it looks good. Yang Fan walked over, and the girl noticed him instantly, pouting her lips in discontent as she spoke. You're even slower than me? Isn't this near your place? Isn't it normal for you to arrive before me? Humph. Excuses. Come on, let's go in. Clearly, the girl didn't really mind him being late, just showing a bit of her displeasure. In fact, he just needed any random excuse to make it work. After entering the bar, Yang Fan finally understood why the girl had chosen to wear a football jersey. She was seriously turning heads. Not just the men along the way, even the women couldn't help glancing at her a few more times. Since it was still early, the bar wasn't very crowded yet. Led by the host, they headed toward their booth, passing by a high platform along the way. Suddenly, valid consumption target detected. View information? Yang Fan turned to see one man and 3 women gathered around the high bar drinking, and at that moment their gazes were also fixed on Chen Si. It must be one of these 3 women. Driven by curiosity, Yang Fan decided to take a closer look. Name Lu Jia. Age, 26. Height 158 cm. Weight 46. Overall appearance rating, 81. Weight 66 kg. Status 2 gynecological conditions, non-contagious. Intimacy level 0. 34? Gotta bounce. Yang Fan instantly lost all interest. Bar-hopping women really aren't simple creatures. The new book is just getting started. Definitely not enough for you esteemed readers yet. Those suffering from book famine might want to check if the author's older work suits your taste. When old six goes God mode, even deities tremble. Finally, I'd like to ask all dear readers for some heartfelt support and flowers if possible. Your kindness would be greatly appreciated. If you enjoyed this book, could you kindly leave a 5-star review? If it's not to your taste, please simply ignore it rather than leaving negative feedback. My deepest thanks either way. Chapter 50, The Morally Upright Beauty. After taking their seats, the two realized their booth had a minimum spending requirement that couldn't be met by ordering beer alone. He handed the drink menu to the girl and said, "You order." But the girl was reluctant and replied somewhat shyly, "You should order. I rarely come to places like this, I don't know how to choose." "It's okay, order whatever you want, go for the expensive stuff." Seeing Yang Fan's insistence, she had no choice but to pick up the drink menu, immediately shocked by the prices listed. Yang Fan found it somewhat amusing that she still hadn't ordered after all this time. Clearly he needed to step in. Suddenly Yang Fan wanted to test something. If he were the one ordering in this situation, would he still get cash back? Anyway, the principle isn't small now. Spending a few thousand yuan even if it's lost, it's just a loss. One has to try things out to know how to operate better in the future. With that, he pointed to a champagne priced at over 3,000. "Let's get this. Champagne suits you better, low alcohol content, right? And, let's add half a dozen beers." "Understood." The order was quickly placed, and the drinks menu was handed to the liaison who had brought them in. He frowned slightly soon after swiping his card to pay, because the champagne was refunded, but not the beer. He had just been thinking that he'd drink beer while the girl would have champagne. Apparently, in cases of shared consumption, he could directly order items for himself. If the intention was clearly to spend on the girl, it would be refunded, but obviously not for purchases meant for himself. This was pretty much what he had expected. The system was extremely strict about this aspect, not giving him even the slightest advantage. But it didn't matter, he'd just have to be more careful from now on. When the drinks arrived, the two of them started playing games while drinking. By then, the lounge was getting increasingly crowded, with the DJ taking the stage and the bass speakers booming with heavy beats. In this neon-lit, wine-filled venue, quite a few young people had already begun bouncing around with tipsy abandon. Valid consumption target detected. View information? Yang Fan, who was drinking with Chen Si, turned his head curiously upon hearing the system's notification. It turned out that in front of their booth seating, several well-proportioned girls unknown to them had arrived at some point and were dancing energetically, likely part of the club's hired hype squad for pumping up the atmosphere. The one triggering the system notification was probably among them. View. Name, Zhou Xiaolan. Age, 26. Height, 162. Weight 45. Overall appearance score, 80. Weight, 58. Status, infertile. Intimacy, 0. The data is not only mediocre, but the numbers are as high as 42. Especially the words infertility alone speak volumes. A classic case of being played out, only fit to make some money and then go home to marry some gullible man. But with that figure and looks, she'd definitely be the kind of fake goddess countless gullible men would fight over. After all, who'd know what she's done before? Name Xin Shui. Age 24. Height 163. Weight 51. Overall appearance, 83. Measurements 9'8". Status normal. Intimacy, 0. Ha, there are actually 2. No wonder people say places with such dazzling nightlife have plenty of beautiful women. Wait a minute. This time the number is 2. How could there be so few girls this time? This feels rather out of place in such a location. Who would have thought that a girl who frequents bars could still be so pure, especially considering she's not particularly young, she's quite decent and self-disciplined. He began to feel somewhat fond of such a girl, but unfortunately, Chen Si was right beside him, leaving him no opportunity for any flirting. After all, his goal in inviting girls out was to increase intimacy levels. He shook his head and leaned closer to Chen Si, whispering in her ear, "Shall we dance for a while?" The girl's face was slightly flushed from the alcohol, but she shook her head and replied, "I don't know how." "Hey, what's there to know about dancing? Just go with the rhythm and have fun. Look at them, they're completely going wild out there." The girl burst out laughing at his words, glancing at the girls dancing in the booth ahead. They really were just wildly enjoying themselves, each grooving to their own rhythm. "I feel kinda embarrassed. No one knows you here. What's there to be embarrassed about? Come with me." Yang Fan promptly took her hand and pulled her up to leave. The girl had no choice but to follow along. Soon, she noticed Yang Fan acting like a total idiot, holding her hand and bouncing in front of the booth. Then he shouted loudly, "Just copy me, give it a try. Let's get wild. Woohoo!" The girl, perhaps to ease his embarrassment or genuinely moved by the atmosphere and alcohol, clenched her teeth and actually joined him in the wild dancing. During the dance, Yang Fan released her hand and performed all sorts of flashy moves in front of her, making her laugh uncontrollably. Gradually, she began to let loose. Naturally athletic, she took to dancing with surprising ease. Her movements were quite graceful, and paired with her stunning figure and looks enhanced by the football jersey she wore, she quickly became the center of attention all around. After playing for quite a while, just as Yang Fan was hugging the girl from behind and swaying slowly with her, the system's voice finally sounded. Chen Si affection +3. Perhaps because she rarely came to such places, this time gave the girl a different experience. It was clear that although slightly tipsy, she was still very happy. At that moment, a short-haired girl came up to them and started dancing seductively in front of them. Yang Fan didn't mind this sort of thing was commonplace in venues like this. The girl was quite beautiful, though her makeup was a bit heavy-handed. At the very least, she hadn't skimped on the powder. He could actually see the light reflecting off the skin of her face, which was a bit excessive. The legendary luminous beauty? This woman happened to be one of the ambience crew setting the mood around here. Judging solely by looks, she truly wasn't inferior to Chen Si, most likely one of the beauties the system had previously hinted about. With this beauty leading the way, the area gradually gathered quite a crowd of both men and women. As the crowd gradually thickened, Yang Fan didn't want Chen Si to be accidentally groped by strangers, so he led her back to their seats. No sooner had they sat down than he leaned in to whisper in her ear. Having fun? The girl nodded with a smile. This is actually my first time being so wild. Chen Si affinity +1. After the intimate contact from earlier dancing, Yang Fan's courage gradually grew, and he boldly put his arm around the girl while chatting, noticing that she showed no signs of rejection. This was a good start. It seemed bringing her for drinks had been the right choice. Suddenly, Xin Shue's affection -40. What happened? This sudden and inexplicable affection drop from the system left him utterly baffled. What did we do? Looking dumbfounded toward the front of the booth. There, at the edge of the crowd, the short-haired beauty who had been dancing in front of them earlier was now grooving while staring straight at them. That pure and self-respecting girl was her? Chapter 51 The Beautiful Misunderstanding. Even if you're that Xin Shui, this makes no sense. Can't I take a break from clubbing and come back to rest? What's with suddenly dropping the intimacy level by 40? Do I have to party with you? Are we enemies if I don't? Is this a complete joke or what? Yang Fan couldn't be bothered with her and continued enjoying himself, chatting while playfully taking liberties with Chen Si, making the girl blush uncontrollably. Moments later, amidst his boisterous antics, he caught movement in his peripheral vision, a pair of canvas shoes and pale slender calves approaching unmistakably toward him. He and Chen Si turned their heads in unison, only to see the short-haired beauty stepping right in front of them with a smile. I'm exhausted from all that jumping. Mind if I rest here with you guys? Normally, having a beautiful woman strike up a conversation would be a good thing. But Yang Fan had just been suspecting that this was probably Xin Shui, the same person whose closeness rating had already dropped by 40 points. And now she wants to rest here with us? Can't you see there's just two of us here, enjoying our romantic time together? What kind of third wheel are you trying to be? Something about this person just doesn't seem right. So he spoke up. Sorry about this, as you can see, it's not really convenient. Xin Shui's intimacy points -10. Damn it, it really was her. With an apologetic smile, she said. I'm really sorry, my bad. I saw there were just two of you having fun and thought more people would make it livelier. My apologies. After saying this, she turned and left, returning to dancing where she had been before. Whether it was just their imagination or not, they couldn't shake the feeling this girl kept glancing their way from time to time. Chen Si showed no reaction to Yang Fan's rejection of the other party. She clearly didn't want any disturbances either. Yang Fan, meanwhile, complained inwardly, I used to admire this girl's principled behavior, but now she seems like a complete lunatic? Better steer clear, After drinking for a while longer, Yang Fan needed to use the restroom and asked Chen Si to wait there for him. As soon as he approached the restroom area, he noticed numerous heavily made-up women milling about, even spotting a man and woman entering the same toilet cubicle together. He was long accustomed to such things. As he finished up and stepped out, he noticed a girl approaching him. Hey handsome, you, sorry, not interested. He interrupted before the other person could finish speaking, and just as he was about to leave, he heard again. Hey, no, I meant to tell you, be careful of that girl with short hair. Yang Fan stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, suddenly realizing the girl being referred to as Xin Shui. She must have been one of the hype team members dancing in front of his booth earlier. Turning around curiously, he asked, why? The girl walked up to him and whispered, she's probably has her eyes on your girlfriend. The moment you left, she went over to hit on her. Better watch out or your girlfriend might get turned. Damn it. So that's how it is. I really thought he was mentally ill. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this girl wasn't lying to him. No wonder Xin Shui's numbers were so low. Probably got heartbroken by two men and then. But with someone like you trying to steal my partner? Isn't this absurdity opening the door for absurdity coming home? So easy to bend? Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry either, just smiled slightly before asking. Why tell me? Simply because I don't like her, so ruining her plans delights me. She'll definitely try to get close to your girlfriend by pretending to approach you. Don't fall for it. I understand. After Yang Fan left, the girl seemed unusually happy, an unconscious smile creeping across her face. Returning to his seat, he noticed Chen Shui was indeed chatting with Chen Si about something, sitting unusually close to her. As soon as he returned, the other person immediately raised her glass and stood up, greeting him with a sweet smile. Handsome, I noticed your friend sitting alone here, so I came over to chat. My name is Shin Shui, pleased to meet you both. Could this truly be a case where no one would reject a smiling face? If it weren't for the other party's low intimacy level with her and the knowledge that she was AT, she might have actually fallen for this trap. But now, I remember saying I don't like being interrupted when we're spending time together, don't I? Shin Shui's smile froze upon hearing this, sensing the other person's evident rejection. This makes no sense? Am I not pretty enough? The tried-and-true tactics that had always worked before proved ineffective on this man. She calmly glanced at the wine glass in her hand and then spoke. Very well, consider this glass as my apology. I'll finish it and take my leave. He downed it in one gulp and walked out with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Chen Si affection +5. Chen Si's favorability has reached 60. Reward, second-tier cashback card, 1. When used, grants second-tier cashback, 10 times. Why did this girl suddenly gain 5 points of intimacy? Returning to his seat, Yang Fan looked curiously at Chen Si, as the mysterious girl whispered in his ear. That beauty clearly had a thing for you just now. Are you really not even a little tempted? She's quite pretty, and her figure is great. What the hell? Yang Fan was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. After checking Shin Shui's -50 intimacy level, you're saying she's interested in me? She's clearly into you, you silly girl. But this seems to be a beautiful misunderstanding. Chen Si probably thought I drove away Shin Shui twice in a row for her sake, showing firm stance in front of her, so the intimacy jumped past 60 points at once. Can this be counted as an unexpected blessing? Since he had thought this far, of course he wouldn't reveal the truth. He said with amusement, "Move my ass." What did she just say to you? The girl asked softly with a laugh. Nothing much, she was just fishing for information, asking about the nature of our relationship and such. What did you say? Not telling you. Yang Fan instantly understood. Chen Si must have misunderstood the other person's intentions and felt a sense of crisis, so she laid her cards on the table by claiming they were a couple. Isn't this just letting me stumble into successfully snagging a second-level cashback card? After leaving the bar, Yang Fan put his arm around Chen Si and said, "Don't go back tonight, okay?" Though slightly tipsy, the girl was still clear-headed and firmly rejected the suggestion. "No, I'm not ready yet. You promised to give me time." As for this girl, Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry either. With an intimacy level already at 60 points, he could slowly work his way to victory. Alright then, let me walk you home. Chen Si affinity +1. After sending the girl to her building, he hailed a cab and headed home. On the way, he reflected on what had just happened, Shin Shui's striking beauty and figure being wasted on being a lesbian. What a damn shame. These days there were already more men than women to begin with, yet so many were still fantasizing about forming girl groups, not to mention players like him roaming around. Isn't this just too brutal? Guys with limited resources really have it tough. Chapter 52, Impressing Girls Requires Money. Then he thought of Li Wei, whom he'd met during the day. This girl immediately lost 50 points of closeness the moment he tried chatting her up. She seemed quite similar to Shin Shui. No way, no way. Finally met a beauty code named Zero. Please don't tell me she's also a lesbian. If that's really the case, isn't this starting the game on hard mode? Li Wei definitely didn't turn this way because some guy broke her heart. Could this shit really be innate? But the power of money is so great, perhaps it could literally knock some sense into them? Whatever. No point overthinking, might as well keep throwing cash at the problem and take things one step at a time. After getting home, Yang Fan activated the second-level cashback card and opened his phone to start transferring money to his designated helpers. First, he sent a message to Li Wei. "Send me the bank card number you usually use." Li Wei, who was binge-watching dramas at home, suddenly received a message from Yang Fan. After glancing at it, she initially intended to enable Do Not Disturb, but she hesitated for a moment, remembering she might still need to coax him into buying things for her later. No need to be too cold, so she replied casually. "What? You want to transfer money in? Send it over. It's not like I can hack your account or anything. The girl curled her lips dismissively at the message. "No info, no transfer. Alright, I'll transfer the money in. Happy now? Put. 622, there, done. Now don't bother me while I'm binge-watching. After sending the message, Li Wei closed the chat window. She suspected the guy might actually wire money. He was eccentric enough to do it. She was even curious how much Yang Fan would transfer. Just as she was about to resume her drama, a payment notification suddenly chimed on her phone. Postal Savings Bank 06/02/2023-2314. Your account ending with 635 has received a deposit of 300,000 yuan, current balance 308,237.34 yuan. Li Wei's hand trembled as she stared at the message in utter disbelief. 1, 10, 100,000. 300,000 yuan. What the hell is going on? While feeling utterly baffled, she even sensed a hint of fear rising within her and hurriedly started typing a message. But her mind was in disarray, her thoughts jumbled. It took her forever to finally send a coherent reply. Are you crazy? Why'd you transfer so much money to me? Explain yourself. Just so you know, I won't help you launder dirty cash or anything. I'm law-abiding. I don't do illegal stuff. Yang Fan nearly laughed out loud when he saw the girl's message. This little head of hers is quite imaginative, actually thinking he was trying to launder money. Launder my ass? The money is for you to use, clean money, just spend it as you please. Li Wei still couldn't believe it. This man she'd only known for a day had not just bought her a designer bag worth over 100,000 but also transferred this much money to her. What was he after? Is there supposed to be a limit to how dumb and rich someone can be? What exactly are you trying to do? Yes. The girl froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. Think of your sister. If you don't make yourself clear, I'll call and report you. Be my guest. The system's money is clean anyway, he's got nothing to worry about. But Li Wei was utterly speechless. Are you really giving me this much money to use? Look at your provincial attitude, just a few $100,000. Might be a lot for you, but it's just pocket change for me. It's infuriating, so why does it feel oddly heartwarming? Li Wei's affection +5. Li Wei's eyes suddenly gleamed with mischief, as if she'd stumbled upon some wicked idea, and she sent the message with a prankster's glee. Really? Then show me your prowess by transferring another one. 1 minute later. Postal Savings Bank, on June 2, 2023, at 23:14, your account ending with 635 received a payment of 300,000 yuan. Current balance, 608,237.34 yuan. Holy shit! You're actually transferring it? Li Wei had originally wanted to prank the other person after being told she'd never seen the world, but she never expected they'd actually transfer another 300,000 yuan. At this point, she was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this just too extravagant? Li Wei affection +10. This isn't to say Li Wei was dazzled by money. Truth be told, she was genuinely moved by Yang Fan's unconventional approach. Some women firmly believe that to know if a man truly loves you, all you need to see is whether he's willing to spend money on you. All those sweet nothings and flowery words? They're just empty talk. So even women who don't particularly love money can still be moved by it. Wealthy men pursuing them can definitely take many shortcuts. Just like Xia Zhu in Hello Mr. Billionaire, who claimed not to care about money, yet Wang Duoyu never hesitated to spend lavishly during every touching moment between them. In the end, when Wan was willing to give up inheriting astronomical wealth for her, that sealed the deal and she completely fell for him. Seeing Li Wei become more affectionate, Yang Fan immediately smiled. Seems this girl isn't completely unapproachable after all. Li Wei finally snapped out of her daze, feeling as if a domineering CEO from TV dramas had miraculously appeared in real life to encounter her. But still, she seriously sent a message saying, "Take the money back, I was just joking earlier. Never mind, wait until I withdraw it and transfer it to you on WeChat." Yang Fan wasn't just transferring money anymore, he was terrifying people. Li Wei admitted she was frightened by him, and now she felt genuinely scared, mainly because this kind of situation was just too absurd. Meanwhile, Yang Fan switched to teasing mode as he replied, "Look at you, so full of yourself earlier? Weren't you boasting about another spin to prove your strength?" Li Wei's mind was still in disarray. After a moment of hesitation, she typed, "I was wrong, take it back. I admit I don't dare to keep it. Li Wei's affection points +3. Yang Fan was slightly taken aback upon hearing the system's notification tone. Seeing the girl's reaction, he immediately understood her concerns. Being so young, it was perfectly normal for her to feel afraid of such situations, so he deliberately sent her a message. This 600,000 yuan was voluntarily given to you, no need to worry. The transfer was already done, and the cashback had already hit his card. What sense was there in taking it back? If Li Wei returned the money to him, the system would deduct the cashback amount. That would just be asking for trouble. Seeing Yang Fan being so thoughtful, Li Wei was at a loss for words. She thought to herself, I'll keep this money untouched for now. If anything comes up, I can withdraw and return it to him anytime. Saying she didn't want it at all would be a lie. After all, she'd never seen such a large sum of money in her life. But to avoid any situation she couldn't handle, she decided to leave the money untouched for now and wait to see how things unfolded. With this in mind, Li Wei sent a message. You really spare no expense when pursuing a girl, don't you? Never thought I'd become a rich woman overnight, ha ha ha, promising. Thanks, boss. Li Wei had originally planned to take advantage of Yang Fan the next time they met, still somewhat resentful about that kiss. But now, she found herself no longer harboring such thoughts, because she realized that even if she wanted to manipulate Yang Fan, he would probably willingly walk right into her trap. Faced with such a peculiar individual, she felt she couldn't quite bring herself to do it. Li Wei, who had always disliked men and secretly harbored some aversion towards them, didn't realize that she seemed to gradually feel less repelled by Yang Fan without even noticing. After chatting for a while longer, Li Wei cheerfully went off to binge-watch her drama, while Yang Fan continued distributing money to other side characters. When recipients like Gu Weijie and Xiao Lu received their transfers, they were overjoyed and repeatedly expressed their gratitude while inviting him out. However, flight attendant Gong Jing couldn't remain calm anymore. Gong Jing, who was resting at a hotel in the Magic City, was overjoyed when she discovered Yang Fan had transferred another 300,000 yuan to her. After thinking for a while, dressed in rather revealing clothes, she indulged in taking various selfies and then chose a few to send to him. Chapter 53, The Flight Attendant's Message. After thinking for a while, Gong Jing started taking various selfies, then selected a few to send to Yang Fan. Picture.jpg. 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 Just as Yang Fan was about to transfer money to Chenxi, he noticed Gong Jing had sent a series of messages and clicked on them curiously. Inside were various selfies of Gong Jing. Damn, this girl's figure is incredible. It's a pity the numbers are slightly low. That's understandable, women with higher numbers probably wouldn't do such things anyway. As he was admiring the photos, the girl's message arrived. Don't share them, okay? Only you can see these. Then I realized all the photos had been retracted. What the fuck? Hold on, I didn't save them. You're slow yourself, why blame me? Send them again. Dream on, just wait nicely till I get back. Isn't this just blatantly tempting me? Wait then. He then kept transferring money to Chenxi, but there was no response from the girl. She must have already fallen asleep. Originally live streaming, Dai Dai and Mao Mao abruptly ended their broadcast after receiving the transfer notification, leaving their viewers completely puzzled. The two sisters were now staring wide-eyed at each other, phones in hand. After a long silence, Dai Dai hesitantly asked, "Sis, why did Xiao Yao transfer us so much money again? He just sent 100,000 yesterday." Mao Mao was equally baffled. "You're asking me? Who should I ask? Sister, do you think maybe Xiao Yao has taken a fancy to us?" Mao Mao was stunned by the remark. Admittedly, that was a real possibility. Having some familiarity with the live streaming industry, she was well aware of the stories about top supporters and female streamers. But she had no such intentions. Going live was simply a way to earn some extra pocket money. After pondering for a moment, she spoke up. "Us? Damn girl, I think he's got his eyes on you. He's always been pretty protective of you. It's pretty much a sure thing." Dai Dai was startled by the remark, then her face flushed instantly red. Fiddling with the hem of her clothes shyly, she murmured, "Now that you mention it, so what should I do? I'm not even 18 yet." Mao Mao rolled her eyes dramatically at her little sister's bashful display. What kind of twisted logic is this damn girl using? You're not actually considering whether to agree to what they're asking, are you? Have you thought of a name for the baby yet? You're talking as if someone just turned 18. We were born on the same day, remember? Hey, exactly. We're only 17, still young. Brother Xiaoyao probably doesn't think that way, right? After all, it's illegal. In that instant, Mao Mao felt everything became clear and hurriedly spoke up. "We must have misunderstood Brother Xiaoyao. Didn't he already know our ages?" Dai Dai was still lost in thought. Brother Xiaoyao treated her so well, giving her so much money that she could enjoy endless delicious food and wear beautiful clothes without limit. If she refused him, wouldn't he be heartbroken? Besides, Brother Xiaoyao was so rich, wouldn't she be happy as his girlfriend? Too bad she didn't know if he was handsome. What if? What nonsense is this silly girl thinking about? Mao Mao noticed her younger sister seemed distracted, not even hearing her when she spoke, so she shook her and asked loudly. Dai snapped back to reality. I was just thinking, if Brother Xiaoyao confesses to me, should I say yes or not? Ta honk honk honk. Mao Mao, what are you laughing at? So annoying. Mao Mao laughed for quite a while before finally stopping and gave Dai Dai a slap on the head with a smack. "We misunderstood. I remember Brother Xiaoyao asked you about your age, right?" Dai Dai thought for a moment, then nodded with a bewildered look on his face. "Did we misunderstand something?" Mao Mao shrugged helplessly. "Well then, that settles it. We're not 18 yet, so we can't do that. Maybe we misunderstood what Brother Xiaoyao meant." Is that really the case? Mao Mao nodded uncertainly. "That must be it." Upon hearing this, Dum Dum instantly relaxed. This meant he wouldn't have to trouble himself with so many complicated matters. Yet, why did he feel a tiny twinge of regret in his heart? So the two sisters discussed briefly and decided to thank Young Fan before striking up a conversation with him. That silly kid Dadai blurted out everything he just said to Malma within moments of starting the conversation. Yang Fan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing after hearing this. Isn't he turning 18 next year? After ending the conversation, all 10 cashback payments had been deposited, doubling his principal once again to just over 600,000 yuan. Yang Fan went to take a shower, then leaned against the bed and opened Douyin. I noticed that familiar streamers like Sasha and Ari had already ended their broadcasts. Checking the time, it was indeed quite late already. He casually scrolled through videos, pausing briefly whenever he came across a female streamer, hoping to trigger the system. After scrolling for a long time without finding anyone who met the criteria, he was just about to give up, planning to play some games before sleeping. Valid consumption target detected. Then, a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s appeared on his screen. So beautiful. Very elegant. She was chatting with her online audience. Yang Fan noticed her Douyin username, Unyielding Heart. Her upper attire wasn't revealing at all, just an ordinary red and white striped t-shirt. Her jet black hair was tucked behind her left ear, meticulously neat without a strand out of place. Her pretty face goes without saying, though he couldn't tell how much of it was thanks to beauty filters and editing. Since the system flagged her, it proved she must be at least an 8 out of 10. What mattered most was that this girl was actually in the same city as him, which instantly piqued his interest. The female streamer seemed to be telling some kind of story. My mother told me that old Young, the shopkeeper downstairs from our house, had died. I felt really sorry. He was only in his 40s, and I often used to buy things from his shop. A week later, when I was walking home after overtime work, it was already pitch black outside. Just as I was approaching home, I saw a middle-aged man limping toward me. When I recognized his face, I was completely terrified. My entire body broke out in a cold sweat, and though I wanted to run, my legs turned to jelly. That's right, this middle-aged man was none other than old Yang, who had been dead for a week. He was holding a black leather suitcase in his hand, and he smiled at me. Chapter 54, The Horror Storytelling Streamer. At first, Yang Fan thought the beautiful woman was a bedtime story streamer. But after casually listening for a while, he realized she was actually telling midnight ghost stories. Quite a fresh twist. Having scrolled for ages with only this notification appearing, he clicked in without hesitation. Little did he expect the female streamer to be so engrossed in her chilling tale that she didn't even notice his arrival. I was absolutely terrified at that moment. As soon as I got home, I turned on all the lights and called my mom to ask, "Didn't you say old Young the cripple was dead?" My mom even confirmed, "Yes, he's been dead for several days now." At this point, the streamer probably got thirsty, pausing to pick up his teacup for a sip. Although there weren't many viewers in the livestream, just a few dozen, the interactions remained quite active. And then what? Did the streamer really see a ghost? You might not believe it, but I've actually encountered some bizarre things before. Let me tell you, this world isn't as simple as it seems. My dad was also possessed. He often got up in the middle of the night and wandered around. Once, I even saw him combing his hair in front of the mirror with a comb, but he was bald, with no hair at all. Holy shit, that wasn't possession. Your dad was clearly sleepwalking with severe hair loss. Maybe your dad was a long-haired woman in his past life who really cared about her hair. I think I just saw Brother Xiaoyao come in. He did. I thought I was the only one who noticed. Host should hurry and welcome him. TSK TSK TSK. This host's looks are truly beyond criticism. No wonder she attracted Brother Xiaoyao. His taste is absolutely trustworthy. Yeah, Brother Xiaoyao only follows beauties, that old pervert. At Half-Life Wanderer Brother Xiaoyao, let's light up those Huazi cigarettes. Time to support small streamers. Streamer, I suggest you be smart about this. Start buttering him up quick. Brother Xiaoyao is an absolute beast. You've hit the jackpot today, you know that? Don't let this opportunity slip. The female streamer took a sip of water and glanced at the screen, momentarily confused. Judging by what the chat was saying, had a big whale just entered her livestream? He seems like quite a famous, top-tier member. She doesn't recognize him, but that doesn't stop her from welcoming him first and asking questions later. Welcome Xiaoyao GE to the livestream. I wasn't looking at the screen earlier so I didn't notice you coming in. I hope elder brother Xiaoyao will be magnanimous and not hold it against me. She feels this is about the best she can do as a new streamer. She hasn't quite mastered the art of currying favor with top patrons yet. Yang Fan never expected that simply entering a random livestream would lead to so many viewers recognizing him. It must have been when he gifted rewards during broadcasts. Someone probably recorded and shared it online. Without hesitation, he topped up 300,000 yuan directly. Instantly, a dazzling carnival effect lit up the screen. Thank you Brother Xiaoyao for the carnival gift. The female streamer was instantly thrilled. Now that's what you call a big bro. Without even saying a word, he leads with a carnival gift. Half-Life Free Spirit, send Carnival *2. Half-Life Freebird send Carnival *5. As the carnival effects appeared one after another, the female streamer began to realize that things might not be as simple as she had imagined. This big brother is actually doing consecutive Huazi combo? Her voice started trembling with excitement in that moment. Thank you so much, brother Xiaoyao. Thanks, a million thanks. Sending hearts. The streamer thanked too soon. Brother Xiaoyao usually gifts 17 at once. I can vouch for that. It's brother Xiaoyao's lucky number. Brother Xiaoyao is the GOAT. That's insane. You rarely see this kind of thing in a small streamer's live stream room. The host got lucky. Yet today, they guessed wrong. Half-Life Wanderer, send 10 carnivals asterisk. Carefree Half-Life sent carnival asterisk 18. Ha, did I swipe too much? What's going on? Did brother Xiaoyao's hand slip? What the hell are you shaking for? Can't you see they're still adding? It's 23, 25, 2, screw it. Why am I even counting? It's not being sent to me anyway. Is the streamer special or something? Brother Xiaoyao actually changed his habits. The female streamer covered her mouth with her hand at this moment, staring wide-eyed at the screen in disbelief. Half-Life Wanderer sends carnival asterisk 30. Free and easy for half a lifetime sent 100 carnival gifts. Yang Fan spent all the 300,000 credits he had just topped up in one go, truly splurging lavishly. Stop, stop, it's finally over. Holy shit, 100 carnivals. Brother Xiaoyao is awesome. Brother Xiaoyao is legendary. This is absolutely insane. No wonder you all know this whale. How come I feel like I've been living under a rock? You're not the only one out of touch. I just found out too. Just found out +1, totally amazing, love it love it. The female streamer was utterly shocked now, beads of sweat forming on the tip of her nose, her mind blank as she muttered some incoherent gibberish. Since it was quite soft, nobody could make out what she was saying. Li Xinran was a single mother. Though she looked barely over 20, she was actually 28 years old. The years had left remarkably few traces on her face. Her husband had been her university classmate. The milestone of graduation didn't separate them. She stayed in his city, married him, and started a family. But their happiness was short-lived. 2 years ago, her husband died in a car accident, leaving her alone with their 1-year-old daughter. He had been a promising student with high potential, quite handsome and popular on campus, though from a modest family background. Li Xinran had invested her youth in him precisely because she recognized his potential, firmly believing he would achieve great things someday. Who would have thought her husband would pass away before ever realizing his potential, leaving behind only her and their orphaned daughter? Relying on her in-laws was out of the question. If they didn't become another burden, that would already be fortunate enough. So she had no choice but to return with her daughter to the city where her own parents lived, settling down near them. Her parents could barely help her out, managing only to keep food on the table and assist with childcare. After graduation, she essentially faced marriage, pregnancy, childbirth, and child-rearing, a standard homemaker's routine. With her husband being the sole breadwinner all along, she genuinely had no idea how to earn money without any work experience. Nowadays, job hunting has become fiercely competitive. Most importantly, she wants her daughter to have every possible advantage from the start, and ordinary jobs simply can't meet her expectations. She often heard how lucrative being a live streamer could be and was confident her looks wouldn't lose to those so-called beauty streamers. So she set her sights on the live streaming industry. With mediocre talents, she tried singing, chatting, and even talking about zodiac signs during her broadcasts. Yet nothing took off, hardly anyone watched. Chapter 55, A Single Mother's Emotional Journey. But no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't gain traction. Almost no one watched her live streams. It's been nearly a month, and I haven't made much money at all. Who knew today's luck would be this good? As she was about to end her late-night livestream, she noticed the viewer count was nearing 100, a new milestone for her. So she gritted her teeth and decided to work overtime. Though exhaustion was setting in, such minor challenges had to be overcome for her suddenly promising career. While chatting with her viewers, she inexplicably started sharing ghost stories, and surprisingly, the response was quite positive. The storytelling continued until midnight. Unexpectedly, a high roller named Midlife Recluse suddenly entered the live stream at that moment. She didn't notice at the time, so failed to welcome him promptly. Fortunately, this big spender was quite magnanimous, not only didn't take offense, but lavishly gifted 100 carnivals, virtual gifts, with great generosity. Oh my god, that's 300,000 yuan. Just like that, the other person tipped the stranger me. I feel utterly numb, my heart pounding with both panic and excitement, while my mind remains in a daze. I've lost count of how many times I've expressed my gratitude, yet it still feels insufficient, absolutely inadequate. With this money, she could send her daughter to a top-tier kindergarten, enroll her in hobby classes, buy a piano, get her pretty clothes. The possibilities were endless. Suddenly feeling that choosing to livestream was truly the right path, I couldn't help but marvel at my incredibly good fortune. For her daughter, she feared no hardship or exhaustion. I'm afraid my daughter will be at a disadvantage, making her lose at the starting line right from the beginning. So now her heart was filled with gratitude toward young Fan, but even more so, she was troubled by how she could keep him around. At this moment, she took a few steps back and bowed deeply toward the screen. Freeloader brother, I'm really grateful for your tip. Though the words were brief, they gave Yang Fan a sense of genuine sincerity from her, so he typed in reply. No big deal. Don't keep thanking me, go on with your story. What happened next? Did you really see a ghost? Yang Fan had never believed in such things to begin with. He'd always been a staunch atheist, living by the motto, no gods, no immortals I revere, half my life's wandering, half insane cheer. But in the end, he became a poor nobody. Now he suddenly obtained a legendary system. How could he still not believe in ghosts and gods? How else to explain the system? So he began to develop some awe in his heart. Li Shinran saw his inquiry and didn't keep him in suspense, promptly answering honestly. No, it wasn't a ghost encounter. They say that Cripple Yang was pronounced dead but then came back to life. My family just didn't know about it at the time. But 4 months later, he died again. Well, this time it was for real. Yang Fan found this both funny and exasperating when he heard it, yet somehow it felt fitting. Any more stories? Keep them coming. Absolutely. Let me tell you about a strange incident from my childhood. Hearing this wealthy tycoon show interest in her story, she was utterly delighted and immediately began organizing her thoughts. I wasn't even 10 years old then. During winter vacation, I went back to my hometown with my mom, a very remote rural area where few people lived. One evening, my cousin and I went to catch fish by the river. On our way back, my cousin suddenly acted very strangely, taking me down the wrong path to a place with several graves. She wouldn't answer when I spoke to her, just walked straight to a grave and started knocking on the tombstone, muttering things like, I'm back, open the door. It scared me to tears. I was absolutely terrified and didn't dare get close. My cousin just kept knocking there while I stood some distance away, crying. I can't remember how long it lasted. Eventually, some villagers nearby heard my sobbing and ran to fetch our family, who carried us back. Even now, whenever we ask my cousin about that incident, she insists with complete certainty that in her memory, she was knocking on her own front door that day, but no one answered. She even says, I've lived in this village for 11 years, how could I possibly forget where my own home is? But her parents and my mother all said they indeed picked us up from beside a grave back then, so she had no choice but to accept reality. The live stream audience exploded with chatter after hearing this. Is this a case of mixing up your own home? No matter how confused you get, you wouldn't mistake a grave for your house, would you? Thank goodness no one answered the door. If you two sisters had actually opened it, wouldn't you have been done for? How bizarre. I always say it's better to believe such things exist than to dismiss them entirely. So has your cousin been normal ever since then? I wonder if your cousin might have caught some strange illness back then? Or perhaps she was delirious from a high fever? After all, you were playing by the river. Speaking of which, since you're such a pretty streamer, your cousin must be quite the looker too, right? How did a strange creature sneak in here? Yang Fan's thoughts were similar to those of many netizens. If the streamer wasn't lying, then her cousin must have been suffering from some illness at the time, leaving her in a state of confused consciousness. After playing in the live stream for a while longer, he logged off. He opened the private message, added the beautiful live streamer's WeChat, and before the verification even went through, he plugged his phone in to charge and went to sleep. The next day, the first thing Yang Fan did after just waking up was surely reaching for his phone, which now showed numerous unread messages. Chen Si had drunk some alcohol yesterday. After playing hard with Yang Fan and returning home, she felt exhausted. After a quick shower, she went straight to bed. She woke up this morning to a text message that gave her quite a shock, because her bank account suddenly had an extra 300,000 yuan. Realizing it was transferred by Yang Fan, she finally relaxed a bit. There were 2 more messages. Asleep? Take the money and use it. Don't you dare send it back. The girl didn't reply at the time, and Yang Fan was genuinely worried she might wake up the next day, realize what happened, and try to return the money. Not only would the system likely confiscate it, but there was a high chance he'd lose 30,000 in the process. It simply wouldn't be worth the loss, which is why he specifically left that message to emphasize his point. With others, he wouldn't be as concerned about this issue, but this particular girl might just have a sudden brain lapse and do something as foolish as sending the money back to him. Chen Si saw the message and, feeling sweetness in her heart, quickly sent a reply. Arg, so bossy. I'm not sending it back. Who do you think you're fooling? I've got enough money, so don't go transferring cash randomly next time. Yang Fan smiled when he saw the message, then simply replied with a sticker before scrolling down. Li Shinran, bro Xiaoyao, I'm ending my stream now. Hey Xiaoyao, are you asleep yet? Today I'm truly grateful to you. I never imagined someone would gift me this much money. Though countless words fill my heart, I don't know how to express them, so in the end, they all come down to one simple thank you. Good night, brother Xiaoyao. Yang Fan casually replied after reading it. How many times have you thanked me now? Don't annoy me while annoying yourself, stop saying thanks already. First, let me clarify, this isn't filler content. The main story's word count remains unchanged. 1. White Stocking School Beauty, Washasha, Gokuraku Jodo / Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. 2. Debut Streamer, Lu Xiaolu, First Airdrop. 3. JK Beauty, Gu Ruijie, First Gaming Companion. 4. Train Dance Queen, Ali, Yet to Appear. 5. Department Store Clerk, Phone Muting, Met at Bus Stop. 6. Love-Struck Brain, Chen Si, Accompanying Player PT2. 7. China Southern Airlines Stewardess, Gong Jing, Airport Encounter. 8. Twin Sisters, The Ahog Duo, Unseen. Number 9. Werewolf Live Streamer, Little Lightning, Never Met. No. 9. Alley Cat, Sushan, Gu Ruijie's Best Friend. 10. The Street Dancer, Li Wei, Manchun. Chapter 56, Ambition Soaring High as the Sky, Faith Thinner Than Paper. Yang Fan sent a message to Li Xinran but surprisingly received no reply. Yet he didn't mind, thinking, she's probably busy. With that, he didn't give it another thought. What he didn't know was that after Li Xinran ended her live stream yesterday, she couldn't stop thinking about receiving 100 carnival gifts as tips. The excitement kept her tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep all night. Her mind was completely preoccupied with this, along with all sorts of wild thoughts swirling around it. The more she thought, the more wide awake she became, utterly unable to fall asleep until she unknowingly stayed up until dawn. In the end, sheer exhaustion finally overcame her, and she gradually drifted off to sleep. So when Yang Fan messaged her, she wasn't ignoring him or busy, she was simply fast asleep. Having just woken up, Yang Fan didn't feel like moving, so he casually ordered takeout to make do with. He then logged into a game on his phone and started playing. Being too poor in the past, he generally avoided pay-to-win games, usually sticking to competitive or single-player ones. 2 hours later, the phone chimed with a message notification. He ignored it, finishing his current hand before exiting the game. It was a message from Li Xinran. Free and easy bro, sorry, I just woke up. No problem. Since brother Xiaoyao doesn't like formal thanks, I won't say more about gratitude. I noticed we're in the same city. Would you be free to have dinner together this afternoon? Yang Fan thought to himself that since he had nothing else planned today, meeting this female streamer wouldn't be a bad idea. As long as her purity level wasn't too low and intimacy points increased easily, she might make a decent tool character to keep around. You can never have too many tool persons, he's literally making a living off this, after all. In just over 10 days, his initial investment of 7,000 had skyrocketed to 610,000. Was there any faster way to make money? What mattered most was how this lucrative process lifted his spirits. Having only obtained this system for little more than 10 days, it was unrealistic to expect him to completely shake off that poverty-stricken mindset overnight. Now he seems more like a combination of an upstart and a fool. Even he himself feels that his recent behavior truly resembles that of a big fool. But the system itself is a fool's system, who knows what tricks it might pull if he were to leave the ranks of fools. It's not like it's his money anyway, so being a fool is fine, as long as he's happy. So he replied directly. Sure. That's great. I'll send you the location after I reserve a spot. Li Xinran had just woken up feeling quite happy about successfully inviting the big brother, top donor, to her stream. Before entering the live streaming industry, she had done thorough research and understood perfectly well how crucial a big brother was to a streamer's success. Naturally, she was also aware of certain unspoken dynamics between female streamers and their top donors. Although female streamers with such patrons always vehemently denied any impropriety, she found such denials rather hard to believe. If the big brother doesn't get anything out of it, he might drop gifts once or twice at most. Why would he keep showering you with gifts regularly? Who does he think he's fooling? Unless it's a guild account or a business sponsor. After nearly a month of live streaming experiments, she realized this industry wasn't as easy as she'd imagined. She'd been too naive before. Now that she'd finally gotten incredibly lucky and met a super generous big brother, she desperately wanted to seize this golden opportunity. As for what would actually happen when meeting her elder brother offline, it didn't seem so important anymore. In the past, she would have scorned doing such things to please others. During college, with her striking looks, there were certainly well-off men who pursued her, but she ultimately chose her husband based on looks and potential. This shows she wasn't really someone who cared much for vanity before. Who knew that choosing to believe in love would ultimately bring her no deserved reward? Supporting her daughter made even basic living difficult, requiring financial help from her parents. To put it bluntly, she was still mooching off them even after marriage and parenthood. For someone who was once so proud and ambitious, this was nothing short of ironic. Her lifelong expectation for her husband to become a dragon, achieve greatness, became the very embodiment of soaring ambitions paired with a paper-thin fate. Having now experienced the harsh realities of society, her mindset has fundamentally changed. After all, she still has a 3-year-old daughter to raise, and she wants to give her the best upbringing possible. Her parents aren't getting any younger either. If they were to fall ill in the future, she would be completely helpless. Her daughter and parents are the most important people in her life, which is why she constantly lives in a state of anxiety. If not for the constant reminder in her heart that she bore the responsibilities of raising her child and supporting her parents, that she must stay strong and couldn't afford to collapse, perhaps under such prolonged high-pressure circumstances, she would have already succumbed to depression. Now that she had the fortune of encountering someone like Young Fan, a tycoon who treated money as mere scraps of paper, she was willing to lower her pride and actively curry favor with him. She could even overlook his age and appearance, as long as he could ensure that her parents lived well and that her daughter wouldn't lose at the starting line of life simply because of her. She felt that, perhaps, she was willing to sacrifice everything for this. Yet after yesterday's 100 carnival gifts, she was certain these were absolutely no big deal for the other party. So her goal today was clear, to seize this rare golden opportunity with all her might. She didn't even dare reveal she had a daughter before probing the other person's stance. Having figured everything out, she walked toward the living room. At this moment, a woman who appeared to be in her 50s was playing with an utterly adorable little girl in the living room. Upon seeing Lee Shinran emerge, the little girl immediately dropped her toys, stretched out her arms, and toddled toward her on short legs while sweetly calling out, "Mom!" Lee Shinran also broke into a doting smile, crouching down to scoop her up in an embrace. "What's our little Candy playing with?" "Mommy, I'm playing Paw Patrol vs. Ultraman with Grandma." "Who won then?" the little girl said excitedly. "Of course my Paw Patrol team won, they're super strong." "Ha, our little Candy is so amazing." Then she patted her daughter's little head and said to her own mother, "Mom, I'll have to trouble you with candy this afternoon. I need to go out for something quite important." Hearing this, her mother looked somewhat puzzled. "Aren't you doing your live stream thing today?" "Nope, taking the day off today." "Go on then. You should get out more, have some fun to unwind. I'll take care of Candy." After playing with her daughter for a while, Lee Shinran went back to her room to pick out clothes and do her makeup. "I took great care in dressing up, even checking myself over repeatedly before finally stepping out a bit early when the appointed time drew near." Yang Fan had been playing video games all the way until the afternoon, during which he received a message from Su Shan asking him out for dinner. His blunt reply was simply, "Busy today." Although the girl had been the one actively seducing him at the karaoke that day, for some unknown reason, the intimacy meter didn't increase much. It started high initially, but afterward, despite their numerous intimate moments, it hadn't budged at all until he transferred money to her using the cashback card, which only gave a symbolic 3-point boost. Besides, Lee Shinran was the first one he'd promised, so he turned her down. "Just got out of the penalty box, my points are so low now. Hope this doesn't mean the story dies here." Chapter 57, Keeping the Appointment with Lee Shinran. Yang Fan tidied up a bit and headed out too. 40 minutes later. At the entrance of a Chongqing hotpot restaurant. Valid consumption target detected. View information? Check it out. Name, Lee Shinran. Age, 28. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight 50. Overall appearance score, 88.99. Status normal, has given birth. Intimacy level 301. The stats look promising, and the initial intimacy level is high too. But what Young Fan never expected was that she was actually 28 years old, and her status showed she already had children? Is she already married? Coming out to meet her top patron in person after getting married? At first glance, the digit 1 made me think she was a good woman. At this thought, he instantly lost much of his interest. Now he's a real sucker, surrounded by women who would never leave his side, unwilling to play the homewrecker just to find a temporary pawn and ruin someone else's family. Not for love, nor for lack of lackeys, there's no need to stoop to such unethical deeds. Even if the woman is willing, it's still not allowed. He had already made up his mind to just grab a quick meal and then make a swift exit. It was obvious that the strikingly beautiful woman standing by the entrance ahead was Lee Shinran. Her face looked barely over 20, with voluminous brown waves cascading down. The fiery red lips appeared alluring, and the black figure-hugging mini dress showcased her curvaceous body flawlessly. The lower half was sheer black stockings paired with black high heels. Dressed entirely in black, she appeared slightly more mature, exuding an air of mystery with a hint of allure. Her domineering older sister aura was instantly accentuated. It had to be said that Lee Shinran was indeed quite captivating, but Young Fan was merely briefly dazzled, harboring no further thoughts. He quickly walked over. "Let's go in." Lee Shinran was stunned when she saw the boy walking toward her. Your brother Xiaoyao?" "That's me." Lee Shinran's intimacy +5. Yang Fan was surprised to hear that the other party's favorability had increased. This was the first time after meeting a beauty that their favorability hadn't dropped but actually rose. He couldn't help but think, could it be that this brother's looks match her aesthetic? Then he shook his head. Too bad she's a married woman, not interesting. What he didn't know was that Lee Shinran had imagined countless versions of his appearance beforehand, even mentally preparing for the worst-case scenarios. Yet upon actually meeting him, she was surprised to find he was just a young man who appeared slightly older than herself and reasonably good-looking at that. Between silently counting her blessings and this pleasant surprise, she couldn't help but feel her fondness for him growing naturally. After stepping inside, the two began ordering dishes immediately. The place was chosen by Li Xinran, just an ordinary Chongqing hotpot restaurant where you couldn't spend much money anyway, so they just ordered casually. The girl found it very strange. After ordering, the guy didn't seem interested in talking and actually started playing with his phone. This won't do. Hadn't she asked him out precisely to build their relationship? How can a relationship warm up without some communication and interaction? Seeing his actions, she even felt somewhat frustrated. Had she failed to catch the big brother's eye? This shouldn't be happening. There isn't much difference between her real self and her online persona, right? If he could fan over her during live streams, then surely he'd fan over the real her too. For a moment she truly couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Meeting her online friend in person was also her first time, and she had no idea how to start the conversation. Should she take the initiative or be shy, or perhaps play hard to get? So she decided to try having a normal conversation first. Brother Xiaoyao, I really feel bad that you came to meet me despite being so busy. Yang Fan looked up at the girl across from him, who maintained a warm smile throughout. He knew she was subtly hinting at his phone use earlier, though she hadn't said it outright. After a brief consideration, he thought to himself, since I'm already here, might as well make the best of it. I'll leave right after dinner. So he put down his phone and said, nothing serious, just replying to a few messages. Li Xinran was relieved to see him put down his phone and continued searching for conversation topics. Before coming here, I never imagined Brother Xiaoyao would be so young and handsome. I thought. Yang Fan responded with a smile. Thought it was some grumpy old man? Not really, it's just quite surprising. Brother Xiaoyao must be so young and accomplished. Your wife must be very beautiful and virtuous, right? What's with all the questions about my family? Do you actually want to marry into this family? Not only are you beautiful, but also quite the dreamer. That's pushing it a bit, though there's really nothing to hide about it. Still single and ready to mingle. Li Xinran pretended to look surprised on the surface. Is that so? Actually, marrying later is quite good too. Someone as capable as you should indeed take your time choosing a life partner. But inwardly she thought, just as I suspected. Whether they're married or not, in situations like this they'd always say no. The reason is obvious. Men. But none of this was important. She was merely testing whether the other person had any interest in her. As long as there was interest, things would be easy. She deliberately complimented the other person and ended with a period, hoping they would continue the conversation on this topic. But who could have guessed the other person simply replied with a single Li Xinran was speechless. She had already gone out of her way to be nice, and this was how they chose to respond? It was a surefire way to kill the conversation. But she had no other choice. Since you refused to initiate the conversation, then I'll just have to continue. She sighed inwardly. Xiaoyao, do you usually drink alcohol? Occasionally drink. Her eyes lit up at those words. Shall we order some drinks? Do you usually prefer white liquor or beer? She planned to have some drinks, then pretend to be dizzy and drunk. After that, she would use the alcohol as an excuse to act a bit intimate, hoping to deepen their relationship. Even if she ended up getting taken advantage of, she was resigned to it. This was the extent of what she could do. The thought of actively seducing him herself made her feel too embarrassed to even consider. Yet, to her surprise, Yang Fan shook his head. No need for drinks. I have some business to attend to after dinner. Though he hadn't entirely guessed her intentions, he thought to himself, why should I drink with a married woman? What if things get out of hand after a few drinks? Li Xinran found this somewhat unbelievable as she thought to herself. He's actually leaving right after eating. Shouldn't he be inviting me to some second venue, third venue, or something similar? This script doesn't seem quite right. Wouldn't the little fantasies in my heart have just begun to rise before being snuffed out? If we part like this, doesn't it feel like today's meeting was somewhat in vain? Could it be that the other person really isn't interested in me at all? I consciously feel that my figure hasn't changed at all after giving birth to my daughter, and many people still say I look young. The girl was now feeling somewhat doubtful about herself. But since Yang Fan had put it that way, she couldn't very well say otherwise. She could only treat this as a simple meeting. Fair enough. Looks like she'd have to take it slow. She'd stay in touch with Big Bro regularly from now on, seizing every chance to meet up. Their relationship would gradually warm up over time. All I can say is that Brother Xiaoyao isn't as lustful as the legendary top donors are rumored to be. But then why would he spend so much on himself? This doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. Chapter 58, Unorthodox Tactics Bring Unexpected Success? Yang Fan found it strange. Although Li Xinran was married, her purity was clearly rated at 99 points. Why would she come to secretly meet with the top donor? And even somewhat proactive. Sure enough, while still pondering, the other party came again. After thinking for quite a while, Li Xinran still felt unwilling to let it go and slowly said, Brother Xiaoyao, I've always wanted to travel but lacked company. Would you be interested in going somewhere together? She heard that top donors liked having female streamers accompany them on trips, so she proactively brought it up. Yang Fan was taken aback by her words. Of course he understood what she meant, but her being so forward was genuinely surprising. He certainly didn't think the girl had fallen in love with him at first sight, so he replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, I'm usually quite busy." Hearing this, the girl's heart skipped a beat. She could already sense that the other person might not genuinely be unavailable, but was simply making excuses. At this point, she grew a little anxious. Yet, try as she might, she couldn't figure out where exactly she'd gone wrong. I've already taken the initiative to say such embarrassing words, how could they still not understand? It can only mean they really aren't interested in me. Does that mean the shortcut is gone, and I'll have to return to my old struggles? To let this rare opportunity slip right through my fingers. Just thinking about it made her anxiety flare up again. After turning it over in her mind, she wondered perhaps playing the victim might yield unexpectedly good results? Since the chances are already slim, why not try an unconventional approach? She had once heard this viewpoint that most men have tender hearts, and showing vulnerability in front of them as a beautiful woman could easily spark their protective instincts. At this thought, she gritted her teeth. So what if it's embarrassing? To catch his attention, she was willing to go all out. At this moment, she couldn't stop recalling her experiences over these years, the helplessness of raising her daughter alone after her husband died in a car accident, the heartache of watching her aging parents still worrying about her. Li Shinran intimacy +1. Gradually, her eyes began turning red as tears welled up. Indeed, a woman's tears arrive as swiftly as they please, truly creatures molded from water. While eating, Yang Fan accidentally noticed a tear slide down Li Shinran's slightly lowered face and land on the table. What's going on here? Did I say something wrong? I just said I was busy and didn't have time for traveling. Why both the increased closeness and the tears? He was completely baffled at this moment, his head filled with question marks as he inquired. What's wrong with you? Who would have thought that asking would make things worse? Tears streamed down the girl's face in big drops, her body shaking as she grabbed a tissue to wipe them away, all while shaking her head. It's nothing, just some sand in my eyes. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel exasperated upon hearing this. Such a lame excuse. What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? The girl wiped away her tears and looked at him with pearly drops still on her lashes. Really, it's nothing. I'm embarrassed letting you see me like this, Xiao Yao. Just suddenly thought of some sad things. You know how women tend to be overly sentimental. Before finishing her words, she had already transformed her tears into laughter. Yang Fan hadn't expected this girl to have such rich inner drama, so he just waved his hand dismissively. You bursting into tears like that scared me. If someone saw, they'd think I did something to you. Li Xin didn't respond, determined to play the fragile card to its fullest. It felt almost like a gamble now. With a bitter smile, she then said, Brother Xiaoyao, you know what? I'm a widow. What the heck? Yang Fan was genuinely taken aback now. The system had only noted that she had given birth, leading him to assume she was a married woman. Never did it cross his mind that she might actually be a widow. Looking at her fiery red lips and those luscious curls, she was downright the epitome of a coquettish widow. But he still lied through his teeth. This does surprise me a bit. You look so young, I wouldn't have thought. Li Shinran could swear she'd just seen his eyes light up when they met hers. This was definitely not her imagination, because she'd been carefully observing his micro-expressions and could hardly be mistaken. Could it be that Brother Xiaoyao actually has this kind of preference? Isn't this what they call a sudden twist in the plot? She never thought she'd come up with the tactic of appearing vulnerable. This was simply too clever. And so she continued bitterly recounting her story. He said at the end, did I talk too much without realizing it? Maybe Brother Xiaoyao thinks I'm being too negative? Not at all. It's much better to speak your mind than bottle things up. To be honest, you're really strong. It feels so much better to say it out loud. Thank you for listening to me. Yang Fan was somewhat speechless. I wasn't planning to listen in the first place. You just blabbered everything out on your own. Though he also suspected this woman might be playing a little game. After all, it wasn't normal for her to lay everything out so clearly for a man she'd just met, was it? It's not like a blind date. But he hadn't lost anything either. In fact, upon discovering she was a widow, his long-gone interest began stirring back to life. That spunky widow is quite the handful, isn't she? Have you ever thought about remarrying? Upon hearing this, Li Shinran thought Yang Fan was testing her. She carefully organized her words and answered earnestly. No, and I won't hide it from you. My idea is simple. Right now, I just want to find a wealthy man. As long as my daughter and parents can live comfortably, I wouldn't mind being a mistress for the rest of my life. Since the conversation had reached this point, she laid her cards on the table. She was well aware that Yang Fan was young, capable, and wealthy. Most importantly, he'd never been married before. How could he possibly choose to marry a widow with a child? So she cleverly declared that she was willing to be a lover. Yang Fan had to admit, this woman was really just too damn straightforward. So he asked with a smile, so you're targeting me? No wonder you've been so proactive. Li Shinran nodded somewhat sheepishly. Even if I wanted to be some rich guy's mistress, I'd still prefer someone young, handsome, and generous. That's perfectly normal, right? Well, that was. You have an eye for spotting handsome men, and that alone makes you better than most. You're really blunt. The girl didn't seem to care at all. I think honesty is better. Since I've been so open, may I know your answer? Yang Fan deliberately paused for dramatic effect. My answer? Well, that depends on your performance. Li Shinran intimacy +5. Li Shinran's heart leaped with unexpected joy. After all her subtle hints and bold advances had failed, she never imagined this sudden unconventional approach would produce such miraculous results. She thought she was just being careless and reckless before, but who knew he actually liked that approach? Could this be what they call the legendary truth, that sincerity is the ultimate killer move? This man is truly hard to figure out. Little did she know that what moved Yang Fan wasn't anything grand, it was simply because she was a widow, not a married woman. It wasn't nearly as complicated as she had imagined. Chapter 59, Why the Endless Stream of Words. Seeing Yang Fan's sudden change in attitude, Li Shinran knew her goal had been achieved. As for his remarks about observing her performance or such things, she didn't take them to heart at all. Is it not enough to regard him as one's own sky, obeying him in all matters without dispute or contention, quietly being an obedient mistress? At this thought, a dazzling smile appeared on her face as she proactively stood up and walked over to sit closely beside him. She whispered softly to Yang Fan with fragrant breath, "You know what? My world had been gradually darkening, and your appearance was like a beam of light, illuminating my world. I promised to satisfy you in every way, in every aspect." Yang Fan breathed in the intoxicating fragrance of this mature woman, thinking to himself, why does this woman speak romantic words so formally? But it felt quite nice, he had to admit. I hope you're not just saying that. The girl didn't respond but continued whispering softly, I really want to nestle in your arms, may I? Of course. Yang Fan wrapped his arm around her, and she slowly leaned into him, her body fragrant, soft, and pliant as if boneless. The girl continued pouring out her heart in his embrace. Maybe, it's been too long since I've relaxed like this. The feeling of having someone to lean on is truly wonderful. Do you know, I'm not as strong as I appear on the surface. I just don't dare show vulnerability in front of my daughter and parents. Because I know if I don't stay strong, I'll only burden them more. So I have to be strong, but honestly, I'm exhausted. I've grown weary. At some point, anxiety crept into my life. I truly needed a harbor to moor in. And then, you appeared. A beautiful woman leans into your arms, unabashedly showing her vulnerable side while secretly whispers affectionate words. Although Yang Fan couldn't quite articulate this feeling, it mostly left him pleasantly affected, unconsciously stirring a protective instinct toward her. This woman is quite something. With just a few carefully chosen words, she had plucked at his heartstrings. Yang Fan steadied his emotions and spoke half-jokingly. So you mean I was sent by heaven to help you? The woman snuggled further into his embrace, finding a more comfortable position, and said tenderly, No, if you're willing, then you are my heaven. This woman is simply. Yang Fan didn't speak, just gently stroked her silky long hair with his hand. The woman didn't continue either. After maintaining this position for several minutes, Yang Fan suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. He glanced down at the girl in his arms and found it somewhat amusing. Her eyes were tightly shut, her breathing even, with just a slight furrow between her brows. There was no other movement. She had actually fallen asleep leaning against him. When a woman can sleep so defenselessly against a man, isn't it both an act of trust and a sign that she's let down all her guard with him? After another 10 minutes or so, Yang Fan gently shook her awake. Her eyes opened, still clouded with drowsiness. This is no place to sleep. Li Shinran moved slightly away from his embrace at his words, looking up at him with a hint of embarrassment as she spoke. Ah, I must have dozed off. How rude of me. Yang Fan shook his head, signaling indifference, before speaking with an ambiguous smile. Maybe we should find a more suitable place to sleep if you're tired? Us. Li Shinran instantly caught the key phrase. She certainly understood what the other person meant, and far from feeling resistant, she actually felt somewhat relieved. This meant the man had accepted her, not minding her identity as a single mother. As for what would happen next, she had already mentally prepared herself before coming. She spoke with a hint of shyness. I'll do as you say. At this moment, she had also confirmed in her heart that Yang Fan's earlier statement, I have something to attend to after dinner, was complete nonsense, but she wouldn't point it out. She wasn't a fool. Yang Fan wrapped his arm around her again and said, Let's go then. With that, he stood up. The two settled the bill and left the hot pot restaurant. Inside the hotel suite, Li Shinran was anxiously facing her uncertain fate. As time passed, Li Shinran, somewhat numbed in this endless loop, cast a rather bitter glance at Yang Fan, who at that moment was gently pressing his fingers to his forehead, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Seeing this, Li Shinran could only continue to feel uneasy. Facing this seemingly endless path, she was somewhat afraid and wanted to talk to Yang Fan, but the man clearly had no interest in engaging with her. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Yang Fan, noticing her helplessness, showed consideration for her feelings and let her sit in his arms. Li Shinran favorability +3. Li Shinran affinity +2. The successive notifications quickly boosted affinity to 53 points, filling Yang Fan with pleasant surprise and no small amount of self-satisfaction. What he didn't realize was that such rapid progress only occurred because Li Shinran genuinely valued these interactions. This also explained why, despite her desire to find a wealthy partner, she'd rather die than enter the business of certain lucrative nocturnal occupations. That would make her seem cheap. She still clung to a shred of pride in her heart, unwilling to become a woman she herself would despise. At this moment, she lay fast asleep beside Yang Fan. Around 11 o'clock at night, Li Shinran's phone suddenly rang, startling her awake. She quickly reached out to grab it, afraid of disturbing Yang Fan. Seeing it was her mother calling, she first muted the sound, then tiptoed out of bed, moving slightly away before answering the call. "Hello, Mom. It's so late. Aren't you coming home yet?" Li Shinran looked at Yang Fan sleeping soundly on the bed, thought for a moment, and then spoke. "I have something very important today, so I won't be coming back. Has little Candy gone to sleep?" Upon hearing this, Mother Li seemed to have thought of something and replied with some delight. "Candy's already asleep. Have you finally come around? Does he know about your situation? How does he treat you? Bring him back some other day for your father and me to meet." Li Shinran had been back with her daughter for 2 years now. Though most of her time was spent caring for the child and helping with household chores, she occasionally went out to buy groceries and such, so practically the entire neighborhood knew about this beautiful woman. Quite a few people inquired about her through Li's mother. Several decent young men expressed they didn't mind her circumstances, but she simply wasn't interested in them. She found faults with them one way or another, but ultimately their incomes were too low. So Mother Li was still quite concerned about her daughter's affairs. Now that she saw her daughter had come around, she was also delighted. Chapter 60, The Generous Yang Fan. Li Shinran smiled faintly at these words. "Mom, don't worry, he knows about my situation and treats me really well." She absolutely couldn't tell her parents she was someone's mistress. This kind of thing would have to be something they gradually accepted later. "That's good, that's good. You two enjoy yourselves then, I won't disturb you. Don't worry about Candy, I'll take good care of her. Remember to bring him home for dinner sometime. BBB. Dial tone." Mother Li hung up after saying this. Li Shinran could hear the joy in her mother's voice and thought to herself, "Seems like I've truly given my parents quite a bit of worry, but now everything's fine, everything is moving in a positive direction." At this thought, an involuntary radiant smile spread across her face. Just then, a voice reached her. "What are you grinning to yourself about like that?" Li Shinran was startled by the remark and glanced sheepishly at the man who had somehow sat up in bed, her voice tinged with apology. "Did I wake you?" Yang Fan shook his head. "No worries. What's got you so happy? Come here and tell me all about it." Seeing his open arms, the girl felt a warmth in her heart and obediently walked over, melting into his embrace. The two of them silently felt each other's warmth, neither speaking for a long time. In the end, Yang Fan was the first to break the silence. Holding Li Shinran close, he whispered, "Do you have any dreams? Dreams beyond just wanting your daughter and parents to live well?" The girl froze at his words. "Ha, why except for my daughter and parents living well? That's my biggest dream right now." Yang Fan patted her head. "Silly, because that dream is already within your grasp." The girl instantly understood his meaning upon hearing this, unable to contain her excitement any longer. Her body trembled slightly as her arms tightened around him. Thank you, you're so kind." Having received Yang Fan's promise, the girl became wildly excited, even taking action. Hey, what are you doing? Don't I deserve any dignity?" The girl finally stopped her motions, her enchanting eyes smoldering as she spoke. "I was wrong. I got too excited just now. Punish me. Damn it." Half an hour later, Yang Fan looked at Li Shinran in his arms and said with amusement, "You little imp, behaving now? You still haven't answered my question from earlier." The girl lazily patted him. "Humph, I'm your personal little imp." She paused briefly before continuing. "When it comes to dreams, I can't really say for sure. You know, I've been a housewife these past few years. If I had to name a dream, it'd be to make lots of money so I never have to worry about it again." Yang Fan nodded. That sounded like a perfectly normal adult dream. Much more practical than his childhood ambition of becoming a scientist. "Have you ever thought about starting your own business?" The girl's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Are you going to invest in me?" Yang Fan shot her an exasperated glare. "Nonsense. If I don't invest in you, how could you possibly start a business with just those measly savings of yours?" Li Shinran's affection +2. Though the girl had been roasted, she felt secretly delighted, her face brimming with a blissful smile. Truly, having someone to rely on feels wonderful. With Yang Fan funding her startup, she'd have to be an absolute fool to refuse. He clearly wanted to secure her future, allowing her to live comfortably as a pampered songbird. This much she understood keenly, reinforcing her certainty that she hadn't chosen the wrong man. Yet soon a different kind of distress crept in. But I have zero experience. I don't even know what I could do. Maybe, you could give me some suggestions? I'll listen to you. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. What was your major in college? I went to a finance and economics university and studied finance. Well, there you have it. Go into investing. Ha? Investing? With these puny skills of mine? Li Shinran was instantly dumbfounded, feeling like the other person was telling her a ghost story. What do you mean what? Doesn't this perfectly match your professional expertise? The girl was instantly torn between laughter and exasperation. Darling, do you think there's a way? My grades are average, and I was originally just planning to become a bank teller. I'm not really cut out for investing? Yang Fan looked her over carefully and said, I think it's quite suitable for you. You should have more confidence in yourself. You may have confidence in me, but I don't have any in myself. Although the other party's proposal was quite tempting, she still maintained basic self-awareness. She didn't want to lose money. In fact, she wanted to establish a successful career to impress Yang Fan. So she shook her head and said, My dear, trust me, I really can't do it. If you let me handle the investment, I'll lose everything for you. It's alright, we're not afraid of losing money. If you lose it, I'll invest more for you. The main goal here is to gain experience. Just give me your bank account number. Yang Fan's idea was simple. Since he was giving his women money to spend anyway, why not let them try their hand at business? At the very least, they could gain some experience, right? In the future, having them venture into various industries, starting a sole proprietorship investment firm, engaging in other physical businesses, or even diving into internet entrepreneurship, wouldn't that be just splendid? Anyway, he isn't afraid of losing money. If he does, he'll just give more. Who told him to be such a big fool? Seeing how serious he was, the girl truly didn't know whether to be moved or speechless. Since you want me to pick up my past knowledge and try my hand at investing, I'll definitely listen to you. But let me say this first, if I lose money, don't blame me. With that, she gave him her bank account number. Yang Fan transferred 600,000 yuan without hesitation. You won't bear the loss. I'll periodically transfer money to your account. Just proceed with confidence. Seeing the 600,000 yuan deposited in her bank account notification, the girl almost burst into tears, touched, of course. Never expected happiness to arrive so suddenly. Without any safeguards in place, this man had directly given her 600,000 yuan. This level of trust was truly ding-dong. The girl, who was already moved to tears, suddenly noticed another bank notification on her phone. And there it was, another deposit of 600,000 yuan, bringing her balance to over 1,205,000 yuan. Her eyes widened instantly as she turned to stare at the man beside her. Why such big eyes? He chuckled. It just occurred to me that you'd need to improve your parents' and daughters' living standards too. I guess 600,000 might not be enough, so take this extra 600,000 to better your family's life. Li Shinran affinity +3. She suddenly realized how much this man cared about her affairs and was instantly touched. Chapter 61, Li Wei's transformation. The next day, when Yang Fan woke up, he found Li Shinran beside him already awake, leaning against the headboard while looking at something on her phone. Her natural beauty was captivating in its own way, lacking the dazzling allure of crimson lips yet radiating a delicate charm reminiscent of a modest young maiden. Like an unadorned lotus emerging from clear water, truly a woman worthy of the system's acknowledgement. The girl greeted his awakening with a tender smile. Darling, you're awake? Rest a bit longer to gather your thoughts. I'll quickly prepare breakfast for you. With that, she prepared to throw off the covers and get out of bed, only to be caught in Yang Fan's embrace. Why go through all this trouble? Just call room service. Did you think we were at home? Yet the young woman shook her head gently. No way. I really want to make you breakfast. I've already prepared all the ingredients. If I hadn't been unsure when you'd wake up, I would have finished cooking already. Honey, let me show you what I can do, okay? Taste my cooking skills. Seeing the eager expression on the other's face, Yang Fan stopped resisting. Releasing his grip, he said, just make something simple. Don't go overboard. The girl responded with a sweet smile. Got it. Yang Fan was momentarily stunned as he watched the girl get up wearing only her undergarments and shuffle toward the kitchen in slippers. This woman is really confident about her figure. She didn't even try to avoid his gaze. Compared to the occasional shyness she displayed yesterday, she's become much bolder now, though it's definitely more exhilarating this way. What he didn't know was that after their relationship had rapidly warmed up last night, Li Shinran had already accepted him in her heart. Moreover, she had some unique insights of her own about the kind of appeal that men appreciated. If there had been any special attire available here, she would have worn it just to please Yang Fan. When it came to her own man, she was never stingy. She would unreservedly show him the very best of herself. Let her man know she's worth it. If not for her overwhelming shyness, she might even have worn nothing at all. Wouldn't that have been better? Yet she didn't realize the allure of showing only half behind a pipa. Sometimes the power of subtle revelation is far greater. Sitting on the bed, Yang Fan had originally intended to play with his phone while waiting for breakfast, but now his mind was entirely occupied by the image of Li Xinran moments ago. He chuckled helplessly, thinking to himself, this little imp won again. So he put down his phone, got up from bed, and headed toward the kitchen. He saw Li Xinran was now wearing an apron for cooking, which somehow enhanced the effect even more. He walked behind the girl who was diligently cooking, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and embracing her. The girl didn't feel uncomfortable at all and continued cooking as she asked, "Why did you come over? Are you hungry?" "Yeah, I'm hungry." The girl who had been diligently cooking suddenly realized she had been too naive, as her focus quickly became impossible to maintain. Yet she offered no words of blame or gestures of refusal, silently turning off the stove and giving her full cooperation instead. Truth be told, seeing how much the other person adored her made her genuinely happy. As for what exactly they adored about her, does it really matter? Wasn't it all because of her? It took nearly an hour before the two of them finally managed to finish breakfast, yet both felt rather pleased in their hearts. After dinner, Li Xinyi asked, "Darling, do you have any plans for today?" Yang Fan shook his head. "Not really, why do you ask?" "Nothing special. Since you're free, I'll just stay here and keep you company." The woman's intimacy level had been stuck at 59 since last night, unable to increase. He had hoped to break through this morning. But even after what just happened, it still hasn't risen. He probably needs to create an opportunity for a second meeting. Because he noticed a pattern, both Gu Ruijie and Chen Si only made the breakthrough during their second meeting, after knowing them for some time. Perhaps one of the breakthrough conditions requires the other party to harbor affectionate thoughts of oneself? He felt there might truly be some truth to this. As the old saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. So he said with a smile, "No need. You haven't been home for a day, go see our daughter. Think about what our little girl might need and get her everything. Don't let her want for anything." "Our daughter?" Upon hearing this, Li Xinran's eyes instantly reddened slightly, showing signs of tears welling up again. Hey, don't! Are you really made of water? The tears come so easily." The girl didn't speak, she just stepped forward and held him tightly. Yang Fan noticed the girl's moved expression, yet their intimacy level still hadn't increased, further confirming his suspicions were correct. He gently patted her back. "Good girl, go home to your daughter. We've got plenty of time, I'll find a chance to visit our little girl too. Since her mother is so beautiful, she must be a lovely little angel." Li Xinran smiled through her tears and nodded slightly. I'll do as you say." Li Xinran went home. Yang Fan also left the hotel, preparing to head home. Today he was completely satiated and wasn't planning to meet any girls, intending to take a good rest for the day. Starting tomorrow, he plans to start exercising to get in shape, otherwise he might struggle to keep up later. It suddenly occurred to him that among the girls he knows, both Chen Si and Li Wei are quite athletic. Having a beautiful girl accompany him during workouts seems like a pretty nice idea. Though his intimacy with Chen Si is much higher, no surprise there. Li Wei's is practically negative, he harbors a unique feeling toward Li Wei. After all, who could blame him when she's the only untouched original model among all the girls he can splurge money on? If I don't push harder to win her over now and find her purity level has dropped to 99 when we meet again later, who'd I even complain to? There definitely won't be few men eyeing such a stunning beauty, can't let someone else get there first. I choose you. So Yang Fan sent her a message. "I've been thinking about getting some exercise lately, any good recommendations?" No idea what the other person was up to, they still hadn't replied to the message. He wasn't in any hurry either, simply hailed a cab home by himself. Yet by the time he'd already arrived home, the other person's reply finally came creeping in. "Yo, little weakling, got drained by some girl, huh? You're such a loser. It's just so infuriating. Who the hell are you calling weak? You try it yourself then. TCH, you're nothing much to look at, but you sure dream big. If you want to exercise, go find a gym. Better yet, hire a personal trainer, don't just mess around on your own." Ever since sending money to this girl last time, she's changed her usual attitude, no longer keeping her words brief as before, instead showing a hint of casual familiarity with him. Though Yang Fan didn't understand why, it was clearly a good thing. "Do you usually go to the gym?" Having just finished dance practice and sitting in the corner to rest, Li Wei curled the corners of her lips into a playful smile when she saw this message. "Oh, your wolf's tail is showing, huh? If you want to ask me out to work out together, just say it outright, no need to beat around the bush. What's this, playing shy now?" Chapter 62, The Overly Concerned Li Parents. Upon seeing Li Wei's message, Yang Fan couldn't help but crack a smile. "Don't be so sarcastic, just tell me whether you usually work out or not. If it's not your thing, I'll find a place by myself. Li Wei was lost in thought at this moment. She did have a gym membership, but rarely went, mostly practicing dance instead. The physical exertion wasn't much different from working out anyway. If it were any other man, she wouldn't bother explaining, she'd reject them outright, possibly not even responding to their messages. But Yang Fan had been extraordinarily generous toward her, so much so that it exceeded her expectations. So in her heart, he still held a somewhat unique position. She felt they could try getting along as friends first, and thus made her decision. Of course I work out. Near my dance studio, there's a Leap Fitness gym. If you come, you won't even need to pay for a personal trainer, I'll teach you whatever you want to train. You? What? What do you mean by that? I'm professional. Others can't even hire me so easily. And you dare to doubt me? Alright then, do you have time tomorrow? Take me to get a card made. Sure, come treat me to lunch at noon tomorrow. Okay. After hanging up, Yang Fan was in a good mood. Although this girl still had negative intimacy towards me for now, she was quite willing to interact with me. It just goes to show that having money really is wonderful. Indeed, just as he had suspected, Li Wei's willingness to engage with him was primarily due to his financial power. His personal charm hadn't grown substantial enough to warrant such attention yet. In the girl's mind, befriending someone like him brought nothing but benefits without any downsides. Given that, why wouldn't she go along with it? Li Xinran had just returned home with groceries when her mother's gossipy nature instantly sparked to life. Xinshin's back? Quick, put those vegetables down and come sit. Let's have a good mother-daughter chat. She couldn't help feeling somewhat resigned. She knew without even thinking that her mother was undoubtedly about to pry into her relationship with Yang Fan. But her parents always paid extra attention to this matter, there was no avoiding it. She might as well confess and set their minds at ease. Putting down the vegetables, she walked to the sofa and sat beside her mother, whose face was brimming with curiosity. Just then, little Candy toddled over on her short legs, arms outstretched, asking to be picked up. Mom! Li Xinran lifted her daughter while pondering how to answer the imminent inquiries from her mother. Father sat watching TV nearby, though his attention was clearly on them too, looking ready to quietly enjoy the juicy gossip. It was obvious he cared about this matter just as much as Mother did. Not long after sitting down, Mother asked with a smile. Xin, tell me all about that boy. Have you two officially gotten together? How did you meet? Mother Li found it very strange. Her daughter usually didn't go out much, being entirely focused on making money through online ventures. In her free time, she just took care of her daughter, did housework, and went grocery shopping. How on earth did she suddenly get involved with a man? Did she meet him while grocery shopping and fall for him just like that? Mother Li's gossipy heart was burning with fervent curiosity. Since Li Xinran had decided to speak, she naturally didn't hold back. Yes, we're already together, we met online. Upon hearing this, Mother Li widened her eyes in shock. The internet. Then, with a worried expression, she asked, people on the internet, can they even be trustworthy? You silly child, don't let yourself be tricked by strangers. Her father, no longer pretending to watch TV, chimed in as well. Yeah, Xinshin, there are tons of scammers online, haven't you seen all those news reports? You've got to be careful with people you meet on the internet. Not long ago, there was even a story about someone getting tricked by a netizen and ending up losing a kidney. You can't just trust strangers online like that. Li Xinran couldn't help but laugh and cry at her parents' reaction. But at the thought of Yang Fan, who they referred to as just an online friend, and some of the things he had done, she couldn't help but smile. Dad, Mom, you're worrying too much. I'm not an idiot, he's not the kind of online stranger you imagine, and definitely not a scammer. Besides, what does your daughter even have that's worth scamming? The moment she said that, her mother immediately disagreed. Who says there isn't? If they can't scam your money, they can cheat you for sex. Our Xinshin has been pretty since childhood, how could there be nothing worth cheating for? Don't underestimate yourself. Li Xinran almost choked upon hearing this and protested petulantly. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm saying he's young, accomplished, wealthy, and capable, there's no way he could be a scammer. Yesterday he even gave me 600,000 yuan to start my business, plus another 600,000 to improve your lives and Candy's. What? 600,000 yuan? He gave you money? Dad Li and Mom Li immediately lost their composure, exclaiming in shock with utterly incredulous expressions. Li Xinran nodded with a smile. That's right, but not 600,000, it's a total of 1.2 million. Have you ever seen such a scammer? If you have, please introduce them to me. I'd be happy to be scammed. Mrs. Li still hadn't fully recovered from the shock, murmuring as she spoke. I'd love to too. If this were real, why do I feel like you're more the scammer here while that person's the one being scammed? Li Xinran's face darkened upon hearing this. Mom, what are you saying? Only then did Mother Li snap back to reality. Faced with her daughter's displeasure, she gave an awkward laugh before continuing her questioning. Did he really give you 1.2 million? In Dragon Country currency? Absolutely true, truer than pearls. The money's sitting in my bank account right now. Father Li was stunned speechless, while Mother Li asked incredulously. Then, could that boy be an idiot? But that can't be. How could an idiot have so much money? Hiss, is our daughter really worth that much? Li Shinran was starting to doubt her very existence upon hearing this. Am I really your biological child? How could anyone utter such heart-wrenching words? Before she could speak, Li's father intervened angrily, scolding her mother. What kind of talk is that? Our Shinshin is absolutely priceless. Sure enough, only daddy is good in this world. Father Li's thinking differed from Mother Li's. He looked earnestly at Li Shinran and said, Shinshin, confess honestly, he didn't make you help him with anything illegal, did he? We must never touch those things, understand? The girl replied seriously too. Dad, don't worry, he didn't ask me to do anything, just gave me money to improve our family's life and encouraged me to try starting a business or making investments. There's absolutely no agreement between us. Chapter 63, is Xiaolu going to have a PK with Xia? Seeing his daughter explain it this way, Father Li finally relaxed. That young man is truly one of a kind. If this is really the case, you must treat him well, understand? You know your own situation better than anyone. If you miss this opportunity, you won't find such an extraordinary person again, even if you search with a lantern. Mother Li nodded deeply in agreement with her husband's words and sighed. Indeed, he's a remarkable man. From what you're saying, what difference is there between that 1.2 million yuan and just giving it away for free? Xinxing dear, your father makes a good point. You should treat this extraordinary man well. It'd be best to marry him soon and bear him a fat, healthy son to be truly secure. Absolutely not. Is this remarkable man you two keep mentioning meant as praise or sarcasm? Li Shinran realized with shock that she couldn't make out the meaning at all, but based on her understanding of her parents, she felt the extraordinary person her mother mentioned likely carried derogatory connotations, while her father's tone was truly hard to pin down. At that moment, the candy in her arms curiously added fuel to the fire. Mommy, am I getting a little brother? Li Shinran suddenly felt mentally exhausted. Yang Fan had originally planned to play some games, but ended up falling asleep unintentionally, effectively taking a nap at home that lasted straight through till dinner time. After waking up, he casually ordered takeout for dinner, then picked up his phone and opened Douyin. Before I could check which streamers were live, an official notification popped up. He tapped to open it. Hello, brother Xiaoyao. I'm Xiaoxia, an official staff member of Douyin. To ensure you have a more comfortable experience on our platform, I will now be your dedicated customer service representative. Anything you encounter here or any reasonable suggestions you may have can be addressed by contacting me. Below is my private WeChat account. Please add me. Thank you so much for your strong support of our platform, and we wish you a pleasant experience. So it was the belated exclusive customer service. Yang Fan had been wondering about this earlier. It said that once users reach level 50 or above, the platform arranges a dedicated customer service representative for them. Yet despite being at level 54 now, he hasn't heard a thing. Is this considered late? He didn't know, but the platform should have assigned him a dedicated customer service rep 2 days ago. However, his spending power was just too impressive. He'd topped up millions in just over 10 days and spent every last cent, displaying outrageous extravagance. And he's the kind of big spender who actually throws down real cash, completely different from those fake guild accounts or whatnot. The platform doesn't have to humor the guilds, after all, the guilds rely on the platform to make money. But they've got to show respect to the real big spenders, because those guys are literally bringing money to the platform. How can they be treated the same? So the customer service department took the matter seriously, skipping random assignments and starting to handpick someone. Who knew there'd be so many employees eager to be his dedicated customer service rep? That became a bit of a headache. In the end, it was the department head who personally made the decision. For the sake of fairness, employees who applied to be Yang Fan's dedicated customer service agent were assigned a set of questions to answer. The highest scorer would win, almost like taking a test. Ultimately, Xia Xia came out on top. After Yang Fan sent the friend request, he basically forgot about her. For now, he didn't sense any issues. The only problem might be that there were too many fake beauties on Douyin, and customer service wouldn't be able to handle that anyway. How could she possibly ask the streamer to turn off their beauty filters, skin smoothing effects, or leg lengthening features? That would just make them think she's an absolute fool. Unless Douyin belongs to Yang Fan's family, there's absolutely no way. It's one of their money-making assets. You expect them to smash their own rice bowl? If that were really done, over 90% of live streamers on Douyin would instantly drop dead on the spot, while over 90% of genuine big spenders would collectively be left dumbfounded. How many fewer people will be watching the livestream then? How many fewer big spenders will be tipping generously? So these thoughts remain just fantasies. Back on Douyin, I saw Xia and Xiaolu were both online. Nothing much to say, I went straight into Xiaolu's livestream. Can't blame me for being closer to this girl, right? Half-Life Free Spirit, send Carnival *2. Half-Life Free and Unfettered sends out Carnival *20. Wow, Brother Xiaoyao is here. Thank you Brother Xiaoyao for the carnival. I just started streaming and Brother Xiaoyao is already here to watch me? I'm over the moon with joy. The deer was overjoyed when she saw him sending gifts, promptly switching to private chat mode. The water friends also chimed in with their comments. Bro Xiaoyao, why did you change your lucky number? Wasn't it 17? What do you know? What does the number 20 represent? Any decent person knows. I think you should just give in to him, streamer. That's right, Xiaolu. There might not be any man who lights up your exhibition hall every week for you, but here's one who far exceeds that standard, ready and waiting. Just say yes. Indeed, brother Xiaoyao is still the one who spoils little deer the most. Ha ha ha, brother Xiaoyao suddenly showed up in little deer's livestream. Doesn't that mean Xia is doomed? Exactly. Xia and little deer scheduled a 4-person PK battle. Doesn't that mean little deer's side is guaranteed to win? Not necessarily. If I recall correctly, isn't Xia also one of brother Xiaoyao's protected streamers? Which side will brother Xiaoyao support with his gifts? Ha 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 ha. I also want to know which side brother Xiaoyao would help if little deer and Xia got into a fight. Could this be considered a battle between the main wives? Then the streamer is definitely going to win. The streamer is big enough. Don't be so sure. What if brother Xiaoyao prefers smaller ones? As the saying goes, if the chest isn't flat, how can one pacify the world? Bullshit. Anyone who says Xia isn't appealing clearly hasn't watched her streams. I suggest you search for Xia's girlish charm. She's the definition of youthful beauty with that appeal. No offense to other streamers, but let's be real, this host falls a bit short in comparison. Holy shit, really? I'm searching right now. That youthful certain something is totally my type. BRB. Yang Fan was momentarily stunned by the viewers' comments and floated a message asking, so you're about to have a PK battle with Xia? The fawn was also watching the screen, so of course she noticed him speaking immediately. In fact, she was also curious to know who Yang Fan would support between Xia and herself. After all, Xia was the first female streamer he'd ever guarded. She herself had only gotten to know him during that PK battle with Xia. Although she'd parachuted into his life for a few days, if the opponent was another female streamer she wouldn't worry too much. But if it was Xia she was up against, she truly didn't have much confidence. She knew very well that brother Xiaoyao had been just a nobody account barely 2 weeks ago. His carnival journey began in Xia's livestream, and from then on, there was no turning back. Even rumors circulated among viewers that brother Xiaoyao had originally intended to merely browse Douyin casually when he instantly took a liking to Xia, promptly entering a money-throwing frenzy and successfully keeping a legendary tycoon on the platform. Crediting Xia for this had the most visible effect. Her livestream viewership grew rapidly day by day these past few days, effectively elevating her status beyond that of a small-time streamer. This made little deer green with envy. Chapter 64, Young Fan begins his operation. But little deer didn't dare voice these thoughts aloud. It would feel like forcing Big Brother to make a choice, and that simply wouldn't do. You're right, brother Xiaoyao. Yesterday Xia challenged me to a friendly 4-person PK match, just for fun really. When the time comes, please don't toss gifts my way. Otherwise it wouldn't be a fair win for me. Ha ha ha. Yang Fan pondered for a moment. Although Xia had transferred money to him twice, she hadn't yet shown any intention of taking the initiative to visit him in person. Over these past 10+ days, he hadn't skimped on sending her continuous gifts. She'd undoubtedly grown accustomed to being pampered. After more than 10 days had passed, it was about time to reel in the net. Letting her stew would create a strong sense of contrast in her mind, ensuring she'd fulfill her role as a tool to the fullest. It just so happened that little deer had scheduled a battle with her, so this was the perfect opportunity to kick things off. Just imagine if Xia had grown accustomed to his frequent lavish spending, and now, not only did he suddenly stop supporting her, but he went all out for little deer during her battle, even skipping Xia's livestream entirely today. How would she react? If she showed no reaction, he'd simply stay away from her streams for a while, showering other female streamers with gifts instead. Yang Fan refused to believe she could stay indifferent for long. If, after earning hundreds of thousands from him, she felt satisfied and didn't care whether he continued supporting her, if she still insisted on keeping her pride, then maybe he'd actually gain some respect for her. It's no big deal to just give up on a tool, nothing to fuss about. But Yang Fan was well aware that someone who had already tasted great sweetness would find it hard to stop here. Xia would most likely suffer intense inner turmoil before ultimately making the choice he presented. Human desires constantly expand according to circumstances. Controlling one's own desires is no simple feat. Especially these streamers, working hard day after day to keep streaming. What's it all for? In the end, it's all about money. It couldn't possibly be about spending every day with her family, could it? So Yang Fan typed on the screen, "Are you trying to tell me what to do? I'm unfollowing." The little deer stuck out her tongue playfully at the sight and hurriedly said, "Come on brother Xiaoyao, don't wrong me. How would I dare? It's just a tiny suggestion. Of course it's up to you whether you want to go on or not. No need to turn it into such a big deal." The stream chat buddies also started teasing. "Little dear, you surrendered way too fast. Bring it on. Ha ha ha, brother Xiaoyao has truly mastered the essence of unfollowing. You really understand how to unfollow someone. Brother Xiaoyao is clearly planning to start voting. I bet he'll vote for Xia. Xiaolu actually dares to tell Brother Xiaoyao what to do. It's a miracle he didn't unfollow her instead. Why would he vote for her? I bet Brother Xiaoyao will vote for Xiaolu. He's been visiting her streams the most frequently lately. I bet Brother Xiaoyao will vote left and then right. Just like the mutual combat technique, fighting against himself is still pretty thrilling. There's actually a good chance both sides will go up, but in the end, who will win? Does it matter? Both streamers are already fed, wins or losses don't matter, okay? Do you think there's a possibility Brother Xiaoyao might go all out with 4 streamers? Makes sense. All 4 are female streamers. I think you really understand Brother Xiaoyao. During the chat among water friends, the screen suddenly changed and split into 4 small frames, each featuring a female streamer. The 4 began greeting each other, clearly familiar with one another, likely having frequently connected on mic during this period. All 4 were quite similar, except for Xia. The others were merely scraping by among small-time streamers. Thanks to her decent dance skills, Xia easily retained visitors, and with the added boost from Young Fan's financial influence, her popularity had risen significantly, making her the most prominent among the 4. The other 2 female streamers were also quite attractive in their own ways, but since the system remained silent, Young Fan quickly lost interest in them. After the 4 female streamers exchanged pleasantries, Xia said with a smile, "Hey free spirit, I know you're watching from the opposite side. You wouldn't actually help little dear fight against me, would you? When you're not around, my family doesn't have many resources." Before Yang Fan could type a response, little dear was the first to speak up. "Don't you dare trick Brother Xiaoyao into going over there. Mute and fight, or I'll take you down myself." Sasha ignored the deer and instead put on a pitiful expression as she spoke. "Brother Xiaoyao, if you want to hit Xia, please do it gently, okay? Xia can't take a beating." Although she really wanted to invite Yang Fan to her livestream to help boost her rankings, she felt it was inappropriate to ask. After all, big spenders should play however they pleased. At this moment, she was simply interacting with the other person. She hinted that after he was done hammering her, to remember to check on her later. Of course, if he went, the massive medical bills certainly wouldn't be missing. She was quite confident about this. After all, during this period he frequently visited her livestreams to watch her dance and showered her with big gifts. It had basically become routine. The other 2 female streamers also proactively greeted Young Fan, hoping to leave an impression on the big spender and get their faces familiarized. They thought to themselves, this person patronizes many female streamers simultaneously and spends lavishly on gifts. What if they got lucky and caught his eye too? Wouldn't they be fed well constantly after that? However, having failed to meet the mark, they were doomed to disappointment. Forget about carnivals, they wouldn't even get a tiny star. Soon the PK battle began. All 4 of them were striving hard to rally votes. The young deer let out a loud shout. "Skinny old men, charge, crush them." Yang Fan was instantly speechless upon hearing the young deer's campaign slogan. What left him even more dumbfounded was how the livestream viewers actually got pumped up as if injected with adrenaline, flooding the screen with a barrage of bam, 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 gift animations. Awesome. Young Fan didn't rush to cast his votes. Instead, he checked the rate at which the 4 female streamers were gaining votes. As expected, Xia was leading the pack by a wide margin, leaving the other 3 far behind. Seems like this young lady has been doing quite well with her recent streams. Though without any influential big brother backing him, Ken Xiaoshu still commanded quite a substantial fan following. "Come on, family, let's not lose even the second spot. Dig into your reserves and show them what our squad is made of." Xiaolu's livestream had an explosive start but began losing momentum, now barely clinging to second place, where one slip could send it tumbling to third. Yang Fan casually topped up 150,000 without a second thought. Half-Life Free Spirit, sent Carnival *2. Bancher Xiaoyao, sent 50 Carnival gifts. Deer's health bar instantly crushed Sasha's side to near depletion, essentially ending the match prematurely. The female streamer next to Xiaolu had basically won by lying down. At the moment, she was looking at Xiaolu's vote count with envy, though no one knew what she was actually thinking. "Wow, Brother Xiaoyao is amazing. I love you so much. Ha ha ha, did you all see that? This is what real power looks like. Our family has an invincible big brother holding it down. Crush them." Chapter 65, Sasha feels neglected. When Xiaolu saw Yang Fan take action and directly send 50 carnival gifts her way, she was instantly overjoyed. More than half of her excitement came from the fact that they had sent her gifts first, and this was the first time they'd thrown so many at once. Did this mean she held a better place in their heart than Xia? This was truly happy news worth celebrating. She began observing the PK situation on stage, feeling slightly nervous as she wondered if Yang Fan would go and send gifts to Xia. It wasn't just her. Across the way, Xia was also expecting Yang Fan to come help her out with some gifts, feeling quite confident he would show up. After all, when it comes to favorites, it's hard to choose between two darlings. She, Shasha, was actually the first livestreamer that carefree brother Yang Fan had ever protected. Yet as time slowly passed, Yang Fan remained completely silent until the PK battle ended. At this moment, it could truly be said that some rejoiced while others despaired. Little Deer, who had basked in Yang Fan's exclusive favor and won the PK, was undoubtedly the happiest one at this moment. It was as if she sensed the other party was declaring through this gesture that she was their most cherished streamer. Her beaming smile never faded as she expressed her loud gratitude. She even began secretly planning in her heart, intending to surprise the other party with another unannounced visit someday, determined to cherish this hard-won result. As for their decision not to marry but only seek lovers, she'd essentially come to terms with it since complete possession wasn't possible. Maintaining their current relationship while focusing on career advancement was perfectly fine. As long as the other person treats me well, treating them as a temporary shelter would be quite fitting. Anyway, I'm still young now and have no plans to date or, much less, marry and have children. Whatever future ideas I might have can wait until later. After thinking it over, Lu Xiaolu's closeness +10. Seeing Yang Fan not even give Shasha a single little star throughout the entire PK, Xiaolu felt she had unexpectedly achieved a complete victory in this offstage special competition between her and Shasha. At this moment, she felt immensely satisfied, so much so that it completely resolved her recent emotional entanglement with Yang Fan, directly boosting their intimacy by 10 points to reach 59. They were just one step away from earning a level 2 cashback card. Hearing the system notification, Yang Fan was also quite surprised. Ever since Xiaolu returned, the intimacy level hasn't increased even a tiny bit, despite him frequently sending her gifts during this time, yet nothing changed. Little did he expect that his planned operation towards Shasha today would inadvertently make Xiaolu finally understand the previous situation. What an unforeseen delight. He absolutely hadn't anticipated that before even making proper arrangements with Shasha, it would accidentally achieve the effect of making a feint to the east while attacking in the west. Admittedly, this tactic of favoring one over the other proved quite effective. It's like having two beautiful women operating together. Then Shasha spoke up on the mic. Though feeling jealous inside, she didn't show it, merely coquettishly saying, "Bro Xiaoyao, you hit Shasha way too hard. I'm so hurt." She then put on an exaggerated wounded expression begging for comfort. But after waiting for quite a while, Yang Fan didn't appear. I couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Not booking my ticket is one thing, but why not even give me a word of comfort? This isn't like their usual behavior at all. Had I accidentally done something to upset them? That couldn't be. Sasha instantly fell into deep thought, recalling everything that had happened over the past few days. She felt absolutely certain she hadn't done anything that might have upset the other person. Maybe they were simply preoccupied and didn't notice her speaking? She comforted herself with these thoughts. Then he turned to the deer and asked, "Is brother Xiaoyao still in your live stream?" "Still there, but silent." After answering, Little Deer also felt somewhat perplexed. Like Shasha, she had assumed it was the other person who had upset brother Xiaoyao. This was good news for her, and she couldn't help feeling a bit secretly pleased. She wouldn't openly get involved in such matters, of course. In fact, she was prepared to give things a little nudge instead. She said directly, "Shasha, you remember the punishment you set, don't you? You'd better follow through properly. I'm off for now." "Ah, wait." The fawn hung up before Sasha could even finish her sentence. "Wait? What are you waiting for? Wait until you've coaxed Xiaoyao back into a good mood? Are you out of your damn mind? I wish brother Xiaoyao would ignore you from now on. Wouldn't it be sweet if I automatically became the favorite?" After ending the call, Xiaolu was clearly in high spirits, almost feeling like humming a little tune. She never mentioned Shasha again after that, just chatted with Yang Fan and the viewers. Elsewhere, Sasha was feeling somewhat gloomy and uncomfortable at the moment. Yet she couldn't show it openly, especially since she was live streaming with plenty of audience members watching. But the online spectators were only adding fuel to the fire. "Sha, why is Xiaoyao helping others beat you up? Wasn't he always the one who doted on you the most?" "That's right. After beating our Shasha up, he didn't even cover her medical bills." "You didn't have some falling out with Xiaoyao that made him stop favoring you, did you?" Shasha's been banished to the cold palace, while Xiaolu has successfully taken her place. TCH, Sasa and brother Xiaoyao have such a deep bond, there's no way she could fall out of favor so easily. "Don't worry, if Xiaoyao doesn't dote on you, we'll still spoil you rotten." "Exactly, it's no big deal, we'll always be here for you." Seeing her fans discussing the matter, Sasa chuckled, afraid the conversation might veer off track. "Stop spreading nonsense. Xiaolu is also one of brother Xiaoyao's protected streamers. It's completely normal for him to help her with votes. Maybe he promised her earlier Xiaolu was one of us. Don't stir up trouble." Though she said this, in truth, she felt somewhat perplexed deep down. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. She decided to keep streaming for now. Perhaps brother Xiaoyao would drop by her live stream later, and then she'd naturally understand the reason. There was no need to overthink it. An hour later, while streaming and frequently glancing at the screen, Xia noticed that within this hour, Xiaoyao had successively gifted carnival combos to the Bang sisters, Ali, and another streamer named Pikachu. She thought it should be her turn soon, right? Surely it was time for him to shower her with gifts as well. Yet after waiting for over another hour, he still hadn't appeared. At this moment, Xiaoxia's heart skipped a beat with a bad premonition. Perhaps she had indeed unintentionally offended the other party. If competing against Xiaolu in a PK battle while the other party not only ignored her but instead helped Xiaolu by voting against her could be dismissed as coincidence, then why was she now the only one being cold-shouldered when he'd practically showered every other female streamer he guarded with gifts? Sasha pondered back and forth but couldn't figure anything out, to the point where she even started feeling distracted during her livestream. Then she considered whether she should message brother Xiaoyao using V after ending the stream, but how exactly should she bring up such a matter? She couldn't possibly just straight up ask him why he didn't send her any virtual gifts today, could she? They don't owe me anything. Chapter 66, Another Lucky Coincidence. Xia waited until the end of her livestream without seeing Yang Fan, knowing deep down he wouldn't come. Now she sat motionless in her chair, lost in thought. Once she calmed down, her thoughts became much clearer. She considered various possibilities and ultimately suspected the issue might lie with Xiaolu. Clearly, she was the first to know brother Xiaoyao, and he started splurging on Douyin because of her. Yet, in the end, he ended up being noticeably closer to Xiaolu than to her. He didn't even come to me first after going online, and now he's even helping Xiaolu turn against me. Has brother Xiaoyao already been whisked away by that deer? This shouldn't be happening. Today, he wasn't just showering gifts on one streamer, Xiaolu. And when it comes to talent, figure, looks, or age, no matter which aspect you consider, she outshines little deer in every way. What on earth does she have to deserve this? Originally, it wouldn't have been a big deal if brother Xiaoyao helped little deer hit him, he wasn't the petty type. But the person tipped all the female streamers they supported, yet didn't even bother to visit my livestream. This was clearly a veiled reprimand aimed at her. As for what exactly the other party was hinting at, thanks to Xiaolu, she had some idea. Isn't it just that tired old story between a top sponsor and a female streamer? At this thought, she understood why Yang Fan had been getting closer to Xiaolu recently. I never imagined that Xiaolu, this female streamer who usually dresses so conservatively and never pushes boundaries during her broadcasts, could actually be so scheming in private. She gave herself away so quickly, but this wasn't something she should be focusing on right now. Since she'd already figured out the reason behind Yang Fan's unusual behavior, what she needed to consider was how to deal with this situation. Following Xiaolu's example? She hasn't fully thought this through yet. After wrestling with it for a while, she still couldn't make up her mind. Maybe she should observe for a few more days? Perhaps she's overthinking it. Maybe brother Xiaoyao will return to normal in a couple of days? So Shirley made her decision. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ali had just finished her live stream not long ago and was preparing to remove her makeup when her personal phone rang. Seeing it was a call from the guild leader, she answered without hesitation. Hey, brother Zhao, what's up? A deep, middle-aged male voice came through the phone. There's something I need to tell you. Go ahead. I got word that today brother Xiaoyao helped little Lu beat up Xia, then showered all the female streamers he protects with gifts, except he never went to Xia's livestream room. Ali was stunned upon hearing this. Brother Zhao, are you implying there was some disagreement between brother Xiaoyao and Xia? But what does that have to do with me? Why wouldn't it have anything to do with you? Have you ever considered that brother Xiaoyao always gifts without asking for anything in return? He's not an advertiser or a seller. All his rewards are freely given. Under these circumstances, why would he have a falling out with Xia? Following the guild leader's line of reasoning, Ali quickly arrived at the answer. You mean, offline? Not completely stupid. The guild is now prepared to allocate resources to you. I believe you understand why. I don't want you following in Xia's footsteps. Got my meaning? The guild leader's message was clear, reminding Ali to use any means necessary to keep brother Xiaoyao, at the very least avoiding conflict like Xia did with him. Anyone in the live streaming industry knows this. Once a big spender loses interest, they'll truly stop tipping, or even stop entering your stream altogether. After all, with so many female streamers on Douyin, if someone has money, why worry about not being able to buy happiness? Why bother showering you with gifts? The words also carried a subtle warning to Ali. If she didn't hold on to brother Xiaoyao tightly, she shouldn't even dream about the resources the guild would allocate to her. After the guild leader's reminder, Ali understood what they meant. She sighed inwardly but still replied with a smile. Brother Zhao, I get what you're saying. Good that you understand. Be proactive. You're no worse than many top-tier female streamers right now. The only thing you're really lacking is a true big spender, and this is your chance. You know what they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Douyin's mid-year event is coming up. That's all I'll say. The rest is for you to think about. With that, the two hung up the phone, and just like Shasha, Ali also sank into deep contemplation. She thought the guild leader's analysis was correct. Brother Xiaoyao had clearly treated Shasha much better than the rest of them from the start, and she had received the most treats. Everyone knows that for Xiaoyao, Sasa is quite a unique female streamer. She didn't really mind this, as fighting for attention might anger Big Brother instead. But somehow, Xiaolu gradually overtook others and became increasingly favored, while today Shasha ended up being neglected due to some unpleasantness with Brother Xiaoyao. If these events were connected to what the guild leader mentioned about offline matters, then it all made sense. Perhaps if she wanted to do well in this profession, she should take more initiative. She wasn't opposed to such arrangements. She'd mentally prepared herself when choosing this profession. She'd simply been waiting for the right price. Her livestream did have regular big spenders, but she believed if she were to sell herself, it should be for a premium price. That's why she hadn't met anyone offline yet. This stance had even offended a few regular supporters. But Brother Xiaoyao was different from ordinary big spenders. His spending power was astonishing. If I offended the other party like before, not only would I lose substantial sustainable income, but I also wouldn't receive the premium resources allocated by the guild. And the upcoming Douyin mid-year event would be out of my reach too. Previously, she hadn't encountered a suitable target, but Brother Xiaoyao was clearly an excellent choice. Thinking of this, Ali decided to sound out the other party's intentions. Brother Xiaoyao, is the temperature cool over there? Known as the summer retreat capital, it must be very comfortable during summer, right? Having just finished a game, Yang Fan was a bit surprised to see Ali's message. Why does this message feel somewhat familiar? After a brief thought, he remembered, damn, isn't this the exact same phrasing Xiaolu used before she dropped in unannounced? Is this girl also thinking about coming over to my place to escape the heat? Isn't this just a parachute drop in disguise? Thinking to himself, shouldn't it be Sasha sending this kind of message at a time like this? What's going on with Ali? Regardless, it's a good thing anyway. Though it's still quite warm, it's much more bearable compared to most other places. It's unbearably hot here. I can't take it anymore and want to escape somewhere cooler. Sure enough, the excuse used is exactly the same as Xiaolu's. The only difference is not having a video call with him beforehand. Does she plan to open this like a blind box? Since the girl had practically spelled it out, how could he not understand? Bishu City is indeed a good choice. When are you planning to come? Having already made the decision, Ali naturally didn't hesitate. She even thought she'd grit her teeth and go no matter what Brother Xiaoyao looked like. After all, it was for his money. She might as well treat it like one crazy dream. At worst, she'd just have to endure some discomfort for a while. The other party is both wealthy and generous, offering great value for money. This deal is definitely worth pursuing. Chapter 67, Fitness Plan, meeting Li Wei again. Finally, Ali said she'd check his schedule, claiming it'd be no fun to explore a foreign city alone and she needed to conscript some manpower. This arrangement conveniently aligned perfectly with Yang Fan's own intentions, but now that he's preparing to exercise and strategize winning over Li Wei, he tells Ali to contact her again after finishing his current tasks. Ali had no reason to disagree. She'd already made her stance clear anyway. Wouldn't stumble in this regard. As for other matters, there was even less chance of offending her. The matter was effectively settled. It'd be great if they never contacted me again. No effort required, yet reaping all the benefits. After their conversation ended, Yang Fan shook his head with a wry smile. His original intention was just to reprimand Shasha, but who knew pulling one string would move the whole web, not only inadvertently unraveling Xiaolu's emotional knot, but also prompting Ali to actively parachute in. Is this a lucky coincidence? He didn't need to know why Ali suddenly offered free shipping and home delivery. As long as the other party wasn't too shabby in any aspect, she'd make a perfectly qualified tool person for providing cashback cards. If her purity level was too low or her overall looks barely met the standard, he could just send her packing. Yes. After this period of intimate interactions with 4 beautiful women, Yang Fan had successfully survived his starvation phase, and naturally, his mindset had undergone some changes. Given the current situation where he's not particularly short on handy assistants, with several others already being pursued, he's lost most interest in girls with below-average looks and low purity ratings. This is only human nature. Everyone aspires to climb higher after all. He even finds flight attendant Gong Jing, currently being pursued, lacking in purity, and plans to take it easy, seeing if he can score a Tier 2 cashback card. But since he's already invested some in her, he might as well consider grooming her into a different kind of handy assistant. That means offering benefits to the other party, getting them to scout high-quality and relatively pure beauties among the flight attendant circle for oneself. It might not be easy, but if one targets those flight attendants who are open to negotiation, there might just be someone who meets his standards. After all, he stands to lose nothing, so why not give it a try? Lost in these thoughts, Yang Fan unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next day, he got up and checked the time, 11 in the morning. Not too late. After washing up briefly, I went out to wash my hair before finally texting Li Wei. Should I head out now and go straight to the building where you take street dance lessons? Yang Fan booked a ride-hailing car while walking. Soon after, the girl's message came through. Right, text me when you arrive. Half an hour later. Standing at the foot of the office building, Yang Fan saw Li Wei emerge from the entrance. The first thing he did was glance at the other person's profile. Name, Li Wei. Age, 21. Height, 166. Weight, 49. Overall appearance 86. 100. Status normal. Intimacy, -27. Thank goodness. The count is still 0. Truth be told, Yang Fan was overthinking it. If Li Wei were that easy to crack, she wouldn't still be at 0 by age 21. How could the number increase so easily? He had to admit every time he saw her, his heart skipped a beat. Maybe it was the allure of that code 0 working its magic. Today the girl wore a black crop top showing off her midriff, paired with slightly loose gray casual pants and white sneakers. Her whole body radiated a sporty, youthful energy. After approaching, Li Wei handed a black card to Yang Fan and said, "Here, take it." Yang Fan took it curiously and looked. It was a Flying Leap Fitness annual membership card with today's date clearly printed on it. "You got this for me?" "Yeah, used your name, age, and phone number for it." "Come on, let's go, let's grab some food. I'm starving." "Ha, didn't you have breakfast?" "I ate a little, but dancing burned so many calories." Yang Fan smiled at her words. "What would you like to eat?" The girl said matter-of-factly. "Of course we're having a feast. Did you think that gym membership was for nothing? Come with me." The two hadn't walked far when they spotted a towering high-rise building. Li Wei led him straight inside and took the elevator to the top floor. Only after stepping out of the elevator did they realize the rooftop housed an elevated restaurant with an incredibly expansive view. After handing the menu to the girl to order some dishes, the pair chatted while eating. The girl was the first to speak. "Which aspect are you planning to work on?" "Just physical fitness and stamina." The girl eyed him skeptically for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, don't tell me I was right about you being physically weak, little rookie?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes in relief, grateful the other person hadn't accused him of being drained by women. He then retorted challengingly, "I gave you the chance to try but you didn't dare, so who's the real weakling here?" Li Wei didn't bother engaging with his taunt, merely watching him with an enigmatic half-smile. "If you're not physically weak, why bother training your fitness and stamina? Don't you want to build some pecs and abs to flirt with girls?" "I'm scared of dying, alright?" "What? You like men with pecs and abs?" Li Wei's face stiffened, nearly blurting out, "I don't like men." Thankfully, she caught herself at the last moment. She feared that if she said that, Yang Fan might mistake her for a lesbian when in reality, while she disliked men, she wasn't attracted to women either. If it were someone else, she'd have said it without a second thought, never minding their reaction. But with Yang Fan, this generous benefactor, she still wanted to leave a good impression. She feared voicing these thoughts might push him away, which would be a net loss. Yang Fan had no clue what was on her mind. He only noticed she said "I" and then fell silent. "What about you?" Li Wei shook her head. "Nothing. Of course, rich people are all afraid of death. Just focus on your meal. Didn't your teacher teach you not to speak while eating or sleeping?" Yang Fan glared at her irritably. Wasn't it an idiot who brought up this topic in the first place? Li Wei's affinity +1. This girl's affection points were probably the most bizarre system Yang Fan had ever witnessed. It practically gave him a sense of predestined randomness utterly ridiculous. Neither spoke another word afterward, remaining silent until they finished the meal, paid the bill, and left. After leaving the restaurant, Yang Fan asked, "Just eating a full meal isn't suitable for working out, right?" The girl looked at him with some surprise upon hearing his words. Yang Fan was taken aback by the girl's expression. He then blurted out, "What are you surprised about? Shouldn't I even know such common sense?" "Ahem." Li Wei gave an awkward cough, her face blooming into a radiant smile. Misunderstanding. I just accidentally used the wrong expression. I meant to use, an approving look instead." Yang Fan shot her a speechless glare. "If you hadn't stammered through that sentence and emphasized it again at the end, maybe I would have believed you." Don't worry about such details." Chapter 68, Yang Fan's Vision. Yang Fan and Li Wei began strolling leisurely down the street, walking off their meal. Passing by a dessert shop, the girl stopped in her tracks. "The desserts here are really good. Come on, my treat." Yang Fan asked suspiciously, "Is this how you walk off your meal? Seeing something delicious and wanting to stuff it in your belly, when will it ever end?" The girl replied with a hint of embarrassment. "Aha, eating dessert won't affect digestion, right? It's seriously delicious though. Are you sure?" Hearing his question, the girl assumed an expression that suggested this should be obvious. "Absolutely certain. When it comes to fitness, I'm the professional here, you wouldn't understand." With that, she started heading towards the dessert shop. But Yang Fan grabbed her small hand and pulled her back. Professional my ass. What does this have to do with fitness? Anyone with common sense knows you shouldn't eat while trying to digest food. Li Wei's reaction was unexpectedly strong when her hand was grabbed. She shook it off quickly, trying to break free, and shouted angrily, "Ah, let go. What are you doing?" Li Wei's affection -2. Yang Fan froze at the sight. This reaction is a bit extreme. At this point, he also noticed that his younger sister was quite averse to others touching her, and this aversion seemed more like a conditioned reflex, essentially her instinct. After all, even the closeness level had decreased. To think that this was happening even when she was willing to be alone with him. Noticing the curious gazes of passers-by around them, Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh and say helplessly, "I mean, are you trying to get me labeled as a pervert or something?" After breaking free from his grip, Li Wei calmed down, realizing her earlier reaction had been excessive, yet she simply shot a glare at Yang Fan. "Who asked you to suddenly start pulling at me like that? Fine, don't eat if you don't want to." Yang Fan suddenly thought of the last time he held a girl's hand. Her reaction was also very big, but it did not reduce the intimacy. On top of that, when I was about to kiss her, her expression was one of self-sacrifice, clearly mentally prepared. Yet her affection points kept dropping under such circumstances. Everything indicated that the girl was quite averse to physical contact with men. Could she be another tomboy? But when I actually kissed her, despite her fury, even hitting and biting me, and biting quite hard at that, to my surprise, the affection points actually increased by 5. From this perspective, it doesn't seem quite the same. Of course, without system prompts, judging solely by how the girl remained expressionless throughout the meal and stubbornly insisted on going home afterward, one might genuinely think she was angry at the time. But because there were intimacy level change prompts, and given that her behavior actually increased rather than decreased intimacy, this becomes rather intriguing. As Yang Fan pondered, he suddenly felt as if he'd grasped some sort of code. That means the girl really dislikes others touching her body, but if you manage to have intimate contact with her when she's mentally prepared, although she might appear very angry on the surface, the intimacy actually increases. He also had another guess. Would forced intimacy also work? As long as intimate contact is achieved, does it still increase closeness? But simply forcing something like holding hands definitely doesn't count. After all, he had just suddenly grabbed the girl's hand, which was also forceful, and it turned out to be an action that decreased intimacy. There's also the odd coincidence that when intimacy increased, the girl happened to have bitten him. Taking that into account, there's now another strange possibility at play. Since we can't be certain, it's better to give it a try. Practice yields genuine knowledge, he said in a semi-joking tone. "We've already kissed, why make such a big deal out of me touching your hand?" The girl responded quite coldly upon hearing this. "Boring. Are you still going to work out or not?" Yang Fan approached the girl with a smile on his face and spoke. "How about holding hands all the way to the gym, and I'll count that as canceling out one kiss." Hearing this, the girl felt like slapping him silly, her expression growing visibly darker. She completely ignored him, turned around, and strode forward on her own. Yang Fan quickly followed, murmuring in a low voice, "Got it, my bad, my bad. Seems like the feeling of my kiss that day wasn't so bad after all, guess we'll stick with that instead of holding hands." Li Wei turned her head and glared at him with icy displeasure. "If you keep talking like this, I'm leaving." Yang Fan didn't continue speaking. Instead, he waited for a moment and noticed the system didn't prompt any decrease in intimacy. He couldn't help feeling pleased. It seemed that the girl's occasional displays of anger, irritation, and coldness were just a protective facade. Her true feelings weren't as upset as she appeared on the surface. If others had seen her like this, they would surely have retreated. But the intimacy function was like giving Yang Fan cheat codes, letting him know whether the girl was genuinely angry or not. So in a very punch-worthy manner, he showed a nostalgic expression and muttered to himself, "Actually, I kind of miss it too." The girl immediately flipped out. "Bastard, go work out by yourself. I'm not keeping you company anymore," she said angrily before striding away quickly. Seeing that the intimacy hadn't diminished yet, Yang Fan jogged a few steps to catch up and block her path. The girl gave him a dirty look without any hint of friendliness. "Make way." Yang Fan remained silent, blocking the way with a shameless look that clearly said, "What are you gonna do about it?" The girl tried to go around him, but no matter which direction she turned, he'd block her path. Furious, she shoved him directly with her hands. "Get out of my way." He was well prepared, quick-eyed and swift-handed as he seized the girl's wrist and pulled her toward himself. "Ah!" With a startled cry, she tumbled into his embrace. After a stunned pause, she struggled desperately, pounding his back with her fists. When her struggles proved futile, she resorted to her old trick, parting her lips to sink her teeth viciously into his shoulder. This time was different. Yang Fan didn't push her away. Instead, he held her tightly, boldly taking advantage of the situation. Bystanders who couldn't help but glance their way all scowled in disgust. After biting Yang Fan for quite a while, Li Wei noticed he neither struggled nor cried out. Sensing something amiss, she finally released her bite and lifted her head, giving him a puzzled look. Only when she saw his face just inches from hers did she realize she was still in his arms. A sudden panic surged through her heart. Struggling once again. "Shameless, let me go." Yang Fan grimaced and said, "You bit down really hard." Li Wei affinity +5. The girl said exasperatedly when she saw her in pain. "You deserved it, let go of me. This is in the middle of the street." Yang Fan couldn't contain his joy upon hearing the system's affinity increase notification. This girl's way of opening up is really strange. It wasn't much different from what he had imagined before, or perhaps it could be said to be a combination of his several conjectures. Being occasionally assertive is acceptable, but he needs to let the girl vent her dissatisfaction. It's just unexpectedly troublesome that this girl actually bites when she gets upset. For now, this is all I've gathered. Anyway, the general direction seems about right. Chapter 69, Li Wei's Camouflage. Facing the girl standing close enough to feel her fragrant breath, Yang Fan replied with a smile. "So you mean if we're not on the street, I can hug you then?" Though he said this, he still released his embrace. The girl quickly stepped back 2 paces, feeling immediate relief in her heart though her words remained sharp. "You jerk, go chase your pipe dreams." With that, she strode forward again, eager to distance herself from the scene. Her mind was now frantic, completely preoccupied with what had just occurred. Li Wei's affection +3. If not for the appearance of another affection increase notification, Yang Fan would have genuinely struggled to discern from Li Wei's behavior that she wasn't actually angry. Now that he had this cheat tool at his disposal, he certainly wasn't about to let the girl walk away. He slightly quickened his pace to catch up with her. The girl walked quite a distance before stopping by the roadside as if to hail a cab. Seeing him follow, she spoke coldly. "What are you still following me for?" Yang Fan replied with a smile. "Naturally, I'm waiting for you to teach me how to work out." The girl remained indifferent. "Could you have some shame? Stop following me, I'm going home." Yang Fan wasn't buying her act. Since the intimacy level hadn't decreased, who was she trying to scare? "That won't do. You still owe me 2 kisses, at least return one today." The girl couldn't believe her ears upon hearing this, her face full of sarcasm as she spoke. "Ha, you're really ridiculous." Yang Fan remained completely unfazed by the girl's expression, though he didn't understand why she kept pushing him away with those hurtful attitudes: anger, rage, indifference, and sarcasm. But having already seen through to the truth of the matter, Yang Fan definitely wouldn't let these things wound him. "You trying to skip out on your debt? Then I'll just collect right here." The girl was utterly shocked by his shameless behavior. Hearing his threat to kiss her right there, she instinctively backed away while shouting, "Don't you dare, AH!" Her protest ended in a scream before she could finish speaking. It was because Yang Fan's quick reflexes allowed him to grab the girl who was about to step back, startling her greatly. Li Wei's favorability -3. Just as the girl was about to struggle and curse, she suddenly heard the screech of brakes behind her, followed by the furious shouts of a middle-aged woman. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? The road is no place for fooling around. You nearly scared me to death." It turned out Yang Fan saw a car speeding towards them, and the girl was backing toward the road. Fearing she might get hit, he quickly pulled her back. At this moment, Yang Fan apologized with an embarrassed look to the female driver behind the girl. "Big sister, we're really sorry, we didn't mean to. Our sincerest apologies." Since it was indeed their mistake, they had to own up to it. The female driver, seeing his polite attitude, patted her chest and drove off muttering a few curses while still visibly shaken. Seemed she was quite frightened indeed. Li Wei's intimacy +15. Only then did the young woman realize why Yang Fan had suddenly pulled her back. Hearing him apologize on her behalf left her momentarily speechless. Yang Fan initially wanted to tease Li Wei a bit, but then thought better of it, considering his own responsibility in the matter. Plus, with her sudden surge in intimacy points, he decided to keep quiet. Instead, he released her hand and said, "Let's go to the gym." Oh, the girl was still preoccupied with what had just happened when, almost unconsciously, she agreed and followed him. Li Wei affinity +3. After more than 10 minutes, the two entered Feiyue Fitness. Yang Fan turned his head to look at Li Wei, who was still in a silent state, and said with some amusement, "What are you thinking about?" The girl looked at him distractedly. "Ha, what's wrong? Where should I start practicing?" "Oh, first go over there and do some warm-up exercises, loosen up your joints, and get a feel for moving around." "Nice." The two walked toward a relatively open area, with many people working out turning their heads to look at them along the way. To be precise, they were looking at Li Wei. Valid consumption target detected. View information? Yang Fan silently recited check in his heart. Name, Zanlina. Age, 25. Height, 161. Weight, 51. Overall appearance rating, 81. Age, 95. Status normal. Intimacy, 0. Name, Chenya. Age, 23. Height 164. Weight 53. Overall appearance score, 84. 96. Status normal. Intimacy, 0. After walking a short distance in the gym, he unexpectedly encountered two who met his standards. Seems like there are quite a few beauties here. Although their overall looks weren't exceptionally high, ratings of 5 and 4 were still pretty good, far better than what you'd find in bars or nightclubs. But Yang Fan wasn't particularly interested in them. For one thing, with Li Wei present, he couldn't possibly go hit on them, and secondly, they probably wouldn't bother with him anyway. After all, these were fitness enthusiasts. With his average physique, he'd never catch their eye. Moreover, there are quite a few potential conquests to pursue right now. Unless someone exceptionally striking comes along, there's really no need to bother, as it's already overwhelming. Li Wei found it rather surprising that Yang Fan showed no reaction at all to the beautiful women they passed by, not even sparing them a glance. She had clearly noticed several women with both stunning looks and figures along the way. Secretly, she wondered, is this still the same guy who used to hit on attractive women he saw on the street? Or is he just pretending? Of course, she was referring to Yang Fan's attempt to strike up a conversation with her a couple of days ago. Yang Fan had no idea what the girl was thinking. After spotting the available spot, he asked, "Just moving around casually is fine?" The girl gave him a glance. "Follow my lead." He immediately began demonstrating some simple warm-up moves, while Yang Fan followed along beside him, mimicking each motion. Surprisingly, Yang Fan picked them up quite impressively. Across from them, a muscular man working out on a rowing machine seemed to get an adrenaline rush at the sight of Li Wei. He started rowing with noticeably more vigor than before, but the girl completely treated him as if he were air. 10 minutes later. "Now stretch your body, just like this." She raised her left arm straight in front, hooked her right forearm around the left elbow joint, and smoothly moved to the right. Soon her left arm was perfectly parallel to her shoulder. Yang Fan also gave it a try, then immediately looked speechless, because he realized he simply couldn't do it. This was way harder than warm-up exercises. Seeing Yang Fan frozen in that bizarre pose with a helpless expression, Li Wei burst into giggles before teasing him. "Yo, weren't you supposed to be super capable? Can't even handle such a simple move?" Hearing this, Yang Fan realized the girl had returned to her earlier carefree demeanor. Glaring at her, he retorted irritably, "How could my flexibility possibly compare to yours?" The girl's smile remained unchanged. "Humph, good that you know. Look how stiff you are, barely better than a zombie. Guess this young lady will have to help you." With that, she used her hands to adjust his posture, standing at his side and slowly pressing down to assist him. Though Yang Fan tried his best to cooperate, he simply couldn't manage it. The girl whispered softly beside him, "Relax, let your body relax, trust me." Chapter 70, Intimacy finally turns positive. Yang Fan looked at Li Wei with a suspicious gaze and said, "Do I really need to do this stretching exercise so precisely? Close enough should be fine, I'm mainly here to work out." Li Wei patiently explained, "You don't understand. Stretching makes the ligaments, muscles, and joints work together more smoothly, reducing the chance of injury when you exercise later. There are two types of stretching, active and passive. Since you can't do active stretching, I have to help you with passive stretching." Yang Fan thought, seriously? This complicated? But hearing his younger sister explain everything so logically, and realizing she was indeed more professional in this area, he began to try his best to relax his body. "Come on, slow. Ah." Before he could finish his words, the girl suddenly exerted force, making him howl in pain. He quickly pulled his hand free and was about to snap at her. She spoke with a hint of reproach in her voice. "Don't move around. Your body's stiff, it's normal to feel pain the first time. Stay in that position, and the pain will fade soon." Li Wei's affection points +3. The girl spoke very seriously, her face completely straight. If not for the sudden notification of 3 affection points gained, he might have actually believed her. He moved his arm a little and felt the earlier pain indeed subsiding, nothing too unbearable, after all. Since it helps with fitness and also boosts the girl's affection, might as well keep it up. So he voluntarily assumed the stance from before, still not quite perfect, but already much better than when he first started. You could say the girl is tricky alright, but her methods do work in the end. "Come on, take it slow." The girl was bursting with joy inside, but she maintained a gentle expression on her face as she spoke. "Don't worry, I'm a professional. Stop squirming around. Just bear with it, it won't hurt for long." With that, she started prying his clasped hands apart again. Yang Fan played along, putting on a pained expression. "Ouch, that hurts. How long do I have to hold this? Relax, relax, take deep breaths. The pain is normal. Don't tense up, it'll pass soon." Li Wei affection +2. Later, Li Wei helped Yang Fan switch to pressing with the other hand before teaching him lunge stretches and calf stretches. Though he couldn't quite perform them to standard, the girl wasn't cruel enough to forcibly adjust his posture to perfection. The girl used her own body to apply pressure for certain movements, leading to inevitable intimate contact between the two. As a result, he found himself in a bittersweet state of pain and pleasure. The girl's closeness to him gradually turned positive as she listened to his pained cries. Though she no longer felt any rejection toward him, she still found amusement in teasing him. Apparently, as long as he found the right approach, Turning this man rejecting girls' closeness from negative to positive wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. The real question now was whether positive intimacy would grow quickly enough. When the stretching session ended, Yang Fan moved his body around. Despite the lingering pain, he surprisingly felt much lighter, almost as if he had just enjoyed a full-body massage. The girl then spoke. "Take a rest first, I'll go get us 2 energy drinks." Nice. Just as the girl was heading to the hydration station, a guy who was over 180 centimeters tall with a good physique, decently handsome looks, and wearing a black muscle-hugging tank top showcasing his build walked up to her. "Hey gorgeous, are you a personal trainer here? I'd like to sign up for sessions." The girl gave him a fleeting glance. "No." At these words, the young man smiled politely. "Oh, I saw you helping that guy with his stretches just now, thought you might be a personal trainer. Is he your boyfriend?" The girl paused mid-step before calmly replying. "Add me on WeChat for 50,000. Put. Asterisk cough cough cough. Asterisk." A girl drinking water nearby overheard their conversation and immediately spat out her drink, choking herself in the process. Then she turned an incredulous gaze in their direction. The guy stared blankly at Li Wei. "Is this dude fucking crazy? 50 grand just to add on WeChat?" Then with an utterly devastated expression, he blurted out. "Excuse me, I'll take my leave." With that, she turned to leave. Clearly, he also realized this was just an excuse for her refusal. There was absolutely no chance of getting her contact info. He thought to himself, that guy must be rich, a second-generation heir. Otherwise, with his own looks completely outclassing the other man, how could this beauty have rejected him so decisively? Whatever, time to hunt for the next target. Seeing the guy leave, Li Wei didn't care at all and continued to get her drink. Originally, she had intended to say 500 for adding her WeChat, but unconsciously recalling Yang Fan who had previously hit on her and his 600,000 yuan transfer, she blurted out 50,000 for adding my WeChat without thinking. Li Wei's intimacy level +3. Li Wei didn't realize her mindset was quietly changing without her noticing. She who had always rejected men now felt no aversion toward Yang Fan. Sitting on the floor catching his breath, Yang Fan suddenly noticed Li Wei's intimacy level had inexplicably increased by 3 points, leaving him utterly bewildered. What's going on? But when the girl returned, she acted completely normal. Clueless about the reason for the sudden intimacy boost, he felt somewhat regretful, as if he'd missed discovering a method to increase her affection. He then finally began his proper workout routine, mostly using the treadmill and rowing machine. Having not exercised intensely for a long time, he was soon drenched in sweat. Turning his head to look at Li Wei, who was still jogging leisurely, he was surprised to find that this girl actually had better stamina than him. He just couldn't take it anymore and had to rest for a long time before continuing. This cycle repeated itself, exercising for just 5 to 10 minutes each time, followed by a half-hour rest. 2 hours later, Yang Fan, thoroughly exhausted once again, decided to call it a day on his workout session. His limbs felt so weak he simply couldn't go on. The girl was somewhat impressed that he'd actually persisted this long before calling it quits. It was clear he genuinely wanted to improve, even if he was still a bit clumsy. His earnest attitude was undeniable, though. After they parted ways, Li Wei mentioned she was heading home and wouldn't be joining him for dinner. This time, Yang Fan didn't stop her, though to his regret, the girl's affection hadn't increased at all since he'd added those 3 intimacy points. Looking at the other party's mere 6 points of affection, Yang Fan sighed helplessly. There was nothing to do but take it slow. You can't grow fat on one bite of food. As they were about to part ways, Yang Fan asked, "Same time tomorrow?" Li Wei hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "Take a rain check. I have something to do tomorrow and won't be coming to dance practice. Just follow along with what I taught you tomorrow, stick with it for a few months and I guarantee you'll get over your physical weakness." "Excuse me? So this physical weakness hurdle just won't go away, huh?" Yang Fan, exasperated, didn't press her about what she had to do. He simply nodded in agreement. After Li Wei left, he planned to find someone to freeload a lavish meal from, conveniently forgetting all the nutritious dietary advice Li Wei had shared with him. How could one possibly train effectively without eating well first? So he pulled out his phone from his pocket and noticed several unread messages from some girls. Chapter 71, Just playing nice, no big deal. So Yang Fan took out his phone from his pocket and saw several unread messages from girls waiting for him. "Gu Ruijiat, Big Brother hasn't contacted me for so long. You must be super busy, right? Please take care of yourself. Su Shan, you jerk. I don't have classes this afternoon, let's grab dinner together? Li Xinran, darling, I bought so many things for our home today. The whole family is really happy, thank you. When you're done with work and need to relax, don't forget your personal little vixen is always waiting for you." Seeing the messages from 3 girls, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. Just 10 days ago, who would have thought he'd experience such a day? This feeling, well, it's quite nice. If he had to say whose messages gave him the best feeling, it would still be that charming widow, Li Xinran. A message not only shared today's daily routine with him, but also expressed longing for him and appreciation for his easygoing attitude. Su Shan's use of "you rascal" was clearly trying to tempt him, practically spelling out what she wanted to arrange after dinner. Most baffling was Gu Weijie's message. Why did it give off such artificial, pretentious vibes? That was truly irritating. He thought for a moment, Li Xinran must have been busy all day shopping for household items. Moreover, having just parted with her at noon yesterday, he thought it better to postpone the next meeting, allowing her to accumulate some longing for him, so he could break through the 60-point threshold in one go when they met again. Between Gu Weijie and Su Shan, he decided to choose Gu Weijie. Although this girl's intimacy level was harder to increase now that it was already high, at least it would still rise. Unlike Su Shan, whose affection only increased by 5 points when he transferred money to her. What baffled him the most was how, during their KTV outing, she had been the one to take the initiative, yet her intimacy inexplicably jumped by 20 points. Perhaps she recognized his genuine Hermes outfit? Since she's a standard gold digger, the upper limit of intimacy probably won't be too high. After all, she's not interested in affection, only money. He figured he'd slowly test whether money could buy him a rebate card. When he felt like switching things up, he could always call her over. With that, he opened Gu Weijie's chat window and sent a message. Come out for a meal. In a room within a residential neighborhood, Gu Weijie had already sent a message to Yang Fan. Seeing that he hadn't replied yet, she didn't pay much attention to it, as his lack of response had become the norm. As it approached mealtime, she and her best friend Su Shan were all packed and ready to go out for a meal together. Suddenly, she noticed Yang Fan had replied to her message. Excitedly checking it, she found the content coincidentally happened to be an invitation to eat as well. Although I had already made plans with my best friend, she replied without hesitation. Okay, where are you, big brother? I'll come find you right away. Then she suppressed her smile and put on an apologetic look as she spoke to Su Shan, who had just finished applying her flawless makeup. Shan, there's something very important I need to tell you. Su Shan was puzzled by her best friend's expression. What's wrong? Our dinner plans might have to be cancelled. Su Shan froze for a moment at these words, then immediately thought of one possibility. What are you up to? Don't tell me your rich brother contacted you? Gu Weijie nodded with an embarrassed expression. You know how it is, when he asks me out to dinner, I just can't say no. I promise I'll treat you to a big meal as compensation when I get back. Gotta run now, need to change into my JK uniform. My darling loves seeing me in JK outfits. The girl finished speaking and immediately turned to dash back to her room in small, quick steps, leaving only Su Shan standing there bewildered, utterly speechless. She immediately took out her phone and found that Yang Fan had also replied to her message. She tapped to open it. Some other day. Affection level with Su Shan -2. Upon seeing those two words, her expression shifted repeatedly, and inwardly, she cursed a silent WTF. It seems my place in his heart is far behind my best friend's. Could it be that he prefers the type who's subtly flirtatious yet acts all innocent? Didn't Sister Yuan tell me that cuteness stands no chance against sexiness? Turns out Sister Yuan's advice misled me. After some thought, Su Shan pondered, perhaps it was time for a change. Putting on a meek act, how hard could it be? As if she didn't know how to play that game too. With a naturally deceptive baby face to begin with, playing the obedient role came almost too easily. In just this brief moment, she had already decided how she would conduct herself with Yang Fan in the future. Elsewhere, Yang Fan, who was about to hail a taxi by the roadside, suddenly noticed the notification that Su Shan had decreased her intimacy level. He merely paused for a moment before smiling nonchalantly. He didn't think much of it. All he'd done was message the girl suggesting they meet another day, and she immediately reduced the intimacy level. If she was so keen on decreasing it, well, let her do as she pleased. He took the taxi to a high-end restaurant famous for its grilled Wagyu beef. Gu Weijie hadn't arrived yet, and since it was unbearably hot outside, he decided to wait inside. After telling the hostess she would wait to order until her companion arrived, she began playing with her phone. 10 minutes later, she received a message from the girl. Brother, I'm at the entrance now. Just as she was about to wait for Yang Fan outside the restaurant, his reply came instantly. Entering the bullish sky private dining room. Brother, you're already here? The girl hurried into the restaurant and followed the hostess to Yang Fan's private room. She quickly walked behind Yang Fan's chair, bent down, wrapped her arms around him, and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Then she cooed softly into his ear. Brother, it's all my fault for being late. Yang Fan caught a faint whiff of perfume mingled with the natural scent of a young girl. He said with ill intent, take a seat and order. We'll settle the score tonight. Hearing this, the girl smiled and nuzzled her cheek against his face lightly before speaking. Okay, I accept my punishment. Big brother can punish me however you like. The waiter stood at the door holding a menu, watching the young couple display their affection, unexpectedly getting a mouthful of dog food, slang for being force-fed others public displays of affection. He sighed inwardly. As expected, the girls around rich guys are all top tier. Damn it, will I ever get a chance in this lifetime? After Gu Ruijie took her seat, Yang Fan noticed she was wearing her usual JK outfit today, though the style and color were different each time, always managing to give him a fresh feeling. Today, it was a black knee-length JK dress, with a cute little hair clip on the side of her long hair. Though not as tempting as the previous JK miniskirts, it made her appear even more pure and innocent. One could say each dish had its own unique flavor. Knowing Yang Fan disliked ordering, Gu Ruijie proactively picked up the menu and began selecting dishes on her own. She ordered numerous high-end items with an air of not even needing to check prices. After all, her big brother was footing the bill. The restaurant's wagyu beef, tuna sashimi, and other dishes were so exquisite that their meal lasted over an hour, continuing until both couldn't eat another bite. The bill came out to just over 10,000. After paying, Yang Fan put his arm around Gu Ruijie and said, "Let's go. First, let's walk around to digest a bit. Is there anywhere you'd like to visit?" Chapter 72, The Thoughtful Girl. Gu Ruijie affectionately wrapped both hands around Yang Fan's arm. "Big brother, shall we walk to the mall ahead and catch a movie?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment. The distance wasn't far at all, just a 10-minute walk, perfect for digesting their meal. "Let's go." As the two strolled down the street, passers-by couldn't help but steal extra glances at them. Of course, most gazes were directed at Gu Ruijie, while the few glances cast at Yang Fan were basically filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. They practically wished they could stare him to death to inherit his girl. Both of them could sense these stares, but pretended to be indifferent and chose to turn a blind eye. After entering the mall and buying movie tickets, Yang Fan lay down on a massage chair to wait for the showtime, and the girl followed suit by sitting in the one beside him. The two chatted for a while until the girl got up to use the restroom. When she returned, she found Yang Fan had actually fallen asleep in the massage chair. She thought to herself, "It seems Big Brother really is busy every day to be this exhausted." Due to his earlier intense workout at the gym, Yang Fan found the massage chair extremely comfortable and drifted off without realizing it. He had barely fallen asleep when he felt someone gently shaking him. Blinking drowsily, he opened his eyes to see. A lovely face came into view. It was Gu Ruijie who was shaking him. He asked in confusion, "Has the movie started?" The girl gently shook her head. "No, I don't want to watch the movie anymore, brother. Sleeping here isn't comfortable. Let's go to a hotel instead." Yang Fan smiled upon hearing this. "Really not watching anymore?" The girl gave a sweet smile. Big brother looks so exhausted, it breaks my heart. We can watch the movie next time." Yang Fan pinched his little sister's cheek and said with disgust, "Why do I feel like there's a hint of green tea in your words? Who taught you to talk like this? Cut it out and act normal." "Ow, that hurts." After Yang Fan stopped pinching her cheeks, Gu Ruijie asked somewhat sheepishly, "Is it that obvious? I thought you'd like it. Seems those so-called relationship experts online are all frauds." The girl shamelessly shifted the blame onto those internet relationship gurus. Truth be told, she'd known about these tricks all along but never used them. She'd always been the one getting pursued before, hardly needing such tactics. Who knew the very first time using it would earn me my brother's disdain? Yang Fan rolled his eyes at these words, his expression clearly conveying speechless exasperation as he spoke. "Why would you even bother learning that nonsense? Do you realize it's entirely possible that while you girls can see those quotes, us guys can see them too?" The girl widened her eyes in thought before suddenly realizing something with an epiphany. "Oh right," he thought to himself, "it seems these are too basic. I'll have to learn more advanced methods in the future." Yang Fan stood up with an amused expression, feeling his body somewhat weak. Apparently the side effects of the exercise were kicking in. He pulled the girl into his arms while saying this. "I'm tired, let's find a place to rest." Of course the girl had no objections. Thus their movie plans were cancelled. Just over 10 minutes later, the two found a decent hotel nearby. In the room, Yang Fan had already collapsed onto the bed, feeling the soreness in his body. He thought to himself, even though he'd been exercising for just 10 minutes followed by 30-minute breaks, he still ended up like this. It seems fitness should also be taken slowly and in moderation. Seeing him like this, the girl beside him spoke with sympathy. "Brother, you seem so tired today, let's rest early. I want you to hold me while we sleep." "Ha! Want to sleep this early?" Yang Fan showed an expression that said keep dreaming. "That won't do. I said I'd punish you, so punish you I must. I'm too tired to move, it's all up to you. Handle it as you see fit." The girl pouted her lips and gave him a charming, coquettish glare. Bad brother. Though she said this verbally, there wasn't the slightest resistance in her heart. She was even performing with earnest dedication. It seemed the practice from last mission's game hadn't gone to waste. The little lass had made astonishing progress. When Yang Fan woke the next day, the soreness had largely subsided, though traces of it still lingered. "There's no way I'm going to the gym today, and I'll have to take it easy with workouts from now on." Just then, a voice as clear as a nightingale's reached his ears. "Brother, you're awake? What would you like to eat? I'll order takeout for you." Turning his head, he saw Gu Ruijie walking in from another room, slippers clapping against her feet. Yang Fan asked suspiciously, You didn't go to class? It wasn't the weekend today. He'd thought the girl would leave first thing in the morning, never expecting her to still be here. The girl replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I asked my classmate to help me take leave. Since my dear brother isn't feeling well, of course I should stay to take care of you. Hearing this, young Fan replied with a smile. Oh, now I'm curious, how exactly do you plan to take care of me? First, let's order some food. After eating, I'll give you a massage. Is this massage legit? Somehow I really doubt you actually know how to give massages. The girl pouted coquettishly in protest. Brother, you're so mean. I do know how to give massages, I just haven't studied it professionally, so I'm not that skilled. When I was little, I used to earn pocket money by massaging mom's back and head, and she often praised my technique. Is that so? Then I'll have to test your skills later. No problem. When the takeout arrived, the girl took a box of crab roe rice and sat by the bed, saying, Big brother, don't move, just keep leaning against the headboard. I'll feed you today. Consider me your little maid here to take care of you. Yang Fan's eyes lit up at her words. Glancing at her delicate face and tall, graceful figure, he smiled and said, Being so well behaved today? The girl pouted her lips in displeasure. I'm always well behaved, not just today. Gu Weijia's affection +1. Yang Fan said with a mischievous grin. But for a little maid, it seems something's missing. The girl noticed his gaze lingering on her figure and immediately understood. Big brother, are you talking about outfits? If you'd like, I'll buy some maid uniforms. Shall I wear them for you next time? Yang Fan pictured how this pretty girl might look in a maid outfit, and felt heat rising in his chest. He put on an approving expression, as though pleased with her quick understanding. Absolutely right. A maid without her maid outfit has no soul. We can swap with JK outfits privately in the future. The girl nodded without feeling embarrassed. After all, she wasn't wearing it outside. If it was just for Yang Fan to see, she wouldn't feel ashamed. I see. Chapter 73, Gu Weijia who's never been to a foot massage parlor. Yang Fan, having just enjoyed the service of being fed by a beauty, was now lying face down on the bed. Gu Weijia used her little fists to drum thump 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 thump, non-stop on his back. To be honest, his somewhat sore body actually felt much better. Sadly, in less than 20 minutes, the poor girl was already exhausted. Big bro, I need to rest for a bit, my arms are tired. I'll massage you again later. Yang Fan, seeing her pitifully rubbing her wrist, said with a smile. No need, let's go to a foot massage parlor and relax. He had felt quite comfortable after being massaged by the girl, but unfortunately she wasn't very skilled, which made him think of going out for a proper massage. The girl, somewhat incredulous, asked, Me too? Yang Fan was at a loss upon hearing these words. Is there a problem? No problem at all, just a little surprised. Although Gu Weijia had never been to a foot massage parlor before, she had heard other modeling sisters mention that such places weren't entirely proper, which explained why so many men frequented them. Though she didn't want Yang Fan to go to such places, if he really intended to, she couldn't possibly voice any objections. But what she never expected was that Yang Fan would take her along, which came as quite a surprise. Going together was actually quite nice. She certainly didn't want her brother touching other women. Yang Fan could roughly guess what the girl was thinking just by looking at her expression, and he asked with a smile, Have you never been to a foot massage parlor? The girl nodded honestly. I've never been there. Isn't that the kind of place only guys like to go? Yang Fan reached out and patted the girl's head. Who told you that? Many girls go there to relax too. Silly girl. Foot massage parlors aren't completely what you imagine. With today's fast-paced society and constantly increasing pressure, many young people need ways to unwind. If anything, foot massage parlors actually belong to the wellness industry. Though the girl felt this explanation differed from what those sisters had told her, she chose to believe Yang Fan, and her perception of the industry improved slightly. I see, then I'll go with my brother to experience it. Yang Fan nodded, then rolled out of bed. Let's go. 20 minutes later, the two had left the hotel and entered a rather upscale foot massage parlor. As soon as they entered, a well-dressed woman in a cheongsam approached them and bowed. Good afternoon, honored guests. How many in your party? Yang Fan replied casually. Obviously, 2. Then the cheapao-clad woman in high heels led the two to the reception desk, where each was given a number tag. She also handed them each a pair of slippers, instructing them to change their shoes downstairs before going up to the second floor where someone would receive them. While changing shoes, Gu Weijia turned her head and asked Yang Fan curiously, Brother, why do we have to change shoes on the first floor before going to the second? Is it because they're afraid some people might ditch paying after their massage, so keeping their shoes downstairs means they can't run away barefoot? Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. What kind of thought process does this girl have? But after reflecting for a moment, he realized he didn't know the answer either. Could the designer possibly have actually thought the same way as this little girl? He answered quite frankly, I don't know, maybe you could ask the staff here? The girl stuck out her tongue. How could I possibly ask such a thing? Upon reaching the second floor, another woman in a cheongsam came to greet them. After bowing slightly, she asked, "Honored guests, would you prefer one private room or two separate rooms?" The implication was clear. Many patrons who arrived together preferred separate rooms rather than sharing one, though for a man and a woman, they typically opted for a shared private space. Yang Fan grasped the underlying meaning and replied, "One couple's package, and book us two. No, make it 3 skilled therapists, female ones." The woman in the cheapao froze for a moment. 3? Does sir have more friends joining? No, I want both done at the same time. If not for fearing inconvenience to the technicians, he would have even ordered more. After all, it wasn't his money being spent. As the designated big spender, one must maintain perspective. Only then did the cheapao-clad hostess understand. Though such requests were rare, they weren't unheard of. She then led the two to a private room, informing them about complimentary drinks and fruits available, and even offering lunch service if they hadn't eaten yet. Yang Fan only ordered a pot of tea. The woman in the cheapao took out 2 sets of casual massage clothes from the cabinet and placed them on the bed, instructing them to change and lie down to rest for a while, as the masseurs would arrive soon. She then went to brew the tea. Gu Weijie didn't feel the slightest bit awkward changing clothes in front of Yang Fan, and the two of them changed very efficiently. Knock knock knock. There was soon a knock at the door. "Hello, honored guest. May I come in?" "Come in." The young beauty, visiting for the first time, gazed with anticipation in the direction of the door, her lovely eyes brimming with curiosity. As the door opened, in came a pretty woman with long flowing hair, dressed in a professional white blouse and carrying a small case. 2 female students dressed similarly were following behind. Upon seeing the 2 gentlemen, the 3 girls lined up at the foot of the bed and collectively bowed to them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. We are technicians number 7, 18, and 23. We're delighted to serve you. May we ask which treatments you'd like today?" Gu Weijie didn't know which treatments to choose, so she turned to look at Yang Fan. Yang Fan noticed that while these 3 masseuses were decent looking, their appearance wasn't enough to trigger the system's notification. He didn't pay it much mind anyway. Today wasn't about chasing women. The reason he'd requested female masseuses was simply that he disliked men touching his body. And of course, he'd never allow a male masseuse to lay hands on Gu Weijie either. "Give us your most expensive service package. I overdid it with exercise yesterday, my whole body aches. Give me a thorough massage." The 3 female technicians were startled upon hearing this, and they all simultaneously glanced at Gu Weijie lying on the adjacent bed. They then exchanged glances, and the woman who had entered first walked toward Yang Fan, saying, "Sir, perhaps I should introduce our service packages to you." Clearly, the most expensive service here wasn't suitable for the current situation. After the female technician subtly hinted, Yang Fan quickly caught on. After he made his intentions clear, the technicians began their work. Time flew by swiftly. By then, Yang Fan and Gu Weijie had already been there for over 3 hours, even extending their session with an additional booking. By this point, Yang Fan finally felt the soreness in his body had eased significantly, leaving him refreshingly relaxed. Thinking to himself, this money was well spent. After the technicians left, Gu Weijie took the initiative to get out of bed and ran over to Nestle beside him. Yang Fan smiled as he looked at the young beauty beside him and asked, "How does it taste?" The young beauty answered honestly. "It hurt a bit at first, but then it felt quite comfortable." Chapter 74. Gu Weijie's bizarre train of thought. Gu Weijie beside her answered truthfully. "It hurt a bit at first, but then it felt quite comfortable." Yang Fan looked at the other person with a skeptical expression. "Are you sure you mean massage?" The girl insistently snuggled closer into his embrace. "Brother, you're so mean." Yang Fan opened his arms and hugged the girl, pressing their faces together. Her body was soft, and the scent of youth was pleasant. He found the position quite comfortable and whispered, "Let's rest here for a while before we go." The girl pressed against him smiled. Gu Weijie's affection +1. The little beauty's intimacy level had unconsciously increased by another notch. It seems that once the intimacy reaches a certain threshold, even she enjoys these quiet moments tangled up together. What's more, she's starting to feel like she might genuinely be falling for her brother. Not even she could explain exactly why this was happening. At first, she was only drawn to his money, planning to use some tricks to extract more wealth and luxury goods from him. Unexpectedly, she found herself falling for him without realizing it. Yet he treated her well, and she remained sufficiently alluring to him. This was evident every time he transformed into a beast. She clung tightly to the man beside her, thinking to himself, actually, things seem pretty good like this. Yang Fan, who was hugging the girl, had no idea what was going through her mind. Had he known, he would have exclaimed, "Damn, system, you're awesome." The two rested a while longer at the foot massage parlor before leaving to get dinner. On the way, the girl asked with concern, "Big brother, are you feeling better now?" Yang Fan, who had been holding her, raised his hand and patted her head as he spoke. "Much better, there's hardly any soreness left." The girl's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly enjoying this intimate gesture from him. Big brother, you really should be more careful with your body when exercising. Don't push yourself too hard. What would happen if you actually got hurt? This was indeed exactly what young Fan had been thinking himself. He had already planned to take a more gradual approach to his workouts going forward, so he nodded in agreement. Nice. The girl was clearly pleased to hear this and continued speaking. Actually, I could go jogging with you every day. We don't necessarily have to go to the gym. Yang Fan immediately understood what the other person meant. How could this work? If you're glued to me every day, how am I supposed to make money? Or be a playboy? Or act like a walking ATM? He said grumpily. What? You still want to lose weight? I'm warning you, your current figure is perfect. I really like it. Don't go overboard with the workouts. If you end up getting too skinny, or if your calves get bulky with muscles or anything like that, don't blame me if I kick you out. The girl was startled by his words, clearly taken aback, and hurriedly responded. I won't work out. I promise I won't. I was only thinking of keeping you company. Since you feel this way, I'll definitely maintain my figure properly. You're not allowed to kick me out. After saying this, she looked pitifully at young Fan, giving off the vibe that if he disagreed, she'd burst into tears right then and there. Young Fan, seeing the adorable and cute girl-like demeanor of the other person, thought to himself, if I were to punch her in the nose, she'd probably cry for a long time, wouldn't she? But it was just a thought, he couldn't bring himself to do it. With a somewhat serious expression, he said, as long as you behave and listen to me in the future, of course I won't abandon you. The girl nodded affirmatively. Yes, I'll be good and listen to you. Good. Your main task now is to focus on studying and learn more, understand? If you want to pursue any career in the future, I can help you. Hearing this, the pretty girl's eyes lit up with instant excitement, the words spilling out impulsively. Brother, are you serious? Gu Weijia's affection +1. The girl's surprise wasn't entirely because young Fan mentioned helping with her career. Another reason was hearing his unspoken implication. His words clearly showed he'd made plans for their future together, prepared to commit to their relationship. She instantly felt enveloped in a sense of security. She couldn't understand why her normally fairy-like confidence had begun wavering in young Fan's presence, making her feel unexpectedly vulnerable. It can only be said that whoever falls for the other first, or whoever loves more deeply, will be the one who fears losing the other more. A natural sense of security will emerge without waiting. Yang Fan, seeing the girl's delighted expression, affectionately tapped her nose with his finger and said, Don't you even trust what I say now? The girl quickly shook her head repeatedly. No, if I can't trust my brother, who else can I trust? I just got a little overexcited. Then tell me, what do you want to do in the future? Hearing this, the girl's face showed some hesitation. Brother, can I think about it for a moment? Of course. The girl fell silent, quietly linking arms with Yang Fan as she silently followed him. Her face wore a pensive look, clearly giving serious thought to what she might want to do in the future. Yang Fan chose not to disturb her contemplation. Whether this girl had never thought about these things before, or had too many things she wanted to do and couldn't choose right away. It wasn't until they entered the restaurant and ordered their food that Gu Weijie revealed a slightly embarrassed smile and spoke. Brother, I know what I want to do now. Young Fan asked with a smile on his face. Let's hear it. The girl blushed slightly and said in a small voice, I want to be a landlady. What the hell? For a moment, Yang Fan thought he had misheard and asked aloud, What did you just say you wanted to be? Seeing him ask again, the girl appeared slightly bashful but repeated it anyway, her face flushed. Brother, I want to be a landlady. Would that be okay? The girl's voice was noticeably louder this time, and Yang Fan heard it clearly, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Had to admit, this girl's thought process was truly unconventional, but after giving it some thought, even he had to acknowledge that, in certain ways, this wish of hers could actually be considered a damn good one. But is it really appropriate for a 19-year-old to be making such an audaciously grand wish so openly? After realizing that she considers idleness and indulgence as her life's pursuit, he nearly couldn't resist applauding this clever little beauty. Gu Weijie noticed Yang Fan looking at her with a strange expression and immediately pouted in a coquettish manner. Big brother, you're making fun of me. I won't be nice to you anymore. Only then did Yang Fan collect his thoughts and responded with considerable amusement. I'm utterly astonished by your grand ambition. The girl remained unfazed and argued her point confidently. I don't know how to do anything special. I just thought how wonderful it would be to collect rent regularly and use the money to travel the world with you. Isn't that happiness? So your great plan is to do nothing and get paid regularly? And you actually spent all this time thinking up such a wish? Chapter 75, Absurd Intimacy. Gu Weijie pouted, speaking with obvious dissatisfaction. Getting paid a lot without doing anything, isn't that exactly the kind of life most people dream about? She had a point. If Yang Fan hadn't obtained the system, being a property landlord would have been his dream life. So he said with a smile, Fine, considering you're planning to take me traveling around the world. Alright then, realizing dreams depends on your future performance. If you can consistently satisfy me, buying you some properties isn't out of the question. Whether you succeed depends entirely on yourself. As long as Gu Weijie remains obediently by his side without causing any drama due to his numerous women, then once his wealth accumulates to a certain level, buying her some properties wouldn't be any real issue, so he had no problem saying it out loud. He remained calm, but the girl couldn't keep her cool. Upon hearing his words, she instantly sprang to her feet with a whoosh, and asked with visible excitement, "Really?" Her voice was loud enough to attract the attention of nearby diners. The girl noticed many people were looking at her and sheepishly stuck out her tongue before returning to her seat. Yang Fan pretended to say unhappily, "What? Doubting my words again? Seems like you don't really want this property." Gu Weijie quickly explained, "I didn't mean to question you, brother. I was just so happy that I couldn't help myself. Please forgive me, brother." Having said that, the girl immediately began enthusiastically serving him dishes. Feeling that wasn't enough, she even picked up the bowl, ready to feed him directly, which left him both amused and exasperated. "Alright, sit back properly and eat your meal." The girl flashed a sweet smile upon hearing this. "Okay, thank you for forgiving me, big bro." The customers at the next table immediately wore dark expressions. This was taking the joke a bit too far. After dinner, the two took a short walk, and when they returned to the hotel, the girl suddenly hugged him and said seriously, "Brother, you're really amazing." This unexpected praise left him puzzled, and he asked in confusion, "In what way?" The girl resting her head on his shoulder suddenly turned and planted a loud smooch on his cheek. "My brother is amazing at everything." Yang Fan rolled his eyes upon hearing this. "I meant, why did you suddenly blurt that out for no reason?" The girl smiled and softly explained, "I was remembering when we first met, brother. You said your money could never be spent out, it would only grow the more you spent, and you're still so young. That's why I think you're truly amazing." Yang Fan chuckled upon hearing this and asked, "Oh, you still remember that?" Back then when he said those words, he was just shooting the breeze casually without caring whether she believed it or not. Every moment spent with Big Bro, I could never forget any of it. With those words, the girl pressed her little mouth against his lips. Not to be outdone, Yang Fan immediately wrapped his arms around her. The next day, since Yang Fan had told Gu Weijie last night not to take leave today and to return to class, the girl obediently agreed. So when he woke up, she had already left, leaving only a message behind. "Brother, I'm off to class like a good girl. Remember to eat breakfast when you wake up. Love you, Manhwa." Yang Fan shook his head with a smile and replied with a sticker. Then he sent Li Wei a message. "Want to grab a meal together, then hit the gym?" This time the girl replied quickly. "I can't make it today, you go ahead by yourself." Okay. He didn't bother asking why she couldn't come, if not today then another day. Doesn't everyone have their own business to attend to? Then he noticed two unread messages remaining, both sent by the flight attendant Gong Jing. "I'm back. Still sleeping? Call me when you wake up. Yang Fan casually replied. "Just woke up." Then he went to wash up, and when he picked up his phone again after finishing, the other person had already replied. "Haven't eaten yet, right? Come out quickly, I'll treat you to something good." Followed by a location pin, it was the address of a restaurant. Yang Fan was just pondering where to eat when this helpful tool of a person came knocking. "Wait for me 20 minutes. Then he left the hotel, hailed a taxi, and headed to the location according to the positioning. After getting out of the car, he sent a message to the other party. "Here." The girl replied. "I see you. Don't move, wait for me to come over. Yang Fan turned and scanned his surroundings, quickly spotting a remarkably tall figure walking toward him. View. Name Gong Jing. Age, 26. Height 174. Weight, 55. Overall appearance, 89. Age 7. Status normal. Intimacy, 9. What the hell? Even if you claim your alias is Gao, tall/noble, didn't I transfer you a decent amount of cash? How can such measly intimacy points possibly justify what I've given you? God damn it. Texting me enthusiastically and even sending private photos to seduce me. And then your intimacy level is only single digits? That's outrageous." Yang Fan originally planned to get a level 2 cashback card from them before turning them into a tool for HR affairs. What's the point of beating around the bush in this situation? Just as he was inwardly griping, Gong Jing strode over on her fishnet-clad long legs, smiling faintly as she spoke. "What's wrong? Not happy to see me?" Without waiting for his reply, she enthusiastically draped her arm through his, causing his right arm to immediately sink into warm, soft captivity. "Let's go. I've already ordered the dishes." The other person remained warm and friendly after meeting, directly feeding tofu into my mouth. None of the initial haughty demeanor remained. But remembering their measly 9-point intimacy level made me curse internally. Whatever, I was just meant to be a tool to help scout beauties for them anyway. No need to dwell on it. The two headed straight for the restaurant. Gong Jing, wearing high heels, stood even taller than him, drawing puzzled glances from passers-by. Yang Fan had grown accustomed to such looks recently, it no longer struck him as odd. Whichever girl accompanied him, this phenomenon invariably occurred. Upon entering the restaurant, Gong Jing gave her surname, after which the hostess led them to a private dining room, saying, "Your dishes have all been served in advance as requested. If you need anything later, just press the service bell. Enjoy your meal." Chapter 76, Keeping the Dinner Appointment with Gong Jing. Waiting until the server left, Gong Jing finally released Yang Fan's hand and said, "The food here in Bishu City is still the best. After staying here for so long, I've somewhat gotten unaccustomed to food from anywhere else except the Southwest F4 regions. Quick, try this." Yang Fan sat down, not agreeing with what she had said. "Isn't it great to try all the local delicacies from across the country?" Gong Jing shook her head. "It's just novelty. You'll stop feeling anything special after eating them too much." He promptly set aside that topic and instead looked at him with a faintly amused smile as he asked, "Where's your female streamer, the top patron?" Yang Fan knew she was referring to Xiao Lu. When they first met, Gong Jing hadn't been interested in getting to know him, she'd only added him on WeChat because of Xiao Lu. "Why do you ask? Would you prefer if she came with me?" The girl shot back with a flirtatious glance tinged with annoyance. "Don't you men always crave what you don't have while holding what you do?" "Can't speak for others, but personally, I never complain about having too many beauties around." Her expression froze momentarily at his reply. This guy is actually being dishonest in front of me? Isn't he trying to hit on me? At least put on an act. TSK. You're being a bit greedy, you know? That's not good. I'm starting to regret inviting you out. Then I'll leave? Yang Fan put down his chopsticks and stood up to leave. This immediately left Gong Jing utterly confused. She quickly stood up and stopped him, saying, Hey, wait, how can you be so petty? I was just joking, who said you could leave? The girl was a bit puzzled, this guy didn't seem like this when texting her. Why did his attitude change so much after meeting in person? Having dinner with someone as beautiful as her was something others could only dream of, yet he just up and decides to leave? How dare he? But considering that female streamer was indeed not much worse than herself, combined with his gullible tendency to transfer money to pretty girls, he definitely wouldn't be short of beauties around him. She absolutely couldn't let him walk away just like that. Who else would send her large money transfers in the future? Today's goal in asking him out was precisely to maintain their relationship and extract more benefits from him. It would be a huge loss if she ended up achieving the opposite effect. What she just said was merely testing his attitude toward her, whether he'd accommodate her whims, or even grovel before her. The current situation makes it clear I was just overthinking things, so now I have to change my approach in dealing with her. Yang Fan, who had recently had his fill of 4 beautiful women, was already somewhat disdainful of this flight attendant's lack of purity. And today, after seeing that pitiful single-digit intimacy level, he was completely convinced she saw him as nothing more than a big sucker. Though he's indeed a big sucker, he doesn't like others actually treating him like one. At the very least, while spending the money I gave you, you could bump up our intimacy level so I can at least redeem a second-tier cashback card. Even regular friends have around 30 intimacy points. After knowing you for so many days, sending you money and chatting all this time, and you give me just 9 points? He was already quite disappointed with this girl to begin with. The girl even went as far as regretting her decision to meet him, which naturally made him uncomfortable. Seeing the girl grabbing him, he impatiently muttered, "Stop pulling and tugging." But the girl ignored him and hugged him tightly. "I really didn't mean it that way, don't be mad, okay?" The girl also felt wronged, thinking to herself, "I didn't even mind you being a jerk, and took the initiative to ask you out as soon as you returned. What kind of attitude is this?" But she didn't dare show it. Instead, she had to coax him, because in her eyes he was basically walking cash. Who wouldn't want that? Seeing Yang Fan remain unmoved, she steeled her heart and pressed her body against him, once again feeding tofu directly into his mouth. Yang Fan was tightly hugged by the girl, feeling almost as if he was being forced to take advantage of the situation. After giving a playful squeeze to her soft curves, he spoke up, "Let go." Ignoring his mischievous hand, the girl stubbornly refused to let go and whispered resolutely in his ear, I won't let you leave." Yang Fan said with an amused expression, "Then just keep holding me, it's not like I'm losing out anyway." After speaking, he deliberately shifted his body. Little did he expect the girl wouldn't mind at all, she even swayed slightly to intentionally tease him. "Humph, I didn't lose out either." Seeing this, Yang Fan decided to deliberately scare her. "If you keep teasing like this, you'll have to put out the fire you start later." But Gong Jing wasn't falling for any of it. "Go ahead and block me, who's afraid of you?" At this moment, she actually felt relieved. Clearly, the other party wasn't angry anymore, otherwise, they wouldn't have said something like this. Originally, she had planned to tease the other person a bit more, but noticing how easily irritated they seemed, she decided not to take the risk. Better to be straightforward instead. Yang Fan was slightly taken aback by the girl's upfront attitude. Indeed, the level of intimacy isn't measured by such things. Classic you. Being naive isn't without reason. Although he had no intention of actually taking this girl, that didn't stop him from enjoying her services. Since there were no real feelings between either party, they might as well treat it as casual play, a mutually consensual matter, entirely free of emotional burden. So, how do you plan to put out the fire? Hearing this, the girl understood that her teasing had ignited certain thoughts in him. It seemed her allure still held significant power over him. In that case, while feeling pleased inside, she began considering whether she should push the envelope a bit more. After some thought, she decided it was better not to complicate matters. It wouldn't be good if things got out of hand. So she pretended to be embarrassed and said, I live nearby. Why don't you come over to my place after dinner? I live alone. Yang Fan shook his head. Can't wait. It's already burning. Dong Jing was completely speechless upon hearing this. Are you really that desperate? Can't even wait till after a meal? He asked in disbelief. You don't mean to do it here, do you? What if there are hidden cameras or something? If people see it, how could I ever show my face again? After hearing this, Young Fan thought it over and realized she had a point. While he originally wanted to try the girl's special dining service, he decided to let her off this time. There would always be next time. So she said with annoyance, Then why aren't you letting go? Do you think I'm Lu Xiaohui? The girl burst into giggles but obediently released her hold. After giving him a flirtatious glance, she said coquettishly, Then don't be angry. Finish your meal nicely and I'll give you a special treat. Faced with the girl's tempting offer, Yang Fan played the role of a virtuous gentleman. Next time. I'm still more accustomed to that aloof expression you had when we first met. The girl was somewhat surprised to hear this. How could the other party refuse her advances? Just now you were saying you were set on fire by me and shouting to put it out, weren't you? What's the situation now? Gong Jing suddenly felt she couldn't quite figure out this man. This didn't seem like playing hard to get either, especially since she'd already actively thrown herself at him. But she wasn't in a position to ask. It's not like she could force herself on him when he'd already rejected her, right? She really couldn't pull this off. Chapter 77, More Sincerity, Fewer Tricks. As for Yang Fan saying she had a cold demeanor, that kind of thing really depends on the person. Facing people who don't interest me, I'm usually as cold as ice. But are you like everyone else? You're practically walking Chinese yuan, a literal god of wealth who casually transfers 100k then 300k when unhappy. Do I dare act cold and aloof with you? Do I look like someone who hates money? If you keep transferring money into my account as usual, I'd be more than happy to enshrine you like a deity, burning 3 incense sticks daily and bowing morning and night. But since the other party said so, she decided to try interacting with them in a cold manner. Perhaps it might be even more enticing? Her face instantly transformed from an alluring expression to one of cool detachment as she cast a faint glance at Young Fan. Like this? The speed of this transformation left Young Fan utterly dumbfounded, inwardly exclaiming, Incredible! He responded with a smiling nod. Now isn't that just perfect? The girl could tell his reaction wasn't feigned. Could it be that he's actually into this kind of thing? If he didn't like being licked, she wasn't keen on doing it either. As long as he remained happy and occasionally showered her with gifts, everything else was trivial. The girl nodded slightly. Let's eat. Without another word to him, she gracefully began picking up dishes with her chopsticks. Yang Fan found this girl quite entertaining. Her ability to switch personalities on cue was remarkable. It's almost a shame she didn't go into acting. She'd undoubtedly have been outstanding. After taking a few bites, he suddenly remembered something and paused his chopsticks to speak. Let me ask you something. The girl didn't even glance his way. Don't speak while eating or lying down. Yang Fan nearly burst out laughing when he heard this. That's going a bit too far. The girl was quite impatient as she looked at him. Go ahead. Is there anyone in your flight attendant circle who's, let's say, particularly pure? The girl frowned slightly at his words. What do you mean? Yang Fan composed his thoughts before speaking again. I'd like you to help scout out some available beauties in your circle. The purer, the better. If there are any, introduce them to me. Gong Jing felt a surge of anger in an instant. Pah, scumbag, you've gone too far. Saying this right in front of me? You can secretly fool around with live streamers behind my back or whatever. Fine, but now you even want me to set you up with someone? What do you think I am? Some kind of madam? Gong Jing, intimacy -3. What a scoundrel. This guy is simply outrageous. The most despicable part is how brazenly he's behaving. Yang Fan looked at Gong Jing's stormy expression as their already low intimacy dropped by another 3 points. With utter speechlessness written across his face, he muttered. I said, beautiful Gong, could you stop making up scenarios for yourself? Do we have any special relationship so far? Are you my girlfriend or my wife? Besides, wouldn't you benefit just as much from introducing me to people? Ha! The girl was momentarily stunned, then her face filled with question marks. Exactly. I really don't seem to have any special relationship with him. It's just that I preconceived the idea that he was trying to hit on me and saw him as my personal ATM, which is why I got a little angry. But we haven't even had any substantial relationship, so getting angry like this seems a bit reckless. Yet she wouldn't admit it. Instead, she shot back with a question. Why are you telling me this? Are you not interested in me? But your reaction earlier didn't seem that way. Yang Fan spread his hands. Didn't I just tell you? I like to keep one eye on what's in my bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. The law doesn't say I can't have more than one girlfriend. The girl rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Damn it! A scumbag as honestly shameless as you is practically refreshing in his uniqueness. Yet she remained unwilling to give up. After all, she had initially considered benefiting from Yang Fan while casually gathering information about his background, whether he might be from some wealthy family. Perhaps she could use her charms to reel him in and marry into riches? She wasn't getting any younger, and it was high time to start planning for her future. Then came the soft and faint inquiry. Have you never thought about finding a woman you truly love and settling down with? Yang Fan instantly grasped the hidden meaning behind her words. Someone he truly loves? Are you talking about yourself? With this measly 6-point intimacy level, you dare talk to me about love, and even want to marry me? Where's your shame? He simply shook his head without hesitation and replied bluntly. No, I won't get married. I just want to give every fortunate beauty who meets me a home. Gong Jing felt like her entire worldview was being turned upside down. I want to swear. I was fortunate enough to meet your damn uncle. The ladies should thank you for giving them a home, huh? Yang Fan gave her an amused glance. I advise you not to curse. It'll ruin the mood. Consider my earlier proposal. The returns might exceed your expectations? Gong Jing had lost count of how many times in this short span she'd been left speechless by him. I couldn't keep up the cold facade any longer, switching instead to a look that plainly said you don't know what you're missing. Looking for pure beauties? Aren't you staring right at one? Why look elsewhere when the answer's right here? Since he'd clearly positioned himself as a player, the girl mulled it over for a second before decisively taking matters into her own hands with a bold self-recommendation. She'd made up her mind, there was absolutely no way she'd let this walking golden goose slip through her fingers. She would never resort to tactics like feigned retreats, pretending to be angry, storming off, or berating someone she was afraid of taking the act too far. At that moment, Yang Fan was staring at Gong Jing with an incredulous look in his eyes. You, a pure beauty? Do you even have anything to do with these two words? Shooting your mouth off just like that. I feel like cursing too, what should I do? Seeing his expression, the girl instantly bristled. What's with that look of yours? I still have my hymen intact. Isn't that pure enough? With that, she put on a pitiful expression, using her face to convey how hurt she was. Seeing the girl's reaction, Yang Fan's face instantly darkened. Now even a girl with an 87% purity score dares to boast about having an intact hymen and being pure? He couldn't help but retort bluntly. Hospital repairs don't count. If you insist on talking like this, I don't think we have anything left to discuss. More sincerity, less trickery, that'd be better for both of us. Gong Jing noticed the other person seemed absolutely certain she was lying, though she couldn't tell if this was a bluff. Her anger abruptly faded, replaced by an unsettled expression that flickered between emotions. Then it struck her, what should she do in this situation? Should she stand her ground, adamantly insisting she was completely original while putting on an act of righteous indignation? Should I just admit that I'm not an original? If I were original, there's no doubt the other party would treat me much better, and I'd gain far more. But that path is utterly impassable. After all, I'd readily agreed to help put out their fire earlier and act that, however you look at it, could hardly be considered pure. So her mind was made up. At once, she seemed to deflate. You're right, being more sincere would probably be better. Chapter 78, The Four Great Beauties Among Flight Attendants. Seeing Yang Fan accept his acknowledgement, he dropped the matter. Let's get back to what we were discussing. Gong Jing was equally straightforward as she spoke. I understand your request. Within my circle, there truly is such a woman, gorgeous, currently not in Bishu City. She's a good friend, so I'd need you to be upfront with me before I approach her on your behalf. Understand? Yang Fan nodded with an amused smile. Got it, crystal clear. She's your dearly beloved, your flesh and blood, sister, so that means we'll need extra cash, right? The girl immediately covered her forehead with her hand, looking utterly defeated by your response. That's not what I meant. I'm asking whether you're looking for a casual fling or long-term arrangements. I need to know how to approach this. If it's just casual, I doubt she'll agree. She wants something stable, and she's picky too. Plenty of well-off guys chase after her, but she turns them all down. Yang Fan finally understood what the other person meant. Well, if your friend meets my requirements and doesn't mind me having other women, she can stay as my woman indefinitely. Gong Jing smiled. That makes it much easier for me to speak up. Now you can tell me what conditions you're planning to offer to attract her. Yang Fan looked at the girl as if she were an idiot. I haven't even met the person yet. What conditions could I possibly offer? The girl then took out her phone. I have her photo here. You can take a look first. With that, she stood up and prepared to walk towards him. Yang Fan said with an exasperated expression. Get lost, can you really take a photoshopped picture seriously? The girl burst out laughing. What's the matter? From the tone of your voice, it sounds like you've been fooled by photos before? This one isn't edited, it's pretty authentic. Take a look first before you decide. At that moment, the girl had already walked to his side and slightly behind, leaning over to extend her phone screen within his line of sight. In an instant, he caught the enticing scent of perfume drifting toward him and instantly wrapped his arms around the girl. Ah! With a startled cry, the girl found herself pulled sideways onto his lap by his hand. After giving him a flirtatious sideways glance, she thought inwardly, "Oomph, so this guy does have some interest in me after all." But this was good news for her. Only when their relationship heated up and achieved that level of intimacy could she gain more from him. If he truly hadn't been interested in her, she would have been the one in trouble. As for formal recognition or status, why worry about that nonsense now? First, focus on making money. Only with money comes security. With enough wealth, you could choose never to marry in this lifetime. If you're already financially free, why bother finding some man to wait on hand and foot every day? Managing household chores, navigating mother-in-law conflicts, satisfying his needs, enduring pain to bear and raise his children, sacrificing your youth only to end up a worn-out wife only to possibly face his cold remarks or even betrayal. During all this, you'd also have to deal with some bad habits that these men might have, and if you're unlucky, you might even encounter domestic violence or something. Is it really worth it? This isn't about finding support, it's about finding yourself a lord and master. If you want a child, you can simply find someone with good genes to have one with, that would settle the matter. It's not like you can't afford to raise one. Sitting on Yang Fan's lap, Gong Jing had a flurry of thoughts in just a few seconds. Immediately, she wrapped one arm around his neck while holding up her phone for him to see with the other, appearing quite cooperative. Yang Fan gazed at the screen displaying a photo of two beautiful women in flight attendant uniforms. One was Gong Jing on his lap, whom he completely ignored, focusing instead on the other woman. This flight attendant was absolutely stunning. She stood as tall as Gong Jing, and while both were extraordinarily beautiful with their own unique charms, Yang Fan felt he slightly preferred this girl when comparing the two. Because the other party has excellent and sexy physical attributes, with a curvy figure and much fuller chest than Gong Jing. Paired with the flight attendant uniform, she appeared voluptuous, completely devoid of any youthfulness, exuding full-on mature charm, like a ripe honeydew peach waiting to be picked. He exclaimed in admiration. Not bad, she's truly a stunner. Gong Jing said with a smile. Of course, she's renowned as one of the company's foremost beautiful flight attendants. Yang Fan, feeling the pleasant texture of the black stockings under his fingers, asked somewhat surprised. Foremost beautiful? You know 3 others of that caliber? I'm not familiar with the other 2, and they might not meet your requirements. Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, finding girls who were both great beauties and had low code names would be exceptionally rare. Then he casually asked. Then what about the last one? Aren't there supposed to be 4? Gong Jing gave him a flirtatious glare, her expression clearly saying he had no sense of tact. And isn't there another one sitting right in your arms? Yang Fan was momentarily stunned by the remark before breaking into a chuckle. The younger sister complained discontentedly. What? Don't you think I'm beautiful? Then why are you still holding me? Yang Fan shook his head. I just didn't react immediately, that's all. Since she's considered your equal in reputation, I suppose I don't need to worry about her looks. Humph, at least you know how to talk. To be honest, Gong Jing's comprehensive beauty score of 89 was quite impressive. Among all the girls he knew, aside from Feng Yuding's 90 points, hers was the highest. It's a shame the codename is somewhat lame and doesn't provide any intimacy points. Clearly, they're just here for the money. While not exactly rejecting me, they don't harbor much affection either. Even though they're willing to sit on my lap and play along, even engage in some intimate gestures. But fundamentally, they're doing this for the money, not because of who I am as a person. It feels more like a transaction, where each party gets what they need. No wonder it's hard to build intimacy. After dinner, Yang Fan bid farewell to Gong Jing, reminding her to keep her promise about introducing him to some girls. He asked her to arrange a meeting once she'd persuaded them. Throughout their conversation, Gong Jing never mentioned the reward Yang Fan had previously offered her. She believed that given how generous the other party was, as long as she handled things flawlessly, they would definitely not skimp on her reward. There was no need to discuss such matters openly. Under the girl's speechless gaze, Yang Fan then went off to work out. Watching him get into the car, the girl muttered to herself, "You can't escape." Then, smiling, she returned home. Lazily reclining sideways on the leather couch at home, her long legs clad in black stockings casually draped over the armrest. She took out her phone, tapped the screen a few times, and dialed the contact labeled Lin Chen. Beep, beep. The call was quickly answered, and a pleasant, mature woman's voice came through. Jingjing, at this hour you should have reached Bishu City, right? What made you think of calling me? Chapter 79, Gong Jing plans to drag her best friend into the water. Gong Jing chuckled lightly into the phone. Of course there's good news. What good thing? Did you find your perfect match and are planning to retire from the game? The girl across from her clearly knew Gong Jing well enough to tease her right off the bat, suggesting their relationship was pretty good. Shut up. This so-called good thing is actually for you. Here, thank your sister Jing first. What kind of good thing could I possibly have? Do tell. Say thank you first. Thank you, Sister Jing. Can you tell me now? Since you're being so well behaved, it's worth always keeping you in mind for good things. On the other end came a voice caught between laughter and exasperation. Stop beating around the bush, will you? I recently met this really generous rich guy, and I want to introduce him to you. He's quite young, not bad looking either, way better than those old men. What do you think? Sis treats you well, huh? Are you joking with me? If he's that great, why don't you keep him for yourself instead of introducing him to me? The girl clearly didn't buy Gong Jing's story, understandable, considering they'd known each other long enough to understand each other fairly well. Men who caught Gong Jing's eye would only ever be talked about by her. Actually meeting them in person was out of the question. Knowing a high-quality man, would someone with such a personality ever consider introducing him to others? Gong Jing said helplessly. I'm not joking, I'd love to keep him to myself, but it's true that he's wealthy, and genuinely generous too. The downside is he's a total player, dead set on being a womanizer. I can't handle him. Rather than letting outsiders benefit, wouldn't it be better to share him with my own sisters? Take advantage of me? Jing, have we gotten so close that we can share a man now? Why not? If it were any other man, I wouldn't agree. But if it's this one, I'd say it's definitely worth it. Haven't you always wanted to give yourself to a rich, generous man? The girl across from her retorted irritably. That's true, but I want a future with him. What you're suggesting is just too unstable. I know what you're thinking, you just want to marry someone wealthy, live in luxury, and never have to lift a finger again, right? You just don't want to struggle anymore? Well, I'm the same way. But have you ever considered that you might not even need to get married to fulfill those wishes? The other end of the phone fell silent. Gong Jing wasn't in a hurry. She was confident the other party would eventually agree. Just as the other person understood her, she understood them quite well too. They were simply waiting for the highest bidder. Marriage was just a means to secure a safety net. As long as the price is right, whether there's any guarantee becomes somewhat less important. Sure enough, the voice on the other end of the phone sounded earnestly serious, from a young woman's tone. You mean being a sugar daddy? How rich are we talking? Gong Jing couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Let me put it this way. I've known him for less than 10 days. When we first met, we just added each other on WeChat and barely spoke, only exchanged a few messages. And yet, under those circumstances, he transferred me 400,000 yuan to spend. The girl across from her was instantly shocked by this description. It wasn't the amount of 400,000 that stunned her, but rather the fact that they'd known each other for less than 10 days, with nothing happening between them, yet he had given her this much money. No wonder Gong Jing kept emphasizing the man's wealth and generosity. She truly had never heard of anyone being this generous. She found herself unwittingly feeling a flutter of attraction. Is what you're saying true? I wouldn't lie to you, would I? It's absolutely true. Did he mention how he would treat me? Gong Jing understood that her friend was essentially asking how much Yang Fan would pay to keep her as his mistress, and what arrangements would be made. He said if you don't mind him having other women, you could stay with him indefinitely. As for pocket money, he didn't specify an amount. He wants to meet you first to see if you meet his expectations. Oh, and he prefers innocence. Among all the people I know, you'd be the most suitable match. Given how generous he is, you really wouldn't need to worry about money. The girl on the other end said with a light laugh. He's indeed trash, but at least he's openly trash. If you can really stick with him long term, it's still a form of security. Exactly. As long as the money's plentiful, marriage is just a formality. As for love, screw that lovey-dovey nonsense. Whether you believe in that crap or not, I don't know, but I sure as hell don't. The girl across knew Gong Jing had been hurt by men before and stopped believing in love, focusing solely on making money. She murmured gloomily, "You actually convinced me about being a sugar baby, and now you want to talk to me about love?" If she really wanted love, she wouldn't have been holding out for the highest bidder, determined to marry a rich man. Ha ha ha, well then, when you fly back to Bishu City, I'll take you to meet him. Nice. And just like that, Gong Jing successfully dragged her little sister into the mire with her. She smiled after hanging up the phone, thinking to herself, having helped that money god land such a pure yet sexy beauty, the reward shouldn't be too shabby, right? Then she opened the app and started binge-watching dramas. On the other side, Yang Fan completed his warm-up and stretching at the gym. After a light 10-minute session on the treadmill and another 10 minutes on the rowing machine, he decided to call it a day. He planned to gradually increase his workout intensity, wanting to avoid the muscle soreness he'd experienced the day before yesterday. Though there were attractive women in the gym who triggered his system alerts, none stood out enough to genuinely pique his interest. Back home, as he rested, he pulled out his phone and started scrolling through Douyin. Since it was still early, none of his favorite female streamers were live yet. But that didn't matter. He mindlessly scrolled through videos, occasionally leaving comments to share his thoughts. Regarding Douyin's algorithm constantly recommending beautiful female streamers to him, he could only say, big data truly is impressive. Yet after swiping through 20-some female streamers, the system hadn't given him a single notification, which was downright annoying. There are actually fewer real beauties on Douyin than there are on the streets. Just after swiping past a female streamer, valid consumption target detected. Finally, a long-awaited notification appeared. After taking a closer look, he was immediately stunned. A faint smile then appeared. On the screen was a fair-haired, blue-eyed foreign girl singing a Chinese song. Her skin appeared extraordinarily fair, yet not in a sickly pallor. This complexion perfectly complemented her delicately oriental features, making her strikingly beautiful. She had a high nose bridge, thin lips, and golden shoulder-length hair, the left side cascading down her back while the right draped over her front, revealing a cute earlobe adorned with an earring. She was wearing a black off-shoulder halter top paired with denim overall shorts, revealing large patches of fair, delicate skin as she sat on the chair. Though her Chinese pronunciation wasn't perfectly standard, it was quite decent. She'd probably been in Dragon Country for some time, most likely as an international student. Her vocal tone was pleasant, and she sang quite beautifully. Yang Fan thought to himself, hooking up with a foreign beauty doesn't seem like such a bad idea. Chapter 80 The Beautiful Foreign Girl Who Loves to Sing. Yang Fan glanced at the foreign beauty's Douyin username Nina with the caption below reading, a girl from Urala who loves to sing. It clearly stated that she was from Urala, saving him the trouble of guessing. Without hesitation, he clicked in. The girl was singing with such immersion that she didn't stop because of his arrival. He glanced at the live stream viewer count, over 300 wasn't bad. After quietly listening to the song, snap, 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 he instantly sent 5 carnival gifts in a row. Just as Nina finished singing, she saw the carnival special effects flashing across the screen and immediately beamed with joy. Thank you brother Bungshi Xiaoyao for the carnivals. Nina loves them so much, thank you. The girl was speaking fluent dragon tongue, with nothing particularly wrong except for slightly imperfect pronunciation. At this moment, the livestream viewers started roasting. Oh no, Nina caught the attention of some rich guy. Crap, my goddess Nina got slammed by the carnival. At Carefree for half a lifetime boss, you're confused. Go shower gifts on the Dragon Kingdom's female streamer. Leave Nina to us. Nina, you must hold your ground. Just a few measly carnival gifts, wait till I save up for a few months. I'll be the one sending them to you. At Carefree for half a lifetime boss is confused. At Carefree for half a lifetime brother how, let's talk this over, how about you stroll elsewhere and leave us a slice of pure land? At Half-Life Free Spirit bro free spirit. We're on the same side, don't friendly fire. Let's make a deal, go bother someone else and leave Nina for me. Pfft, just 5 carnival gifts and he thinks he can mess with Nina? He's daydreaming. What? You guys don't know bro free spirit? Those 5 carnivals are clearly just opening gifts. If he gets serious, I'm afraid Nina won't be able to handle it. Yeah, let's chase him away. This lolicon is seriously bad news. Didn't brother Xiaoyao always give 17 carnival gifts as meeting presents? How come it's only 5 now? Ran out of steam? Is he famous? Never heard of him. Who? Don't know them. Yang Fan was also watching the livestream viewers roast him. Clearly few people in the stream knew who he was. This is completely normal. With so many Douyin users, just randomly entering any livestream means some viewers might recognize your account. That alone is pretty astonishing. Nina noticed many viewers in her live chat were actually posting comments trying to persuade the big spender to leave, and her face immediately darkened. She rarely came across a big spender willing to continuously gift carnival gifts, and here they were trying to ruin it for her? Quickly shifting focus, she spoke up instead. Welcome, brother Xiaoyao, to Nina's livestream. Nina is a singing host. I wonder if Big Brother has any songs you'd like to hear? You can request a song. Yang Fan thought for a moment. The girl had just sung an old song from Dragon Country, so he decided to request another old song he found pleasant. He typed across the screen, "Could you sing Who Cares Who I Am? Do you know it?" After reading the request aloud, Nina immediately recognized the song and replied, "I know this song, it's beautiful, but this song demands a lot emotionally and experientially. I might not be able to sing it well, but I'll do my best. Have free spirits, don't worry, just do your best." Although Yang Fan didn't understand music deeply, hearing the girl say this made him feel she was somewhat professional. Then Nina spoke up. Next is a beautiful old song, Who I Am Doesn't Matter, dedicated to brother Xiaoyao and everyone here. Hope you all enjoy it. After speaking, she adjusted the equipment briefly. As soon as the prelude ended, the girl began singing. I feel somewhat weary. I think I need some comfort. My life is so dull, withering like a flower. At times, I truly wish to drown myself in drunkenness. Keep yourself away from all those grudges and disputes. When Nina first started singing, the stream chat just thought her voice sounded pleasant. By the time she reached this part, quite a few viewers had already begun discussing it. This song is really nice. I actually haven't heard it before. I'll go search for the original version later. I also think it's quite touching. How come it's not famous? Nonsense about it not being famous. You're just too young to know this song. True, it's a song from '93, with lyrics and composition by Lee Zongxing. Only people of a certain age would be familiar with it. Then doesn't that mean Brother Xiaoyao just revealed his age? Nina continued her singing. A woman unloved, how pitiful she must be. Even if my songs bring tears to someone's eyes. As the song came to an end, the girl had closed her eyes while singing, and now she just opened them, whispering softly. This song portrays a woman's emotions with such delicacy. Nina's experience is still too limited, and her vocal skills aren't quite there yet. She simply can't capture that feeling. Friends, if you like it, you should go listen to the original version. Upon hearing this, the live stream chat immediately flooded with all kinds of praise for Nina. Just then, a carnival special effect floated across the screen. Half-Life Wanderer sent 3 carnivals. Half-Life Free Spirit sends 20 carnivals. Yang Fan went on a streak, sending out 20 carnivals in one go before stopping. Nina instantly got excited. Thank you, Free Spirit. So many carnivals. Thanks, I love you. The moment she finished speaking, the chat exploded. I knew it. Brother Xiaoyao, you old lecher, wouldn't let Nina go Osai, heartbreaking. At Banshur Xiaoyao you've already protected several beautiful streamers, leave some for us. It's over. Nina started licking the big boss now, she even said I love you. Wasn't there a buddy just now who said Brother Xiaoyao tipped all his money away? Where'd he go? As expected, the unspeakable secrets between streamer girls and their top donors are about to unfold again. Even foreign female streamers can't escape this curse. Green with envy. Another day envying the big shots. Another day envying the big shots +1. Another day of envying the big shots plus 10,086. Facing the teasing from her viewers, Nina could only pretend not to see. She wasn't in a position to chime in on this sort of topic. Yang Fan simply ignored it outright. Afterwards, he spent quite some more time in the livestream, chatting with Nina, listening to music. After finally sending out 10 more carnivals before leaving, checking the private messages, sure enough, there was the V number Nina had sent over. Having been engrossed in listening to songs and chatting in the livestream, he hadn't even noticed when this girl had sent the message. But that didn't matter. He immediately opened V and added the girl without hesitation. While adding it, he unexpectedly noticed a message notification. To his surprise, it was from phone muting. Ever since that day at Hunter International when he bought her cosmetics but ran off immediately to spare her the embarrassment of accepting them, the two hadn't been in contact since. That she would initiate contact now was something he'd never anticipated. Although this message was just an animated gif of a misbehaving rabbit kicking a door. Chapter 81, an invitation from phone muting. Though phone muting had been coming to work as usual these past few days, she couldn't shake off this strange feeling inside. All because Yang Fan hadn't contacted her again after giving her all those high-end cosmetics that day. She considered returning all these items and getting a refund through the original payment method. But though she'd made up her mind before going to bed that night, when she brought the items to work the next day, she started hesitating again. She still couldn't bear to part with them, so when the moment came, her resolve suddenly wavered. To make matters worse, when her store manager saw her bringing these unopened cosmetics to work, they immediately guessed what she was thinking. So while she was hesitating, he went up and gave her a heartfelt and earnest persuasion, appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her. Even with just a glance from the manager, other colleagues joined in the chorus of persuasion. They bombarded phone muting with a barrage of brainwashing talk. Phone muting was already a somewhat indecisive and easily swayed soft-hearted girl. How could she withstand the combined pressure from this seasoned manager and his backup team? Bombarded with so much persuasion that she was momentarily stunned, she could only think there was some logic to it, and ended up foolishly taking the item home after work. Her co-workers and the shop manager praised Yang Fan so much that she actually began to feel, maybe he wasn't so bad after all. Especially when the manager said that returning a gift someone gave her for the first time would undoubtedly be tantamount to rejecting them. Add to that her own reluctance to part with it, she decided not to return it for now, at least until she'd made up her mind. She initially thought Yang Fan had sent such an expensive gift because he wanted to pursue her, and believed he would definitely contact her soon. She had even agonized over how to respond if he confessed his feelings directly. Yet in reality, he seemed to have vanished these past few days without a single message. She couldn't help doubting herself. Had she been overthinking things all along? A vague sense of restless insecurity began creeping into her heart. These past few days, she couldn't stop thinking about it, and before leaving work today, she inexplicably found herself seeking out the manager to talk. She mentioned how Yang Fan hadn't contacted her since that day, wanting to hear the manager's opinion on the situation. Unexpectedly, the manager teased her, saying she had unknowingly started caring for that man and advised her not to make any decisions she might regret. It wasn't until she felt she could barely explain herself anymore that she finally got the manager's perspective on the matter. The shop manager smiled faintly and spoke to her with confidence. "Little one, what's so hard to understand? That boy is most likely playing hard to get with you, waiting for you to reach out first to satisfy his competitive streak. Just a petty trick fueled by vanity, that's all." Phone Yuting asked honestly upon hearing this. "Oh, Sister Na, should I message him first then?" Sister Na paused for a brief thought. "If it were any other guy, I'd tell you to ignore him, he'd eventually crack and reach out first. But this guy's different. I say drop him a message yourself. Humor his ridiculous competitive streak, what's it cost you? Might even make you seem like an understanding, thoughtful girl in his eyes." "Wait, really? Why's Brother Yang's situation different?" Seeing the girl's clueless expression, the shop manager rolled her eyes hard and snapped impatiently. "A guy like him definitely has many vixens eyeing him, he's way more popular than you'd imagine. If you don't give some response and let someone else lure him away, you'll regret it someday." Sister Na was even thinking, why didn't such a young man appear buzzing around her when she was younger? She definitely could have handled him. Not like this silly girl in front of her, lucky in meeting him, but as for brains, could this be what they call fools have fortune's favors? Now Phone Yuting fully understood, her face filled with hesitation as she spoke. "But I haven't made up my mind yet." At this point, Sister Na was almost amused by this girl, looking at her with an expression that screamed, "Are you stupid? Right now, we're just asking you to give the guy some response, not to become his girlfriend. What's there to consider? Hang out with him first, during that time, you'll have plenty of room to think things over. It's a situation where you can advance or retreat anytime, why hesitate? Just remember to stay in touch frequently, keep him engaged so no one else snatches him up." "Alright, time's almost up, wrap things up and clock out." Just like that, Phone Yuting pondered Sister Na's words all the way home after work, feeling as if she had gained some clarity. But when she picked up her phone, she couldn't figure out what to message. After hesitating for a while, she finally sent a sticker of a rogue bunny kicking a door. Yang Fan replied almost immediately. "Stop kicking, the door's open. Who are you looking for, little girl?" The girl couldn't help but smile when she saw how quickly he replied to her message. "Looking for you. Press 1 if you want to chat, press 2 if you need help swatting flies, press the pound key if you're asking me out. She didn't play along with his joke. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, "Are you busy right now? I wanted to treat you to a meal. So I just pressed the pound key, right? Well, originally I was quite busy, but since it's your first time asking me out, I simply must honor you this favor. Go on, when and where?" "No need. If you have matters to attend to, please handle them first, we can reschedule the meal for another time. Work comes first. On the other side, Yang Fan stared at Phone Yuting's reply with speechless exasperation. Busy my ass. She's literally lying in bed scrolling through Douyin. Who knew a random flirtatious tease would be taken seriously? This girl's surprisingly earnest. Even when you're busy, you still have to eat. What? Do you not even need to eat when you're busy? Of course not. It's good that you have time to eat. What would you like to have? Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Then let's go to Celian for rolling rice cakes. There's one near my grandma's place, it's delicious and conveniently close to your home too. Okay, I'm already here. How long will it take you to arrive? Then wait for me about 20 minutes. I'm already in the car. Got it. This time, Yang Fan didn't choose to pay for a fancy meal with the girl himself. The other party wanted to treat him to a meal, clearly as a gesture of gratitude. After a few rounds of such back-and-forth exchanges, wouldn't the two naturally grow closer? In this situation, if he insisted on paying, this girl definitely wouldn't agree. The fact that she took the initiative to invite him was already a good start, why spoil it? With that, Yang Fan leisurely stepped out and casually strolled toward the Silk Love restaurant the girl had mentioned. He had only been there for a few minutes when he saw Phone Yuting walking briskly from the other side of the road, precisely the direction where the bus stop was located. He couldn't help but admire. This girl is really frugal. Chapter 82, Down-to-Earth Young Fan. Name, Phone Yuting. Age, 23. Height, 165. Weight, 50. Overall appearance 90. 99. Status normal. Intimacy, 37. Phone Yuting was dressed simply today, just an ordinary patterned white t-shirt paired with denim shorts and white sneakers. Yet she managed to carry off a graceful, fresh aesthetic that radiated a pure and delicate charm. At this moment she also spotted Young Fan, and seeing him already waiting at the entrance, she quickened her pace again, trotting over with a warm smile as she spoke. "Brother Yang, have I kept you waiting long?" The girl's smile left Young Fan momentarily dazed. He felt she was truly the type who grew more captivating the longer you looked at her. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. "That's right. I've been waiting ages. How are you going to make it up to me?" "Ha?" The girl didn't expect him to say that and was momentarily stunned. Seeing her adorable surprised expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding, I just arrived too. Let's go in. By the way, why didn't you take a taxi? The girl smiled awkwardly. Taking the bus is quite nice. It even has air conditioning, no need to waste money. Yang Fan hesitated briefly before asking, are you always this frugal? Your salary isn't exactly low, is it? The girl replied nonchalantly. It's not really about being frugal. Save where you should, spend where you want. Setting aside some money each month for future emergencies is great, and it can also be used for traveling. You like traveling? The girl's face immediately lit up with longing as she nodded. Of course, if I get the chance in the future, I'd love to wander around and see the world. Yang Fan, seeing the other person's appearance, said with a smile, there will definitely be opportunities. The two had now entered Celian and found an empty seat to sit down and order. Although the main specialty here was silk dolls, one could also order many of Bishu City's signature snacks at affordable prices. The flavors were quite good, making it particularly popular among the city's working class, especially women. Feng Yuding took the menu and handed it to Yang Fan, saying, Brother Yang, I've already bought a set meal on Manhwa. You can add whatever you like. Yang Fan took the menu and set it aside without ordering. Instead, he said, I don't know what's included in your set meal. To avoid ordering duplicates, I'll wait until it arrives and see what's missing before adding anything. Yeah, great. The two chatted for a while, and soon the snacks started arriving one after another. There was quite a variety, more than enough for two people without needing to order anything else. Looking at the food-filled table, the girl smiled and asked, Brother Yang, you probably don't eat these often, right? Come on, try some, they're really delicious. Yang Fan didn't answer. Instead, he picked up a dumpling wrapper, quickly scooped up various julienne vegetables, and wrapped it expertly into a perfectly shaped dumpling in mere seconds. He then turned to gaze at the visibly surprised girl with a smirk. Do I look like someone who rarely eats these? With that, he doused it with chili water, popped the freshly wrapped silk doll into his mouth all at once, and chewed vigorously. Feng Yuding smiled at his appearance, thinking he was quite down to earth and not pretending at all. Feng Yuding's affection +2. Yang Fan swallowed the bite, then picked up another skewer of grilled meat and started eating, muttering, Indeed, the first silk doll is always the most delicious. What are you looking at me for? Eat. Ah, wonderful. Soon the girl also joined in on the eating. He said while eating, Brother Yang, it seems you wrap these even better than I do. Who do you think you're looking down on? I eat these all the time, okay? God knows he was still a broke nobody just 10 days ago, of course he'd pinch every penny he could. And he didn't even come to places like this often. When craving these snacks, he'd almost always hit up roadside stalls even thriftier than Feng Yuding. The girl had no idea about any of this. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere remained relaxed. She found Yang Fan much easier to get along with than she'd imagined. She had initially worried that the other person might not be used to the food, but seeing them enjoy it so much now eased her mind. Feng Yuding's affection +1. A single meal earned her 3 points of the girl's affection, pushing it past 40, already quite a high level. Compared to someone like Gong Jing, whose affection barely budged, this one was much easier. It wouldn't take long to earn the cashback card. After finishing their meal at Celian, Yang Fan proposed as soon as they stepped outside. Let's go for a walk. The girl hesitated briefly, feeling she'd enjoyed their time together so far, then nodded in agreement. Sure, it's perfect for digesting, helps avoid gaining weight. Yang Fan found this quite amusing. Then why didn't you show such restraint when eating just now? The girl burst out laughing. I can't control my mouth. But luckily, I'm one of those people who eat without gaining weight. Many girls would be dying of envy over your metabolism. Tell me about it. My best friend and colleagues are also envious. They keep asking if I have some secret formula. As they walked past a shopping mall, the largest one in their area, Yang Fan suddenly stopped. Thinking to accelerate the development of intimacy with the girl, he said, Shall we go in and take a look? The girl asked in bewilderment. Brother Yang, are you going to buy something? I don't know yet. Let's just stroll around. Who knows, we might find something we like. We could buy it then, after all, we're just out for a walk anyway. Alright then. The two entered the mall and saw several cosmetics stores on the first floor. Yang Fan curiously asked, Is the Chanel here any different from the ones back in your area? The girl shook her head and said, There's no difference. They all come from the headquarters, and the pricing is basically the same. Yang Fan didn't say much and led the girl onto the escalator. Seeing that he was taking her straight up to the third floor and stopping there, the girl immediately became suspicious. Because the third floor was the women's fashion district, filled with all kinds of brand stores selling women's clothing, shoes, and accessories like bags. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. Brother Yang, the men's section is upstairs. Yang Fan smiled and said after noticing the girl had stopped, Let's look around here first. The girl was beginning to suspect he might want to buy something for her. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall the previous time when he had gifted her cosmetics. With suspicion in her eyes, she turned to Yang Fan and said, this is the women's clothing section, don't tell me you want to wear women's clothes. Seeing his expression, the girl felt sure she had guessed correctly and quickly added, you're not thinking of buying me something, are you? I don't want it. The last time you gave me so much makeup, oh, forget it. Anyway, I don't want it, go away, go. Having said that, she actually stepped forward, trying to push Yang Fan away directly. Chapter 83, Sasha seeks help from her best friend. Yang Fan had to admit it now and said with amusement, come take a look, you might find something you like. The girl shook her head. Nope, definitely not. Seeing he wouldn't leave, she suddenly hatched a plan. She stepped directly onto the descending escalator, then turned back to wave goodbye at him with a smile. I'm heading out now, you can keep browsing by yourself. Yang Fan sighed helplessly. The girl's intimacy level showed no movement. He couldn't tell if she genuinely felt awkward accepting more gifts from him or if she was just maintaining her persona. But it didn't matter. Spending more time together would eventually reveal her true personality. Moreover, their intimacy level is increasing at a decent pace, so there's no need to rush things. When he caught up, the girl seemed somewhat preoccupied. Feng Yuding was feeling a bit of pressure at the moment, not as relaxed as she had been during the meal, because she was now quite certain that he fancied her. Although she wasn't opposed to it, she was even trying to get along with him. The pressure came from his overly intense pursuit, frequently wanting to give her expensive gifts. She was even somewhat afraid he might suddenly confess his feelings to her, as she still didn't know how to respond. Moreover, she had already accepted expensive cosmetics from him before and absolutely couldn't accept any more gifts. Not to mention she hasn't established a relationship with him yet. Even if they were already dating, she'd feel too embarrassed to frequently accept gifts from him, so she chose to avoid it. Yang Fan noticed the girl ahead seemed somewhat absent-minded, realizing she must still be thinking about what happened earlier. As for how to view his own behavior, when there was no movement in the intimacy level, he expressed that he couldn't guess. So he didn't interrupt, wanting to see if the girl's intimacy level would fluctuate after she figured things out. However, there was still no change by the time the two of them walked out of the mall, when the girl turned and said, Brother Yang, it's getting late, so I'll head back first. Let's meet another day, okay? He could also tell his younger sister clearly had something on her mind and wasn't in the right state of mind. Forcing her to do something might backfire, so he nodded in agreement. Alright, let's walk together for a bit. I'm heading home anyway. Yeah, okay. When the two reached the fork in the road, Brother Yang, my grandma's place is in that neighborhood over there, so I'll head back now. You've still got a way to go before you get home, so be careful. Alright, let's meet up another day. With that, the girl waved at him and turned to leave. Yang Fan didn't mind and continued walking forward. He didn't notice that shortly after he left, the girl glanced back. Seeing him disappear down the street, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, the subtle tension she'd felt moments ago completely vanishing. Feng Yuding's affection +3. Yang Fan, who had already walked quite far away, was suddenly startled by the notification of the girl's increased affection. After thinking for a while, it occurred to him that perhaps his earlier actions had made the girl feel somewhat burdened. Now that they've parted ways, she relaxed, leading to increased intimacy. He speculated that this girl might not respond well to extravagant gift-giving tactics. While sending one or two luxury items might be acceptable, doing so too frequently could create psychological barriers for her, even fear ultimately having the opposite effect. Then he shook his head with a smile and continued walking home. After getting home, he took a shower and collapsed onto the bed, taking out his phone and opening Douyin. At this time, most of the female streamers he was familiar with were online. Except for Sasha's livestream, he visited all the others, lingering in each for quite a while, casually dropping some virtual gifts along the way. Just as he finished watching Ali's steamy dance performance and exited her stream, he was surprised to discover that Sasha had ended her broadcast early today. He had no idea that his recent cold shoulder treatment towards Sasha had thrown the little girl's emotions off balance. That little girl was getting anxious today. She saw Yang Fan visiting all those streamers' live rooms except hers. Feeling down, I ended the live stream early. Immersive translate. Tianshu Province. In an apartment. At this moment, a sweet and adorable Lolita with twin ponytails was sitting on a chair, frowning as if deeply troubled. After maintaining this expression for over 10 minutes, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. As soon as the call connected, she couldn't wait to speak. Sister Xian, Brother Xiaoyao was online for a few hours again today, but still didn't come to my livestream. Her voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. A voice came from the other end. Don't feel bad yet. Did he give gifts to all the other female streamers again, just like the past few days? Yes, exactly. That settles it. He's not mad at you, nor is he deliberately giving you the cold shoulder. He's definitely dropping you a hint. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so deliberate about it. But I've been devoted to taking care of Brother Xiaoyao. Why does he ignore everyone else just to ignore me? The person opposite smiled upon hearing this. I think there are two possibilities. First, you're the first female streamer he's taken a liking to, more unique than all the others. So his expectations for you were highest, and since your performance didn't meet them, he chose to wake you up first, letting you make the decision. After listening, Sasha reflected for a moment and felt her friend made some valid points, then asked, "What's the second possibility?" "The second reason, well, the other female streamers have already made their moves. You're the only one left, who else would I pick but you?" Sasha was torn at this moment. Of course, she understood what her best friend meant. How could a streamer not grasp such things? But her purpose in choosing live streaming was merely to earn some pocket money by showcasing her talents and lovely appearance, so she never even considered that sort of thing from the very beginning. Until the appearance of brother Xiaoyao shattered her original plans. In just over 10 days, the amount of money he tipped her had far exceeded her expectations. This completely shifted her mindset, making her want to earn more money, so she put great effort into maintaining a good relationship with him, hoping he would become her long-term guardian big brother. However, while the intention was good, reality often doesn't cooperate. Given the current situation, mere maintenance like this wouldn't be enough to keep brother Xiaoyao around. But as someone who had always preserved her integrity, she found it hard to make the decision to reach out to potential big spenders, airdrop patrons. So these past few days, she's been feeling torn. The situation was clear now. If she didn't do something, she would definitely lose brother Xiaoyao, this extravagant tycoon. Considering how much money he'd gifted her in such a short time, with so many days ahead, wouldn't she receive even more, much more? Thinking about his lavish generosity, the young girl felt her ambition slowly expanding. Just then, her best friend's voice chimed in again. "This is your own affair, only you can think it through clearly. I just want to say you must make a decision as soon as possible. Many men are creatures who fall fast, and lose interest even faster. Once things drag on too long and he loses that spark for you, there'll be no way to salvage it." Chapter 84, Sasha's Decision. Sasha could tell her friend was leaning toward urging her to compromise, though she hadn't voiced it outright. After hanging up, she sank into silence once more. But after her increasingly uneasy heart and her best friend's persuasion, the scales in her mind had gradually tilted. Lost in thought for a long while, she let out a quiet sigh. A sudden lightness filled her heart. The matter that had tormented her for days was finally resolved. She picked up her phone and sent a message to her best friend, then walked out of the room with a smile, addressing the beautiful middle-aged woman watching TV on the sofa. "Mom, I'm going on a 2-day trip with Sister Xian after school this Friday. I'll be back by Sunday at the latest." The beautiful middle-aged woman looked surprised upon hearing this. "Where are you two traveling to?" Sasha said without blushing or skipping a beat. "We've agreed to go to the summer resort for a couple of days. Tianfu is unbearably hot, we can only hide indoors with the AC on. We plan to go have some fun and cool off." Sasha had always been a sensible girl at home, which gave the mature woman some peace of mind about her daughter. Besides, with the slightly older Xianer accompanying her, nothing untoward was likely to happen on a weekend getaway. So she said, "Go. Between classes and live streaming every day, you really should relax for a change. But make sure to stay safe, call home every day to let me know you're okay, understand?" Sasha nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, Mom." Then she returned to her room, slumped onto the bed, and hugged a teddy bear in a daze. She decided not to contact Yang Fan in advance, planning instead to book her flight tickets directly and only reach out after arriving in Bishu City on Friday. This way, she could surprise him while also appearing more sincere. Sasha thought to herself, since she'd already made up her mind, she might as well give it her all. Either don't do it, or do it to the best of her ability. As for whether Yang Fan would come to pick her up after she arrived at Summer Resort City, she didn't even bother considering it. At worst, she could just spend a couple of days playing around there and then fly back by herself. After she returned to her room, her mother made a phone call to her best friend in the living room. On the surface, she pretended to ask her to look after her daughter more, but in reality, she wanted to find out if such a thing had really happened. But Sasha had already texted her best friend beforehand, and since her friend was naturally sharp-minded, she didn't slip up in the slightest, successfully passing her mother's scrutiny with flying colors. Yang Fan was completely unaware that Sasha was planning to drop in unannounced. Earlier, he had been texting with Nina, a beautiful girl from the Ural region, and learned that she was an exchange student in China, currently in her junior year. He didn't chat for long before feeling drowsy and had now already fallen asleep. The next day, when he woke up, there were quite a few unread messages on his phone. "Su Shan, I miss you. Gong Jing, I've handled your matter. When the other party returns from their summer retreat, I'll bring them to see you. Gu Weijie, another day missing my dear brother, but I'll be good and attend class like you told me, moi." Nothing else particularly noteworthy, but Su Shan's tone today felt somewhat off. It didn't quite sound like her usual self. Previously, it was all straightforward, asking him out for meals, singing at KTV, even calling him "you old ghost." Today, there was no invitation, just a simple "I miss you," something that felt more like something Gu Weijie, that little girl, would say. But he didn't think too much about it, not even bothering to reply, and went straight to wash up. After finishing up, he planned to hit the gym and thought he might as well grab lunch along the way, so he sent a text to Li Wei. I'm going to the gym now, are you in the dance studio? Let's have lunch together. I'm not here, eat by yourself. Yang Fan felt something was off. This was already his third attempt to ask Li Wei out. Since the first time she taught him how to work out, she had never agreed to meet again. Was this a coincidence? But there was no movement in the other party's intimacy level, making it seem like nothing was wrong. Unable to figure it out, he decided to observe a bit longer. Elsewhere, in the dance studio, Li Wei, who had been about to go out for lunch with her students, stopped in her tracks after replying to Yang Fan's message. After some thought, she decided it would be better to order takeout, that way she could avoid running into him. Actually, she had been deliberately avoiding Yang Fan these past few days. She couldn't quite explain why, but ever since that last workout session together, the sense of aversion she'd felt towards him had inexplicably vanished. This strange phenomenon left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Every time she received a message from him, she wanted to say yes, but then that inexplicable fluster would rise up again. Afraid of letting this odd situation continue, she forced herself to refuse. She didn't know the reason, nothing like this had ever happened before. The only way to make this flustered feeling disappear right now was to temporarily avoid him. Yet she felt this couldn't be a permanent solution. After all, she didn't want to lose Yang Fan as a friend either, whether it was because of the money or something else. She mentally told herself to revisit this later. Maybe with time, things would just resolve themselves? And so Li Wei, in this bizarre manner, managed to persuade herself. Just then, a boy dressed in hip-hop style walked up near Li Wei and spoke. What's wrong with you? The girl glanced at him and casually replied. What do you mean, what's wrong? The boy asked somewhat puzzled. Didn't we all agree to have lunch together? Why are you suddenly not going? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? I don't feel like going. You go eat with them, why bother about me? Having said that, Li Wei turned and walked away, going to sit and rest in a corner. The boy was left standing awkwardly in place. When Li Wei first arrived at the dance studio, her striking beauty and excellent figure immediately caught the attention of many male students and instructors. At first, she received countless daily displays of affection, but her demeanor was so icy and aloof that she remained utterly unapproachable. Not a single person managed to get close to her. She only ever chatted with female students and teachers, occasionally making plans to eat together, which once led some people to suspect she might be a lesbian. Later, when such rumors started circulating, she stopped interacting with women almost entirely, leaving everyone at the dance studio thoroughly confused. Each time, she just danced on her own, practiced by herself, and left alone after class. This time, a female student had offered to treat everyone to lunch, and Li Wei had initially agreed only to suddenly back out at the last minute. The others had long grown accustomed to her eccentric ways, so they didn't say much about it. But this male student, having just arrived in the classroom not long ago, took an immediate liking to Li Wei. Confident in his sunny good looks and his family's modest wealth, he aimed to win her over. Unfortunately, he could hardly ever secure a date with her, though he did manage to exchange a few words, more than most other guys could claim. He felt his chances were looking promising. Chapter 85 Su Shan forces me to drink tea. But recently, Li Wei had started acting cold toward him again, leaving him utterly confused despite his burning enthusiasm. Originally, he noticed everyone had gone to eat, leaving only Li Wei in the classroom. He purposely stayed behind, intending to chat and see if something had happened to cause her sudden change in attitude, hoping to earn some goodwill by showing concern. But the other person didn't seem interested in engaging with him, which was utterly frustrating. Knowing full well that pursuing girls required boldness, attentiveness, and thick skin, he didn't leave. Instead, he walked toward Li Wei, who was sitting in the corner. Before he could even speak, Li Wei shot him an unfriendly look and said coldly, "Can I have some peace?" The guy was taken aback by her words, sensing the icy tone in the beautiful woman's voice. He hesitated inwardly but mustered what little courage he had and asked softly, "Did something happen? Maybe if you talk about it." The girl immediately replied with impatience evident in her voice, "You're ridiculous. What does my business have to do with you?" Hearing the beauty speak like this, the guy felt a bit displeased, but seeing her getting angry, he still spoke up. "Don't be mad. I'll leave, alright? I'll leave right now." Having said that, he turned and walked out of the dance classroom speechlessly. At this moment, Li Wei was somewhat lost in thought. Thinking about her interactions with Yang Fan, how he'd shamelessly pester her no matter how angry she got, no matter if she ignored him or even hit and bit him, he just kept clinging to her like a rogue. Then there was that time she almost got hit by a car, and he apologized on her behalf, or at the gym when she deliberately messed with him, and he still played along, wincing in exaggerated pain. The ice-cold beauty couldn't help but let a faint smile tug at her lips. Li Wei affection +2. Yang Fan, already packed up and thinking about whom to invite for dinner, was suddenly puzzled to notice that Li Wei's intimacy points had increased by 2. He muttered to himself, Seems I was overthinking things earlier. This little beauty is acting quite normally now, even taking the initiative to raise intimacy levels. He glanced at the 3 girls who had previously messaged him. Gu Weijie was in class, and he wasn't really in the mood to meet Gong Jing since it wouldn't increase their intimacy at all. That left only Su Shan. Spending money on and transferring funds to this girl could barely boost their closeness, and she had invited him out several times already. Thinking of her adorable doll face paired with those long legs, along with her bold and proactive personality, trying something different occasionally would be quite refreshing. So she sent him a message without hesitation. Come out for a meal. Su Shan, who was at school pondering what to have for lunch with her best friend Gu Weijie, suddenly noticed Yang Fan had replied to her message and immediately felt a surge of excitement. Thinking to myself, not bad at all. It seems he genuinely likes Gu Weijie's type, that slightly tea-scented yet perfectly docile act. Just trying my hand at this approach has already shown clear results. Looks like I'll need to redouble my efforts, I quickly replied. Alright, where shall we eat? I'll be right over to find you. Yang Fan noticed that Su Shan's tone was noticeably different from before, finding it somewhat peculiar. What's gotten into this little girl today? Forget it, whatever, it doesn't affect the experience anyway. He immediately sent her the location of a well-known restaurant. The girl said she could arrive in just 20 minutes. After ending the chat, Su Shan glanced at her outfit. It was decent enough. Since she had to attend classes at school, she hadn't dressed too outrageously and looked appropriately well behaved. Besides, there was no time to go home and change anyway. How could she keep a rich guy waiting? That would only make it harder to arrange another meeting, wouldn't it? She grabbed her small purse, ready to touch up her makeup on the way, then hurriedly rushed toward the school gate. Little did she know Gu Weijie, who was coming to have lunch with her, spotted her. Shan, where are you going? Recognizing her best friend's voice, Su Shan turned around with a hint of guilt. Why did she suddenly feel like a mistress caught red-handed? He immediately shook his head, dismissing the unpleasant thought from his mind, and calmly said, it's Rue. I need to go out, so I won't be attending class this afternoon. Gu Weijie looked at her with suspicion. You're going to skip class when we have the witches lesson this afternoon? Are you sure? Of course Su Shan knew about the afternoon class, but since Yang Fan rarely asked her out, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. I'll make an excuse about not feeling well to skip class. Don't worry about it, I'm leaving now. With that, the girl strode away quickly on her long legs. Gu Weijie didn't say anything more and started thinking about where she should go for lunch now that she'd be alone. By the time Yang Fan arrived at the restaurant entrance, Su Shan was already waiting there. The girl was wearing a beige t-shirt with a blue mini skirt. Though only her legs were exposed, paired with that utterly adorable baby face of hers, she still effortlessly drew everyone's attention. Name Su Shan. Age 19. Height 171. Weight 53. Overall appearance 85. 95. Status normal. Intimacy level 2-3. The beautiful woman across from him also noticed his presence at this moment, constantly reminding herself in her heart to appear docile. Yes, with a hint of flirtatious charm. So she flashed a sweet smile, walked up to him, and gave him a big hug while whispering softly, I've missed you so much these past few days, but I know you must be very busy, so I completely understand. Thank you for making time to have dinner with me, I'm really happy. Yang Fan was somewhat dazed as the girl hugged him. What was going on? He had just checked her intimacy level, which remained unchanged at 23 points, just like before. Why did it feel like her demeanor had shifted so dramatically? Yang Fan planted a kiss on her lovely face and then spoke. Let's go. Time to eat first. Okay. After entering the restaurant and ordering, the girl started acting up again. She kept putting food on Yang Fan's plate, and after serving him several portions, she looked at him with eager anticipation and said, if you were the one serving me the food, wouldn't it taste even better? What is this girl playing at? Is she out of her mind? Or is tea ceremony trending lately, so everyone's rushing to learn it? But you can't just force feed me tea. Your tea fragrance isn't even as natural as that amateur Gu Weijie's, okay? Thus came the sarcastic remark. Are you crazy? Su Shan, who had been full of anticipation, felt like she was choked by those words and almost lost her composure. Fortunately, she managed to rein it in and protested with an aggrieved expression. How can you say that about me? You're so mean. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Which green tea bitch infected you with this? Is there still hope for you? If so, snap out of it and act normal. The girl fell silent upon hearing this. By now, it was obvious her tea art hadn't worked as intended. Seems I'm still too amateurish at this. So he said somewhat aggrievedly. I thought you liked this kind of girl. Who told you that? You mean you're deliberately acting this way for me? Of course. Do you think talking like this doesn't tire me out? Ugh, I think I preferred your previous sexy little wildcat look. This sudden change is a bit too much for me. Chapter 86, Su Shan's proper attitude. Su Shan rolled her eyes at him and said, if you say you like my original self, then why do you always make excuses every time I ask you out, you damn ghost? Yang Fan spread his hands. You just said yourself how busy I am, can you understand that? The girl glared at him irritably. Busy my ass. I bet you're busy flirting with other little vixens. She knew perfectly well he'd asked out her best friend a couple days ago, said friend hadn't come home all night. Exactly what kind of busy he'd been keeping was obvious. Yang Fan was unaware of the relationship between Su Shan and Gu Weijie. He froze momentarily upon hearing this, thinking to himself, so this little girl actually guessed right. But how could he possibly admit to such a thing? He teased playfully. Hey, someone jealous? Su Shan immediately wore a look of scorn. I don't have time to be jealous of you. I don't care how many women you have. I'll stay by your side, but you must never neglect me again. The girl's words truly shocked him, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. But wasn't this exactly the outcome he wanted? Although this girl was quite materialistic, it couldn't be denied that she was also very considerate. Her attitude was excellent, it perfectly matched his preferences and could completely overshadow her other flaws. As for intimacy, that could grow gradually. Just occasionally shower her with money, and it would eventually increase. Yang Fan then regained his composure, his face lighting up with delight. Are you serious? The girl nodded affirmatively. Of course, just say yes or no. Nonsense. Only a fool wouldn't want another such a rare beauty as his woman. But his words carried a mischievous tone. Well, that depends on your performance. The girl could already tell he was pleased with her decision. Seeing how he stubbornly played indifferent now, she wasn't about to indulge him. With a light humph, she teased. Winning advantages while pretending innocence. Pht, typical man. Yang Fan didn't mind the others teasing at all and said with a smile. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, I'll take you out for a stroll, to help with digestion too. Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. I want to go shopping at the mall. This posed no challenge for Yang Fan, who readily agreed. Sure. Su Shan's intimacy level +2. Seeing the girl's intimacy points increase by 2, he found it somewhat amusing. He wasn't afraid of her being gold digging, what he feared was her acting like Gong Jing and refusing to acknowledge favors after receiving them. After receiving benefits, being willing to increase intimacy makes things easier. The two quickly finished their meal. Coincidentally, there was a large shopping mall not far from here, Manhwa Flower Brocade. The two strolled down the street, forming a beautiful scenic view. Su Shan held his arm as they walked side by side. Though she wore flat shoes, her height barely made her seem shorter than him. Coupled with her attractive appearance, this successfully drew numerous envious and resentful glances his way. Bang! Ouch! Watch where you're going, young man. I'm sorry, so sorry. A middle-aged man walking towards them couldn't keep his eyes off Su Shan, while a younger male passerby deliberately turned his head to steal another glance, resulting in the two accidentally colliding with each other, hence the comedic scene that had just unfolded. Yang Fan, amused by the sight, leaned towards the girl beside him and whispered, Quite the charmer, aren't you? The girl gave him a sideways glance. Used to it. What's the use of being charming? Still can't captivate some damned guy? Oh really? Then you'll have to try harder. Humph. The two continued their leisurely stroll and successfully entered Nanhua Huajin. The young beauty happily pulled him upstairs as soon as they entered. Yang Fan glanced at the first floor filled with high-end cosmetics counters and asked curiously, Aren't you going to buy some cosmetics? The pretty girl shook her head. I bought quite a bit of makeup a few days ago, shall we go look at clothes first? Yang Fan thought to himself that the girl probably had some money on her, so it wasn't unusual for her to go shopping the other day. Without saying anything more, he simply followed her straight to the clothing section. After entering an all-English store, the girl browsed around for quite a while before bringing two sets of seemingly sexy silk outfits to ask his opinion. Which outfit do you think suits me better? Bad news? Yang Fan chuckled slyly after hearing this. I think you look best wearing nothing at all. Ha! The girl shot him a glare and lowered her voice. Damn you! Even though it looks better without, that's only for your eyes. Or do you want me to hand out freebies to others? Or maybe you've got a thing for being cuckolded, huh? Who the hell do you think you are? You want to stay by my side? You know damn well what it takes without me spelling it out. Humph. If you dare treat me poorly in the future, I'll. The girl had been speaking with a mix of pride and arrogance initially, but suddenly noticing Yang Fan's increasingly odd expression, she quickly stopped herself and changed her tone. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish, it's just empty talk. Since I've decided to be your woman, I won't have any involvement with other men anymore. After speaking, the girl secretly decided that she would promptly upgrade her boyfriend to an ex as soon as she got back, cutting all ties clean. If something like this hindered her upward advancement, the loss would be immense. In fact, she had been nurturing this idea ever since parting ways with Yang Fan that day, and she had already taken action upon it. She hadn't paid any attention to her soon-to-be ex-boyfriend during this period, straight up giving him the cold shoulder. I had hoped that the other party, unable to endure the torment of the Cold War, would eventually lose their temper, even impulsively propose a breakup, then everything would have been perfect. But surprisingly, her boyfriend was quite patient. Though somewhat baffled by the sudden Cold War, he had been sending messages non-stop these days to apologize, giving gifts to cheer her up and whatnot. Now things are going well between her and Yang Fan, and she certainly didn't want to ruin all her progress because of a man she no longer cared for. So she thought it was time to put this matter on the agenda. She had to steel her heart and find any random excuse to break up. I was trying to force the other person to bring up the breakup first, but at this point, I can't afford to care about that anymore. Yang Fan's expression brightened considerably upon hearing the girl's words, and he replied casually, "That's more like it. If you like them, buy them all." The girl was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately asked the salesperson to wrap up both outfits. Intimacy with Su Shan +3. Then she went to another store to buy a pair of shoes and a bag. The girl happily concluded this shopping trip. Intimacy with Su Shan +5. It was mainly because she couldn't carry anymore, and didn't dare ask Yang Fan to help her bring things home. She lived with Gu Weijia after all, wouldn't bringing her along blow their cover? After leaving the mall, Su Shan took the initiative to say, "Aren't you going to the gym? Send me the location, and I'll drop these things off at home first before coming to meet you." Note, adjusted slightly for natural English phrasing while preserving the original meaning and tone. "Let me think about it," Yang Fan said. "No need, just put the stuff back and take a rest at home. I'll text you after my workout." The girl naturally had no objection, provided the other person didn't tag along to help her settle in. "Alright, I'll wait for your message."